coming on board. Our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Shopping online with the craft store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, 3-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Hello there, good morning. Now, you're not having deja vu. I know I was here bright and early yesterday with a happy hour, but we've got completely different products to share with you. We're concentrating on jelly bean crafts during this hour, and we have got some cracking deals. Now, if you've just joined us, stumbled across us, then welcome. We're the craft store, and we bring you some amazing crafty products in all sorts of just areas, not just paper crafting, but we tend to bring you these hours called happy hours. Now, what a happy hour is 60 minutes of bargain prices, but you have to take advantage during that hour, because when we get to the start of the next show at the top of the following hour, then those prices will increase. So prices like the one we've got on the screen there, where you've got a £7 saving, that will go up to its full price and mean that you're paying £16.99. So always advantageous to get involved. Now, of course, you can shop online. You can jump ahead. Got lots of bargains. It's going to take me a while to go through everything. So if you can shop online, it's a good way of having a little look and make sure you get hold of those bargains, because we're not guaranteeing that you're going to be able to get these, because if they sell out early, then sadly that deal has to come to a close, which is why it's a good idea to get in nice and early. And when we are talking about jelly bean crafts, then we are talking about quality products and the perfect opportunity to stock up your crafty pantry, so to speak. So let me show you the first item, and this is a brilliant one. I mean, hammered card, a lovely finish. What hammered card has got is that kind of texture to it. You can just about see it on there, but when you actually see it, you'll see that you've kind of got that finish there. And this is a lovely classic style. I mean, we've seen this for many years, and it's always a favourite of mine, I must admit. And it's not often we get hold of a whole wad of cardstock in the same colour. Well, we've got this beautiful soft pink, absolutely gorgeous. Now, hammered cards, you've got that hammered finish on one side, but if I flip it over, you'll see that you've got a smoother finish on the underside. You've almost got a mottled effect, and that's kind of through the process of getting that hammered finish on the opposite side. But it is a smoother side, so if you do want to stamp on on this, you can do. Now, all of these card pieces are A4 in size. They're also 260 GSM, which means that makes them absolutely perfect for creating your card bases. You can multi-fold these ones as well, because it's not too cumbersome to do your multi-folds. Perfect for die cutting. And what an absolute bargain at £9.99. Quite often when we see baby pink card, we think, yeah, little baby girls, but it's not always the case. It's a nice colour for springtime, and also it's good to have a base as well. Sometimes if you're wanting to add colour and you want kind of like a pink undertone, if you're using a white card and lots of pink ink on there to get it going, then obviously you're utilising more of your craft products. So it's a nice one to kind of get you started with that pinky hue as a base to anything that you're working with. Brilliant for box making as well, because of that 260 GSM, and an absolute bargain, and you are loving it. So if you'd like these, then the details are on your screen there, 689442. One thing I will mention, if you're wanting to stock up on this and go for multiples, because you can do, it's not limited to one per customer, then please do so. Now I will mention, because obviously it's only right and proper if we've got pink card, we'll bring you something blue, and here you go. This is your blue card. Now I'm not entirely sure whether this is a hammered finish. It's saying textured card, so it's probably got a little bit of a kind of feel to it. Oh, you can see it's almost like a linen look, isn't it, that one there? So slightly different to the one that we've just looked at, but equally as good a deal. 250 GSM with this one, and again 100 sheets. Look at the saving this time, my goodness, £20 saving. So that is definitely one to be had, isn't it? And again, similar to the pink, it gives you that blue base if you are looking at building up your colour. So there you go. That's the kind of feel that you can get for this hour, because we have got some incredible bargains. Sometimes it might be a case of that you've got a big bumper bundle. Sometimes it might be that you've got just a selection of different things in there. But this time, again, we're looking at cardstock. Now, we've got a few different bundles of cardstock. So if you've been stocking up on your blue and pink, check out the others before you do check out your basket, because these have got brilliant discounts as well. Now, grey, a beautiful soft tone to work with. It's a really easy one because it works with everything. Now, straight away, I've got to bring my pink in, because I absolutely love pink and grey together. I just think they work so beautifully well together, whether it's a case of you putting the pink on the top, or maybe you're doing it the other way around. Just want that little bit at the side there where you can do. A brilliant weight as well at 270 GSM. So again, perfect for your bases with regards to this one. Sometimes you don't want, I mean, quite often we'll do mats and layers and we'll use black card. In fact, I'm going to bring the black card in. But sometimes that can be a little bit dramatic. So if I'm bringing in the pink against the black, yeah, it's a lovely look, but sometimes you don't want such a strong difference. By having the pink with the grey, it kind of softens it down somewhat. Talking of which, that grey alongside that black works well as well, doesn't it? This is what I say, jump ahead and have a little look. But we'll talk about the black in a little while. So if you're wanting your grey, 100 sheets, £9.99 with a £9 saving. Definitely one to be had. And this one's got a lovely smooth finish. So perfect for your stamping. Wonderful if you're wanting to use your embossing folders with this one. And an absolute bargain at less than a tenner. 601620 if you like the look of that one and want to get hold of it, then please do so. Incidentally, adding all of these different bundles in, that post and packing can start creeping up, but I'll talk to you about that a little bit later on. If you're a Freedom member though, you know that you don't need to worry about that. So the next bundle, we've got white cardstock. Got a couple of different bundles of your white cardstock with different GSMs. So this particular one, we're looking at 250 GSM. So similar to the others that we've been speaking about, a really good weight, a really good base to start with. But can I show you the texture that you've got on this one? Because this one has got little lines on there. And it's brilliant because they're either horizontal or they're vertical, depending on the way that you work with them. Oh, I didn't expect that to happen, but it did. There you go. So you can see all those little tiny lines. The flip side of this one, if I turn it over, it is a slightly smoother finish, but you have got a very subtle, almost like a texture to it as well. So that's a nice one if you're wanting to use your inks to actually bring it out. But most of you, I think, will be using that fabulous stripe that you can see on there. Beautiful. Very classic look, that one, isn't it? It's like a clean, crisp look to it. Now, 250 GSM and 100 sheets, again, A4. Again, you've got the weight there, so you can be able to use it for your card bases, die cutting. Just a very classic look. And as I say, get your inks involved, really accent and highlight those little lines that you've got. So 117122. If you like that one, again, what a phenomenal deal. Saving £20. My goodness. Have you gone for everything so far? I think you've spent less than £30, haven't you? You've got all that cardstock. Amazing. Let's move on, because this is a weightier cardstock. Now, sometimes we need a weightier cardstock because we're making things like boxes or covers for little journals and albums. That's where your 500 GSM, 550 GSM, should I say, that is a really weighty cardstock. So it's almost virtually a board. Now, quite often when we'll see bundles of cardstock, when you're increasing the kind of the weight of it, so the GSM, you tend to see the quantity drop down, because quite often things are done on weight. So naturally you've got your 60 sheets. We don't often see 60 sheet bundles. Usually it's about 20, something like that. Not often that quantity. But this one, again, it's got that natural white look. So it's not quite as crisp as the white that we saw a few moments ago, but it's still got that gorgeous texture running through it, as you can see there, that ribbed card. But it is incredibly sturdy. So if you're into things like your boxes, then this is going to be brilliant, not only for the base, but also if you're cutting an aperture and putting some acetate inside there, that is going to be a brilliant one. Fabulous as well, as I say, if you're doing things like your journals, if you've invested in any of those little journal dies that we do here at the craft store, this is going to be a brilliant one, and you're going to be able to make so many with these, because you're getting 60 sheets, especially if you're doing the smaller ones and you've just got kind of like an A5 die to do your covers. Oh, I've got a little bit of, somebody's been inking. I wonder who that might have been. But this is where you can kind of accent and show off that fabulous texture that you've got. Isn't it brilliant? It's almost got like a... You can hear it. £9.99. Is that all that we're paying for these? Wow. £15 saving. Now, as I say, you may well put me right at home, but I can't remember seeing 550 GSM cardstock with that ribbed effect featuring within one of our happy hour shows. I don't even know if I've seen it on one of our regular shows, to be fair. So grabbing hold of that one at £9.99. Now, can we talk post and packing just briefly? Because it's something that I don't tend to worry about here at the craft store because I'm a Freedom member. But if you notice this item, £9.99, absolute bargain. How do you feel about paying nearly a £5 on top of that for your post and packing? Doesn't make sense, does it? And it certainly doesn't make it such an attractive deal. So we will tell you about Freedom membership as the hour goes on. But if you are shopping for this now and you're not a Freedom member, please make sure you become a Freedom member, because you're only paying £7.97. So it's only about £3 more, really, isn't it? Well, yeah, £3 more. But it means that everything for the calendar month, you're not paying any additional post and packing for. So in hours like this, it really does make sense. I'll leave the details with you of the cardstock for the time being, though. 988834 if you're wanting that. Now, the jet black cardstock, gave you a sneaky peek of this one earlier on. Classic, isn't it? Absolute classic look. This one is a slightly lighter weight, which is brilliant for your mats and layers, because quite often this will sit behind your main foreground, so you don't always want to add a lot of bulk to it. And it's one that just looks so good against other cardstocks as well. So obviously you've got your solid black. Now, it's 190 GSM, so it's kind of, some people would say bordering on a paper with this one, but I think 190 is kind of the cut-off point when you're talking about cardstock. So incredibly fluid with regards to using it for things for embossing and tearing and doing different techniques. Punches, sometimes punches you might struggle with your weightier cardstock. Dies, not usually as much so, but it's a nice one if you don't want to add too much bulk. And it's a classic one, especially if you're wanting that kind of contemporary look. Now I'm going to be dropping this in front of the camera, which is going to play havoc with our cameras because we're going from light to dark straight away. But look at that. What a classic look. Let me just drop that down at the back there. Doesn't that look beautiful against each other like so? Classic, but not an expensive price. That is the beauty of when you're shopping during a happy hour. You're getting such brilliant bargains, absolutely. And you're getting them for just £9.99 with regard to this one. So this one here, I'm going to move that around because of it being a slightly lighter weight, then it can be a little bit flimsier. So pop that one down portrait there because it's a little bit more substantial that way. But what a bargain. Again, £9.99, one of those items that we always need to have in our crafty stash. So 522258. Something else that we always need in our crafty stash as well, because again, this just adds that little bit of something special, and that's your mirror card. Now, this is a brilliant bundle. This one, again, we're looking at a weightier cardstock, 250 GSM, 100 sheets there, sorry, 320 GSM, 100 sheets. My goodness, wow, that is a bargain. Look at the price there, absolutely phenomenal. So yes, if you're wanting to, oh, very high pitch then, I do apologise. I've got dogs howling all over the country. 648143 if you're wanting that, do not miss out on it. A brilliant price with a £15 saving. To be honest, £26.99 is a good price on that one. Oh, bit of an update. Bit of an update with you in regard to our cardstock. You know that pink? In fact, I'm going to grab the pink because I'm going to show you what you can do with that pink cardstock in a few moments. This particular one, what was the update on that one, sorry? 40% of the stock. My goodness, you're early birds this morning, aren't you? It's just after 7:10 in the morning and you're definitely in the mood for a bargain. Oh, I love that. So yes, be quick, do not miss out on that one. Now the slate grey, another one of my favourites. No way, our first sell out of the hour. My goodness. Oh, well done if you got hold of that. This is what I was saying at the top of the show, right early. You have to get in. Sometimes we don't have huge quantities of these items, so you need to get in quick. Now, I brought my pin cardstock with me because I'm going to show you one of the things that I do with the A4 grip seal, not grip seal, self-seal bags that we've got here. And these are brilliant. They're like a cellophane. So naturally, if you're a card maker making and selling your cards, absolutely brilliant. You use these all the time, I am sure. Also for storage as well, so if you want to keep your cardstock pristine, they're a little over A4, which means you've got plenty of room in there, so you can put quite a reasonable amount of cardstock in there. Not talking a huge ream, because obviously you'd need more of a gusset, wouldn't you, really, to be able to accommodate for that. But one of the things that I regularly do with these, when I'm making cards, whether it's cards to sell or whether it's just cards that you're storing, excuse the crudeness of me folding that in half with my fingers there, but your cards, quite often you'll be making A5 cards like so. Now, if you, like me, would buy A5 bags to pop them in, it's brilliant. Shows off the front of the card, shows off the back of the card beautifully. But if you're a person who likes a verse and likes to see the inside of the card, it can be tricky to actually know what's inside that without unpackaging everything, which of course if you're making your cards to sell, you don't want people to be opening them up. So that's why A4 bags are so good, because you can pop your card, your made card, open it up, pop it inside like so, seal it up, just like you see in the shops, seal it up, and then that means that when people come to your store, they can see the front of the card, they can see the inside of the card, they can see the back of the card, and you're not getting any mucky fingers on there. And you've got additional space there for your envelope to sit behind there as well. So that's why I love it when we get these on a happy hour, because it gives you the perfect opportunity to stock up, not just for storage, but for creating a way of displaying your cards when you come to sell them. £19.99 is going to get you 200 of those. Brilliant value for money. I regularly buy these for putting products in when I'm bringing them to the craft store and when I'm sending them out to people, and that is a really good price. So take advantage, and again, if you want to stock up, you can do. 968353 if you'd like to take advantage of those. Now, gems and pearls. We put these on our projects all the time, don't we? This is a lovely bundle, and I love this because we've got some really dinky little ones here. So if you're into things like your nail art as well, then you've got loads in here that you're going to be able to play around with. So you've got a selection of, well, all sorts, to be fair. It's assorted colours and sizes. So your pack may vary a little from what we've got here, but we're going to keep it as true to this as we possibly can. 30 packs in total, and look how many of those beautiful gems you're getting within just one simple pack of these. You are getting loads. Now you're getting, going to get some pearlescent ones. You can see those beautiful green pearl ones. They are fabulous. What else have we got in here? Look at these little baby pink ones. See, those ones have got a pearl finish to them. You've got some that have almost got like a bluey grey hue to them. Absolutely gorgeous. Some of them are so incredibly dinky. So things like this, I mean, you can actually use those for nail art, can't you? When you go off to the salon, which I desperately need to do, you can pay a fortune to have these little gems popped in place, and all you need to do is run a top coat over the top, keeps them in place, and you've got all sorts in here. There's 100 gems in each one of these packs, so you've got a lot in there. Loads. Some of them are kind of clear crystal look, some of them have got a pearlescent finish to them, some of them are slightly larger as well, so if you're wanting to use them on your card making, you might want to use these ones, and they've got a little bit of an AB content there. I don't know whether you can see that within the packaging, but you kind of got like a rainbow effect with them, but you are getting loads. Clear ones are always useful as well, because you can change the colour of those when you're using things like your alcohol markers on there, so you've always got the right colour, and it's fabulous because of the difference. Oh, eye up. Somebody has been having a little snaffle of those, haven't they? But when you've got the different sizes, it covers you for all eventualities with those as well, doesn't it? A really nice bundle. And the fact that they come in their individual packets as well, sealed, means that, of course, you're not going to lose any of those in the process. Brilliant idea and a brilliant price. You can see for your 30 packs, you'd normally be paying £45.25. Brilliant value for money at £13.25. So, yes, do take advantage. Because I suppose if you're looking at £1.50 a pack, which isn't unheard of, is it? You'd be looking at £45, wouldn't you, for 30 of those? So yeah, makes sense. So there you go, 688-138. If you're wanting to take advantage of those, please do. Now, if you are just getting started with your card making, then this pack is a brilliant one to go for. I can't get over what you are getting for your $14.99. You are getting loads, and you're getting everything that you need to get started, even down to your cardstock, because you've got your gorgeous pearlescent cardstock featuring in here, and that one is A4. Now in this pack we've got this gorgeous bright green. I don't know whether you'll get the green. It might be that you get a different variation, because we are saying contents will vary. So that's going to kind of give you a variation of colours potentially with these, maybe slightly different ribbons and things like that, but it is a bumper bundle, and for $14.99 you're going to get a value of $56.99 whatever is in there, so you know it's going to be brilliant value. So on this occasion we've got some pearlescent cards, we've also got some mirror card, A5 in your silver and your gold, as you can see there. Got a fabulous holographic one, look at that. Oh, that one's interesting, isn't it? You could get your dies involved with those and cut those out. Oh, it's playing havoc with my eyes. But then you've got, working our way across here, got some fabulous decoupage papers. Now these ones are designed, when we talk about decoupage, sometimes you've got your three-dimensional decoupage, or you've got your application of papers onto a flat surface, kind of the original decoupage where it started. So here we've got some Santoro papers. Just a little nod with regards to these. There's no angel policy with these. These are only for your personal use. So if you're wanting to use those, just check it out with the brand. But yeah, all the information is on there and on their website. This is a nice pack as well. Now this one, you've got like a little ring binder, but you've got stickers in here. So you've got letters. They're all die cut, so you haven't got to do any cutting out. Oh, these are pretty. Look at these little ladies. Oh, aren't they cute? Oh, look, she made a little friend there. Little friend. These are stickers as well, so you can just peel them back. Their adhesive is on the back there as well. You've got all sorts. Oh, I didn't think this through, did I? What have we got here? Oh, this nice little journaling cards. You've got days of the week featuring on these, little tickets and tags and all sorts. What a fabulous little book. Love that idea. Brilliant. So all self-adhesive, so you don't need any glue involved with those, which of course fabulous if you're crafting with the kids, because then you don't have to worry about them getting all sticky. So you've got those in there. What have we got alongside it? Oh, more gems. Oh no, they're not. Are they gems? Oh, they're wiggly eyes. They follow you around the room. All of them. You've got a lot in here, 2 different sizes. They are self-adhesive, so perfect for your little characters that you might be creating. And of course, if you want to get your fabric glue involved, you can put them onto your fabrics as well. Then we've got gems. Look at these. These are fancy ones, aren't they? Now, these are nice. So these ones that we're looking at, these ones are these individuals, or are they a little string? Well, now these ones are individual. The long ones along the edges, they might be ribbons where they're kind of all stuck together, but you can always snip into them anyway. So those are nice, different sizes, pearlescent, the clear gems there. Now these ones are pretty. Oh, look at that. That is really sweet. Now let me just grab a piece of cardstock to pop behind that, because you can't always see from these, but can you see you've got that fabulous, almost like a floral tree. It's like a big flower, isn't it, there in the middle? Again, you could use it in that design if you wanted to, or you could just pick them out and use the different gems individually. You've got little tiny flowers featuring in there as well. Really cute, like that one. What else have we got? Where should we go? Let's go upwards and have a look at what we've got at the top here, because here we have got some gorgeous 3-dimensional embellishments. Now these are brilliant. Absolutely amazing. You can see the paper folded already. They've got lovely little buttons sitting in the middle there. Use them as inspiration. You've got 8 of those in there. They're self-adhesive as well, so ready to go onto your project straight away. So that's nice. You might get some of those in your bundle. Now, if you get these in your bundle, oh my goodness, you're onto a winner. All these different eyelets. Different sizes, different colours in there as well. Perfect to work with your tags. You've got all your sizes across the bottom there as well, so a really good selection. Coming from Fiskars as well. Fiskars is a major brand within the craft industry and been in for many, many years. So you've got those in there as well. Now that'd be a little bit of a scoop if you get those. I like these. Oh, fabric brads. See, if you're into your journals and your scrapbooks, these are beautiful. Again, they might not be exactly the same as these. You may get variations of them. These ones are your epoxy brads, so they've kind of got that clear domed finish to them with little flowers and things in there, so they're quite cute. Still going, my goodness. We've got some raffia, natural kind of ribbon raffia featuring in there, some cord as well, perfect for your little tags. Talking of cord, you've got baker's twine in here as well. My goodness, this is a bumper pack, isn't it? A jumper bundle. Oh, these are good. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead there. Having a selfish moment. I'm just getting in there and checking these out. You guys are certainly in the right place to get hold of a bargain this morning, aren't you? You've got loads in there. How many have we got in there? 35. 35 little paper clips, they're useful to have. Got a selection of washi tapes and ribbons featuring in here as well. Do like our washi tapes, don't we? So this one's got about 4 different reels of your washi tape, but again, yours may vary. Thinner ribbon, a little bit of grosgrain ribbon in there, the cutest little reels. Look at those, how sweet are they? Oh, no, I shouldn't have touched those, should I? They're going to be going all over the place. Then you've got some gorgeous satin ribbon that's got a gorgeous kind of golden edge to it. A lot of that. Not quite sure whether that was intentional or whether it just fell off the reel. Not sure, but I had nothing to do with it. Working our way across, we've got more gems. So again, little AB ones, clear ones. We've got some fabulous pearlescent ones in there as well. And then you've got some larger crystal stickers. My goodness, I can't believe how much you're getting in here. 2 different variations. So you've kind of got your clear and you've got your AB with these ones as well. Absolutely amazing. As I say, contents may vary, but value for money wise, I'm sure you'll agree there is a lot of content there. So normally a bundle like this would be around £56.99. So you are getting at least £56.99 worth of product, but you are only paying £14.99. That is what you call a bargain, and that's how Jelly Bean Crafts do it. So if you want yours, 709-876. Again, if you want to go for multiples that you can, but this has been a very popular item during the hour, so make sure you take advantage. Now, something else that's always popular during our happy hours are ribbons, and this is a brilliant bundle. Now, you've got assortments of different ribbons. Now, with these, you've got full spools, a variety of different widths, different styles. I can see some little satin ribbons there. You might be getting some grosgrain ribbons in there, some polka dots. It's a variation, and that's nice because sometimes you'll get things in there that you might not necessarily be drawn to, but find that it's your new favourite. So 912879 if you want in a £23 saving, but only for the next kind of half an hour or so. Can you believe we're already about halfway through the show? And I've actually got to the last item that we're sharing with you. Now, if you have just joined us, I know many of you do join us around 7:30, then welcome. We're talking about happy hour during this hour, but we have had sellouts already. So I would suggest you have a little look and make sure that you get those goodies in your basket and checked out, especially if you're stocking up. And stocking up on your adhesive during the happy hour is the perfect time to do it. £11.99, you're going to get 3 of these wonderful bottles here. You've got 125ml in them. They've got a good kind of squidgy bottle. And you've got your fine detail nozzle obviously on the top here, so you can literally just get it wherever you need it to go. When it comes to you, it looks like it's sealed, so you just need a little pair of scissors. So if you're squeezing it and no glue's coming out, you just need to chop the top part off. And of course you've got the cover there that's going to keep it airtight, which means next time you come to it that you should be able to find that it'll just flow beautifully. £11.99 for 3 of those. That is brilliant value. £9 saving. Again, it's an opportunity to stock up on a goodie. And if you're wanting this one, 197471 is the item number. Now, of course, we've been talking about all these bargains, and I've been sharing with you how I do not like paying post and packing. Now, I know I'm not the only one, because I am not the only Freedom member here at the craft store. We've got thousands of them, and you could join us too. Check this out.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you'll benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Makes sense, it really does. It means that the price on your screen is the price that you pay. And of course, when we have so many fabulous shows with discounted prices, that's what you need to know. You don't want to know the price and then add on your post and packing, so do think about that. Something else you might like to think about is happy hours are not the only opportunity for you to bag a bargain. We bring you all sorts of different discount style shows here at the craft store, but what we also bring to you on a Sunday morning, bright and early, 8 AM, we launch our 7-day savers. Now these are deals that will run for the whole week. So they're launched at 8 AM. You'll see that there's a countdown clock online. So it's giving you a heads up on when these are going to run out of time, basically. But again, like our happy hour products in this hour, they can sell out before we get to next Sunday. Also, these are products that sometimes we've had on air before, so there will be reviews. You can check those reviews out. And you can see there's some absolute bargains galore. But you've only got 5 days left. My goodness, those Sundays come round quickly. Also, there's a variety of crafts as well, so it's not just your paper crafting. You see we've got some lovely tassels there, we've got some fabulous yarn, some gorgeous threads as well. So if you are into your soft crafts, and sometimes that image, click on the image and you'll see that you've got different variations sometimes. Not always, but sometimes you might have choices with regard to this one. This one's a nice tutti frutti colour though, so all the colours are in there already, so you don't have to choose. The threads are a bargain as well, because you're going to get all of those, as you can see, in your storage boxes, and there's absolutely loads in there, and you've got a mixture of your cotton and your polyester as well, so if that's important to you, then you're covered for all bases. So make sure you subscribe to our newsletter, and then you'll be amongst the first people to get hold of that information, which means that you can bag those bargains straight away. So as I say, a little over 5 days to take advantage of those. Sadly, you don't have as long to take advantage of the discounts that we've got during this show, because at 8 o'clock all of the prices are going to go up. So if you have just joined us, do make sure that you take advantage. Thinking of which, what sort of time have we got left on the clock? I don't know, to be honest. Oh, there you go. You can see time is running away. We've only got 31 minutes left. Sadly, we don't have that luxury during the show, because obviously we'll have our break at the end. But anything in your basket needs to be checked out before we start our next show at 8 o'clock. Now, we had a sellout earlier on the grey cardstock, that's gone. The pink is now looking incredibly vulnerable as well. Rapidly approaching 60% of the stock. Now, we had really good stock levels of this one when we got started, but I'm not surprised, because it is one of those ones that's got a fabulous finish to it. You can see that gorgeous hammered finish there. And it's a classic finish with this one. Quite often you used to get hammered cardstock and your linen cardstock. Quite often we only had kind of white and cream. That was it, your choices. But we've got some beautiful pink here, a lovely pale pink. Again, think about situations not necessarily just as your card bases, but what about if you're making your flowers? If you're cutting out your petals and you're tending to use your white cardstock and then you're inking them, well, you're using a product that you don't necessarily need. You're adding a lot of ink to turn it into pink cardstock. So why not get started with pink cardstock that's got a little bit of texture to it straight away, and then you can just use a little bit of that pink to enhance the edge of those petals. Brilliant weight, this one, 260 GSM, incredibly versatile, brilliant for your card bases, wonderful for things like your aperture style cards where you're cutting an area away. Sentiments as well, absolutely brilliant, and a bargain. £9.99, 689 442. I don't know what's the matter with me with numbers this morning. Let's see if we can do any better with the blue cardstock. So we've got some blue textured cardstock for you as well. Now this one's got more of a linen finish to it, so I haven't got this one in the studio to share with you, but similar sort of weight, 250 GSM, 100 sheets, and again, phenomenal value, saving £20 on this one. So yes, if you like the look of your textured card, then do get that one into your basket. Sky blue, beautiful colour, and as I said, again, a perfect one to give you that base for those petals, especially if you're creating your cards. And I always think of that, because petals, you need a lot of them, don't you, when you're making your flowers? So just a bit of a time saver, which is brilliant if you're making your cards to sell, because you don't want to be taking too much time, or fundraising as well. So yeah, 08659 if you're wanting those. But if you want your base card, your white card that we've been touching on, then this is a brilliant way for you to get hold of it. It's a gorgeous stripe that we've got with this one. Now, I can't remember, was it vertical or horizontal? It was better. It was horizontal, wasn't it? So this one has got that lovely texture to it. Now, this one, the stripes obviously are going from the two short ends together. So it's kind of, at the moment, I'm holding it landscape with regards to this one. But I never thought, until I actually picked it up, it gives you cardstock a certain amount of fluidity. So if you're making things, I know, I'm going to say the word Christmas crackers. Ooh, I know, but it's only because of the flow of it, because you've got that groove in there, it makes it a little bit easier. So if you are thinking, and I know lots of you do craft for Christmas all year round, I'm not personally, I just start the middle of December, which is a little bit late to be fair, but there you go. So if you're wanting to stock up on this one, but not just for things like your Christmas crackers, perfect for your card bases, because it's 250 GSM, and again, those grooves, those lines in there really do give it a classic look. It is an absolutely gorgeous cardstock and a brilliant price at £9.99. So yes, naturally get hold of that one. Stock up your crafty pantry. This is the kind of show to do that to perfection. So 117122 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now your natural white cardstock is the next one I'm showing with you. Now this one is a slightly weightier card because it's 550 GSM, so it's kind of what we call a construction card with this one. You've got 60 sheets, but you're only paying £9.99, and that is brilliant because if you think your regular cardstock 250 GSM, you're getting 100 sheets for a tenner, you would imagine that you'd be doubling the price really with regards to, you'd only get 50 sheets if that makes sense for a tenner, but not on this occasion. You are getting 60. It's 550 GSM. As I say, it's kind of more of a board than anything. Can you hear that? Makes a difference, doesn't it? And you can see they're incredibly sturdy. Oh, I like that. So with this one, again, you've got that subtle rib to it as well. It's got a lovely natural white finish to it, so it's almost like a creamy white, so a classic look again, but perfect if you're wanting to do things like your boxes, because you could cut out an aperture for your box lid, put some acetate behind there for displaying your cards perfectly. Gift boxes, beautiful. It's a nice one because you can kind of accent that texture that you've got there, really bring it to the forefront, as you can see, with a little bit of ink on there. But it's a perfect opportunity for you to stock up. Quite often, if you've got a weightier cardstock, sometimes we'll only see kind of 20 sheets within a bundle. So to get 60 on that one, £9.99, I mean, that is amazing value, isn't it? Bulk up on that one, as I say, don't often see it. So 988834. It's brought to you by Jelly Bean Craft, so we know it's quality, and we've got a lot of people, a lot of guests here who stock up. They watch from home, they stock up, and they will use Jelly Bean Crafts products through their shows when they're actually doing their demonstrating. So if they're using it, you know it's quality. Now, next one that we've got for you is your black cardstock. Now this one, it's a lighter weight, so it's 190 GSM, and this is kind of nice because it's on the border, it's on the cusp, so to speak, of your paper and your card. So it has got a flexibility to it. You can see that it's not as weighty as some of the other cards that we've been working with, but this is lovely if you're wanting to die cut things like your sentiments and you've got those very fine script dies. Sometimes when you've got a weightier cardstock, sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to get the right kind of true effect. So you might want to actually cut your sentiment out of this one and maybe use your weightier cardstock, maybe your white, to use it for your shadow. Perfect as well for things like your punches, if you're needing to cut with your scissors or a craft knife. It's a little easier because of that 190 GSM, but again, you can score and fold it if you're wanting to. If you're using it as a card base, just don't add too many layers on top, too much with regards to embellishments, but it's a classic look, and of course it works so well, doesn't it, with the white? I mean, look at those two together. Gorgeous. Love it. So if you're wanting to take advantage of those, please do so. 522258 if you're wanting to get hold of it. Now, cardstock, one more thing to share with you, mirror cardstock. It's classic. We all love using it, and this is another weighty one. 320 GSM as well. Perfect for your boxes again, isn't it? You could be using this on the top of your boxes, and that 550 GSM cardstock for your base, as we were talking about earlier on. Perfect for that situation. So 648146 if you're wanting to take advantage of that. But stock up. That £15 saving will disappear, and please don't pay £4.95 post and packing. It's a weighty cardstock, so of course it's got a substantial post and packing. But if you're a Freedom member, £11.99 is it delivered to your door. And that's nice. That's the way I like to shop when I'm shopping. That price, that's the price I want to pay. I don't want to pay anything extra. That's the price I want. 648143. Now, cellophane bags. I've been busy with regards to these. A4, and you've got 200 of these. Perfect for you to store your cardstock in straight away. I mean, if you wanted to keep things pristine, you don't want the edges to get dog-eared or anything like that, then you can pop them in there. They're slightly oversized of A4 because they are designed to put envelopes in as well. So again, if you're wanting to store your large envelopes, you can. But it gives you the perfect opportunity to look after your cardstock. We spend a lot of money on our cardstock, don't we? So keeping it pristine, keeping it almost like in a little filing system you could do when they're in the little bags, couldn't you? And you can kind of just go through your boxes and it's not getting dog-eared. So that's the first scenario I would be using it in. Another scenario, when you're making your cards to sell. As I mentioned, scored and folded cards, if they're going into an A5 bag, your customers can only see the front and back of your card, which I'm sure will be lovely, but quite often they like to see what's on the inside, even if they're just being a bit nosy. So what you can do with these is put your cardstock in, your scored cardstock, so your finished card, so that would be your finished card, open it up, pop it into your bag, your cellophane bag, seal it up, and that means that when people come and shop on your craft store, then they can actually see the inside of the card as well as the outside as well. £9.99, plenty of room for your envelopes as well with regards to those as well. So 968353 if you're wanting to take advantage. Now, in hours like this, it's understandable for you to be adding all sorts of goodies into your basket. Now, we run a thing which is called Flexi-pay, and what this means is you can spread the cost of your order, especially if you get an order to £60 or more. So you might be adding other things in from other shows, or to be honest, when you take advantage of these savings, your basket I'm sure will be close to £60 already. So this is how you can spread the cost.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on Flexi-pay in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your Flexi-pay payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-pay payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
It certainly does. Beauty of it is as well, your products don't all have to come from the same show. So it might be that you've got your basket to say £40, but you know there's other things that you need from other suppliers that aren't necessarily featuring during this hour. Well, you can add those into your basket as well. It isn't just dedicated for the hour that you're shopping in, so it's worth knowing. Now, this bundle is a bumper bundle, so I'm sure this has found its way into your basket. What we've got here are 30 packs of your fabulous gems. Now, if you were paying around £1.50 a pack, which is a fair price for these, you'd be looking at around £45. Indeed, our usual price of this is £45.25, but you're not paying that for the rest of this hour. You've only got about 20 minutes or so. I'm going to bundle these up actually, and we'll have a little look through some of these, because your contents may vary slightly from what we're sharing with you, but this will give you a good idea of the different sizes and the different styles of gems you're getting. Now, within each of these packs, you are going to get 100 self-adhesive gems. You've got some gorgeous, almost like gemstone styles. This one's almost like a garnet, a really deep red in there, different sizes, so you might have the same colours in a variety of different sizes. Some of them are little pearlescent domes as well, so they're always useful for things like your cards, your flowers, just adding those little accents. But some of those little tiny ones, you might find yourself using them on nail art, because they are certainly suitable for that. So don't be surprised if you find people snaffling some of these and using them in that scenario. Some of them are clear, gorgeous, almost like an ice blue there. If you've gone for that baby blue cardstock, that'd be a nice one to add into your basket as well. And as you can see, lots and lots of different gorgeous rich tones in there, bright colours, paler colours as well. And you'll also find that with some of these you will have hopefully some clear ones. Now, as I said, contents may vary with these, but if you've got any of those lighter pearls or those lighter kind of crystals, then get your alcohol inks out, because you can change the colour of those. I've got a feeling that's what somebody's been up to with that pack, because that's certainly not 100 pieces in there. Some of them will have a little little AB coating on them as well to give them even more personality. But the beauty is you are getting 30 assorted packs. So you know that you're going to get a lot of variety in there for all sorts of different occasions. Absolutely loads of them. I love it. And they are all self-adhesive. So card making, we've seen little examples on the packaging there going on things like your nails, on your mobile phones. There's all sorts. And of course, it's perfect to give to the kids to craft with as well, because you'll find you'll have gems on everything. Everything will be sparkly. 688-138. If you're wanting to get hold of those ones, then you're just looking at £13.25. Again, it's another one that's well worth thinking about stocking up on, really, isn't it? Because when it works out, well, £13, can you just, I'm sorry, we're doing maths now. I'm just intrigued. Talking about £1.50 per pack, what are we looking at for 30 packs for £13.25? 44 pence. And you've got 100 in each one of those packs. Need I say more? I don't think so. 688-138. If I had a mic, I'd drop it and walk on. So what have we got next for you? We've got a bumper bundle, and this one has been a popular one. You've been liking this one. You've got all sorts in this particular bundle. Now, contents will vary with regards to this one, so you might not get exactly what I'm going to be sharing with you when we go through it, but you will get a good selection. So your cardstock might not be exactly the same, your ribbons might not be exactly the same colours, but you will get at least £56.99 worth of product in here. Some of them will be branded products as well. So we've got the likes of, I saw some Trimcraft, I think it's elements earlier on. We're talking about Fiskars as well. So some real top-notch quality with regards to these. Starting off with this particular bundle, though, we've got your cream card, not your cream, your pearlescent card cream. I don't know where we've got cream from, but it's pearlescent and it's white on the other side as well. You may get this gorgeous bright green. You might get a different colour tone. It's your bundle. It's a bit of a surprise, which I love. As we work our way down, on this occasion we've got some silver cardstock, like mirror silver, and also your mirror gold with this one as well. You've got the most incredible, fabulous, I love this, with those kind of domes and discs. It's completely flat, but it's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, you could punch it. It almost looks like bubbles. Bubbles, darling. But you could use that maybe on the face of a box, or maybe punch out some of those and use them as gems. You could even use your alcohol inks on that, colour them in, so you could have different colours with those. Oh, loads of fun to be had. You get quite a few sheets in there. As we work our way across, we've got some decoupage papers for you as well. So these are always useful as well. And we've got, actually, there's a few packs. Now, we're going to have a look at those. I'm just going to move my honey and lemon out the way. It's a good sneaky place to hide it. So these, Santoro, a brilliant brand, beautiful designs, perfect for when you're doing a little bit of decoupage. And with these ones, you're actually getting 3 sheets in each one of these packs. So on this occasion, we've got 4 packs with these, featuring obviously some of their lovely characters, their gorgeous colour palette that they use. So wonderful if you're looking at decorating furniture in your own home and things like that. So you've got 12 sheets there, and they're good sized sheets. I mean, these are 26 centimetres by 37.5 centimetres, so good sized pieces. So you could certainly use these if you're wanting to decorate things like drawer fronts and things like that. So yeah, £14.99. To be fair, if I was to say £14.99 for that, I'd be happy with that. But the fact that you're getting everything else as well, even more so. So let's pop those down there. Beautiful, those, really nice, and they've got a lovely finish to them as well, so nice and easy to work with. Then you've got your sticker sheet. Now let me have another little thumb through this sticker sheet. Those teeth are playing me up again today. So these, and they're brilliant because they come on a little kind of binder there as well. So you can just flip through them, especially if you go from the front to the back rather than the back to the front. Now, oh, that's nice. You've got little, I suppose you could use that maybe for actually positioning them on things like your planners and your journals. These, oh, here you go. She's been here again, hasn't she? Got a little gap there. So these are self-adhesive stickers. I say she, it could be Yanis. Yeah, he's partial to a self-adhesive sticker. These, love it. Oh, we've got little kind of ballet dancers on here. This is cute. So they're all self-adhesive, they're all die-cut already. You've got little tags, things like mini postcards. They're uncoated, so you can actually stamp on top of these as well, which is nice. Or that one might be a nice one for doing like a little bullet journal or something like that if you wanted to make a list. You've got your die-cut letters as well with these, so they're self-adhesive, so perfect for personalisation. Some lovely little stickers here with little characters on. They remind me of, you know, the old adverts you used to see for like soaps and things like that, and hot chocolates and stuff. Well, I know. Well, I didn't actually see them in person. I wasn't there at the time as the paint was drying on them. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Now these, again, more of those little postcards, a couple of little ballet dancers here as well. Again, remember this. So again, that's another one maybe nice for scrapbooking as well. So you're going to get all of those, all ring bound, brilliant quality those. Now, they might not be exactly the same as this one. Oh no, oh no. We've got a crinkly banner. There we go. Oh, that sounds like a condition, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. Bit of cream, that'll sort it out. So you're going to get stickers hopefully within your bundle as well. Then you've got your, what have we got here? Oh, we've got wiggly eyes. Oh, we've got the wiggly eyes. The eyes, the eyes. Oh, very political. The eyes have it, apparently. They're the yes ones, aren't they, when they say I? Why can they not just say yes? Yes or no? Keeps it simple. I don't know what they say for no. It's I for yes, and then it's probably something like, ugh. They do a lot of that, don't they, in Poland? Lots of, ugh. But there you go. They might just simply say no. I don't know. Perhaps they just stay quiet. Or that'd be like a tumbleweed, wouldn't it, if they're voting? It's like everybody saying no. It's just be, oh, right, okay. That'll be a no then, because nobody said a thing. Awkward. So what else have we got? Oh, we've got some gorgeous embellishments as well. Now these are pretty. Oh my goodness, over 70% of the stock has gone. I got distracted with my eyes and my ears. So £14.99 with this one. I'll have to do a bit of research though with regards to that one. That's bugging me. So yeah, you've got your three-dimensional, almost like accordion flowers with these. Oh no, that's the Fiskus one. Sorry, pay attention, Hayden. So there you can see lots of dimension. Lovely little buttons sitting in the centre of these. Might give you an idea of how you can create some of your own as well, because obviously you can deconstruct these and get some inspiration. Fiskus are bringing us this wonderful bundle of violets, so hopefully you're going to get some of these. 3 different sizes. Oh, it's nay. I and nay. Yay. No, not that kind of nay. No. I and nay. Oh, we are funny. Oh, we're a funny country for traditions, though. But there you go. Anyway, let's work our way down the front down here. So these are lovely. I'm going to bring, oh my goodness, 80% of the stock has gone. Let me just bring my white card in, because with this one, you've actually got your little gems constructed in a design. So you've got a gorgeous flower there. You can use it just as it is if you want to, which is beautiful. Again, nice one to go on a journal page. Or you might chop into it and use them as little individuals, but they are self-adhesive. So, of course, you don't need to get your glue involved with those. Another set that you've got to the side of them, these are lovely. You've got some larger gems with these ones. And some of them are kind of multifaceted. You've got some pearlescent ones in there. Of course, those pale pearl ones, you can change the colour of those if you're wanting to. And then down the side, you kind of got some little border strips with these. Oh my goodness, you've got limited in stock with them. Wow. See, I haven't told you all about this. It's the eyes and the nays. Yes, the eyes are the ones that have said yes to it, aren't they? Yeah. So the eyes have it. Oh, there you go. Oh, how political are we this morning? Love it. I haven't even had a chance to tell you about everything else. So what else have we got in here? Oh, raffia ribbon. This is a nice one, isn't it? Lovely for... Oh, I didn't know. Hang on. I didn't show you those, did I? Jumped ahead. Now, these are your brads. Now, you've got 2 different styles of brads in this particular set. You've got your epoxy brads there, as you can see. So these are kind of like bezel set. And it's lovely because that kind of, it's like a resin that you've got sitting on the top. It kind of magnifies the contents that are in there. These ones are lovely because they're fabric. Aren't they pretty? Now, obviously yours may vary. Are we saying aye to this one? Maddie, are we saying aye? Aye, aye. Oh, I went all countrified then, didn't I? So next we've got your raffia. Now this is brilliant because you're actually getting a variety within here. So you're getting your 2 different tones, as you can see. Again, yours may vary. I'm referring to this particular bundle. We're going to keep your bundle as close to this one as we possibly can, but you may vary with regards to colours. But that's a nice one to actually go with those decoupage papers that we looked at earlier. Then you've got things like your baker's twine. These are so useful, aren't they, for all sorts of little tying off different elements, making little bows, putting them on tags and things like that. So you're going to get your 3 reels in here. Reminds me of Neapolitan ice cream, that one, because you've got your strawberry, you've got your chocolate in there, you've got your vanilla. Is it too early for ice cream? No. Oh, Maddie's like, no, nay, nay. Is it nay? Nay. You get the Neapolitan out. So here you go. You've got your little pegs. These are cute as well. How many are we getting in there again? I forgot I said earlier on, didn't I? 35 of them. Oh, you were close. I've got 30 shaded in my ear. There probably is, to be fair, 30 in there, because Leonie's probably been at them as well. Now, what else have we got? All the ribbons. Now, we didn't have a proper look at these earlier on, so let's have a little closer look, because you're going to get washi tape. I mean, washi tape, we love our washi tape, don't we? Now, in this particular bundle, we've actually got 3 rolls. Oh, gosh, they're all running away. Oh, no, there's 4 there. Yeah, there is 4 there, sorry. I missed the blue one at the end there. So you've actually got 4 little washi tapes in here. That's an interesting one. What have we got here? Oh, it's like a lacy, oh, they're like little flowers. I'm not going to unravel it. But you can, there you go. Sorry, I'm moving it around and then moving it back again. So it's kind of die cut, so little daisies. That's cute, isn't it? Got a couple of yards on there, so that's good value. Then you've got your larger spools, your larger reels as well. We've got satin ribbon, we've got organza ribbon in this particular bundle. As I say, yours may vary, but to be honest, I mean, this bundle's been put together really nicely because of the decoupage papers. We've got the raffia, the baker's twine, and we've got some really complementary colours that go with regards to this one. So I love it. Oh, Charlotte's got some news for us. What's the news, Charlotte? Oh, it's sold out. I didn't get to tell you about everything else. I'm a little bit upset. 709-876. I'm glad you got hold of that one. Absolutely beautiful. And apparently the next item that I would have normally be going to, which has been our PVA glue, that's gone as well. I'm glad you're bagging a bargain. Now, these items that we've got, these are regular items that we have here at the craft store. So anything that you've missed out on, by all means, keep a note of the item numbers. Now, I can't guarantee that you'll get the same price that we've been talking about during this hour, because, of course, the prices are going to go up. But if there's something that you've seen and you think that's brilliant value for money, even without the discount, then, of course, you can shop for them at a later stage. But on the website, you'll find everything that we have been chatting about. Some brilliant reviews. I mean, you can understand why the show's been so busy, can't you? I mean, you've got 5-star reviews there. We've had 3 sellouts during this hour. Lots of you have been stocking up on your card stock. Bumper bundles as well. I mean, 100 sheets for less than a tenner. What's not to love about that? And of course, some of those we do still have available for you. That bumper bundle there where we've got those fabulous gems, all sorts of different colours. It worked out at less than 50p a pack. And normally you'd be paying, it was 44p, wasn't it? Well, I kind of rounded it up because I knew it was 40 something, but I couldn't remember the exact number. But it's still early. So yeah, normally you'd be paying about £1.50 a pack for those, so brilliant value. Ribbons as well. Hours like this are the perfect opportunity for you to stock up on things like your ribbons. So yeah, do take advantage. And don't forget, when you are shopping online, check out those 7-day savers as well, because if you've not seen them already, some real cracking little bargains there. We're busy still for lots of those items. So good news is, if you have just joined us, you've not missed out completely. We have had sellouts, so sadly some of those items have gone, but you still have up until 8 o'clock to take advantage of these savings. Now, we only have like kind of about 4 minutes or so. We've got our 3-minute break that will be coming up in a moment. So make sure anything that you're popping into your basket is checked out before 8 AM when we come in with your 1-day special. But if it's the pink cardstock you've got your heart set on, then you need to be quick, because it is rapidly approaching. What was the update, sorry? 80%, yes. So there you go. I mean, $16.99. This is what I'm saying. It's a good price, $16.99 for 60 sheets, especially with it being 260 GSM, and especially because it's got that gorgeous hammered texture as well. But the thing is, I would rather be paying $9.99. And then obviously keep an eye on what you've got in your crafty stash. When you start getting lower on some of those items, then do make sure that you're popping them into your basket. As I mentioned with this cardstock, I mean, this is brilliant. Sometimes we think of A4 cardstock and we just think of card bases and things like that. But think about your scenario, the way that you craft. Do you make a lot of flowers? Well, if you do, I would hazard a guess that if you're using white card, you're going to get your pink inks involved with it to change the colour to give you pink petals. Save yourself the time and trouble, invest in your pink card to get started. started, you're saving yourself time, aren't you? Talking about time, what have we got coming up today? We've got obviously a busy day ahead of us. We're rapidly approaching 8 a.m, so it's a fresh look at our one-day special. It's a brilliant one, Clarity Stamp, and we've got lovely Paul Church joining us this morning with that one, so looking forward to that one. So of course all those goodies there. Don't forget, if you're wanting to spread your cost and you like the look of your one-day special, get that into your basket with your happy hour goodies, and you can spread the cost of everything over a couple of payments. Lovely Jane Aldridge, oh, I love working with Jane. I'm going to be teaming up with her at 9 o'clock for a little bit of a jewellery box. Looking forward to that one. Leonie's in the house with a bit of Jane Davenport. You know that's going to be busy. And I've seen what we've got coming up at 11 o'clock with that Fabric Freedom, a fabulous happy hour. Oh, actually, it's fabulous fabric, not necessarily Fabric Freedom. Clarity are back again at 12 o'clock, and then I'll be teaming up with my buddy Leonie at 1. Then we've got Paola coming in a little bit later on as well. She's going to take the reins with Funky Fossil, as you can see there. We've got some brilliant shows coming up, and of course Yanis will be here launching a brand new one-day special at 6 p.m. So you can see we've got a cracking day ahead of us. You can always access our schedule. You can always go back and review shows, go and watch them on Rewind if you're wanting to. But of course, I will see you a little bit later on. I'm just going to leave you with the knowledge that the pink cardstock has now gone limited in stock. So if this is one you're thinking about getting and it's in your basket, I would certainly take the last 3 minutes of this hour to check out your basket. Make sure you stay tuned though, because we've got a fabulous Richard coming up after the break. I'll see you at 9. Oh, he certainly is, and he's got Paul as well via Skype. So that's your Clarity One Day special coming up after the break. We'll be making some beautiful jewellery at 9, and then we're back with Leonie. What a morning!
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Oh, I love a bit of clarity in the morning. Hello, good morning. It's Richard here on the Craft Store. Good morning, and sad news. Christmas is over. Apparently, officially over. Almost over, because I've just been told the decorations are coming down in the studio today. Sad times, sad times. Paul's with us, though, which is good news. Paul on Skype. Hey, Paul.
Good morning, Richard. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you as well. Are you a little bit sad that Christmas is over, or are you already raring to go and looking forward to the rest of the year?
Oh, raring to go. We've got lots of exciting plans ahead for 2022 here at Clarity. So, yeah, which we'll be sharing with everybody at the Craft Store.
Excellent. Good to hear. Well, you certainly shared some beautiful items with us today because yesterday you launched this, and what some amazing prices here. Loads and loads of things here we have on the counter which have got over half the price knocked off. It's incredible. Great individual items, but once they've been bundled all together, the savings are absolutely huge. We're going to start off, Paul, with the one-day special, which we have already, 40% of the stock has already gone, I'm being told. 40% of the stock has already gone on our nested tags and plaques complete die collection. So each one of these can be bought individually, of course, but the saving is when you put it all together. And what a saving. Have a little look at that. Normally £99.95. The one-day special has £50 off it, only until 6 o'clock today. The price, £49.95. That's 2 flexi payments of £24.98. And these look to me, Paul, like your essentials. This is the kind of thing that you need in your starter kit, right?
Absolutely. So we thought we'd kickstart the year with some great sort of crafting essentials that you'll go to again and again. And when you look at these, sometimes it's all about thinking outside of the box. So just because they're called tags and plaques, don't think that's it. I can only make tags, I can only make plaques. When you look at the beautiful artwork that the design team have come up with, it's amazing how, I mean, that's one of our beautiful parchment poppets. Just used one of the plaque dies just to die cut, bit of background paper behind it, a little bit of ribbon, a really quick and easy card as well.
I mean, immediately it looks like a ticket, doesn't it, as well, that particular one? I mean, you can use it for any kind of shape and size and design here. Here we've got, this looks very Christmassy, this card here. Christmas is over, though, sadly, I've been told. Over here we have another one. This has got somebody's name on it, which is really, really nice. D. Oh, that's D from the design team. Lovely.
Yeah, so you could take it and use it. I mean, there we go. We've got a beautiful sign for the craft room. You could put the children's names on there, the garden shed.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, look at this, just as a topper, and where it just accents the actual design and then just adds that extra layer to it. So these will become, I think, your essentials. And Barb's been doing on the blog the last couple of days, sort of like to get the mojo kicking back into play again. And sometimes you'll have a piece of artwork and you think, oh, now I don't know what to do with it. So it's all about sort of chopping it up and taking your scraps of paper and just die cutting them, popping them all in a box and then go back to them.
And now these all work together as well, I'm noticing, Paul. So we do have arches in there, we do have Edwardian plaques, we've got luggage tags, but you can mix and match them, they work together, right?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, if you want to have a look on, I've got on the overhead here the different designs you're going to get.
Let's have a little look.
Because for each of the different dies, you're going to get 4 different sizes. So this one here is a nested arch. So you can just cut them all out as the individual, or you can use them for matting and layering, or you could take this die, cut it out, and then you've got a beautiful frame. So that's the nested arch tag. Then you have the nested domes. This is one of my favourite ones. And we had a look at this in the launch show last night. The next one in the collection is the nested luggage tags. So very popular, very sort of commonplace. And you'll notice that all the holes actually decrease in size. So we haven't sort of done them so they've got all the same size holes. Right. They all go down to fit with the size of the actual shape itself.
It's like Russian dolls, isn't it? The way it gets smaller and smaller, fits within each other. So I really like it.
Then we have the nested Edwardian plaques, and you could do these. I mean, these are great for sort of like wrapping around a bottle of wine. If you make your jams or your marmalades, then these would be great for your little labels, and because you've got them in the different sizes, you can adapt it to the different size jars you've got. And then finally, we've got the nested Victorian plaques. Again, they work both landscape and portrait as well. So that's what you're going to get as part of the one-day special. And for me, it really is about sort of enhancing what you already have. Say, think outside the box. Don't always go to your nested squares and your nested circles. Do something a little bit different. And what we're going to show over the next couple of hours is how you can make card blanks, gatefold cards, just by swapping it up and changing it around a little bit.
Love it. Thanks, Paul. And you can make, it's great for making bunting as well, I guess, isn't it? To decorate around the house, parties and things like that.
What a great idea, yes.
Thank you.
That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it?
Sign me up onto the design team, Paul. Thank you very much. that was my pitch. I thought that was quite a good idea. Right, 906 668 is the item number there for the complete die collection. This is the one-day special, but I mean, Paul's the expert. He'll tell you all about how fabulous the actual products are, but I'm just amazed by the price. The price is incredible. I'm trying to understand how you can actually take over half of the price off, over half the saving there. $49.95, normally $99.95. It will go back to $99.95 though at 6 o'clock today. So that is really important. If you are umming and ahhing and thinking about it, you do have a bit of a time limit on it. So do make sure you check out your baskets as soon as, particularly since we are selling lots of these, and there's lots of them going off the shelves here, and 40% has already gone of the stock. Now, moving along here, we have quarterets. Now, quarterets, as the name may suggest, is a picture frame, really, that's been split into 4 sections, quarters, if you will, and they really do look amazing. We've got an amazing price to go with it as well. $44.97 is the usual price, but look at the saving again. It's over half the price knocked off. $22.50 down to $22.47. You can get each one of these individually, but when you put them all together, that's when you get that absolutely massive saving. So you've got here 3 different types of quarterets there. They're 2 by 2 inches. And Paul, there's different styles here. We've got views from rooms here. We've got animals in there as well. We've got people walking out together, best friends. We've got all sorts.
We have indeed, Richard. So this is beautiful artwork designed by a very good friend, Mel Turner, who does a number of illustrations for us. And she's taken her inspiration, this one here, the room with a view. She lives near the South Downs, so she's often out walking the dog, and it's original artwork. This is sort of what I would call gallery artwork, because when you look at the detail in the designs, when we first launched these, we wasn't sure whether the dies would be able to pick up so much detail with them being so small. So each of the 3 sets you're going to get contains 4 little dies, which you can use independently, but they also tessellate to build a scene. So you've got some beautiful samples there, Richard. So just like that, as they come on the packaging, just die cut on white card with black behind it. You can't get any easier than that.
And you can use it as an overall design like this, but then you can actually cut into it and use these as individual tags, for example, individual parts or elements of a bigger card, right?
That's right. So when we talk about our fresh cut aperture dies, what we mean by that is it doesn't matter what size the piece of card is, it will always cut it out of the card but leave it onto the card itself. And then you can enhance it by either cutting it down to a smaller so it becomes a topper, or just putting some nested frames. So this one here, that I think Dee has done this one, she's then cut it down to create a little topper.
Look at that as well. Look at the difference in the styles and how much variety you can get just from this. I like that. That's made it look like a row of shops, hasn't it? Putting it all alongside each other.
That's right. So that one there, but what you'll also notice with that one, Richard, is there's no square. There's no frame to it.
So what's happened to the frame then?
So it's been cut away.
Oh, okay.
So the houses have been turned into points, because if you look at a sample that's got the actual frame around it, all we've done, I say we, the royal we, I think Dee did that one, is that you line them all up and cut them out, and then you just cut that top frame away, and then it adds the extra part of the roof to it as well. Very
These are
easy.
beautiful. What about this one here? Now, hang on a second, 'cause I'm confused because it's squares. It's 2 by 2 squares, but this has been turned into a long oblong. How's that been done?
So that's a complete landscape using all 4 of the dies.
Yeah.
And you can see how it builds up that view. So you just line them up on the piece of card, all 4 of them, and cut them all out. And you can see how the hills sort of tessellate into one another.
Yeah. Wow, look at this. I'm loving these samples. This is a great job by your designers.
That one there's an Australian living room.
Yes, so sorry. Yeah. Do you know what I was thinking? What a lovely abstract design, and I realised, well, to be honest, cats do that. If you're not seeing, cats do sit on the ceiling like that. There you go. That's it. That's our cats.
Look at that. So that shows them all lined up as well. So, I mean, that's sort of like a cat hotel, isn't it?
Yeah. Isn't every house a cat hotel at the end of the day? They just come in and take all the food and then leave again without paying. There you go. There's another one there. This is our best friends and our taking a walk around the shops too. Really, really lovely. That's so pretty, isn't it? The 4 of them together and being able to just split them all out as well and make it landscape or just take one element of it too. Quarterets, and over a quarter of the stock has gone. Oh, over 40% of the stock had gone. Do you know what? I was thinking how fitting it would be if over a quarter of the stock had gone on the quarterets. But no, it's more than that. Over 40% of the stock has gone. 245617 is the item number for that. 2247. Wow. That's a massive saving, isn't it? You're saving more money than you're actually paying out. Unbelievable. That is a fantastic collection. So is this. We're only halfway through. We've got 2 more collections to show you here. This is another one where you've got over half of the price taken off. Have a look at this from Linda Williams here. This is our Clarity Stamp, complete stamp and mass collection. You've got 2 sets here. Along the top, we've got time for tea, and along the bottom, we've got time for coffee. That's the theme, but there's lots of pots of tea and cakes and all sorts and sentiments. Now, each one of those is a set of 4 that you can get, and you get a £10 saving on each one of those individual sets of 4. So the top row here, there's a £10 saving. Bottom row, there's a £10 saving. But then you carry those 2 £10 savings over into the big bundle and you get an extra saving of £20. So in total, it's £40 off the usual price, 277,870. And Paul, you are getting a lot of stamps there, and hidden behind all the stamps are the masks.
That's right. So we originally brought these out. People will be familiar with the name Linda Williams, another very good friend and illustrator. And a lot of her work is designed for parchment and groovy. And there was so many requests, oh, can we have these as stamps? Can we have these as stamps? So the guys in the office worked their magic and built these 8 beautiful sets of stamps, each £10. That's what you would pay, together with the masks, which really is added value to those. And there's so many different elements, and we've split them up into tea and to coffee, because some people prefer one or the other.
Yeah, I'm a coffee drinker myself. I don't know about you. How about you, Paul?
Same here. Yeah, absolutely.
Good to hear.
I think I'm on coffee number 8 so far this morning.
Just the 8? Is that all? Part-timer?
Just the 8.
Yeah.
But there are so many different elements. There's decorative borders and corners. You've got the plates. You've got the dresser. You've got the beautiful cake stand. And these are ones that they remind me very sort of quintessentially English afternoon tea.
Very much so.
But when you look at the samples, Richard, you'll notice that you can go clean and simple. If you love your colouring in, there we go, look at that. Absolutely beautiful, and using one of those corners to go round that circle. But you can also go very arty and grungy. I know you've got a sample behind there from Sam Crow. It's a long card with circles on it. Ooh. So it just shows the different combinations. And these work perfectly with the one-day special as well. And during the, look at that, just monochromatic.
That's the simple one, right? That's a simple version. Really nice. Monochrome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we can go sort of a bit more arty and grungy. Yeah. So this is just craft. I mean, look how different is that? Taking the plates and using the words,
turn them into flowers.
Stems.
Yeah, like that. Okay. Time to relax. This is so the sentiments with these as well that can be popped on there to give it an extra message, which is nice. I'm hoping we'll get to that one you mentioned in a second, the long card with the extra bits.
Now this is where the magic of the masks come into play, because you'll notice that all of those images are completely white. So they've been stamped,
Oh,
masked
yes.
off,
Yeah.
and then using our background stamps or a jelly plate just to go over the top, and it reveals the nice whiteness of the card underneath.
Because I guess if you didn't have the exact stamp to go with the exact mass to go with the stamp, that would be really difficult to do that, would it not?
Well, it would. You'd have to stamp it out onto a sticky note, and then you've got to spend the time cutting it all out. So to have the mask, which are reusable again and again, it just makes it so much easier to do.
These are great, aren't they? Look at that one there with the little...
Look at that one's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah,
when you
love
open that one up, you've got all the plates inside.
When in doubt, make tea. No, that's wrong. When in doubt, make coffee. That's the that is the correct answer, of course. There you go. And these are really, really pretty. Which is the one you mentioned that before, Paul? I'm trying to get to it. I don't know if we can see it.
I think it's sort of got a I think it's yellowy. I think they're yellowy circles. I'm sure it was in that collection.
Circles.
I may be imagining it. It's still a little bit early, Richard.
No, I'll keep looking. Yellowy. There's definitely nothing with yellowy circles back here. I'll keep looking though. That's
maybe
brilliant.
It's in the next collection.
Yes, maybe so. Maybe we'll get there. 277870 is the item number there, and we are approaching half the stock gone here on our Linda Williams Clarity Stamp Time for Tea and Coffee complete collection. Yeah, you can break it down if you want though. You can get all of these individually, the stamp and the mask sets. You can get them as one big set here, the top row or the bottom row individually as a 4 stamp and mask set collection. But why not go for the lot? Because that is where the real saving is. £40 off in total. $39.92 is the overall price. And the reason why it says you're saving £20 is because you're already saving £20 from this, £10 from that, £10 from that, add another 20 on. £40 off in total for that collection. That is amazing value. And this is amazing value as well. Our final collection here. Blimey, this is busy. We've got some stamps here. Now, Christmas, as we said, officially is over today, later on today, but we are hanging on to it with our fingernails, and we are going to eke out the last bit of festive cheer, because these are Christmas stamps and masks. But I would suggest, Paul, that these don't necessarily have to be for Christmas, do they? I mean, if anything, there's loads of shoes there. Shoes are worn all year round, aren't they? Last time I checked.
Absolutely. So the only thing that really defines these beautiful stamps from Cherry Green are the elements to them. They're Christmassy elements. So you've got ball balls, and then you've got 3 different shoes in this collection and the boot. And when you look at the artwork from the design team, you'll notice that they're not all Christmas. They can be for Sweet 16 or sort of anniversary parties, put on your dancing shoes. And then you have these lovely little sentiments as well, which are Christmas themed, but you can use anything you have in your stash.
Love it. Have a little look at this one here as well, just another example of what you can do. I don't know if this counts as bunting that I've got here. It's more like a wall hanging, I guess, but it's certainly something where you've got repeated designs and it's all strung together with some ribbon there as well. That looks really, really pretty. How about that? And then, to add to that, go on, Paul, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, if you didn't have the Christmas elements on there, that would be a beautiful sort of wall hanging for your daughter or your granddaughter's bedroom, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely, like a young girl's bedroom for sure. And how about these cards as well? Now, actually, right at the top here, I should just show you these, because this is where it's just been stamped out and then coloured in. So it just gives you the overall effect of what you can achieve here when you put them together.
That's right. So you get the colour inspiration with each of the 4 different.
Oh, you get these with it?
Well, you get those with it. So
that's
you
great.
Get that with the masks and the stamps, all part of the collection.
Perfect. And then once you've got those and you've got the inspirations, you're off and running, and you can make things like this that the design team have put together. How about that? Now, again, you can take that Christmas sentiment off there, and maybe even the snowflakes. And before you know it, that's a card you can make all year round, isn't it?
It is. So it could be like a winter wedding or a winter birthday. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then we have this one here, which has got lots of different elements on it, including our ribbon as well. Health, wealth and happiness. It's such an iconic thing, isn't it, shoes? It's just, it speaks to so many people. People love shoes, don't they?
Absolutely, and these are beautiful for sort of creating. I mean, this one here is just taking the elements And this is where the masks really come into play, where you would stamp off the baubles, mask it up, put the pine cones in, mask those, put the fairy lights in. But it could be, if you didn't, it could just be a wintry card.
Definitely, yeah. Oh, I mean, wow. I mean, even a spring, it kind of looks quite spring to me. I mean, it just depends how you colour it, I guess, and it also depends on the sentiment you put with it and the reason for handing the card over in the first place. Here's another one here. It does mention Christmas on it, but once again, there's nothing really Christmassy about that. I think we're good to go, aren't we, Paul, on this, for not saying it's for Christmas, even though it's called a Christmas Stamp and Mask collection.
Absolutely. As I say, it's just the elements that give it that Christmas theme. So you've got the 3 different shoes and you've got the boot in there as well.
It's, as you say, it's using your imagination, isn't it? It's thinking outside the box and it's thinking, how can I use these beyond their original purpose? And that's exactly what you've got with this. As you've seen with our various examples, we are approaching 30% of the stock gone on our Wish Shoe Christmas Stamp and Mask collection by Cherry Green. 946923 is the item number if you want to pop that one into your basket. And that price saving, just like all the other collections we've seen today, is over half of it. Wow, look at that, £69.95 normally. The saving is over 50%. You're going to be saving £35, taking it to less than £35. £34.95. You are literally saving more money than you are spending, and that price will be back up again very shortly. Wow, lots and lots on the counter here today, and it is all, of course, on the website, so make sure you have a little look at that as well. Paul, I believe you're going to be showing us your first demo now. What have you got for us?
Okay, so I thought what we've done over, we were talking about sort of thinking outside the box with the one-day special, and don't think of them as tags and plaques. Think of them as different types of card blanks, because what you can do, you can create different shaped card blanks. And last night what we did was during the 6 o'clock show, go to that camera, I created this gatefold card. So the only thing that really defines it, that it was a tag to start off with, is the die. So we had a look at this in the 6 o'clock show, so you can watch on rewind if you want to know how that was created. But basically it's just 2 put together, you can see there, and the join is hidden by some of our parchment in the middle. Then if I take a piece of paper, because this one is on black card. Now this one, I created a card blank. There we go, so that opens up that way. And we use those beautiful little quarterets to build part of a little scene. Finished off with the sticker word stamps we also have on the show. Then during the 8 o'clock show last night, we created another piece. So this is using the nested dome tags, opens from the top as well. Use one of the little quarterets, so you can see how you can use them singly, or you could use a couple of them together. And the designs I've used, you could use any of those quarteret dies, whether it be the room with a view, the comfy cats, or the best friend with the dogs. Okay. Then, also during the 8 o'clock, we made these. These are great little gift tags. And inside each of them, so this one has got a tea bag.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Okay. So you could send this to someone and say, have a cup of tea or have a cup of coffee on me.
Have a drink on me, yes. Do it the cheap way.
Exactly.
Let me buy you a round.
Yeah. Absolutely. And the little stamps on them just add that little bit of detail to them, with the teapots. Because I didn't realise until last year you can actually get coffee bags as well, just like tea bags.
You can, yes.
So, yeah, so really
And now
great.
you're on your 16th already, Paul.
Yep, I'm waiting for a refill on this one.
I tell you what, you were very busy in that 8 o'clock show last night. If you put all of that together, that is incredible.
Yeah, so those 2 were in the 8 o'clock show, and the other 2 were during the 6 o'clock show.
Right.
So you can go back and have a look to see how they were created. Really easy, really quick. But what I'm going to show you is how you can create the shaped cards, because it's very easy. Okay. So this is where we're heading. I thought we'd have a look at one of the cherry green shoes. And we've got the luggage tag, but I haven't done any colouring. Let me bring it on this camera here. What I've done is I've stamped it. It looks as if I've spent ages creating the different colourways, but I've used our designer papers. I've just stamped onto those and then paper piece them.
Oh, right. That's.
Okay. So,
I love shortcuts. That's great.
Absolutely, and they're simple shapes to cut out as well. Now, what I also did, I also cheated. You know, where we're talking about this sort of like using up the bits and pieces. You know, the coloured artwork that you get with it. I die cut the coloured artwork, so I didn't have to do any colouring, and created these pieces. So it doesn't have to be the whole image. You can just take parts of it.
Those are the inspiration guides, are they, that you've cut up there?
Yes.
Paul, that's outrageous. I can't believe you've done that. That's terrible. You've cheated.
Why not? Waste not, want not.
True enough. Very true.
And then just some fancy wool or ribbon just to sort of finish them off. So I thought we'll have a look at this one. But it just gives you an idea that you don't have to use the whole image to complete your piece of artwork. Okay. So we're going to go with the luggage tag dies, and I've taken one of our card blanks and I've just trimmed it down slightly. And then what we're going to do, in order to create the fold, we need to overlap the edge of the die. Let me pop a piece of, where's that white piece of paper gone so we can see that? You overlap the edge of the die over the fold of the card, because on the back of the die, let's have a look. On the back of the die, you've got that cutting line right down the middle of it. Can you see that?
Yeah. Yes, I can see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't want to cut, otherwise we're just going to end up with two tags. So you just gently press down, and you'll feel that it just catches on the hinge. Okay.
Yeah.
So we can use some low tack tape, which we also have on the show. Another crafty essential brought to you from Clarity. And I'm just going to hold that in place. Okay. Then we're going to get our plates from our die cutting machine. And we're just going to run that through the machine. Now, it's really good quality cardstock, the card blanks. We've got them in, you get a set with black and white, and also you get, we do a craft colour card as well. So good core essentials that you can use. So we often we'll do a square card, we do a rectangle card, but change the shape, use the dies to think a little bit outside the box with what you've already got in your stash. Okay, so then we're going to take that off, and then that's going to pop out of there, remove the tape, and now I have my card blank. Just pop out that hole, so that now opens up from the top.
Oh,
but
right, yes.
It also works that way as well.
Yeah.
So whether you want a landscape card or whether you want a portrait card. Okay. Then I've taken the same die, and I've taken a piece of our designer paper. This is from the Great Lakes collection. And what you'll find with our designer papers is that it's got two sides to them. So this is the Great Lakes. You've got 12 designs and 4 sheets of each. That's 48 sheets of paper. And if I just flick through on the overhead on here, you can see how you've got a different image or pattern on the background.
Oh, okay.
But this has been created by the lovely Dee Paramore, and you've got really, this is the one that I've used for the shoe. So I've stamped part of it out on this side and part of it out on the other side. So I'll take a sheet of this out whilst we're here, and this is the one that we cut the tag from. So it gives you, if you're not very arty or inky like me, I'm a clean crafter, I don't like getting messy. These designer papers are really good because they've
done it for you, basically, haven't they? It's amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. This is on a pick and mix at the moment, Paul. We've got these papers here. It's on. The details are up on the screen right now. We've got some 8x8 designer papers, pick and mix, where you can choose two, and you get a free folder as well for $7.99. So that's $25.96 to pick any two of the designer papers that we have on the website right now. You can just scroll all the way down. Well, you've got a lot of them as well, Paul. Loads of them. Antarctica, Amazonia.
Yep, so the large number of these have been created by Barbara herself. So the Shenandoah, the Rainbow River, Indian Summer, Northern Lights, Amazonia, Toscana, Antarctica. Then we've got Great Lakes, New England Fall and Toffee Apple, which have been created by the lovely Dee Paramore.
Incredible range there.
And also Brighton Rock as well. That's another one from lovely Dee.
Lovely. Pick any two you like. There you go. That's $25.96 if you'd like some of those papers. And then you can do what Paul's done, which is not have to do any colouring or getting any inks out or getting messy. You can just cut it straight out. And look, bang, instantly coloured. Amazing. Back to you, Paul.
Thanks, Richard. So what we're going to do, I've taken a piece of the beautiful Great Lakes paper, and I've taken the shoe that has the peacock feathers on them. Okay, so not Christmassy at all. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to decide, because I want to stamp on this side, the more detailed, to give me the pattern for the body of the shoe. So I can decide whether I want to go more green or whether I want to go a little bit more blue with the material. So we'll go this area here. So I'm going to take a black archival ink pad and we'll just ink up that stamp.
Okay.
Okay, nice and easy. Just off camera, just while I lay that down. And then we're going to stamp, position it where we want it, press down on the base of the mount, let the ink soak in. Okay, and we've now got our image. Then on the reverse, I'm going to do the same. So I would cut that piece off, and then I would stamp into a contrasting area to do the inside of the shoe, and it'll all become self-explanatory in a moment.
Okay.
So you've done all your stamping. So this is where the stamps aren't necessarily for Christmas, because you can change the look and the style of the shoe depending on the paper that you stamp onto.
Yeah. There's nothing Christmassy about blues and, well, greens, I guess, but the blues, not so much, right?
That's right. So then what I've done, you know, we stamped on the nice pattern side. I've cut the body out and the little strap, and then the softer colour tone. See, this works just as well.
Yeah.
But you'd have to do a little bit more work to it.
Yeah.
So then what I'm going to do is I've cut them out. I'm going to take some perga glue, which we've also got on the show. Just put a little bit of glue on the back on that one. And then the same on there. So if you like your paper piecing, if you've got scraps of paper and card, you can use up all those little bits that you've already got in your stash.
Yes.
Okay. So, pair of tweezers. This would be the quickest pair of shoes I've ever made.
So you started with the background, if you like, the inside of the shoe, and then this final bit is actually the main exterior of the shoe, but it's actually the smallest amount to pop on the top, isn't it?
That's right. And when you look at the different shoes that you've got in the collection and the boots, you can do this with several of them to get different looks. And then if I just turn that one round there, and now all of a sudden we've got our little shoe completed.
That's
if I
nice.
pop that onto a white piece of paper, you may see that a little bit better.
Yeah, it looks much better when it's on the right, doesn't it? Yeah.
If I hold it up to that camera.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Very nice.
No colouring required.
No.
But if I want to enhance it, I can take my Perga liner pencils, or I can take my Perga colour pens, and then just add a little bit more colour.
Yeah.
Just to bring out the detail of the design.
So you can do that as an optional extra if you want, but as it is, you're just cutting out of your wonderful paper designs and just sticking it on. If you changed your mind, you just done that there and you thought, do you know what, I don't like the yellow with the green, you could just pick out another piece of paper from one of your pads and add that on top, couldn't you?
And we've also got, we always have sort of a stash of scrap bits of paper that we don't want to throw away because it'll come in use. So to have little bits like this is really sort of useful. Again, it's using up what you already have, but thinking of it slightly differently.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's assemble our card now. So I'm going to leave that there. So I've also cut another tag, slightly smaller, so that will sit on top to give us our base. But if I just pop that on top there, it looks a little bit flat. I mean, it's nice, but it just needs that little edge to it. So I'm going to bring our artistry ink pads into play, which we've got on the show. And these are great because you've got 12 different colour options in one little box. Okay, so this is the old parchment collection. So when you open it up, it's like a little chest of drawers of colours.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I like that.
Now I'm going to go with the green for the Amazon trail, and I'm going to bring in one of my stencil brushes, which we also have on the show. So I'm going to load up my brush. So even though they're tiny little ink pads, they've got a lot of ink. I'm just testing it onto the piece of paper first. And then all I'm going to do is just brush over to tone down the whiteness. And what you'll see is when you die cut these, they've got like an embossed edge to them. And all of a sudden, it now just lifts it away from the, if I turn this over now, you'll see that, see how it just takes that whiteness away from the actual card itself. Okay, so now we can start to assemble. So, quick and easy. So I've got my shaped card that I created. I'm going to take our tape runners, which we have on the show, and we're just going to go around the edges, nice and slowly. And when you get to the edge, just give it a little tilt, and it gives it a nice, clean break. So we've got these on offer at the moment. I think there are 4 for free on. There we go. We've got those up on the screen, haven't we?
Yes, we have got it up right now.
There we go. So we're going to pop that in place on top. And because we've used the die, we know it's going to fit perfectly. Then I'm going to take the next one, pop that one over the top. And we can put it at an angle if we want to, but I'll keep it nice and straight.
Now, does it matter that the hole, you said the holes are different sizes as you go down in size? Does that matter at all?
No, because this one's slightly smaller, so all it's going to do is just hide the larger hole behind.
Right, perfect.
Then I'm just going to take a bit of tape runner on that one. I can put my shoe on at an angle, just like that. Okay, and then it just needs like a sentiment or finishing off. So we've got the sticker words on the show, so we've got these on offer as well. It's a good start to the year, isn't it? All these offers we've got.
It's unbelievable, Paul. Normally, isn't it just one of these collections you normally do, which is 50% off? Like 4 in a row. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we thought we'd kickstart the year, get people's mojos going, and give them some inspiration. So let's have a look. I'm going to go with "You Are So Lovely."
Oh, thank you.
There we go. So you've got some great feel-good words in the Feel Good Factor collection.
Oh, that's good.
I'm going to pop that one just on there. And then I'm going to take some ribbon, which we've also got on the show. So I've taken the beautiful teal and the green. And then we will feed that through the hole, just like that.
Okay.
And it just adds that little finishing touch. And then I can take a pair of scissors, trim it down, just like that. Go that way.
That is so impressive.
Put a little bit of tape on the back, and that's it. Really, the only difference is the sentiment, the colour of the shoe, depending on where you stamp it onto designer paper. And there you go. Quick and easy, job done.
Love it. Done in about 5 minutes. Looks brilliant. Thank you very much, Paul. We'll come back to you in just a moment to have a look at another demo, because we'd love to squeeze another one in before the hour is out. But whilst you just have a look at that, I'll just remind everyone of what's happening down the counter here. As I said just a couple of moments ago, 4 collections with over 50% off. If you're just joining us this morning, maybe you didn't see this launch last night at 6 o'clock. This is our one-day special. Over 40% of the stock has already gone. Here's why, okay? It's normally $99.95, and for this one-day special until 6 o'clock only this evening, it's $49.95. So that is a £50 saving. It is over half the price taken off. It is less than half price to purchase. That's 2 payments of $24.98 to get the nested tags and plaques complete die collection. So yes, you can get each one of these individually, but when you put them all together, you are getting a ridiculous saving. You are effectively getting 2.5 of these for free. You're getting that, half of that, and then these 2 for free. if you purchase these two and this half. You see what I'm saying there? So that is an amazing offer. 906 668. Put it all together, $49.95, but only until 6 o'clock this evening for your nested tags and plaques. Now, moving along, so that's collection number 1, which is over half the price taken off. Collection number 2 is right here, and these are our quarterets that you have here. This is, again, you can get each one of these individually. We've got Room with a View, we've got Best Friends, and we've got Cats. And if you put them all together, you get a room with a view with your best mate and your cats on a chair for $22.47. What about that? Amazing. 245-617. Cats on a Chair sounds like the sequel to Snakes on a Plane, doesn't it? There it is. Cats on a Chair. It's a trio of quarteret dies, and of course, as Paul pointed out there, you can use the actual whole thing as it is as a square, or you can cut it into individual squares, or you can put them side by side to make a landscape view as well. You can have it going vertically down. You can use it just one element of it on its own. You can do all sorts of it, as you've seen from the samples there. That's your trio of quarteret dies. Again, if you get it in the bundle, that is where you'll make the saving, over 50%. Approaching half the stock gone on that now. It's $44.97 normally. If you do get all three together, you're going to be making a £22.50 saving. That means you will be paying less than you are saving on that today. $22.47 is the price. That's collection number 2. Now, how about collection number 3 for 50% off? Yes, we're going to do that as well, because we've got these stamps here from Linda Williams. These are our clarity stamps, and the theme is tea and coffee. So you've got a complete stamp and mask collection. Each one of these stamp sets has got lots of stamps on it, various sentiments. The theme along the top row here is tea, along the bottom row is coffee, but you've got things that are things like cakes, and you've got little cake stands too. You've got all sorts there, lots of little vessels. Now listen, you've got £10 here, a saving on each one. So the top row, £10 off that, and £10 off the bottom row as well. Each one of these is an individual set, but we carry that £10 over into the overall collection here. Each one of these stamp sets, I should point out as well, comes with its own mask. As Paul pointed out earlier, it's perfect for colouring everything else around except for the actual element itself. It lays over perfectly, and it just saves you a lot of bother. It saves you having to stamp it out again and then matching that up exactly, and using some low-tack tape to hold that in place while you're using your inks. You can just pop that on top, and straight away you can just colour over, lift this back off again, and job is done. The original stamp stays white, and the background is coloured in, so that is really, really useful. The top row here you've got as an individual stamp set and mask set that you can get. As you can see along the bottom, you've got Time for Tea, $29.96, that's 020971, and then you've got Time for Coffee as well, which is along the bottom row here. And if you put them all together, it's $59.92 normally. The price saving, though, £20. It's $39.92. But remember, it's actually more than that, because it's a £40 saving, because you've taken the £10 from each individual set, and then we've taken another £20 off as well. So in total, it's a £40 saving on this. Half the stock has gone on this. I really do like these stamps. They're nice, because I love coffee and cake. Who doesn't love coffee and cake, or tea and cake? And it makes for wonderful cards as well. 277870. And finally, fourth, last but definitely not least, we have this stamp collection here. It's a Christmas stamp and mask collection. Officially, that is the title, but really, it's just a great stamp and mask collection with shoes in it as the predominant theme. You've got all sorts of little extra elements, and you've got a whole stamp set of sentiments too. Put them all together. Paul has shown you already how you can take anything that looks remotely festive out of it before we get to Christmas again next year, and you can just use it to make some great designs which are non-Christmassy, non-seasonal. So don't let that put you off, the fact it's called Christmas stamp set, because look at it, it's not that Christmassy, is it? You can just shoot, it's shoes, and wonderful ones too. 946923 is the item number. £35 off you're getting there, so it's normally $69.95, £35 off means that you are once again paying less than you're getting in savings. All of this is on the website, craftstore.com, so you can have a little look on there, and you can scroll along and see everything else we've shown you today, like the Feel Good Factor word sticker collection that Paul highlighted just a moment ago. That's on there. Just look at the number of 5-star reviews that you get with Clarity. Wow. Look, there's Leonie's name mentioned there. She's got a sticker booklet out with Clarity stamp. We've got assorted coloured ribbons there as well. There's your parchment taster packs, and there's all of your various card stocks and papers there. Your parchment and paper duo for $11.99. That's the pick and mix we mentioned earlier as well, but that's a card petite edition that you've got there. It's 5-star after 5-star, isn't it? That is incredible. And of course, if you do manage to get it over the threshold, you can get it as a flexi purchase. Anything you see today, you can spread across interest-free payments as well. That is a lot of stuff. That is a lot of savings, and that is a lot of 5-star reviews. Craftstore.com is where you need to head. But right now, I believe we need to head straight back onto our video call to Paul to see if we can squeeze in a second demo. Paul, over to you.
Thanks, Richard. I was just while you was going through the counter, basically it's like 4 little mini one-day specials.
Yeah, it is.
You've got the dies, which is the main focus because we have to have one product. But everything else on that show will work perfectly with the dies. So it really shows the versatility and how essential they can be. With people at home may already have some of the stamps, some of the dies, or they've got stamps and dies and everything else in their collection. So it's just showing it's a vehicle for carrying what we already have.
You're absolutely right. I've seen plenty of Clarity one-day specials now, and each one of these would be a one-day special in itself, and you'd make a big thing of it, and it would be, you know, the focus for a whole day. And what you've done is, it's almost like you've skipped ahead and gone, should we just do the next 4 weeks worth and just do it all in one hit, just to start off January? It's amazing.
I think it's a nice kickstart to the new year, get people's inspiration going, giving you some ideas, and looking outside the box. And I think that's what this year is about, is sort of not coming out of your comfort zone, but Barb says sort of don't overthink things. So go with what you've got. I remember when Barb first started using the gel press plate many, many years ago, and Leonie often uses it, doesn't she, on her mixed media shows?
Yes.
And it's always about sort of like when you stamp an image, you get a beautiful, clear design, and you know exactly what you're going to get. And when Barb first started with the gel plate, it was that unknown, and all of a sudden she had this stack of paper. No, don't like that. It's not what I want. It's not what. And then she had to rethink her way of thinking, and all of a sudden she said, right, I'm going to go with it. Whatever I end up with, I'm going to use.
Yeah.
And in a way, that's where the designer papers came from, because Barbara sort of let that go and worked with it, she then became confident. Right, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try that, and if it doesn't work, then maybe I can chop it up and use it for bits and pieces. So it's all about looking at what you've got and just don't overthink it.
Well, it's the only way you're going to get something completely fresh, isn't it? If you're not just following the crowd and you're thinking for yourself. And at first, I guess it takes a bit of confidence, doesn't it, when you first start out and trial and error, but eventually you find your own style and you find something that works for you.
Absolutely. So I thought for this demo, what we'll do is have a look at a little bit different. So this is the lovely boot, which comes from the Cherry Green collection. And this time, we've stamped onto parchment. So if I hold that up to that camera, so there we go. So this is stamped on our designer parchment. So we've got the designer papers, but look at the little white dots, and this is the magic of the parchment. So we have the parchment as a pick and mix option, but it could be quite, first sort of in the new year, £50 for 2 packs of the different parchment. So Barb had the idea of creating these taster packs. So basically, each of the 6 different collections that Barbara came up with, Toscana, Northern Lights, India Summer, we've split them in half. So you're getting 24 sheets, and you get 12 designs, so you're going to get 2 sheets of each. Now, you've got these as an individual option, so you could go for Toscana on its own, which has a £2.50 saving. You can go for Waimea Falls with a £2.50 saving. Now, if you take those £2.50 savings from all 6, then we're going to throw in a folder as well for you to keep it all in. So that £8 saving is actually a £23 saving.
Right. So is it important to store your? Is it important to store your parchment? Is that a must-have?
Absolutely. So with parchment, as you've seen from the groovy shows, Richard, is that although it's quite robust, if you was to fold it or crease it, that's it. You've got that mark on it, and you can't go back from it. So to have good storage, I mean, us crafters love storage. I mean, look, I've got all my folders behind me.
Yeah. I've got to say, it's very organised, your place there. I'm really impressed. That's very tidy. Can you come and tidy my house, please?
Exactly. No, I don't tidy the house. It's just the shelves behind.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's good. Just remind me, what is the difference then between parchment and paper in terms of, like, why would you choose parchment over paper for a particular project?
Okay, so parchment we traditionally use with the groovy system, where we emboss it, use the groovy plates, we emboss out, and we get that beautiful crisp white line, which you can't do with paper. So it has a different medium to them. It's fibrous, so when you stretch it, you get that beautiful white line. Paper is great for your matting. I mean, parchment is matting and layering, but you can stamp onto it. But you can also stamp onto parchment and get magical. You get more of a translucent look to it. So if I take this piece here, if I hold it to the camera, see how you've got that lovely sheen? Which you don't tend to get with paper. And the way in which it's been manufactured is that the colour is applied on one side, okay? And then on the reverse, you can see it's slightly more toned down. Okay. So this is where you would have the shiny side face up if you're working with groovy, trace it out, and you get the beautiful crisp white line.
Right. Is it always translucent your parchment, or can you get all sorts of different types?
We do the clear parchment, we do the designer parchment, and then more recently we've got the rainbow parchment and paper as well. See, if I pop that onto there, I mean, look at the colour, how that just comes to life. Okay, so what I've done, I've jumped ahead because I know time is going to run out again. I've taken one of the tags and I've stamped onto the piece of parchment. Now I've stamped on the matte side, okay, not the shiny side. I've stamped on the matte side. But look, if I hold that there, let's hold it up to this camera. If you're not going to do anything to it, I can stamp it that side, but then I can have a boot going in the opposite direction as well.
Oh yeah.
Which you wouldn't get with paper. You wouldn't be able to do that with paper. So I could have a larger sheet, and I could have one stamped that way, and I could have one stamped that way by stamping. There we go. Look, one stamped that way and one stamped that way.
Got you.
So you can get, or you could go like that and like that. You can get like a mirror image to the design, which you couldn't get with paper.
So you're almost getting doubling up your stamp collection there a little bit, aren't you? Getting the left and the right shoe.
That's right, yeah. So what we're going to do now, we've got our groovy embossing kit on there, which is a blue mat, and you also get the two groovy tools in there, which gives you the different size ball tools on the end. Okay, and it also comes with the double-ended eraser pencil, because with the parchment, you can remove the colour by rubbing it out.
Oh, okay.
Magic.
Right, what, the actual stamp comes out? The stamp mark?
No, because we've stamped on the front, we're going to work on the back.
Right, okay? Yes,
so
I'm with you.
The colour is applied on the back of the parchment, so I could rub this colour out.
Got you.
If I wanted to reintroduce colour. However, if I'd stamped on the front and I'd slipped or it had gone smudgy, you can use a product called blending solution, and you can wipe it off and start again.
Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant.
It's magic, which you couldn't do on a piece of paper or card.
It's like having a whiteboard and being able to just, just wipe it with a rag and just start all over again.
And start again.
Yeah, perfect.
So all we're going to do, just to enhance it, I'm going to take the largest of the ball tools, and we're working on the back, and because I've got the soft mat underneath, all I'm doing is I'm just adding a little bit of detail. And I'm going up and down, left and right, and then round and round. And what this is doing, because it's a soft mat underneath, it's stretching the fibres of the parchment. And you can see how it's already starting to go, but this is the back. Okay, so we're going to go along. So there's no skill required in relation to this, it's just getting the right pressure that you don't go through it. So when I turn it over,
yeah,
look, that now jumps.
That's brilliant, isn't it? And the impression you get from afar is it looks like you've got a brilliant white bit of paint, or and just dotted it with like a highlighter or a white highlighter.
That's right. So if I pop that on there, we can now sort of see the design. And then really just to finish it off, what I've done, I've taken our Watercolor pens, which we also have on show. So these are a water-based pen. They're double-ended, so you've got two different size nibs to them. You've got more of a bullet nib on one, and then a really fine point on the other. So these are great for your parchment, but also great for your everyday stamping and colouring in. And I'm going to apply the colour to the back and just bring out some of the design. So you don't have to colour all of it in. You can choose, and really this isn't skillful colouring. All I'm doing is just block colouring, just to add some highlights to the design. See, and then if I take this one, I'll go to here, I can put some colour on this area here. So I've chosen colours that coordinate with the parchment that I've chosen. Okay. So then when we turn it over, it just adds that little bit of enhancement to it.
Yeah, like it.
And then to finish off, I created my card blank. That will get stuck onto there, or I don't have to. I could just take ribbon, pop the ribbon through there. So this ribbon that we've got on the show is really double-faced satin ribbon, really, really nice, just to add those little finishing touches.
That's perfect. Paul, we've run out of time. We've run out of time, but you finished that off nicely. There it is. Perfect. Paul, thank you so much. That's a couple more projects to add to the collection of things you've made since we launched the one-day special. Loads more. And you'll be back as well at 12, right?
Yes, I'm going to get the gilding flakes out at 12 o'clock.
Oh, I can't wait for the gilding plates. Brilliant news. Looking forward to that as we head into the afternoon here on the Craft Store. Thank you so much, Paul. We will see you very, very shortly. In fact, not long to wait at all. But there's plenty more to come on the Craft Store in the meantime. Do, though, make sure you check out your baskets, especially on this one-day special. Coming up in a moment, we've got some jewellery box, and then it's paper crafting with Jane Davenport. Oh, that's me and Leonie. And after that, we've got a fabulous fabric happy hour.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the Craft Store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Hello there and welcome. Welcome to something that is a regular slot here at the craft store. Our fabulous jewellery box section brings you all sorts of gorgeous things, and we have some amazing experts who spend the hours with us. And this hour is the turn of our lovely Jane Aldridge and Aldridge Crafts. Hello, my darling.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm really good, thank you.
I'm loving the hair. It's a little different to when the last time
it's getting longer and longer.
It is, isn't it? Now, I love it when you come and join us, because obviously you've got your expertise. We know you know your stuff when it comes to with regards to jewellery making and jewellery, but she's got a brilliant eye for things as well. And you have brought some really different things. We've got a lot of sparkle.
We have.
A lot of personality with these items as well, I have to say.
We have, and a good selection of beads today, so an ideal opportunity to top up your bead stash.
It is, and it's also an opportunity for Jane to get herself ready for the brand new stuff that she's bringing as well.
Yes.
So pretty much everything that we've got, when it's gone, it's gone.
Yes, yeah, there's a few, but we've only got a handful of. I've spent a bit of time over Christmas clearing out my stock room and found a few things I didn't realise I still had in stock. So I've got to make room for all the new goodies that are coming this year.
Now, yeah, one of the things I would suggest you do is jump onto the website, really, because as Jane said, single figures with some of those items, brilliant bargains to be had, some brilliant themed bundles as well, which we'll be sharing with you, and some phenomenal prices. I mean, you look across the prices here, incredible. Now, of course, maybe Christmas time you were making some jewellery as gifts and it's kind of a newfound hobby. Well, don't worry, Jane will take you through your paces during this hour, and of course we've got the tools and all the different beading elements to help you on your journey as well, so you can get hold of those during this hour as well. But first of all, I have to draw your attention to this first item. This is absolutely beautiful. Now, for £15.99, you are getting such a lot for your money in this bundle. Because you're going to be able to get you a fabulous little bracelet that you're going to be able to make, and also your key charm. So that's almost like a bracelet in its own right. And we've got a couple of different choices, but have you looked at the little bunny at the end of this? That is so cute. Now, this particular option is called the Bright Bunny option. And you can see your little bunny rabbit there, but you've got some gorgeous beads in here, lots of little bunny rabbits featuring here. You're getting a lot of content within this particular
You are.
kit.
There's some really lovely charms in this set. You've got some that are quite three-dimensional, you've got some that are double-sided. Obviously, the lovely enamel bunny as well is really cute. But what's nice about these kits is your choice as to how you put them together. I always give you a serving suggestion, so it'll give you an idea of what to put on your bracelet, what to put on your key charm. But of course, you could put everything on the bracelet and make a really lovely full twinkly bracelet.
These are so cute. Now, feast your eyes on that. I'm just going to go and grab, I know it sounds a bit daft, but I'm going to go and grab a pair of tweezers from the kit that we've got coming in, because it gives me the opportunity to hold up some of these beads so you can see them. But have a look there, that little charm bracelet, as Jane says, you can use as few or as many of those as you're wanting to, so you've got all sorts there. Now, obviously, when they all come together on the project there, sometimes it's a little bit tricky to see, so that's why I wanted to grab these little tweezers, because my fingers, are big fingers, look at that. A little bunny's head. So cute. These are adorable. Now, if you want your tweezers, incidentally, they're part of the bundle that's at the bottom of your screen, but that's your little bunny head that you've got, which, I mean, that you could just put a little clasp on there and turn it into a little pendant.
You could, and where you've got some of the charms as well that you've got more than one of, you could do little earrings as well.
That's a good point. Well, let's have another delve, see what else we've got in here as well. We've got little flowers as well, and again, little ones like this. I mean, if you're making your jewellery to sell, then I have to say, just a little bit of chain, and we can help you with chain as well during this hour. Little charms like this, absolutely brilliant. They are so cute. Now, promise you, we've got two different options with regards to this one. I'll come back and have another little look. Oh, no, can I just show you one more? Sorry. This one's got a little bit of a retro feel to it, so let me just pop that on there. Look at that. Oh, so cute. Adorable. So, yes, if you want your bunny option, that is your Bright Bunny, but we've got a second option with some gorgeous blues in there. This one's entitled Mermaid Ocean, and again, you've got a lot of content in here. Some beautiful beads, as you can see. You've got little kind of seahorses and mermaids and shells. There's all sorts within this one.
There's lovely little shell beads in this one as well as an accent, where you've got the flowers in the bunny one. But I love the colours on this one too, really sort of ocean ocean feel to it, sort of peacocky
Little
colours,
scallop shells
teals and
featuring
blues
there.
and turquoise.
The beads, I mean, the colour choice is absolutely beautiful. Move that one out of the way. You've got some big pieces with this one as well, my
It's
goodness.
got a really lovely large mermaid charm on this one.
Now, you've used this one on your key charm.
Yes, but it would make a fabulous pendant, to be honest.
Sorry, wrong way around. There we go.
So you might decide to sort of sideline that off onto a pendant to make to match your
Yes.
bracelet, and then you can use a different charm on the bottom of your key ring.
Well, it's absolutely beautiful when it's put onto the keychain, as you can see there. On the keychain as well, you've got smaller mermaids, you've got shells, those gorgeous blue turquoises, teals, all featuring in there. And what a brilliant price as well. So, yeah, again, both of those, whichever of the options you go for, to be fair, you are investing wisely, and you've got some brilliant designs there. £15.99. Of course, if you can't decide between the two, then why not go for both of them? Because you can. Same item number, only one postage if you're going for those, and you're not already a Freedom member. But I think you'll want to become a Freedom member because we've got so much more that I'm sure you're going to want to add into your basket. Now, something that is always popular, owls. We love owls in so many different styles and designs. These are absolutely beautiful. So within this one, you've got your bracelet and your keyring set.
No, this one you get your set of pendants.
Oh, I see.
And this is actually a bumper double kit, because originally the owl pendants and the chain kit were two separate items.
Right.
And I've bundled it together as I've got a little handful of stock left. So this is a really bumper set. You get all the pendants,
So
and
all of these
the pendants
here.
come with some chain in the kit anyway. But then I've paired that up with one of our chain kits, which has got all different colour chains in, so that you've got that option to mix it up a little bit as well. So it's a really lovely set, this one.
Aren't they beautiful? Now you're going to get 15 metres within this particular set. We have got another chain bundle as well with a variety of different colours that you can get hold of. But this one here, you're getting 15 metres of your silver tone. Some of these...
No, there's not 15 metres of the silver. The 15 metres is the mixed chain.
Oh, so that comes with it as well?
Yes,
oh, I
yes,
do
so all
apologise.
together.
I do
And the only thing that
apologise.
varies on this kit is the little enamel owl charms. The colours might
These are
vary, but
so
other than that, you get everything that you see.
Look at these. My goodness. So it's 18 metres in total then, because you've got your 3 metres there and your 15 metres in
That's
the...
right, yeah.
Oh, wow. My goodness, look at these.
Those are fabulous. They've got
Aren't
such
they
a lovely twinkle to them.
gorgeous?
And again, a really lovely big statement pendant. So if you're making to do craft fairs and things like that, you could make so many lovely pendants out of these.
And these come just as we're looking at there, so all of the gems are already in place?
already there, all ready to go.
Oh my goodness, these are so cute. Again, you've got a couple there. This one's almost got like a blue tone in there, as you can see, with those gorgeous jet black style eyes that you've got. We've got some, almost like a retro look. I love this one. It's almost like, this little one here, it's almost like he's, well, I don't know so much when I'm looking at it from this angle, but it looked like he's kind of been made up of lots of different little parts.
He is, isn't he?
Like
Yes, a little
clockwork
assembled
one.
owl.
Yeah.
But obviously these also, if you're into mixed media as well,
That's
if
a
you
good
want
point.
to accent your projects, they're
Nice
perfect.
and open, that one, yeah. That's a really good point, actually, because you can put little bits of chain and ribbon and things on. I've got to show you these ones as well, because these are your enamelled ones. I'm going to put this one onto the tweezers, because my big chunky finger's getting in the way of these. Look at that.
Little
cute?
happy owls, those ones, I think.
They certainly are happy owls. Beautiful. You're going to get all of those. So what an amazing bundle. You've got duplicates of some of them, so if you want to make earrings, you can do. But of course, these pendants, they make the most incredible pendants. A few serving suggestions, as you can see at the back here, utilising some of the silver tone chain that you've got. Might be that you add in additional little charms. Of course, you've got lots of those other charms from other sets that you might have gone for. And then your chain, you've got all your different chains featuring with regards to these as well. So lots of different styles of colour tones.
Yeah,
and there's
you've
3
got-
metres of each one of these.
Yeah, so you've got a platinum style colour, you've got a silver colour, you've got a gold, you've got brass and copper.
Love that.
And
Vintage
some different
theme
size
as well.
chains as well, so obviously you can mix and match those together.
It's almost
So
got like
bit
a
of
greeny
interest.
hue, that one. Beautiful. You've got that gorgeous bright yellow gold look as well with this
It's
one.
a lovely vibrant one, that one.
Isn't that gorgeous? They've got a lovely drape to them as well.
They have.
haven't
They have got a nice feel to them. And they're all sort of links that open and shut just like your jump rings do, so you can adjust the length of your chain very easily, you know, take some off, add some on, and join them to each other as well.
Now this is an unusual one because it's got a very kind of chocolate tone to it. Love
Yeah,
it.
the coppery tone is rather lovely. It's a lovely warm tone, that one. Matches your
Gorgeous.
shirt very well.
It is, yeah. I like that one. Not come across that one before. I think I've got a favourite. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of these, you're getting everything. So all of the different chains, and of course the pendants, all the smaller owls as well. All comes in a fabulous little bag as well. So that's the beauty of this. So you could even use that as a presentation bag for your first project that you created. But what brilliant value for money with regard to this one. Now, as Jane quite rightly said earlier on, we don't have huge quantities of some of these. These are one of those items. So if you like the look of this, please get in as early as you possibly can, because you could potentially miss out on this one. £12 saving, bringing it down to £37.98, but 281577 is that item number should you want to take advantage of it. But don't check out your basket just yet, because we've got loads of bargains to be had. The next set is beautiful. Glass beads have got that air of quality, haven't they?
They have.
You can spot them when you see them in jewellery.
I very rarely bring anything other than glass beads, because you want that quality in your jewellery. You want it to last, you want it to have that translucency with the light as well. That you only get with glass. So, and this little set of beads is lovely, because when you've got hero beads, you want lovely beads to complement them as well.
So a hero bead, is that kind of like the main focus?
Yes, so if you've got some really focal beads, which when we come to sort of one of our other kits on the counter today, you'll see we've got some more elaborate designs. You want some nice beads to complement, so you want lots of different colours, but they're going to sort of complement and make the hero bead shine. But also with these, you can use them in their own right. So you can use them just as a bead on their own. If you like to do the fine seed bead work, these little 4mm beads you can actually use within those patterns, and you'll see sort of on some of the samples that's what I've done as well.
Got an AB
so use them together with seed beads, and then they become the hero beads.
And we've got a little clear one here with an AB coating on as well. Very pretty.
So you get all the colours that you see there. So there's a really nice variety of blues and greens and reds, and your neutrals as well, which come in just so handy.
They're very weighty.
They are. It's surprising for little beads.
Love it, absolutely beautiful. Love the serving suggestions as well that you've given here. And obviously, if you're doing a little bit of your weaving with your beads and incorporating other seed beads and elements that you might have in your own stash, even if you're a complete novice, and this is the kind of jewellery that I used to make a lot of when I got started, because it's just so easy.
Those are quite, I mean, something like that, it's just simple, it's elegant, it's very delicate, so, you know, with the right outfit, that's all you need. You don't want something too shouty if you've got a really lovely outfit on. You want something to complement rather than overtake.
And I love
other
this
days
one.
you might want to make a piece of jewellery that is all, look at me.
Yes, exactly. I love this as well. Here, this is beautiful, because you kind of got those beads encapsulated with your smaller seed beads in this one. That's a clever design.
Really pretty. And again, so that's where, by putting them together with the seed beads, the 4mm beads become the hero beads, and they're the sort of main ones. So it depends on what you combine them with. It's lots of options.
Very clever. But the thing is, £16.99. What a phenomenal price. You're getting all of those gorgeous beads in there. 14 strands. Straight away, you can just kind of put them onto tiger wire, put a clasp on there, use them as jewellery straight away. Or you can start combining and making your own little variations with these, can't you? Very easily and very affordably. So you've got over 1,100 beads within this bundle. My goodness, there's a lot of beads there. So 487159. If you like the look of that one, then do take advantage of it while you've got the chance. Don't forget, some of these items we could potentially miss out on. I know we're very busy for some of these, so if you like the look of those, get hold of them as quick as you can. Now, of course, we're talking about hero beads. Now, if you want something that's going to be quite a focal point with your project, then this is a brilliant bundle. For some reason, it reminds me of bubblegum and gobstoppers.
Yes, I think that's a good description.
Marbles,
they're really fun little beads, these ones. They've got lots of lovely speckle and sort of flecked patterns on them. And those lovely sort of spot and speckle beads as well. So you've got a really interesting colour combination here as well, with some reds and blues, and then I picked out some pinks and corals and whites to go with them. But these are what I call hero beads. You know, you don't need to use huge amounts of these in a piece of jewellery to make a really stunning finished piece.
Well, you can see here, teaming it up with the chain. The chain gives it that separation which you need, don't you?
It does. Gives a different element. You don't have to just feed them onto a chain, onto a strand of tiger tail. Here we've played around with chain to use that as part of making a pendant as well. And you can see that it's just simple 3 beads. Whoops.
It was going to happen, wasn't it?
Just simple 3 beads on there. You know, just think how far your beads will go if you're doing this sort of design of necklace.
They're fabulous. They're like little globes or little planets, aren't they? It almost looks like you're looking up in the sky and you see all those different planets coming together. It looks amazing. So again, brilliant value for money. With this one, you've got 245 beads in total. Again, they're going to come in a fabulous little organza bag. Lots of variety within there. And imagine if you're just using 2 or 3 of those, how far they really are going to go. Incredible value. So 165, 295 if you're wanting to take advantage of those. So if you're wanting to get hold of them, please do. I'm just going to bring in my... Oh, 20% of the stock has gone of that one. Wow. Busy when you're liking those. Now you're going to love this next one. I bought in a trusty little helping hand here with these, so I don't get my big chunky fingers in the way. So let me just show you these. These, now, as I swap these around, Jen, I mean, tell us about... Oh, actually, that's not going to dangle on there, is it? Tell us about what we've got here.
So you've got a selection of really pretty toggle clasps here. Obviously, your toggle clasp, it has a function to it. It's your clasp to hold your jewellery or your bracelet piece together. But you can also make them a decorative feature as well. So some of the large toggle clasps, you can actually do almost like a reverse necklace and use those as almost like your pendant.
That kind of
as well as your fixing.
Yeah.
But it just adds that extra special something if you've got a more decorative toggle clasp to have. So you've got a real variety in there. You've got some sort of your plain circles, which are sort of good functional everyday ones, your pretty rectangles, but there's all sorts of really ornate ones there with hearts, with the sort of flourishes on. Beautiful. And they all come to you paired up, so you'll know which bar comes with. I'll show you when we come over here which bar goes with which toggle, so you don't have to guess which one matches with which. I love it. These
little hearts, I don't know if they're going to dangle because obviously it's the weight of them, but such a clever idea, because like you say, that can be the front of your necklace. It doesn't have to be on the nape of your neck. Absolutely gorgeous. Some of these are so incredible. I mean, this one here, I mean, that you could just literally, like you say, use that as a pendant. You can. I mean, that's beautiful.
You can double it up as a pendant.
But it does have a corresponding toggle clasp that comes with it. Whoops, daisy. I was going to show you that one. I just noticed some decorative detail on the other side of it, which I think would be nice to see. So there you go. Coming together. Aren't they gorgeous? Beautiful. Now you're getting a lot within here. You're getting 22 of those pairings in there. Some of them incredibly decorative, some of them very practical and simple, because sometimes you just want them at the back of your neck with your beads at the front. So makes sense to go for some of those plain ones with regards to that one. But you are getting a bumper bundle there. As you can see, a lot with regards to those ones. £12.99. Quarter of the stock has gone. I'm going to try, and I think I know what's going to happen, because they're not fixed down, but yeah, it's not going to happen, is it? But you've got all those gorgeous toggles and clasps in there. You know, though, you're going to be buying and investing in beautiful pieces that you're going to be able to use so many times. So 495 978 if you're wanting to get hold of those. So Crackle beads, these are brilliant. They're almost like broken ice within the glass bead. Absolutely gorgeous. 2 different options with these. And these, there is so much scope with regards to these. So first option that we've got, it's got those gorgeous greens in there. Your greens, your yellows. You've got some lighter tones with these ones as well, Jane. I mean, they look amazing.
You have. So these you could sort of, where we're starting to try and think about, you know, things for spring. And looking very forward. So you've got some lovely spring greens and yellows in here, which would be really nice, but equally so that if you're still in the festive mood, as we quite often are after Christmas to carry on doing Christmas, you've got your Christmas green, your Christmas red. Beautiful. So you can sort of have a lot of variety with this particular colourway.
And again, I mean, the weight with them, in the glass beads, I mean, it's a sign of the quality, isn't it?
So just by making 3 separate bracelets, but just interlinking them, makes it really interesting. Just see 3 simple little single colour bracelets.
Beautiful. I must admit, one of my favourite styles is the one that we've got here with the tiger wire behind, because it almost looks like an illusion, especially if you manage to get something like some clear thread, because all you will see the beads, you won't necessarily see the thread or the anything keeping them together, so they look like they're suspended. But I love that, and so few beads used from your stash there.
You can imagine if you was just making illusion necklaces, how many necklaces you'd get out of one of those bundles.
Illusion necklaces. I've forgotten what the name was, but yeah, very, very effective. I love that look. Next one is gorgeous, because you've almost got like a gradient of pinks and purples with this one, and because you've got a lot of personality with each one of those beads, there's no 2 that are identical with them.
No, that's what's nice, and the Crackle also is really nice to reflect the light. So these are really nice as an everyday necklace, because they're not too blingy to wear every day, although I'm you know, wear bling every day, why not? But they're still going to catch the light nicely, so they're really pretty beads to work with. And obviously with any of the beads, you can mix them, match them with the other bead bundles on the show or beads that you've already got. And as beaders know, you only need an odd few strands of new beads to completely revive your whole bead stash, because you can mix and match new combinations, and it's such good fun.
Now these ones are under the same item number as the greens I was showing you just a few moments ago, but you can see those almost candy tones with this one. The last bundle reminded me of citrus. This one's very much a kind of sugary and sweet. Beautiful ones for the summer, gorgeous turquoises in there as well. Deep blues and gorgeous pinks feature in there as well. And again, phenomenal value for money. You're going to have so much fun with these. And of course, when you start incorporating your seed beads and further extending the use of these are going to go so far. They really are.
And on each of the colours as well, you get 3 different sizes. So if you want to do graduated bead designs, that works particularly well for this kit.
Love it. And you can see there, those little tiny ones going right the way through to the larger ones there as well. Fabulous. So there you go, another brilliant value bundle, £21.99p. 817087 if you're liking to get hold of those. Oh, we've got a sellout for you, first sellout of the hour. I must admit, I'm not surprised with this one because it's those gorgeous toggle clasps. Oh, I am pleased that you got hold of those. I'm also pleased as well because it was a bit tricky to actually hold them up and show them to you. So thank you. Thank you for helping me with those ones. And at £12.99, well done, you bagged a bargain there. Glad you got hold of those. But tools are key when you come to making your jewellery. This is something that I personally found out, and I know lots of people that make jewellery find it out, because you think, oh, I'll just go off to the garage, I'll just get the wide cutters out the toolbox and different bits and pieces, and okay, it might work for a very short period of time, but when you want that professional look, it's having the right tools that are made for the job.
Yes, yeah, definitely. You'll find it so much easier. I mean, I think we all started there, you know, and the tools from the shed are far too big. They're all serrated tips, so they're really not ideal for sort of making delicate jewellery. So in the plier kit, you get a side wire cutter. You get round nose pliers, you get chain nose pliers, you get 2 pairs of tweezers, you get the little thread snips. You also get a crochet hook, which can be handy, obviously ideal for crochet, but also if you're working with wire or you just want to pull a little end of something through, it comes in quite handy for that. And you also get a jump ring opener, which I'll be using in one of the demonstrations to show you.
Game changer when you've got one of those in your little jewellery kit. So,
and the handy thing is as well, because it all comes in its own little zippable case, keeps everything together, because you know it's so easy to leave a pair of pliers here, there and everywhere, but if you know at the end you put it all away neat, it's all going to be there ready for you next time.
I love it. A fabulous zip around case there as well, so nice if you're thinking of giving this as a gift to somebody as well. So yeah, £19.99, £3 saving on that one, but 939350. So all these gorgeous beads, all these fabulous tools. I suppose we better get into a demo, hadn't we, Jane?
We had.
So
I'm going to demonstrate with our owls while they're still here, because I suspect they might fly out very quickly. You pardon the pun.
Oh, you might have to be quick because half the stock's gone already.
That doesn't surprise me. So I just wanted to give you a couple of ideas, really. Obviously, you've got your chain, and it's a matter really of playing around what owl you'd like to use. And you can combine it together with beads, but even if we just simply put a few owls on our chain, we can make a really lovely necklace design. So I'm going to show you the jump ring opener as well, and I'm going to start by getting out some jump rings to use. So I'm using jump rings from another kit that's in my brand shop, the set of jump rings, which is a very handy one. They've got all different sizes, so I can pick out which jump rings I want to use. Now I've already taken off a piece of chain, which is simply opened in the same way as I do the jump rings, and shorten that. And now I'm going to take my flat nose pliers. I'm going to pop on my little opener onto my finger and grab my jump ring. Now jump rings are just a round loop of wire with a break in them. So we're just going to pop that in the slot and open that up. And then I'm going to simply hook on my chain and hook on my beautiful rhinestone owl, and then we're going to make sure we've got a good grip of that, pop it in the slot, and then that jump ring is now shut.
No split nails.
No split nails.
Oh, yeah, been there, done that.
I know,
one.
it's very tempting, isn't it? So all we're doing now is just finding the top where that break is on our jump ring. We pop it in, and if you haven't quite got a grip, just re-grip. That's the nice thing about jewellery is you don't have to hurry. Just take your time. If you haven't quite got something first time, just let it go, re-grip. But having the right tools for the job really does make it a lot easier.
The beading board helps as well because it's kind of the placement, isn't it, of where
it
you're
does.
putting your
So this is from our starter kit, and the board, as you can see, helps me position everything, but it also, because it's got like a velvety finish, it stops things rolling around, so it keeps things steady, which is really handy. I've got a little tiny little bit of a tremor. My hands always shake slightly, even when I'm not nervous.
Bless you.
So having sort of something to steady my hands really works well. So I can use this to rest my hands on and sort of help me.
Stops your beads running off in all directions as well.
It does.
You might think your table is flat and level, but you find out when you're working with beads that it's
I know.
not.
You suddenly find when you've got a wonky table, definitely. But it's nice as well because you've got all the different segments in it, so that you can organise all your beads where you want them to be. To help with your design process.
Love it. Now we've got the details on the screen for this one. It's a nice little kit. I wonder if we can share a picture with you, because what I'm going to mention is it's worth going for more than one of these, which might seem a little bit strange, but I'll explain more in a moment. So you've got your beading board there, you've got your findings kit as well, you've got your tiger, I think it's your tiger wire that comes in that.
You get 10 metres of tiger tail wire in that, yes.
Love it. And then of course you've got your clasps, you've got your earring hooks, you've got your findings all in there as well.
Yes.
Now the reason I mention getting more than one of these is because you can actually stack them as well, can't you?
You can, they do stack really well actually. Yeah, they've got sort of a little groove on top of the box, so it's ideal. You can have a nice stack, and obviously what you could do is if you get two sets, you could always combine the findings into one and then have another box for your beads as well.
Yes, that's true.
So,
yeah.
and you know, once you've used your findings up, you've got ongoing storage for all the beads and other bits and bobs.
Yeah. It's a regular item with this here at the craft store, so to keep a note of the item number, because as I say, you'll invest in your first one. Quite often you'll just buy one to get started, makes sense. But as Jane says there, it is worth, each time you're thinking I need some more findings, that's the way to get hold of it, because you're going to get your beading board as well. So yeah, details there, 289495. How are you getting on over there,
I'm
Jane?
getting on fine. So I've added on my little owl. I've added on two little owls to go with it as well, and these are quite cute little owls because they're double-sided as well, so you can have them go in different directions. And they're rather nice. You get, I think, 5 in the set.
There
so
is 5,
you
yes.
could actually use a couple for a pair of earrings as well, which would be really nice.
And it's nice because you don't often see the left and right facing with those.
No, that's quite nice. It's sort of having different directions. So what we can do, once we've decided whether we're happy with our design, perhaps we want to put on now a couple of enamel designs as well, we can go in and just add on more. And that's what's nice about this, is we can chop and change it about until we're happy with our design. You've got all the measurements on the board as well, so if you're trying to get these evenly spaced, you can use the measurements as a guide.
Now, if you wanted to bring in beads from your stash, I know you've done it with little head pins, almost made like little charms from beads.
Yes.
The weight of the chain that we've got would be able to hold those as well?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. And it's quite nice because the chains that you get in this kit, you've got a nice variety of sizes of chain.
Yeah.
So if you want to go really delicate, you can do, but if you want to go a little bit larger, and it's quite nice as well to combine the chains together.
Well, I was going to say that, because they open like jump rings, could you almost go like alternate and almost have like a stripe
yeah, you
chain?
can literally use them link by link if you wish to. You can take them right down. It's quite nice. I've also combined them with bead caps before, so that you can have a bead cap on the top and a little dangle of chain underneath. They almost look like little steampunk jellyfish, which is quite good fun. So you can have so much fun just with the chain in itself, you know, and the beads are a bonus.
Definitely. I mean, it's such a brilliant value bundle. I mean, it makes sense to experiment and have a little play around. As Jane's just shown you how simple and easy it is. I mean, if you think about this, you could make, I mean, straight away, these 3 charms that you've got here, I mean, those are 3 fabulous gifts you could be making. You've got enough chain there to make them independent straight away. So if you're making and selling your jewellery, you could easily sell each one of those for probably £15, and everything else then is a bonus, isn't it? I mean, £15 is a very conservative price, I have to say, because some areas of the country you could get way more than that. But they are are just absolutely beautiful pieces. Obviously they're being featured as pendants here, but it doesn't mean you have to use them as pendants. If you've got somebody that loves owls, they love their books, then it could be something you're turning it almost into like a book. Well, they do like the book hooks, don't they?
Yeah, you can actually do them as a bookmark, and you can use the chain for that as well, by just sort of looping the chain through and adding your pendant on the end. Sort of have a pendant on each end so that it weights it over the spine of your book.
That's a clever idea, yeah. I never thought of doing a chain that way. Oh, my goodness, so many different ideas. I told you she was good at the top, yeah, didn't I? 60% of the stock has gone of this bundle, so this is looking pretty vulnerable now. We're going to be moving on to other items in a few moments, and we've come to the end of the demonstration as well, I believe, Jane. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm going to switch
So,
now.
yeah, stepping away from Jane for a few moments, so this is when it's going to get really busy for that bundle as well. We are also busy for something else that you've found, those crackle beads, the pinks and the greens. We've got two different bundles. You've got your pinks, which come alongside your blues, which are beautiful. Lots of purples featuring in there as well, so very kind of candy colour tones with those. And then you've almost got your citrus vibrancy with this one. Equally so, you've kind of got your red, your green and your gold in there. So as Jane said, if you're liking things like doing your beaded baubles and things like that, maybe you're getting ready for next year, or maybe you want to just get them, keep them as your stash, ready for when you do start doing your Christmas creations. But here you go, you can see either of those two options for just £21.99, 817087 if you're liking the look of those. Jane, we're very busy hour. We're going to come back over to you if that's okay.
That certainly is all right. I'm going to give you a quick demonstration on the bracelets, on the Mermaid bracelet. But obviously you could use the bunny bracelet. So I've got one sort of underway here, and again this is where your board comes in handy, because the first thing I always recommend whenever you get a kit is to separate all your components so you can work out what's what. You can use all the different sections, perhaps put the beads in, and you can see mine are all in a mishmash at the moment. And I'm always very aware that people learn in different ways, so I always make sure that my instructions are good for both sort of visual learners as well as those who like to follow instructions.
Okay.
And one thing, I've been stocking beads now for 12 years, I think, quite a long while. And one thing even now that I'll get somebody come into the shop and say, oh, I'm looking for XYZ. And I'll be, oh, haven't heard of that. What? Explain it. You know, we do a little drawing. It's like, oh, you want a so and so. It's you know, it seems to be something, particularly with jewellery making, that you'll have certain components go by several names. And it takes a while to get familiar with them.
Whereabouts can we find you if we need to come in and see? Because I know obviously at the moment classes and workshops are a bit tricky.
Yes,
but
no, I've got a little store in Norfolk.
Okay.
So I'm in Attleborough in Norfolk, and we're coming up for our 10th birthday this year as well. So I need to organise some good birthday celebrations. So yeah, you can find me there. But I make sure that when I'm doing our instructions that you've got lots of pictures to follow, and also lots of pictures that will explain what all the components are. So you'll always find on the instructions that there'll be examples of what all the different elements are. I don't assume that you've got any knowledge at all, so these are ideal if you're a beginner into the jewellery making.
See, that's a nice idea, especially with the bright bunnies, because you've got that gorgeous kind of young feel to it. So you might have a young jewellery maker just getting started, and this would be something fabulous that they could be making for themselves, or maybe a gift, Mother's Day gift.
Well, it's ideal.
Like
Mother's Day, spring, Easter, obviously Easter bunnies, so perfect for that. So I'm going to show you how to get your beads ready to hang on to your chain. And also, again, we're going to hang on our little charms onto our chain using the same technique as before. So what I tend to do is I tend to lay out my chain, which again you can adjust the length of your chain to suit you, and myself being tiny wrists, that really helps that I can make a bracelet that actually fits nice and snugly for me. But if I need to adjust that at any point, I can add more chain on, I can take chain off.
And also, with the spacing, I thought it was quite relevant when you were saying about laying out your beads, because when you start working your way through your stash, you might need 6 beads for a project, but find that you've only actually got 5.
Exactly.
So at least before you've committed them to your design, otherwise you're going to have to undo your design and kind of rethink it.
You can work out where everything's going to go. So on our little mermaid kit, we've got a couple of different styles of mermaids. We've got our little seashells. We've got our little Just For You charm as well. So we want to have an idea of where we're going to pop those.
Fabulous.
So I start by popping those out onto my board, and you'll get all your jump rings, all your head pens, everything is included in the kit. The only thing that you need is your toolkit.
Okay.
So I'm going to use my little jump ring opener again. So back with my flat pliers and just gently open that up. Now I always take my jump ring to the chain.
Okay.
So I can steady my hand on the board. That's not moving about. and I can then just slot my little designs on, and then we turn those round, straighten our chain back again, and I always tend to sort of go back to that, straighten everything out again so you can see where everything is. It's all nice and easy.
Now, do you tend to kind of open the jump rings as you go, or would you have a little session where you sit and you open them and put them into one of the little components on your bead board?
I tend to open as I go.
Okay.
So, but I tend to, with the beads, the next stage I'm going to do, putting the beads on the wire, I tend to do that in one go.
Okay.
So that I've got my beads already on loops, so that I can design where they're going to go and pop them on. So I like to do the sort of assembly in one step, if that makes sense.
I suppose everybody finds their own way with it, don't they? Whatever feels comfortable.
Yeah, and there's no right or wrong way with these sort of projects. That's the ideal thing. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put our little beads onto loops. So I'm going to show you how to do that. Now I supply you with short head pins.
Okay.
To save you having to chop them down and have any waste.
Exactly,
Although if you are working, if you decide to add some more beads in and use perhaps the longer head pins from your starter kit, you can simply chop them down to length. That's not a problem.
Lovely bright silver tone as well.
Yes, they are. And what we're going to do this time is we're going to use our round nose pliers. Now if you want these to all have a consistent size loop, if you put a little marker pen on your pliers, you can go to that same spot each time. Now let me move that out of the way for a moment. So what we're going to do is we're gently going to grip that at the end of the pin, and then I'm just using my thumb to start pushing that pin around. Then I release.
Just getting started, can we use any pliers with this, or do they need that round nose?
You need to have the round nose for doing loops. It's a definite must for doing loops. And you can see I'm just gripping, and so that's basically what we're going to be doing.
Okay.
We're going to put a bead on it this time.
Ooh, okay.
So we're going to slide our bead onto the pin. We're then going to grip the end.
Okay.
Just give that a gentle, and just take your time. So we then adjust our grip back to the top and push it down.
So don't try and do it just in like one rotation or just little bits.
And just take your time. And what I'm doing is I'm slightly pushing that pin down so that it sits underneath like a coil.
Okay.
And just gently turn that down, and you just keep going.
Oh, see, I just thought that you kind of trim it down to a little bit above the bead and then just do one loop. But
if you're doing something like earrings, that's the sort of traditional loop to do. But this turn down loop gives you a more secure fitting because you've got like a little coil.
Yes.
You've got less gaps, so you're less likely to lose your beads off your bracelet, because obviously bracelets need a little bit more. They're going to have a bit more wear and tear on them because of movement.
Yeah.
But this is a really nice way as well. It's a much easier loop to turn than the other loop. So if you're a beginner, this is a really nice one to start with.
And it almost makes a feature of the wire then as well.
It does. It does. It makes it part of the design. And you don't need to trim any length down on it either. And if you do happen, let me just do one so that it's loose so I can show you how to fix it. And you'll always get extra head pins and jump rings in any of my bracelet kits, because there will be odd ones that just don't want to cooperate, and they go a little bit on an angle.
They're thick, but when you're turning them, I mean, they're easy enough to mould.
So you can see now on this one that I've actually got a bit of a gap.
Oh yes, yeah.
Hopefully the camera can pick that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So if we need to fix that, we just go in with our flat nose, give that a bit of a squeeze, and we can tighten it up. If we've got a little loose end, we can go back in and just tidy that up a little bit and get that smoother. But ultimately, if you've got an odd loop that just doesn't want to play ball, you can just, you know, use another pin. You have got some spare pins in there.
Fabulous.
So once I've done all of my beads onto loops, that's when I would start trying to play around with my design. So I'd have my chain, I put all my charms on, and then I'm going to start playing around with my colours. And obviously the choice is yours. If you want to, you can do a mixed colour. So I might get all the dark blue ones and put them all along evenly, and then get all the turquoise one and put them along in the gaps, and so on and so forth. But I might want to start with blue, dark blue at one end, and then do all the turquoise, and then do all the jade green, and then all the clear. So you've got this almost rainbow effect of colours as well. So that's where you get to choose, you know, how you want your design to look.
And I'm guessing as well you can lay it out, because you don't necessarily get the opportunity to sit and make a jewellery piece from beginning to end in one session. So if you just grab in 10-15 minutes here and there, as long as it's in your bead board, you can put it to the side and then come back to it.
These are ideal because you can just, you know, we're all quite often working on our dining room tables and have to sort of clear away and put it back again. And that's what quite nice about these boards, is that it keeps everything all together. You can just pop it to one side and just grab it back when you get another 10 minutes. So.
It always makes me smile, the phrase dining room table, because it's probably the least use that anybody uses the table for. Maybe
anything
Christmas.
but. So you can see now I'm starting to build up my design. Just adding all the beads and charms on. And what's nice about these bracelets is that you can make them as full of beads as you want, or if you want something that's perhaps a little bit more delicate and you want to perhaps spread it over 2 bracelets, you can do it. You can add some extra beads in from your own stash, you can add some extra charms in, really personalise it, and obviously perfect to make as a gift.
Beautiful. Now, the mermaid option is proving to be very popular. It's funny, just as I'm holding this up and I'm kind of looking out onto the horizon, we've got Jane Davenport show coming up in a little while. She'd love these because she loves the mermaids,
oh, yes,
doesn't she?
definitely.
Little tiny charms in there, gorgeous little scallop shells, the beautiful blues and greens, turquoises coming through. Now, this is just one of the projects that you're going to be able to create in the kit, which is your key charm. The other one is your fabulous bracelet. But I'm guessing you can play around. I mean, you're giving us the components to make your key charm, but if you wanted to make it into something else, I'm guessing you could do.
You can. As I say, if you wanted to, you could use all of the beads and the charms onto the bracelet and make a really full bracelet. And what I quite like about those is they've got a lovely tactile feel to them. And they've got almost like a bit of a tinkle where they've got all the metal charms with the glass.
It's got a nice weight to it as well. And I know through my kids, things like weighted blankets and that kind of security feel, that base that you can sometimes get from something that's got a bit of weight to it.
Wear.
Very much so. And like you say, is that almost like little tinkle that you get when you're wearing it? It's comforting as well. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, charm bracelets are so on trend at the moment, aren't they? So many different people.
They're ever popular.
Well, this is it. And you could be making little charms for one day of the year and adding to that over the course of a year, couldn't you? Start off just with your chain. Every day adding to it. I mean, you need a bigger bracelet for 365 days, isn't there, in a year? So might need a bigger bracelet. But a beautiful idea with regards to the colours.
You could go completely different with this and make them into little wine glass charms.
That's a good point, yeah.
You know, there's endless. You've got all the components there to do as you wish.
Exactly, you go and get loads of charms. So that one is your mermaid one, where you've got the larger mermaid ocean, you've got your little scallop shells in there, your smaller mermaids, beautiful charms. Of course, you're going to get the chain there, as you can see. You've got your head pins, all those gorgeous glass beads featuring in there, and a little organza bag. So that one is your mermaid option, if you're wanting that one, your mermaid but the price, couldn't it? This is so cute. It really is. Again, you've got those candy tones with regards to the colours on this one. And you've got the most incredible little bunny charms with these as well. Also featuring that wonderful little enamelled bunny that you've got, which is featuring at the bottom of your key charm there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Again, such phenomenal value for money. You're getting such a lot within that particular kit. And if you wanted to go for your bright bunnies, then you can do under the same item number of 022096. Don't forget, they both come with the instructions. So if you are giving it as a gift to somebody, maybe you've got a young person in mind that's getting into their jewellery, that's very creative, then this would be the perfect opportunity for them to have a go at jewellery making. And you've got all the full instructions there with full photographs, so there's no guesswork at all. 022096 being that all important item number if you're wanting to get hold of that. But again, some of the products we've had sellouts during this hour, so don't leave it too long because you could potentially miss out on some of these. Now, something else that has been popular and is looking incredibly vulnerable now, 60% of the stock has gone over the OWL bundle. Now, we saw Jane showing us just how easy it was to actually work with these. Obviously, you're going to get your fabulous OWL pendants. So here you can see they've just simply been popped onto the chain. You've got additional little elements in here that can be added if you're wanting to. But you've got 12 of your owls featuring in here. Some of the larger pendants, some of them are smaller, some are smaller still, and you've got left and right facing. So perfect if you wanted to make your earrings, and lots of chain featuring in this. So you've got 3 meters of your silver, and you've got 3 meters of each of the different colour tones in here. So it's everything that you can see here for £37.98, and a good little organza bag to keep your bits and pieces in as well. So beautiful, but I mean they're so incredibly decorative. And some of them are three-dimensional as well, like the little one that I've got here. I mean, look at the gems there on his chest and his gorgeous orange gems in his eyes. But then if that flips around, you've got a gorgeous reverse of that one as well. And of course, these are almost like pendant, huge pieces that you've got here that could go onto a bag charm. It doesn't have to be for a necklace. Could you utilise these and perhaps put a brooch back on the back if you wanted to as well?
Yes, certainly. Yeah, they'd work well, especially the large pieces. They'd work well as a brooch, definitely.
Gorgeous blue tones, as you can see, featuring on that one as well. Phenomenal value for money, and lots of you loving those. So 281577. Don't forget, with many of these items, once the stock has gone, so if you're watching on repeat, please make sure you do get in nice and early as well, if there's any of the stock left, that is. Now, it's a perfect opportunity to stock up on different things like your glass beads as well. This one's a lovely one because you're going to get strands in a variety of different sizes with these, variety of different colours. They are just so beautiful. The quality is key. It's the weight with regard to these. That's where you can see the quality of these, and such a beautiful range of colours. You've got your gorgeous kind of autumnal tones, you've got muted tones, you've got those gorgeous opaque whites, which are going to be lovely to really showcase different beads. Greens and blues, almost like a jet black tone there as well. I love this one. This one's got like an AB crystal look to it. Absolutely gorgeous. Completely smooth, so there's no facets featuring on these, but they give that quality, that gorgeous look, and of course they're going to sit beautifully within your stash that you've got at home as well. So that's the beauty of these. I mean, twisting them together, you can see there how incredible they look together. But start separating them up, and you can do all sorts of fabulous techniques. I mean, where do we start? If you are a seasoned beader, then maybe you'll be turning them into your hero beads and using them alongside things like your seed beads, as you can see here. Absolutely beautiful. Or maybe you just be taking them as from the strand. Novice jewellery makers, I know this is certainly a style that I always enjoyed, just taking them, popping the little clasp on there. I mean, here you've got three little strands brought together beautifully. Or maybe you will swap them out. Maybe you will start making your own designs using your own kind of weaving techniques with these, as you can see here. Love the necklace that we've got to the top here as well, because the necklace, you can see just a few of those beads separated up with the opaque white ones. Absolutely gorgeous. And as we work our way along, a pendant could actually be the focus of working with those as well. But so many different colours and styles.
The same design as the bracelet, but just made shorter to make a little pendant.
Oh, I see. So the green and the blue one?
Yeah, but because you sort of mixed different colours together.
Oh, I can see it now, yes. Yeah, like a little tube. Love it. Beautiful. So there you go. How versatile could those glass beads be? Incredible. And $16.99, an amazing value bundle. 14 strands of those gorgeous glass beads there. You will get exactly as you're looking at here, so no surprises. You know exactly what you're going to get at a brilliant price. So yeah, 487 or 159 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now the next bundle is an incredibly fun bundle, and this is beautiful. Again, we're looking at glass beads, but these ones, oh my goodness, half of the stock has gone. These are what you call beads with personality. I'm picking these up. They're so weighty. Now, of course, if you really want to go to town, you could use more. I love this one with the teals, and look at that. How amazing is that? You could have a proper kind of marble or gobstopper style necklace with these, but you are going to get some additional beads in here, which are on a smaller scale, complementing those larger ones that we've just looked at, which would be perfect to use as kind of spacers maybe, or kind of stretching out your design. But when you're talking about stretching out your design, you don't need very many of these because they've got such personality. You only need a few of them. And this one here, you've got three little almost globes or planets being used there. A little bit of the chain. Don't forget the chain we've got in that bundle. And this is kind of what you were saying about using those just little strands together.
Yeah, just a few little strands, especially with the mixed colours. It works really nicely. And all you're going to do is just hook them onto a jump ring, sort of little lengths of chain. Ever so easy.
Very effective, like that one. Next one, again, I mean, this is brilliant because it shows how you can use the different sizes that you've got in here. So some of the smaller ones closer to your face maybe with these, but then look at those. Absolutely beautiful. All those colours coming right the way through. Love them. Brilliant value, and you're loving them as well. So £15.99, 245 beads in total. but 60% of the stock has gone. This, again, like the owls we were talking about, looking very vulnerable. So I wonder which one's going to go first. Who knows? But if you're looking at placing your order for either of them, please be quick. 165295. Now, the Crackle beads, you love these Crackle beads, and these work so well. If you've gone for those 14 strands that we were looking at a few moments ago, I would treat yourself to these as well, because these would work beautifully alongside them. In fact, I'm going to get hold of them to bring them in, because I think this kind of illustrates, because obviously they're all glass beads, but the Crackle that you've got kind of like a variation of colour in these. So these particular ones, you kind of got your cream tones, your light tones, your clear tones, with your greens and your yellows. But what you could actually do very, very easy is incorporate some of those solid strands that you've got within the other glass bead bundle that we've got. So if you like the look of these ones to kind of eke out and stretch out the strands that you've got within these bundles, I mean, again, those look beautiful alongside. It's a good way of stretching them out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's just, it adds an extra dimension as well to your design, that you can sort of play around with, having some little breaks in between your hero beads.
Very much.
It really sort of makes them stand out.
Gorgeous. Look at all those gorgeous colours there. So yes, if you're wanting your cracked glass beads, and these are those, £21.99. This particular option is your greens, but you've got greens and yellows, you've got reds in there as well. Some paler pinks in there featuring as well, really nice combination. But if you do want the 14 strands to work alongside them that I'm holding here, details for these are at the bottom of your screen as well. I'm going to leave them just up there for a few moments while we look at the next set, because we've got two options with regards to these. So these ones are your pinks and your blues. Purples featuring there, turquoises as well. Very kind of candy tone, this one. I like this one.
They are really vibrant.
I love it because this is kind of like the fun one. The other one is more of a grown-up bundle, I think.
Yeah, I think
this one is definitely a fun
pinks and purples are always ever popular, aren't they?
Yeah. They look beautiful. And pinks and greens, again, using similar sort of techniques, just taking them straight from the strand, popping the little clasps on there, using them, spacing them out, doing your techniques. Don't forget, when you're working with your glass beads, do make sure you've got your bead board, because that is going to be so valuable for when you're actually laying out your design, to make sure you've got your spacing and that kind of graduation of colour with these as well. But for the time being, £21.99, 817087 is your item number. They're absolutely gorgeous. Whichever you go for, you are going to love them. Now, toolkit, this is something that we've been talking about. I was mentioning about the bead board there. The toolkit is key as well, and it means that you're going to be able to get the right results. I think that little split ring, I mean, that is such a brilliant jump ring holder, such a clever idea. That is included in there. You've got your snips, you've got a couple of different sets of tweezers, perfect for your jewellery making, but of course you might be able to use those for your card making as well. Little crochet hook, that's going to be invaluable when you're wanting to pass things through the kind of bead centre, and then of course the right tools for the job. Nothing that's going to be too over cumbersome, so you're not going to get kind of the shoddy results. These will give you the professional results, and of course it all comes together in that brilliant case for just £19.99. Fabulous gift for somebody as well, or maybe a treat for yourself. Maybe you're making jewellery and you've been struggling like I used to. I mean, I wish that I knew about this. The amount of times I've split my fingernails trying to turn those little rings, oh, nightmare. Brilliant bundle, and again, such an affordable price. At 939350. Put it in alongside the bead board, maybe as a treat for somebody. Jane, we're going to come back to you for the last 5 minutes.
Fabulous.
If that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to have a play around with these beautiful beads, and together with our little 4mm beads. So I'm just cutting off a little length of tiger tail wire from the starter kit, and just using my little side wire cutters to do that. So now I can start designing my piece of jewellery. So I'm going to use some of these gorgeous large beads and start mapping out a design. And this is where the board comes into its own, because you can sit and play around with how you want your design before you actually start threading it onto your tiger tail wire. So we can have a little play around with popping different beads in different orders and seeing what we like. So we could perhaps have that, and then we could go in with a different size from our 4mm set and add in some of those little white beads as a little bit of a break.
Oh, that's nice. It gives a bit of a gap to them. A bit of,
yeah, it's sort of, and you can see it all sort of draws your eye through to that lovely feature bead. So we can then repeat our pattern through and add the design together. And most of the time that you spend with designing pieces like this is actually, you know, putting the design together. The assembly is sort of relatively straightforward.
Quite
But
a
as you
mindful
can
way
see,
of crafting as well, isn't it, when you're making a design up?
It is. It's really, you know, and you can chop and change it around. And what I sometimes do as well is I'll sometimes thread it onto a piece of tiger tail wire just to see what it looks like actually three-dimensional rather than just flat. So if you want to do that, a nice little handy hint for you is rather than fixing your clasps straight onto the end of your wire, if you just use one of your beads, I tend to use one a different colour so I know that that's my stopper bead, and I'm just going to feed my wire through.
Okay.
And then you must sew it through and do it as like a little loop.
Okay.
That now means that our beads are not going to fall off the end when we start to feed them on. So we can then start to play around and feed on our design of beads that we've laid out to see whether we're happy with that design before we commit and put all the clasp and all the crimps on.
I'm guessing that's a good tip as well if you're making your jewellery to sell, and you can kind of adjust the size at a craft fair or something like that.
It's always a good idea that when you're fixing your end of your tiger tail wire to always fix it onto a jump ring rather than directly onto your clasp, because you then have the option of opening that jump ring and changing the clasp or adding on a little bit of chain if you need to make it a little bit longer. You know, so it's to save you having to completely restrand the necklace or the bracelet.
Really good tip,
it's a really good idea to do that. And we, you know, I quite often do repairs in the shop. We have people bring in beaded jewellery, and it's so much easier if someone's made it onto a jump ring, because we can just, you know, pop a new clasp on for someone, no problem at all. And it just makes it so much easier.
I never even thought about that, but yeah, it's quite logical when you do think about it.
But the nice thing with jewellery is that you can make a necklace to wear for an evening to match an outfit, and then next day you can take that apart, add some different beads in, and make it look completely different, dress it up, dress it down for a night out, a night in, you know. Maybe a pyjama necklace or a night out necklace.
And yeah, it's kind of one of the original recycling style of crafts, really.
So you can see now that I'm starting to sort of form that design, and I can now make a decision and say, right, okay, well, does that need to change? I could take that all off and start again, and perhaps, you know, put a cluster of, say, 3 of our blue beads together. So let's try that combination. So let's have 3 blue beads.
We've not got a huge amount of time left, but by all means carry on designing. And I'm just thinking about if you've got a broken necklace that maybe needs something, maybe you've got a sentimental necklace, grandma
and you just want to modernise it.
Yeah.
You know, it could be an older design.
Just got a few beads. You can incorporate those, couldn't you?
Exactly. But you can see, you know, just by doing a different combination of beads, you can get a completely different look.
Totally.
And there's so many beautiful beads in this selection to choose from. You know, you can pick out the pinks in the blue beads, the little flecks of pink. You know, there's so many different options.
I love it. Jane, thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
I've learned so much in this hour. I'm sure you will have done as well. And I know that you've really been enjoying this show because you've been shopping and taking advantage of those savings. Now, Jane, when are we next due to see you back again?
I'm back, I think, on the 25th of January.
Oh, okay, not too long
there.
to wait then.
Not too long at all.
Lovely. Looking forward to it. It's always a pleasure working with you, so thank you. So, yeah, don't forget to check out Aldridge Crafts on social media as well, and go and have a little visit down to see our lovely Jane as well. And make sure you tune in a couple of weeks' time to see her back again. Check out your baskets, though. Some of those prices aren't going to be around for long because we're standing the chance where some of them are going to sell out. And then do make sure you come back after the break. It's going to be a busy hour. I'll see you soon. Bye. And why is it going to be busy? Because it's Jane Davenport, and we've got fabulous Leonie here alongside Rich. Looking forward to that hour. Then I'll be joining you for a happy hour, all fabric related, before we're back with a one-day special.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Season's greetings to you. It's still Christmas. It's still Christmas. Honestly, here at the Craft Store, it won't be tomorrow, so make the most of it while you can. I'll tell you who we're going to make the most of in this next hour. Leonie's here. Yes, Happy New Year, Leonie.
Happy New Year, Richard.
Woo-hoo. Is this your first day in 2022?
It is, I think. I can't remember.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it is.
Wow, it's
Sorry.
One of those years, is it? It's been so crazy, I don't even remember what's happened.
Already, no idea. Well, I think the last show it was New Year's Eve, actually.
Right.
So, yeah, it's my first, and I do apologise, my throat is groggy, but it's just a normal sore throat. Now,
It's not that thing.
It's not the one.
It's not the thing.
lurgy.
Okay, that's
It's,
good. It's good to know. Just, yeah, keep talking. Perfect. How did you have a nice Christmas? The dogs
lovely,
enjoy
thank
it?
you. Yeah, the dogs had a
Yeah.
fabulous time.
Yeah.
Went up north for Christmas and then just down here for New Year.
Right,
But
and then spent the last few days ill.
And then spent the last 2 days
Oh,
ill and
that's
prepping.
lovely.
It's been great. Ill and prepping. No,
Now,
I'm not
if you
actually
have a
too ill.
coughing fit, I won't be here, so good luck. No, I'll be here. I'll be here.
Did you have a nice Christmas and New Year?
It was all right, actually, yeah. Thank you very much. Very short. Very short.
Yeah,
I think I was here on the 27th, so...
Oh, yeah, it flies,
It's
doesn't
quite
it?
short, doesn't it? Now, Jane Davenport is what we're here to discuss today. Now tell me a bit about Jane Davenport, full stop.
She's amazing. Right, Jane Davenport, she's such an interesting lady.
Yeah.
We obviously know her and love her in the craft industry,
Yeah.
but Jane has done so many different things. She's been a photographer on a fashion...
Walkway,
on the
runway,
actual-
yeah.
a proper photographer.
Yeah.
She's also taken photographs of bugs.
What?
She studied, and it's a specific name, obviously I forgot.
So those are transferable skills, aren't
I
they?
know, but I love that.
There's something about supermodels and stick insects.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe there is a crossover there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's really interesting though. There's a proper word for it. No, I forgot now. I can see it in my head, but I can't get it out. But Jane used to do that as well, which I love that. I love that it's so random.
Yeah.
But yeah, she got into it. She's an amazing artist. Her paintings are beautiful. She loves colour. She's a really good mixed media artist.
Yeah.
And this is why, with a product range, you've got things that will give you different effects. And you can use them in different ways. And Jane loves that because she likes getting the texture on there. And it's lovely. Like, she shares loads of ideas and inspiration.
Yeah.
And my favourite ones that Jane's done has been when she's crafting with kids. Because that, I think it's neat. Well, anyway. But it's lovely because she really gets them to play and just creating beautiful backgrounds.
And kids love playing with paints and colours, don't they?
And the colours, Jane's colours that she brings us are just divine. So yeah, she's a really inspirational lady. You do actually, though, when you watch her videos, and I bet a few people are like this at home, You get really jealous because she lives in Australia. It always sounds amazing and it always looks beautiful.
Does she do video calls into the show?
No, sadly. She's been here once many moons ago, but it's when you watch the things that she has, because she has loads of stuff online. And it's when you watch them and you can hear all the tropical birds singing in the background. It's like, and she'll be just like, oh yeah, that's the birds in the garden. And honestly, it sounds phenomenal. But no, she's amazing.
Car park was nice this morning, wasn't it? We got in. Lovely.
Car park, beautiful.
Sorry about the car parks in the middle of all the other cars. That was mine. Just made a real mess up of did it in the middle of the night. Now, we need to talk about the products here because this is on extended delivery, isn't it? So it's 11th of January, so there is about a week. It's not actually that bad, is it? Especially since we're coming out of Christmas. You know, traditionally, you're kind of used to things being a little bit sort of, you know, slow to get going again. It's going to be a week before this turns up, but a week is not long to wait, is it? Now, this first item that we're going to talk about, before we've even spoken about it, 10% of it has already gone. So that is, I guess, a testament to how popular Jane Davenport is and her products as well. These are 12 Mermaid markers here. It's new on the craft store today. Many of these items you may have seen in other bundles. This is new individually here. £21.99 is the price here. £595,180, and you're getting all of these, all 12 of them. Now, what is it about these particular pens, Leon? It's got like a brush nib on it, right?
If you can show the swatches, please, Richard. So what I love about these, you've got a beautiful brush nib. It's a proper brush nib, so you can get detail, but you can also create big effects. But again, it's the colour. I mean, because they're water soluble, you can get an intense colour, but then of course you can drag that colour out, so you can get lots of different tones. They're beautiful. They're gorgeous for colouring in. They're gorgeous for backgrounds, so you can do a lot of things. You can also do brush lettering with them, and on some of those samples there in the pile, there's some beautiful brush lettering as well, and it's easy. They make you look good, but actually a lot of it is
I tried to do that like on screen.
Smooth that, Richard.
Did you see? I was waiting for it to cut away so I could tell you that we're not, are we? I'm going to have to try and do this one, Andy, and I failed. Okay.
Smooth, Richard, smooth.
Thanks, Leon. That's it. I'm walking off. Good luck with your coughing fit. Right, here we go. Right, so what have we got here?
You can see the brush lettering. Now, what I love about these is introducing the different colours within it, and then being able to drag the colours out. With this one, it's colouring into your wet space, which looks really, really cool. With this one, it's
Am I supposed to pick these up one by one?
That's all bleaching, which is absolutely sensational. Which is lovely. The next one literally just colouring in. I mean, this is the thing, you can colour in with them, and the colour palette is absolutely beautiful.
Oh, how about a mermaid for a mermaid marker, right?
Mermaids for mermaid markers.
Yeah, very good.
And again, background. And that's it. I mean, look at that beautiful wash.
Ombre.
You know, which does look so lovely. Obviously, water soluble. I love my backgrounds. And you can create some intense backgrounds with these. I mean, look at that. That yellow is divine. And again, you can get the colours bleeding into each other. So there's so many different techniques you can do with them. They're beautiful.
And I've got 2 more samples to show you, which are on the floor. So we'll get to those a little bit later. 595,180, Jane Davenport's 12 Mermaid markers. And look at all the colours you've got there. Pretty much ticking every one of your primary colour boxes and much more else besides. £21.99 it is for that. Now we move along the counter here and we have another colour set for you. We've got a watercolour crayon set here from Jane Davenport, and these are aqua pastels. Now I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, is it something to do with water?
It is. No.
That's why they call me Sherlock. Amongst other things.
I've not heard that one.
No.
Just the others.
That's the one name I haven't heard you called, Richard, in the back office. Yeah, go on. How does it work then?
What you've got here, so again, the water soluble. So you can see on the palette, this time, because it's more of a wax crayon, if you will, you can get the texture. So as I was saying, Jane likes different mediums. So you can either get the texture of the sort of crayon, but if you add water, look at the colour. I mean, they pop again. That yellow is divine. So it allows you to work over. So
this is the crayon.
That's the crayon. But
and then this is when you add the water. Yeah.
It's so same product.
It's brilliant,
isn't it?
Yeah.
And you see, the thing is with that, because it's a crayon, it allows you to go over different surfaces. So you know, sometimes you don't want to go over like acrylic paints with your pens because you worry about ruining them. With this, you can go over your acrylics. You can go over wrong way. That's it.
I knew that was the wrong way round. I had to work out what the word said before I knew whether it was the right way round or not. Mom, carry on.
So so you can do all sorts with them, and you don't have to blend them if you don't want to. But they're beautiful for accents. So that's one's actually popping the accents on with the circles there. They also, if you don't actually sort of work the crayon in, you will still, even when you work over the top of them, you will still see the design. So it does allow you to create some beautiful, beautiful layers.
It is like getting 2 sets for the price of one, isn't it? Because you're getting the crayon effect. If you just use it for it's like you bought a set of crayons and you bought a set of paints.
Absolutely.
So I really do like that. It's
and
like
the price is ridiculous.
£11.99?
Yeah.
I had it in my head it was going to be like about £21 like the last lot.
And the tin is beautiful. They're beautifully packaged as well.
Yeah, it really is. That's stunning, isn't it? Really, really pretty. Yeah, that's fantastic. Jane Davenport's Aqua Pastels there, the watercolour crayon set. It's crayon. Is it a crayon? Is it a watercolour? You decide. Whenever you want. Every single time you come to one of your projects. 022 926 for that. All you got to do is add water. Now, we have some inks for you, and this is already very busy. It's a pick and mix. It's Jane Davenport's Ink-redible. Yep. See what she did there?
See what you did.
Ink-redible. Ink pick and mix. We've got 8 here. It's $15.99. You're getting it for $9.99, and you can pick any 3 you like from these. Let's go through the options. I've got the samples here for you. Right, top left, we've got blueberry. We've got Frida Cherry Cerise. We've got watermelon here. We've got fresh air. Beautiful. Really like that. I love this swatch, by the way, Leonie. Did you make this?
Oh, man. Yes.
Nice.
And again, oh, my gosh, I love these. If you can only go for one of the Jane Davenport products, this is the one. Because they are amazing. The colours are just beautiful. Again, the water-soluble, so you can get either that real intensity, but if you add water, they just move wonderfully. And you can use them with so many other products. You know, you can add micas to these. You can obviously, because they're water, because they're a fluid, it means you can do your shaving foam technique. Have you seen that yet, Richard? The shaving
foam technique?
Oh, yeah, it's well cool. I'll show you that. It's well cool.
Have you seen me shaving, Rich? Yeah. First thing in the morning before I come on. I haven't seen that, Leonie.
I'll show you.
Show me your shaving foam technique. I haven't finished off these colours, actually. Look, hydrangea. Is that hydrangea? Hydrangea.
Yes. I hope we've got them. Yeah. I'm not sure which ones we've actually got left in stock. So I think
okay.
Sold out.
Well, that's just to finish. That's Fairy Floss. That's Berrylicious, and that's Mermaid Tail. If you can pick any 3 of those, or a couple of one and one of the other. I think we have them all as it stands. Currently, £6 saving, $15.99, but it's very, very busy, so we may not have them all very soon. Be interesting to see which ones are the most popular as well. I always like to see that. I guess at home. What do you reckon is going to be the most popular?
Can I show? Because I've got a few finished samples. I kept the sort of samples for these ones.
Oh, go on then.
Sorry, I did with this one, Taz. I know, right? It's like, throw him off the what's it, my job. Yeah, I'm ready. So, what you can do with these, colour, okay? I mean, just look at that. It works with all your stencils. I mean, you're going to be able to do so many techniques with these. They're absolutely beautiful. So if you're doing backgrounds, just amazing. Obviously, you can use your beautiful, that's the fine liner there to create gorgeous detail. I mean, look at that colour palette. They're just so exquisite. The colour will lift, they're water soluble. They will dry and eventually be be semi-permanent, but initially you can still pull the colour up, so it allows you to do lots of different techniques. You can create some incredible blends with them. You can obviously colour in with them. You can use them with your glycerine if you want a really soft and subtle finish. You can use them with your texture pastes, and that's using with your texture paste. And then that is your shaving foam technique. So your shaving foam technique, you can do some incredible finished
so you spray shaving foam onto it and then apply the colour?
I'm going to show you.
Oh, you're going to show me? Okay,
I'm going to demo that.
Say
look at that.
no more.
Boom.
Looking forward to that already. That is the Incredible Ink Pick and Mix. Super busy already, and we do have a favourite. Let me have a guess. It's 1 in 8 chance here. Can I get it right before I'm told? I think the one that everyone's gone for is the Berrylicious. Wrong. Okay, good. My second guess is Mermaid Tail. Is that right? Oh, that's right. 20% of the stock has gone on Mermaid Tail already. Oh, that's the green. Yeah, very nice. Very nice too. They're all good. Right, moving along. We've got our palette now. This is Pastel Chilled here along the counter, and we've got a little swatch to show you here. You're getting 18 cake pastel colours here. And it comes in this set as well. Once again, you've got this lovely Jane Davenport design on the front. Look at that, that's really pretty, isn't it? And it's all inside here. It's really packaged nicely, all of these things, isn't it?
Aren't they? The packaging is absolutely beautiful. Now, these, again, will give you such a different finish. These are very, very soft. So, I mean, you can see straight away where we've had intense colour. Now we go completely to the other edge of the spectrum.
Subtle.
They are so subtle. So it's beautiful for colouring in when you don't want it and that intensity. Sorry, crow. I can't.
Is that intensity or intensity? Because I couldn't quite catch that. And followed by laughing like a drain. Brilliant. Your voice is all over the place at the moment.
Sound like a smoking tin.
Yeah.
Oh, it's awful. But it gives you such a soft finish. But obviously you can use it with technique. So you can use it to colour in. You can also use it over your ink pads. So it's you can create some beautiful finishes.
Like this.
Yeah.
Ooh, lovely.
And it's really soft and gentle. Whereas the next one that's over an ink pad, so if you stamp with your Versamark, something like that, and then go over the top, it sticks to the sticky ink, if you will, and then it gives you a really beautiful effect.
Understated, that's what I like about it. Jane Davenport's palette, Pastel Chilled. It really is chilled out, isn't it? It's a suggestion of colour. It's new today, $15.99. You got it though for $9.99. It's a £6 saving if you like the look of that, and isn't it a really lovely package around that as well, the way that's presented in that set with the front lid on it, with the design. 133635 is the item number. Moving along now with another pick and mix for you. We've got the ultimate pen pick and mix, and as you can see here, we've got 8 options to choose from, and all you have to do is pick 4 of them. So you can pick any 4 you like, and that includes all the ones at the top that look a bit different. So it's any of these. We've got one at the front here as well. Actually 9 options, I should say, because this one, we've taken this one out of the packaging to show it to you. But this is a huge saving, $13.97. Normally $23.96. This is over half of the price taken off here. It's $9.99. So as I say, you can pick any one of 9. Let's have a little look at what we've got. At the top here, we've got colours, basically. So we've got Mermaid, black and teal along the top here that you can see. And then, let's have a little look. Should we get in close here? That's the teal, isn't it? There you go. There's your teal. That is your black as well. Now with these particular pens, you can see that you're getting refill cartridges here and additional nibs. The pen top comes separately packaged here. And then this one here's the Mermaid with the Mermaid design on it. I'm not sure what colour the Mermaid one is, by any chance, Leonie?
Yes. So basically, these are all, the only difference with these is the colour of the pen, the actual ink. So they're a fountain pen. Each one of these will have I think they've got different colours that they come with actually with the ink, to be honest.
Yes, they've got red here, blue.
Green and a blue. But the main thing with these is they're a fountain pen, but each one has, and this is what's cool about these, you see the little sort of empty cartridge at the top next to the lid.
Yes.
That allows you to fill your own ink.
Oh, wow.
I can use my Incredibles and fill my fountain pen. So
Brilliant.
it allows me to use that ink that we've got on the show to fill your fountain pen.
I love
it's
it.
really cool.
I love it.
And it means with these, they're beautiful. And again, it comes down to Jane liking different texture, because the fountain pen, and when she demonstrates this, it's not just the look of it, but it's the sound, because the fountain pen has got that kind of almost scratchy sound.
Yeah.
And even that's quite nice to work with. So yeah, it just gives you a completely different look, and it's a very fine line. It's beautiful.
Feels super posh, doesn't it, to use a fountain
super
pen?
posh as well.
It's super duper posh.
Yeah, super posh.
Really like that. Very sophisticated way of writing. And if there's a particular ink from the Incredibles range that you like, how about you write your letters with it? Because you might be thinking you're just using it to colour in your cards and your various stamps. You could actually have it as your choice of colour on your pen to do all your writing with. And then, along the bottom of the row here, we have another 6 choices for you in our pick and mix. Now these have got some funky names. So we've got Black Lace, we've got Hot Vinyl, we've got Thriller Jacket, Made in the Suede, Daisy Dukes and Aquadisiac. Very good. There's a little bit of a music theme in there. I say music lightly because Black Lace is Aquadu, isn't it? But you've got Thriller in there, and you've got Suede as well. Yeah, Thriller Jacket. So there's a little bit, and Hot Vinyl, bit of a music theme. But these particular pens here are the actual colours that they are on the front.
Now these are completely different to the fountain pens. These are a permanent pen, and the ink in these they're rich. They've got a really nice fine nib, but it is again. It's like a brush nib, so it allows proper movements. So beautiful for brush lettering. But these will really add finishing touches, quite frankly, because they're so dark. But they work with everything. Again, they're just beautiful.
They really are. I love that. I love the nibble. That's really, really fine, isn't it? And for pinpoint precision, really, really busy for these. No surprise. Pick and mix 4 out of the 9 options you've seen here. Again, can't wait to find out which are the 4 most popular, or indeed the most popular. Place your bets now. We'll tell you very soon when we get the information. I think it's going to be one of these top ones here, and I think it's going to be the no. So I think it's going to be that one. It is that one. Whoa! Back of the net. Thank you very much. See? Sherlock Leone. See? Just
I'm
one
so
of my many names.
Sherlock.
Now, that's 495239, the item number for that. $9.99. The price saving is immense. $23.96 normally. Whip off $13.97. So for just under a tenner, $9.99, you can pick any 4 of those. How about going for all 3 of these and one of those, for an example? How about that? Because that is an amazing thing. For $9.99. 495239 is the item number for that. Now, here we have a couple of water sets for you and a couple of choices here. First of all, can I just say from the outset, I really love the way these are presented once again. Does she win awards for design in terms of the packaging?
Everything's just beautiful, isn't
it? It really is.
Beautiful.
It's too pretty almost to sort of break open and start using.
Yeah, she's really... I think this is the thing, though. Jane has got... I think because they're in... her lifestyle, her life has let her have so many different options. You know, she knows what she wants. These are lovely. Now, these are your watercolour palettes. I mean, mine are hilarious because mine are a right mess, but it doesn't matter. They're beautiful. Each of the actual paint palettes are separate, so it allows you to take them out and use them individually. But they're just super, super handy. Even though they're nice little palettes, you will get a mighty finish out of these. They are really... highly pigmented, beautiful colours, and obviously you've got something for everything. I mean, that one is going to give you lots of different skin tones, but it gives you really a beautiful autumn look as well. I would be going for both of them at that price. It is ridiculous, and I think I've put the little swatches behind there.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to those now because I had to spend those 5 minutes while you're talking propping it back up again. We've got neutrals and we've got glitzy. So starting off here, I think this is the glitzy, is it?
Oh,
Let's
sorry, I'm
have a little
ignoring you.
look. Yes,
Yes.
it is. This is glitzy. This is glitzy. Okay, right. Just pull. There it is. I'll tell you what. I'll pop it there. There you go. There is. Yeah. Just messing Taz around now. Sorry about that. There you go.
I'll do it. It's just good fun.
How about that? Paint till you faint. Like that. That is your swatch.
Isn't it lovely? So what you've got, sorry again, just winding up Taz. What you've got some beautiful greens and blues. It's a really nice set, is that. I really recommend these. And again, there's so much you can do with them. The watercolour paints. So at the end of the day, you know, maybe you are properly painting with these. Maybe you're just creating incredible effects. Use them on your gel plate. On your gel plate is tremendous. But yeah, both of these palettes are gorgeous. I highly recommend these.
And then we move on to our neutrals. There you go. Do you want to do a bit of that? Or should I pick that up, Saz? I don't know. I'm going with it now. There you go. That is the swatch there for that. Some lovely names as well. Unicorn, Raven, Vitamin C, Buff. Love those. That's your neutrals. You've got your glitzy as well. You can pick and choose. Oh, no, hang on. Is it both? No, it's one. You pick one. Yeah. You pick. Choose your one. Choose your palette. Choose your poison. Glitzy or neutral palette there, and it's £25.99, knocked down to £13.99. So that's a £12 saving there. 884113 is the number for that one. That's a lot of things. It's all on the website because it's very, very busy, so you might want to be keeping half an eye on the website. With queues on the phone right now, the website, of course, is the best place to go. And as Leonie goes through her first demonstration, just keep an eye on the website. Make sure that you don't run out on any of these items here because many of them are very, very busy indeed. So you'll be wanting to, especially the pick and mixes, you'll be wanting to get in there and choose off the website as quickly as you can so you get the ones you want, because we might be in a situation where some of the options on the pick and mixes won't be available shortly. And I'd hate that to happen for you. You want to have the full range to choose from, don't you? Right, craftstore.com for all your website needs. Now, over to you, Leonie.
Thanking you.
No, thank you. Good luck.
So, first of all...
I'm standing by.
I've got the inks because I know these are super, super busy. I have got my beautiful Berrylicious, and these are just, oh, they're just divine. So if I pop a little bit of ink on, and you see, the thing is, you can still sort of doodle with them. It does give you a little bit of control, but just bear with, because in a minute we're going to slap water on this, and then it just goes pow. And I'll use the beautiful... that one's been in my lid. This is Fresh Air. A little bit of Fresh Air there, which is delish, like so. And then let's put a bit of my hydrangea. I'll just do 3 colours for now. I love how dark they look. Initially, when you just put the water down, when you just put the ink down, it just looks all the same. You know, they just look so intense. But as soon as you hit it with water, that's when it just starts to move.
Wasn't expecting that.
Oh, honestly, oh, look at it. I just adore them.
That's like fireworks going on.
Isn't it? It's just fabulous. And there's so many ways you can use them. Obviously, just creating backgrounds is my favourite because I love your backgrounds. And the thing is, with something like this, the more water you add, obviously, the more they're going to flow. If you want to stop, then you'll keep some of that detail. So you don't need to get as carried away as I do, but I always absolutely love it. I'm just going to pop this one over the top just to soak up some of that ink. You'll see that I've got ink coming out here. I won't waste that, obviously, but look at that. 2 incredible backgrounds from
amazing.
That one application, which is, I mean, the intensity of that ink is ridiculous,
there wasn't much ink you put on there to get that.
No, exactly. I mean,
just the water,
honestly,
does it?
they last of these, but, and use them sparingly. Don't get, like, super, super carried away. I'll move one of these. Don't get super carried away, because before you know it, you've used all your ink and it's just too intense.
Yeah.
It can actually be too intense.
Yes.
This I'm obviously going to mop up with my... Well, I'm not, because I don't know how I've put my rice paper. So I'll use this
need
for
a tiny amount of that.
It's somewhere. Yeah, you really don't need much. You don't need much. This is so crunchy now, it's not got any absorbency left, which is a bit of a sickener. There we go, rice paper. There we are. So get some rice paper just to.
By the way,
that.
quick interjection, Leonie, but you know that pen pick and mix?
Yes.
The fountain pens at the top there, all sold out.
Really?
All gone. We are currently working on trying to get some more, but all of these right now not available anymore. Had a feeling that those were going to be popular, but didn't expect it to go that quickly. Technical sellout on that, so if it's in your basket, do check out. The other pens are still available in the pick and mix as well, so you've got another 6 options to choose from there that you can see down the bottom, including this one here. You can pick any 4 of those you like for just $9.99, and in the meantime we will try and get hold of more of those fountain pens.
Gosh, that's a sickener. Right, I'm going to do shaving foam just because it's really good fun. This is right good fun. I'm going to be really good and use a craft mat just so it's easy to clean up. You put your shaving foam, and I know a lot of people have seen this, but it's one of those techniques
I haven't.
that you haven't seen it. And honestly, if there's a new person that you can show it to, it's like, oh, I'll show you that.
Yeah.
Because it's mad. So
Can I do this before I have a shave in the morning as well? So it's before I stick it on my face? Is this well worth...
Definitely do it before, and then just put the results on your face.
Yeah.
Be well interested.
Like a living work of art. Or a complete state, one or the other.
Work of art. So, just get your shaving foam. Another nice thing about this as well, it smells really good. It's such a nice technique. So I'm going to use a cheeky bit of cherry. So you put your ink on there.
Yeah.
You don't need much, again. And then, what else am I using here? So I'm using my watermelon. So stick a little bit of watermelon on there. Let's use a bit of the beautiful blueberry. I love that. So stick the little bit of blueberry. And, just for good measure, we'll use a little bit of fairy floss as well. Okay, so quite pinky actually. But what I'm going to do with my stick is just swish my colours up.
Yeah, cool.
So you start getting nice movement and stuff in here. I love this because you don't really know what you're going to get.
No.
It's really interesting. And it always looks like nothing's going to come out of this, okay?
Yeah.
So then you take your paper, you just squidge your paper in.
Yeah.
Like so.
Okay.
Lift.
And this is going to be a discovery for yourself, isn't it?
Yeah. Every
you never
single
quite
time.
know what's...
Oh,
wow!
But you then take...
Oh, that looks brilliant!
Take your block, an acrylic block, just drag the acrylic block over. It lifts off the shaving foam, and it gives you a marble effect.
I love it.
Isn't that ridiculous?
I absolutely love that.
This. So take this that's on here.
Yeah.
Get another bit of card.
Yeah.
Card. And then take a stencil.
Oh, even better.
And then, now this has got different colours already on it, so it might give me a bit of a... And then you drag this over the top. Okay.
Brilliant.
I'm going to pop that on there, actually, and do another thing. And then just drag the excess off. And what you actually get is a marble effect on your stencil. Don't over-egg your pudding, because otherwise you'll just blend your colours in together.
Right.
But now, if I just pop that on there, because that's all reusable.
And the shaving foam doesn't evaporate or anything like that off your card?
Well, this is the interesting bit.
Yeah.
So, with that, which does look quite fabulous, so you've got options. You can either leave it to dry on its own, and it just, the shaving foam kind of just disappears into the card.
Okay.
It's just, it's ridiculous.
Oh, so you still get the effect.
But you'll still
it looks exactly like that, but the shaving foam's gone.
Or you can heat it. Now, when you heat it, the colours change slightly.
Yeah.
But it's really funny because you'll see the texture. I mean, look at the intensity of that colour. The shaving foam just disappears into your card. Look at that colour.
Brilliant.
I mean, the colour is amazing. And it's sometimes you get these beautiful little sort of the sort of bubbles. Doesn't that look amazing?
Yeah.
And honestly, this is one of those techniques that it's a gift that keeps on giving.
I know.
Because you can create backgrounds, you can then use it with your stencils, and all it is good old shaving foam.
It's like, we mentioned fireworks before, but I feel like a kid going, ooh, It is like that though, isn't it? Each stage of that was like, oh, that looks good, oh, that looks good.
And that's it, and it's like, I remember when we first did this technique,
And it were at a workshop, and I was showing ladies at a workshop, and one of the ladies said, oh, what would happen if we heat gun it? So I was like, well, let's have a little go. And it just disappears into your card.
That's brilliant.
Isn't that amazing? And the colours are super rich. I mean, they are absolutely beautiful. I mean, that is just extreme, isn't it? So you can do that. Obviously, you've still got shaving foam left. So the stuff on there, I'll peel off. The stuff on here, you can still do prints with this up. You can still take prints with this. So you kind of keep going until basically you've nothing left.
Right, so you just make sure you don't waste any of it. You
Absolutely.
Put it on loads of stuff.
And you just sort of keep going. And I mean, look at, again, the prints are beautiful. You can stamp over the top of these, you can die cut them. So you can do so many different things
and again, the amount of
well.
ink you needed to use for that was so small, wasn't it? It's just a bit of shaving cream. That's very, very cheap, isn't it, to get to use a bit of that.
And it's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing the effects you can get. Try with different cardstock. I mean, this is watercolour cardstock, but I've got on here, let me just find my, there we go. I've got, now, these are my tags. These are, what are these? Mixed media cardstock. Mixed media cardstock is different. It doesn't work the same as watercolour at all. It's a really interesting medium to work with. So try with different surfaces, because then obviously you'll really explore the different types of results that you're going to get. I mean, me being me, I'm obviously in a right old mess, but just if I just take that off now, look at that, how pretty is that? Isn't that beautiful?
Hang on, you didn't do anything to that card at all?
No,
just scrape that across it?
I dipped it in. And then took it off.
And it just creates that.
And it just creates that. And again, you can. So with the waist, and I'm going to do exactly the same. Take my card.
You could keep going forever doing this, couldn't you?
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at how little I've used, you know, it's just, I've hardly used any ink, I've hardly used any shaving foam, and yet I've got so many prints. You know, it is just such a cost-effective, but ridiculously, it's a wow technique, is this one.
Concentrated ink, like just a tiny amount of it, and then again, putting it on a stencil there.
And I'll give that a blast right, and we'll see what happens with that. And the stencils, I must admit, these are Studio Light stencils. This was when I had to go home and I was gutted, because I really love that One Day Special. The Marlene collection from Studio Light. I was absolutely gutted. But the stencils are from there, and they're just so cool. I mean, look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? And yeah, it's just, it keeps on giving. You keep on being able to create effect after effect.
You've got those really interesting little watermarks in there, in that circle. You've got like little bubbles as well.
And I tell you what, again, on your mixed media card, that reacts different. It's got like a sheen on it, which does look quite amazing. Isn't that beautiful? Well, yeah, it's such a good technique. These inks are superb for that. Shall I tidy up?
You tidy up.
I've made a bit of a mess.
I'll tell you what, that looks like the most amazing dessert on that, because I want to eat that. Doesn't it? It looks like one of those Eton messes or something like that.
Or, oh my God, do you remember Angel Delight?
Yeah, yeah, it looks like, it does look like Angel Delight. Doesn't it? Probably tastes the same as well. Right, 042622 is the item number for your Incredibles ink that we have here. This is amazing stuff, isn't it? We've seen it put into our fountain pens, which have now sold out, but we're hoping to get some more of those back, so it can be used in that respect. Just a few drops is all that's needed when you apply it to the shaving foam that Leonie just did, of course. Now, which one was the favourite? I'm going to remember without being told. It was the Mermaid. The Mermaid tail was. Now it's approaching almost 40% of the stock gone. Is that the Mermaid one? I'm touching it. Yeah. Is it the green one? It is. Yeah, that's the Mermaid. 40% of the stock has gone on the Mermaid colour here, but we've got plenty of other colours for you as well. Now, where's my ink swatches? What have I done with them? It's these, isn't it? Is it these? No, it's these ones. Here we go. Here we go. Right, got them here. Let's have a look at the different colours that we have here. Blueberry we have here in the top left. We've got Frida Cherry Cerise here. We move on to a pinkish colour, watermelon. Then we've got fresh air, so it's like a kind of mix of reds, blues and purples. Then we move over and we've got a really lovely blue here, the hydrangea, the fairy floss, another pink, berrylicious, and this is the most popular one, mermaid tail as well. And again, look at the effect that you can get when you just add a little bit of water to it as well. It's just like beautiful, beautiful effects there, and we've seen what Leonie can do with this ink. It's so versatile, isn't it? You can choose any 3 of those, and currently all of them are still available, although the mermaid tail, 40% of that one has gone. $15.99, and it's a saving of £6. That's $9.99 today on the craft store for the incredible ink. Now, we are moving along to our pens. We have 6 of them left now to choose from. So choose any 4 you like. Maybe choose 4 of the same one if you want. Choose any 4 you want from our Jane Davenport Ultimate Pen Pick and Mix. And we are left now with the following colours. Black lace, hot vinyl, thriller jacket, made in the suede, Daisy Dukes and Aquadisiac. And you can see the colours on the front here. Basically, the colours of the actual pen casings is the colour that you will be getting inside. Here's your black lace at the front here, and here's the nib. If you can get in there, you'll be able to see just how sharp and how fine that is. And that's going to give you a really, really nice, precise finish. Black lace is now the favourite. Yep. Over half the stock has gone on the black lace. Just a point, don't ever do that on your thumb, because I don't know how easy that is to get off, but I didn't really think about that. You're about to tell me now it's permanent, aren't you?
It's permanent.
Is it?
Yeah.
Great. Good news. Don't test out the nib on your thumb. Do you remember finger bobs, by the way? It's just, yeah. There we go. That's one only you and I will get. 495239 is the item number there. That's your Ultimate Pen Pick and Mix. Choose 4 of those. Now we have watercolour sets here. You've got 2 options from these. These look really, really nice. These pastel palettes that we have here. You've got a glitzy palette here, and you've got a neutral palette. I say pastel, they're not pastel, are they? It's a glitzy palette and a neutral palette. It comes in these really, really pretty cases here. Have a little look at that one, for example. Look, oh, isn't that nice? Jane Davenport's name on the front there. Beautiful little tin. And once you pop it out like this, you can actually take each individual colour out and use it elsewhere, or refill, do whatever you want to do, and store them in here. These are your swatches that you can see down the front. So this is your glitzy, and these are the various colours that you're getting with that. Is that going to hold up? It might do. I'm having to hold this at the same time. Hang on. Yeah, go for a close-up. Go for a close-up. We're good. Okay, there you go. That's your colour swatch there for your glitzy, and then there we go. That is your neutrals as well. Apples in there, Dove, Kiss Kiss, Vitamin C. I like the names. There's some really cool names. Unicorn as well, because Buff. Yeah, how do we know what colour a unicorn is? We don't know, or do we? There you go. It's what? It's invisible. They are real though, right? Yeah, of course they are. 884113 is the item number for that, and make sure you choose the one you want. $13.99, by the way. It's a really good price. Right, Leonie, have you managed to tidy up?
Oh yes, of course.
Good. Okay, so dripping with sarcasm there as you said that.
I mean, no, it's relatively tidy. So, okay, what I thought I'd do is just show you now, mixing up. Obviously, I've got my little backgrounds here that I've just done. Now, with the pens, so with these, you can obviously do loads of different things with these as well. And they work beautifully with the products that we've got on today's show. Obviously, everything works beautifully together. So, and it's interesting, the difference between your mixed media card and your watercolour cardstock. I started just going in with my pen, and you see the colour of this is just divine. If I work over the top, so remember that's that shaving foam background that I've already created, over the top on the watercolour cardstock, the yellow is quite rich, actually. I mean, I love that. I just think that looks absolutely beautiful. It's literally colouring in. The thing is with the watercolour pens, with these, because you've got that really nice nib, you can either get in the details. So if I wanted to be really quite specific, I could do that. But it's great for big washes as well, you know, because of that nib. It's absolutely stunning. On your mixed media card, it works really different. I mean, it obviously goes on, but it's a different effect. The colour palette is different on your mixed media. So do play with your different cardstocks to see the type of things that you can create with them. So I really like that, because obviously now I like being able to go in and colour back over the top. I think that looks really, really quite effective. And if I wanted to bring in a little bit of the blue, so if I went in, that for me is too dark. So you go in then with your water pen and you can still drag the colour out. So you can still, even on like your beautiful background that I've created, you can still drag your colour out and start creating lots of different sort of layers as well, which is essentially why she created all these different products. It is for layering, which I love, absolutely love. Wonder what it looks like on this one. Sorry, what I end up doing is just playing. It's not, it's funny really, it's like demonstrating or playing, just playing actually. I like this because look, it's the shaving foam is acting as a resist. Can you see?
Right, yes, you can go over it and not worry about
that's
it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And again, that's that mixed media cardstock. I love the mixed media cardstock. It's so different. Every time I use it, it's like, oh yeah, that's interesting. It just gives you so many different effects. So just going over the top there, the colours will obviously mix together
there,
beautifully.
Green.
Yep. So you've got all that, again, all your gorgeous possibilities there. I'd really like that. I think that looks well cool. And I would actually take that off and just see if that'll rub away, which it does a bit, which I right like. Anyway, so you can work over the top, okay, so layer, layer, layer. I want to finish that now, but I'm not going to, because I know I'm going to go into faff territory. Now, one of the things that these are really good at, of course, is your brush lettering. So if I took this one, for instance, I don't know what this is going to work like, because I'm working over the shaving foam, but I thought, well, we don't know what it's going to be like, let's just try it. So I think, so I'm going to write the art, so do that, and you do this, and you do this, oh, gone a bit wobbly there, and then me too, like this, okay. Now, the lovely thing is, at minute it's like, that looks dodgy, don't worry about it, don't worry, and I love that, because you've got to get out close.
You never know with the guests whether or not you're supposed to go, that's amazing or that's dodgy. I'm glad you said that. Because I was like, oh, I was going to say, that looks nice. Yeah. You're going to go over it, good.
It's funny, isn't it? Yeah, sometimes it's like, is that
That is the effects that they're going for, and then you're thinking, that's not finished.
Is that done?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a bit. You just
it's subjective, isn't it? Because like genuinely, it's like one person's taste is like that is done, and another person might go, you just started it. When you
Yeah. It's like, all right, how are you going to actually finish that? Yeah, and this is it. You see, I just like creating backgrounds, and mine are like, oh, look at that. It's like, Leon, that's just lots of colour splotched on a bit of card. But you know, for me, it's like happy days. Yeah. But anyway, sorry, I'm forgetting to tell you what I'm actually doing. So now I find this really relaxing. Yeah. I love doing this. So what you do with your water brush, you just drag that line out. So essentially, you can do your writing. It can look as dodgy as anything because it's a water-based pen. It allows you then to drag that line out, so it really, basically, it just allows you to work with it and to make it look good. So you don't need to worry. You know, you don't need to worry if it's gone and it's, how did I get that line over there? Yeah. You don't.
So on the
panic.
T, for example, you won't need to add any more to that. You'll be able to just drag through the rest of the ink to fill that in. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the beautiful thing, like with this now, that line coming down, I can literally just, like so. And I love how light that is as well. Yeah. You know, in comparison to the other bits, you've got real tone with that. So it makes it look like, it actually makes it look like you're quite clever. Because that, it's like, oh, look at that faded out, you know, that's beautiful.
You can see behind it, can't you?
Yes. which is beautiful. And they're so cool for that. And again, your shaving foam is acting as a slight resist, so I can, it's acting different on the shaving foam, so you'll get these really interesting parts. It's not moving it, so your shaving foam, it's permanent. It's not blending with this, but it is creating a really interesting look. So yeah, they're beautiful for brush lettering. So obviously if they're beautiful for brush lettering, they're gorgeous for colouring in. But they're also great for actually colouring. So say you've got something like your masks. Let's use that one. I haven't opened this one yet. Oh, Leonie, don't faff, don't faff. I'm faffing. Okay. Say you've got something like your mask. Now, there's loads of ways of using all the products with your mask. We've showed you the ink. We've showed you, doing... oh, what am I trying to say? We showed you inks anyway. Yeah. Right, if I just spritz with water for starters, let's do it that way first.
So that's supposed to be a little character in the bottom right-hand side there.
It's kind of an eye, but who knows?
But he's got a little body and a...
It does look like it's got a little body, actually, yeah. It's Marlene's work, and Marlene is so imaginative, so possibly. So what I'm doing is working into that that design there. So I've spritzed it with water. So now the pen, I'm actually, as I'm applying the ink, I'm squeezing the pen gently, just to get the ink to flow a little bit faster, because I'm working into water. Now, normally, I'd be really careful working with pens into water, because you'd be scared of ruining your pen. Right. With this, because it is a water pen, don't worry about it. It's not actually dragging the water back into the pen. Okay. It will dilute it, so the more you work into the water, you'll dilute your ink, but you're not going to ruin your pen by doing this. Right. So don't panic with that. And it gives you a really soft effect. It also means that you can use different colours together, and again, it won't ruin your nib. And that is just fabulous. I mean, look at that colour. That's quite intense, so I'm stopping with that because it's really intense. And what I will do is just go in with the lighter purple and start dragging the darker purple out with the lighter purple, because it's already got watered down. I'm not going to put any more water because I'll lose the detail. It'll start going under the stencil. Right. But because I've already got water down, that really allows me to get movement. And you can see I can get movement into the blue. And I really like that. That purple is super, super dark and intense, but it's absolutely gorgeous. And then you see this lighter purple now, because I've been working into the darker purple, I've got that colour. But as you work with your pen, the colour that I've picked up, the darker colour that I've picked up, will gently, and you can see the colour changing. Yeah, as it gets lighter, yeah. And that, again, is a lovely, lovely technique. You know, you can create so many different looks just by doing that technique alone. Especially when you brush lettering, it's beautiful, because you're able to create, like, a beautiful two-tone... It's like you've got a whole bunch of watercolour options there, and you're changing it every time, aren't you? But it's actually just one pen in one go. Honestly, it's the whole thing, the whole collection, you've so many possibilities, because the collection works together so, so well. Now with that, I am very aware that that's still quite wet, so if I pull the stencil off, I think there it's it has moved. But if I just get my, there it is, my tissue, let me just catch this. Now this will lift some of the colour off, so it's not going to be as intense, but I didn't want to wait. So then when I lift it off, you can see the beautiful, look how they blended together, those colours, which is just divine. And again, it allows me now to go in. I've got kind of detail in there, but now I can go back in with the richer purple and start allowing that to move. There we go. And then with your water brush, I love stuff like this, because again, it's just playing. With your water brush, you can just start to get that to move. Yeah. And those feathers, they look like feathers. They could be. Yeah. It's Marlene, so Marlene's imagination could be anything. And look at that. So you're just dragging that colour out, and it just gives you such a beautiful effect. And the other thing is with this one. So say I did. Hold on. Say I did the heart and just freehand this one. Oh, not much time now. So say, I know you won't be able to see that. I can't see that either. There we go.
That's brilliant, Leonie. That's some of your finest work.
Thank you.
Love it. It's a really great cat you've just drawn there.
That's the demo. That's
oh,
it.
brilliant. Great.
No. So
thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
If I do that.
Oh, wow.
Doesn't that look good?
Oh,
and then,
brilliant.
And then the purple. Oops. That's splashed. The purple. Come on you. There. It's not moving as much, but that's all not a problem. Because again, we'll go in with, oh, I lost it, but it's okay. We'll retrieve it. Never.
It's just like having fun, isn't it? It's like play. It's like being back at nursery and playing with the little paints and stuff, isn't it? It's great fun.
Thanks.
No, it is though. It brings the sort of fun and the joy back to it, doesn't it? Of like using the waters and.
It is.
I wasn't suggesting for a second, Leonie, that we could get a toddler in.
I think this is quite what's wonderful about art. You know, we grow up and we have to get sensible, and that's really boring.
Yeah.
Whereas art and products like this and colour, it allows you to explore, it allows you to play, and I think that is the mindful, like all the mindful stuff is about that, and there's a lot in it, because it is. As soon as you start crafting, there's that. Throughout my career, there's been that many people who've said they have to use crafting for relaxing, and obviously, sorry, they haven't been so well.
Yeah.
And it really does help. You know, I mean, you just zone out, and that when it dries. Now, this I'm not going to lift the ink because then I'll fade it out. With that, when it dries, you will get the intensity, which looks amazing. And just before we run out of time, because I haven't used your aqua pastels, we have got another hour. I've forgotten when I'm back. 1 o'clock into. So yeah, we'll play with these a little bit more. But you see, your aqua pastels as well. These can work. So say you lose any detail, you can go back in, and this gives you different texture. There's different types of aqua pastels. These ones aren't as waxy. They're waxy, but not super waxy. So you can still draw with them, which looks really cool.
Oh, okay. So it's like you're going back to the original now and using it as a crayon.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you take your water pen and then you can literally move that colour. So if there's parts that you want to actually shift and you want to move, you can do that. So it increases the intensity, but it really allows you to play.
It's just like, it makes me happy just looking at it. Just when you put the water, you think, what's that going to do? And the colours interact. I just find it really.
Yeah.
It is relaxing, but it's also kind of fun. Fun, I think, is the key word.
So fun.
Yeah.
And this is the beautiful thing, the experimentation of it. You know, these products allow you to experiment. And look at that, you see, that's already dried, so they will dry pretty permanent if you don't get in there. And this is on watercolour cardstock as well. But yeah, they allow you to play, to explore. The way the products all work together really allows you to be super creative. And then these pens over the top, I mean, these pens are rich. These are your permanent pens. Richard will have that black finger for at least a month.
Oh, yeah. The black lace. Yeah.
Bit of black lace, Richard.
Bit of black lace. Can't go wrong.
I never thought we'd see
Never thought you'd see me with black lace on, but there you go. I'm holding it right now. There we are. So you're back at 1 o'clock.
I am back at 1 o'clock, yes.
Thank you so much, Leon. I've really enjoyed watching that.
Thank
all you need to do is get some of that and then add water in some cases and your imagination. And that's it. And you're off and running, and look at the different effects that you can make that. Oh, that's the fountain pen as well.
Oh, is that sold out?
If you've got it in your basket, make sure you check it out and do enjoy it if you've got it, because we've sold out of that. So we will hope to get some more of it very soon. 495239 is the item number for your pick and mix, where you can choose 4. Just look at that. That is incredible. Oh,
sorry, I'm just playing. Have we? How much time have we got?
About 2 seconds. Carry on. You carry on. I'll say bye. We'll see you again at 1. Plenty more to come on the craft store, including this coming up right now. A fabulous fabric happy hour. That was a pregnant pause, wasn't it? Clarity Stamps 1 day special after that, and then paper crafting with Jane Davenport.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to what's going to be an amazing hour, because we've got some phenomenal prices that we are sharing with you during this hour. Now, the key thing is to get involved as soon as you possibly can, because these savings aren't going to be around for long. In fact, we are talking, it's a happy hour, isn't it, this hour? Yeah. It's a happy hour prices, which means that you can only take advantage of the discounted prices for this hour and this hour only. I think I'm going to nickname myself Happy Hour Hayley, because in the last 24 hours I've had 4 happy hour shows. So yeah, but I don't mind, because we've got some fabulous prices that we're sharing with you throughout all of them. And this time it's the turn of fabric freedom. So you know you've got quality straight away. You know how I love my fabrics. So I'm going to be giving you lots of kinds of hints and tips that I think of as we go along. I'd love for you to get involved as well. Now, if you want to shop ahead and have a little look at what we've got coming up, then on the website you'll be able to find everything. Look at that. How beautiful do all those reviews look? All those stars. Oh my goodness, so many of them. Now, we don't have, which one, what was that, the Pashwami wrap? Do you mean the I can't even say it myself, I can't say it now that you said it wrong. Pashmina. I think is it a Peshwani naan? Is that something totally different? They're still both very tasty, but there you go. So this one is your Pashmina. So we've got it on the screen, we haven't got those in after all that. Or, oh, we haven't got them on the show. Right, I see. Yes, so we haven't got them physically in the show. Oh, I've got a hankering for a curry now. Don't we be mentioning that, but there you go. Yes, loads and loads. And as I said, I would like you to get involved as well. Lots of these fabrics, I know many of you have invested in previously, and I would love to see what you've been creating with these. So if you don't mind sharing your photos, I would love to let everybody else see and get some inspiration from what you've created, so you know how to get in touch. But just in case you don't, it's emailing in your pictures to studio@thecraftstore.com. And as I say, I'll try and give you a few little hints and tips and ideas as we go. I'm glad I've got my comfy shoes on though, because we've got a very long counter and a lot of fabrics to go through. So we're going to kick things off with the item that we've got on the screen to start with, and these are your beautiful florals and splot. What's something with these teeth? I need to change them for somebody else's. So these are your florals and your spot blenders. That's not so easy to say. And these are the perfect opportunity when you're wanting to extend your focus fabric. So if you've got a lead fabric within a project, or maybe you don't have a huge piece of a particular fabric you're wanting to use, these are the perfect way to kind of dilute down the design, extend out the design potentially as well, and lots of choice. Now, they're coming in little kind of bundles, little pairings with regards to these. Then you're going to get 2.5 meters, so it's a full meter in total. You can go for multiples. I can't guarantee that they'll be in a complete run when they come to you, but it is something that may well happen. Bit of a bonus if it does. So, loads of colourways to go with. So, what have we got? Let's start off with our beautiful beige. Lovely, warm, creamy tone. This one, I think you'll agree. So if you're working with anything that's got a muted tone, maybe you're doing something on a vintage theme, then this is going to be very in keeping with regards to those colours. Then we go on to our greens. Now, we've got a couple of different greens to share with you. So this first one is your olive green, and you can see perfectly with those little spots there, those gorgeous florals. But you also notice that with both of these fabrics and with all the fabrics that I'm sharing with you, you've almost got like a mottled look in there as well. So lighter tones and deeper tones in there coming the right way through. Absolutely gorgeous. Those two work well together as well, don't they? Then we've got more of a bright, fresh green with this one. This one makes me think of springtime. So if you've got any gorgeous fabrics with nice, bright floral tones on there, then I think this one is going to look lovely alongside them. Green's always useful because if you're working with fabrics that have got flower prints on there, you will always find green foliage in there. So that's a nice one that's going to complement those colours. Then the blues. Now, these are beautiful. We've got two different tones of blue, but the first one being your lighter one. Again, you can see there your spots, your gorgeous florals in there. It's almost like a very soft chambray blue, that one, like a denim style blue. Really, really pretty. And again, complementing those other colours we've just looked at beautifully. Then you've got your more vibrant blue. This one we're calling sky blue. It's kind of got a bit of a purpley undertone, I would say, with this one. It's one of those clever colours that when you put it alongside a blue, it will look more blue. If you put it alongside a purple, it'll have more of a purple tone to it. But a really nice one, again, with that mottled look in there. Then we get on to those purples. Now, this one is your dark purple. Dark because when we look at it in contrast to some of the others, it is darker, but we're not talking a chocolate box purple with this one. Beautiful purple, as you can see, though. Beautiful. Next one now, this one's an interesting one. We're calling it light purple, but this one, I think this, again, like the blue I just spoke of, this is one that's going to morph between different colour groups because it's got very much a kind of pinky look to it when we're looking at it in the studio. So you could use it with your purples, gives it more of a purple hue, maybe more of a hyacinth look, whereas if you take it towards your pinks, it's going to look more of a pinky tone. Beautiful one throughout. Next one that we've got, now this is a gorgeous one. This one's almost like a shabby purple almost. Calling this one lilac. So this one instantly, if I just bring that blue across there, I mean that looks lovely alongside that one as well because it's got that kind of muted tones. Kind of tapering down that colour and content. Beautiful though, I'm sure you'll agree with that one. Then the pink. Oh, look at that pink. That's a happy pink, isn't it? Bright and cheerful, and that's exactly what we need as we're going into this new year. And then your last one is your grey. Now, grey is a very useful colour. This one is kind of like a grey tone. It works beautifully with that lilac that we looked at as well, because they're both kind of on that spectrum of blues and greys and purples. But grey, very useful one because grey works with any colour. It's a one that we regularly use within quilting to extend, to frame. It's just a really easy one to work with. It's quite a deep grey that you've got with that one, but a really nice range. So all of them absolutely gorgeous. Now, you get 2.5 meters with regards to these, 44 inches wide, so a good width, your standard width with regards to these, but a brilliant price. Now, it is a standard item that we regularly keep in stock here at the craft store, so the item number there, you can use that over and over again, but obviously it's only during the happy hour that you've got that promotional price of £9.99. So I'd stock up on that one while you've got the chance, but safe in the knowledge that if you do need any more of it, you will be able to get hold of it. You might have to go for that higher price, but at £14.99, that's not a bad price anyway, to be fair. But certainly during this hour, take advantage of that discount that we've got available to you. £9.99. Now, don't check out your basket just yet, though. We've got lots more to share with you. Obviously, if you want to jump onto the website, then of course you can get involved earlier. So this one, now, we have got loads. We're going from this point here right the way over here. So bear with me. You might want to grab yourself a cuppa because there could be some time with these ones. But again, with these, we are looking at some fabulous fabrics that you're going to be able to use as your blenders. Wonderful for things like applique as well, because you've got such a wide range of different colours. So if you're into your applique, perfect, and some beautiful tones with these. And you've got two with regards to these as well. So again, they're coming in the pairings. So the two that you've got, oh, excuse me, that tickle popped up then. So here you've got those two different fabrics that you've got here. So you've got your brown, we're calling this one. It's gorgeous. It's kind of got like a deep coffee brown there and a mottled tone behind it. Accompanying that, you've got your mottled effect. So again, it's a bit like the fabric we saw a few moments ago, where you've kind of got that change of tone in there. So perfect if you're working with lighter fabrics, perfect if you're working with your darker fabrics. And that's kind of the story that you'll see with each one of these options. So that one is your brown to start with. Next one, we've got more of a kind of peachy tone. This one's being called sandstone. So again, lovely combination between those two there. So that one is your sandstone. That looks beautiful alongside the next one that we've got, which is your terracotta. A gorgeous, rich red, as you can see there. Beautiful. And again, those, I mean, all of those work together. This is a nice way maybe for you to make your first quilt, just utilising fabrics like these, because they've got the same connective print across all of them. Then they'll work together automatically. And then of course you've got the connection of the colours working together as well. So a nice affordable way to make your first quilt. Next one is dusky, and this one's kind of like a dusky pink, got a very kind of deep peach tone to it as well. So again, these can morph into other different colour ranges if you wanted to, but a really pretty one, as you can see there. Then, oh my goodness, that pink, look at that. That is so pretty. Beautiful combination. These plainer ones, perfect if you want to do things like petals. Mind you, any of them, to be honest, you could utilise those. Really pretty one. And these can make some fabulous lining fabrics as well. Oh, look at this, that orange, that gorgeous zesty orange there. Again, the mottled tone coming through there, as you can see, with your one half, and then of course you've got your other half metre there with that lovely print feature. And I love that one. Gorgeous. Then we're going into those deeper tones now. So here, that maroon. Now the maroon has got that deep red underneath, but then almost like a burgundy vine sitting on top there. And again with this one, almost looks like a camouflage print, that one, doesn't it? The way you've got your deeper berry tone on top of the maroon there. Beautiful. Then we're going more into your pinks. This one is your fuchsia, but it's kind of a grown-up fuchsia. A deep tone, that mottle giving you different tones and variants of that pinky tone in there. And the blender, the other one, should I say, not the blender, the mottled one that you've got some quite light pinks featuring these as well. It kind of gives it a natural flow. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. But still staying within that kind of colour grouping, the plum. So again, the plum alongside the fuchsia looks beautiful. And it's quite a deep tone. So you can see there, you've got that deep, deep berry tone going right the way through this one. I mean, you could work with this one alongside your darker tones like your black if you wanted a very winter feeling quilt. But gorgeous. Beautiful, like that one. Now the next one, oh, it's like a mustard tone, this one. We're calling this one gold. Very much on trend, this particular colour, isn't it? Especially if you like your greys as well, because it works alongside your grey beautifully. Again, that gorgeous vine sitting on top of that mottled fabric, and then more of that mottled fabric on its own. Then the greens. Now this is olive. We saw olive earlier on with the spots and the flowers, and again it's a similar sort of tone. So lots of these kind of cross-pollinate with other fabrics. So the first kind of pick and mix that we had would work with these, and that one being your olive, very useful one to have. Gorgeous, especially if you're doing things like, you know, applique, and we see Pam and Emma who come in and they do those fabulous Jacobean quilts and things like that with the applique. Those would be beautiful. Now this is quite a bright green. I'm calling this one emerald green, and yeah, I mean, need I mention Christmas? Well, I know it's like, oh my goodness, we've only just got out of Christmas, but don't forget with sewing projects can take quite a long time. So if you were sat watching the TV over the Christmas period and thought, oh, I wish I'd made a Christmas quilt for this year to dress the sofa, to make it look cosy, now is the time for you to get started, giving yourself plenty of time. Then you've got no rush when you actually get to the Christmas season this year. So that one is your emerald. Then you've got your gorgeous, oh no, we're calling this one duck egg. Okay, it's quite a minty tone I feel with this one, but yeah, no, that's fair enough. If we call that, it is called mint, it's not called duck egg at all. I think just Ross is making up his own range. But if you're thinking of making a fabric freedom and you're watching, duck egg's the way to go. Next one we've got is that gorgeous blue. Oh, gorgeous sky. Again, we saw that colour in the last pick and mix we were looking at. So again, beautiful, beautiful colours with that one. I like this next one. Love this. This one, we're calling this one Royal Blue. Absolutely gorgeous, almost like a teal undertone with that one. Again, that's another one that when you put it with the blue, it's going to look quite blue. But if I bring in the green, it's almost got a tealy look to it then when you work with those together. So gorgeous. Love it. Then the brown. Now, this is quite a deep brown, calling this one chocolate. And again, you've got that darker print sitting on the top there. And, of course, your mottled, almost it looks like a faux velvet or something like that, doesn't it? Or a suede. Gorgeous. Now, the next one we're calling duck egg. Okay, fair enough. I just call that one grey personally, but that's okay. It's kind of duck egg grey. For the purposes of your order, though, we are calling it duck egg. So if you like the look of that one, then you're going to get those two. And finally, a bit tricky to actually show you the print on this one, but it is black, and you have still got those gorgeous florals appearing there, and of course that gorgeous mottled tone. As you can see, beautiful. Each and every one of those. I'm glad you're shopping for these, and I'm glad you're taking advantage of that price, because this is the kind of fabric that is brilliant to build up in your stash, because even if you need the smallest amount, or maybe making your bias tape or your cornerstones, these are going to work absolutely beautiful with any project that you're working on. It doesn't have to be a quilt. It could be that you're using it in your bag making, some lovely linings. It could be that you're using it in dressmaking, because you could do any of these fabrics can be utilised in so many different soft craft areas, and the benefit is you're getting a brilliant price. I mean, £9.99. 2.5 metres, phenomenal. 188-164 if you're liking the look of those. And you're liking the look of a lot of things that we brought with to you already. So now we're going to kind of funky it up. And I love this next set. We've got a couple of different styles of fabrics that I love these. Now, I love a polka dot. But the thing with polka dots, sometimes when you're working with them, they can be a really tricky one to work with, because you've kind of got the uniformity of where the dots are placed. Not so with this one. It's almost like a confetti that's been sprinkled onto the fabric. So if you like the look of the contrast of the light with the main colour of a polka dot, but don't necessarily like the way that it's very, very structured in its design, then this one is a very forgiving one. Incredibly so. Nice repeat on this one as well. So if you're wanting to use it for your bias tape, even the smallest slither, you don't lose that gorgeous print that you've got. So we've got your gorgeous yellow. Very, very nice colour tone with that one. Next one we've got, ooh, I'm getting all exotic. We've got Calypso. Nice, like that one. You've got your navy, which is a beautiful, deep, deep, dark blue. That's a lovely one to work with. And I like the navy with the white there. It's always like a nautical look, isn't it? The blue, oh man, this one is a turquoise, a bright turquoise. In fact, it works lovely with the pink alongside it, doesn't it? Gorgeous. So there's just turquoise. We are calling this one pink as well. Lovely sugary pink, that one. Very, very pretty. And the last one is a raspberry. Or if you're posh, raspberry. Raspberry and Redditch. That's what we have, raspberries. There you go. I'm not posh. There you go. I love them. So all those gorgeous fabrics, if you wanted to take advantage of them. These ones you're going to choose your 1 metre. So it's not a pick and mix. I mean, you can mix them up if you want to. You just use the item number over and over again as many times as you like. But that £4 saving is only with us for the next 44 minutes or so. So 482-486 if you're wanting to take advantage of that. Can I show you one of my favourite fabrics for this hour? I love this one. It's so cute. It's a real fun-loving one. And some very on-trend colours featuring with these as well. So you've got 4 different options with regards to this one with the animals. And they are so cute. Really fun and funky. You've got almost like your geometric style animals with this one. And this one is your Dakar print. So you've got loads of different little animals featuring on these. It's non-directional as well. They've been very clever with the design of this one. So some of the animals are facing north-south, some are east-west. They're mixing them all up, so you don't have to worry about how you're laying down your pattern pieces with this one as well. Now, you've got your green. Sorry, I jumped ahead there. I was having a purely selfish moment then looking at those. So that gorgeous green, really nice one, like that one. Now, the silver grey, it's almost like a beige undertone, that particular one. So really nice one, that one, silver grey. Then we've got your ice flow. Oh, some very creative names going on with this, isn't it? Ice Flow. Ice Flow, Flow Baby. Ice Baby Flow. It does sound like a rap artist, doesn't it? Ice Flow. Now, sulphur, yeah. Sulphur was never a pleasant thing when I was at school. It's an interesting one to name a fabric after, but yeah, it's true. Sulphur is yellow, isn't it? I'd probably be more inclined to call that one mustard. Could be something to do with all those animals congregating together. Who knows? I'm not one to cast dispersions, but all four of those being your choices under the same item number of £9.99, 672 644. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I know we were mentioning Christmas earlier on, and I know a lot of you will be going like, oh, especially, I mean, paper crafters, but to be honest, so as you all know, you need to give yourself plenty of time for your projects. And the next bundle that we've got for you, this is one that is really going to be of interest to you. It's a pick and mix. Now, you're going to choose any 3.5 metres and you decide. Now, it could be 3.5 metres of the same piece if you're wanting to. So if you're wanting to do a table runner or lots of placemats, then by all means, do go for that. But this is a brilliant one. Now, don't forget, it's a Fabric Freedom one. You've got a brilliant price on this one during this hour. But it's not a bad price at $18.99 anyway. So this is one that if you are investing in it, keep a note of that item number, because I think you'll want to go for more of it. And it's a nice way of kind of pacing yourself towards the Christmas season. If you are wanting to make something like a Christmas quilt, or as I say, it could be place settings, it could be chair covers, whatever you're wanting to create. So let's have a look at some of these. Now, one thing you'll notice, they've all got foiling on them. So absolutely beautiful. I think it's gold foiling across. So all of these are going to work alongside each other because they've all got the foil content. Three main colours. You've got your green, your red and your white with these. Oh, we're calling it cream, are we? Yeah, it is a slightly off-white. So this one, the cream's gone already. Oh my goodness, I didn't realise that we were so vulnerable with some of these colours already. Okay, so in the spots and stars, we've only got the green and the red. But because you've got the foiling, and the foiling is the same tone as any of the other cream that we've got, then they're going to work alongside it. So it might be we've got like some trees coming up that would work as well. So, yeah, beautiful. But brilliant quality, but you need to be quick with any of these you're choosing. So that one is your first one. My goodness, first sell-out. Then you've got your spiky trees. And this one is your green, your red and your cream. So quite often when you're quilting, 3 colour combinations make a really easy quilt. It's pick and mix, so of course you can choose with regards to these. So it might be that you're wanting to go for lots of cream but with different gold prints on there, which you can do. That's not a problem at all. Or it might be that you're wanting to go for your stars in one colour, maybe the green. It might be the trees, you're going for red, and then you're going for your ivory or your cream in another design. They're all the same weight fabric, so they'll all work across the board with these. But for the time being, your spiky trees, you've got your green, your red and your fabulous ivory. Oh, cream. I keep calling it ivory. Cream, 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 cream. It's cream in my head now. Okay, now this one is a useful one, because this one, I mean, red and green aren't just for Christmas, aren't they? And this one has got that swirl on it. So this one you could utilise all year round if you're wanting to, but equally so, perfect one to work. It's a nice one if you missed out on the cream of the spots and the stars, because you've got that little kind of spotty theme. So that would, oh no, we haven't got cream in that one. Shut up, Hayley. Okay. I just realised I went to point to it and it's like, oh no, there isn't a cream one there. So yeah, sorry, it was a good idea, but it ain't gonna work. So yeah, you've only got your 2 colour options with those, but as I say, all year round you can use those. Next one that we've got, I love this one. This one is like a doodly fabric. It's really cute. And this one is a miniature Christmas. We've taken Christmas and we've shrunk it right the way down so you've got little beady reindeers. Gorgeous. Christmas gifts. Again, you've got your stars. Here you go. There you go. There's your connection. Your stars that we saw earlier on, you could go for your cream in this one because you've got stars in that fabric. And as I say, the gold tone that you've got, and there are lots of different gold tones that you can get on your fabrics, but because these are all from the same manufacturer, it doesn't matter which of the fabrics you go for. That gold tone is going to be exactly spot on and perfect to work with any of the others. So you've got your green, your red and your cream within your miniature Christmas. Next one, we've got a bit of script with the next one, which is a nice one. So this one, I wonder if we can decide what this one's called. Merry Christmas! There you go. Ben just looked at me as if I've gone absolutely bonkers. So it's the 4th of January and Hayley is wishing everybody a Merry Christmas. Probably won't be the first time this year that I wish you a Merry Christmas either, but there you go. So this one, you've got your 3 different choices of your fabrics at the moment, and only at the moment, because of course they can sell out. Now this is a brilliant one if you're wanting to do borders, because you can cut this, you've got enough space between those 2 lines there to cut that and make it into a bias tape maybe, or to make it as a separation between your different blocks, making little fabric tags as well. I mean, you have got so many repetitions of those words there, and you don't have to go for all 3 fabrics in that one particular colour range and that style. You can mix them up if you wanted to. So beautiful fabric, really good weight these fabrics are as well. So there you've got your green, your red and your cream. And then the last option that we've got for you, which is kind of taking lots of the different elements. So this one is your trees with your snowflakes, and again you've got your green, your red and your cream with those as well. And again, a £6 saving. So this is the time to stock up. I mean, I know as soon as Christmas was over and the shops were open, there were people out there buying gift wrap, and they were in the card stores buying up their cards for the next year. You don't have to be sewing with this straight away. You can bundle it up and bring it out at the beginning of December, middle of November with your decorations and create then if you're wanting to. But it's the fact that you are getting it such a phenomenal price. £12.99, Ross. If we divide that by 3, what does that work out per half metre? Because that is a really good price. I mean, £12.99 for 1 metre, £4.33 is these. So you can see that's why it's such good value for money. You're looking at what, £8.66 a metre, which for fabric is a really good price. Really good price. So yeah, shop ahead for the season there. So there you go. If you want to get hold of those, please do. 551 520, all of those different colour options and combinations are available on the website as well, as are the next ones. Now, these are big bundles. So when you're looking at fabrics in big bundles, there's loads of different scenarios you can use these, but let me explain what you're going to get to start with. So you've got 2 bundles that we're going to be looking at, different prints with regards to these, and that's kind of the separation of these. So you're going to get 5 metres in total. So you're going to get 10 half-metre pieces, and we're calling these your cotton blenders. And you can see there, obviously, the cotton fabric, and they've got that gorgeous kind of gradient of different colours in here. But they've all got the same repeat of the beautiful print on there. So this first one, you've kind of got like a mottled look. Beautiful mottled look with that one. Little butterflies in there as well. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course the beauty of this one is that if you go for multiples of these, then you'll end up with 20 pieces. Feast your eyes on those just for a moment. I've got a tickle brewing. About that. Sometimes you can't stop it. There's nowhere to hide when you're doing a happy hour. Nowhere to hide there. We're at our most vulnerable. So anyway, what was I saying? Oh yes, these blenders. So you're going to get all of these. Now these are perfect if you're looking at doing a quilt, and you obviously the connective factor is the print with these, the pattern with these. Absolutely beautiful. And then of course you can do something like a oh gosh, what's it called now? A bargello quilt, because you've got lots of different colours in there, so quite a vibrant way. Quite often you'll have several muted tones of the same colour with a bargello, but this one gives it a brilliant blocky look. Beautiful. So those are all coming together as one of your options with this one. So that one is your mottled florals, and there you go. You can see all of those. You're going to get all of those. Absolutely beautiful. We've got flexi order on this one, so anything else that you're popping into your basket, you can spread the cost of those as well. Now, the next one, I particularly like this one, and there's several reasons why. Ditzy florals, I love ditzy florals. They're just so easy to work with. But this one, you have got an incredibly small print on this one. So straight away, the smallest of your quilting pieces, you're not going to lose that pattern. Again, things like your bias tape, you're not going to lose that pattern. It's still going to look like that beautiful little ditzy design that you've got. You've actually kind of got like leaves for running through this one as well, flowing right the way through. And what an incredible range of colours. You're going from that lovely turquoise right the way through. You've got your soft grey in there, your gorgeous pinks and blues, you've got your black, all of these gorgeous colours right the way through to your bright pink. So again, a really good range of fabric colours there. Again, You've got your 10 pieces, they're each ½ metre, so again 5 metres, absolutely brilliant. And again, it's another one of those options. Now, we've got lots of options to share with you, but this one, if you're shopping online, this is your ditzy florals. This is where you need to be clicking that add to basket button, and your 2 flexi buys of £20.48 will mean it gets on its way to you. But again, you can add in any of those other bargains we've been talking about. Incidentally, when you've got a flexi order open, even if you're wanting to add other things into your basket that we've not necessarily got on the show, like the fabrics, might be some of the happy hours you're adding in, it might be you've seen something on another show, even paper crafting. It doesn't have to be from the same company, but you can add them into your basket and spread the cost of those items as well. So it's worth bearing in mind if you need to stock up on anything else. So we've got as far as our ditzy florals. Oh, now we're going for our lovely batik dots. Reminds me of a snowstorm, really. I think we're due snow, aren't we? I heard it's been very mild. The little daffodils apparently are popping their little heads up on grass verges all around the country, but we're going to have a cold snap, so I wonder if we will see any snow. Beautiful range, this one again. You can see that mottled backdrop, which is kind of like that batik look that you've got, and of course a wonderful range, 10 different fabrics. Again, brilliant value for money. Love those, really good value for money. So yeah, if you're liking those ones are your batik dots. Next one that we've got, small repeat, again, but very much in keeping with the colours that we've been looking at already. So it's almost difficult to see where one finishes and one starts. But this one, it's your batik florals. So again, the backdrop being similar to the dots that we saw a few moments ago with the batik there running through, giving you that interest, those kind of peaks and troughs of colour. Absolutely beautiful. Lovely one again for applique as well, because you've got a small repeat. You could actually use that for your applique pieces. But again, English paper piecing, you could use this one. There's loads of different crafts you could use this one for. Beautiful. And again, 10½ metres. Phenomenal value. Love it. Brilliant. 5 metres of fabric for £40.95. So that is the one when you're shopping online, you're looking for your batik florals, that's what you're looking for. And then finally, we're going quite bold with the last one. And this one is called Brush Strokes. And this, it is a really bold, fun colour. If you're looking at doing that kind of rainbow quilt where you want that strong definition of colour, then this is definitely the one to go for. Absolutely amazing, as you can see. Now within here you can see that brush stroke coming through, so you've kind of got that level of colour, the light tones, the darker tones in there as well. So absolutely beautiful. We've got some gorgeous kind of minty tones in there as well, really nice. Again, brilliant value for money, and again 10½ metres for your £40.95. And there you go, that's what it looks like on the website. My goodness, you've only got half an hour left to take advantage of those prices. And something else you want to take advantage of is the savings. Now the last thing I want to do is, when I'm saving so much, is spend it on post and packing. It just drives me crazy. So I'm a free, oh no, I'm not, I am a Freedom member, but we're not talking about that at the moment. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, Flexi, we've been talking about that. QVT.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on Flexi-buy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your Flexi-buy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
It certainly does. And again, when you're talking about getting to that £60 threshold, doesn't just have to be products that are featuring in this show. Could be products that you've seen on other shows, or maybe other sections of the website, like the 7-day savers. And this hour is the perfect one to add your 7-day saver of your threads in with your fabrics. This is a phenomenal bundle. Quilting Bear always bring us an amazing range of products, and they've done it again with this 7-day saver. So you've got 2 thread storage boxes, as you can see here, clear perspex, and you're going to get all those threads included as well. You're going to get 27 of your cotton threads in there, 27 of your polyester threads, so covered for all eventualities, and what a beautiful range of colours. Love it. You've got pastel tones and vibrance in there, you've got your utility colours in there, but also your key colours that you're picking out from your fabrics as well. Beautiful bundle. It's just £19.98. So if you are an experienced sewer or maybe a novice sewer, then why not treat yourself to those? And of course, if you're going for any of the items on the show that have got Flexi-pay on them, then the cost of that one is just going to be an extra tenner on that first payment. The deal that you've got there is going to run right the way through to Sunday morning, though. It's not a happy hour deal, it's a 7-day saver, but at 8 AM it's going to go up by £15. So just bear that in mind. Make sure you're placing your order before you get to Sunday morning. And then we change them around, all new ones. So make sure you subscribe to the newsletter as well. So, shall I go through these fabrics and tell you what we've got? Because it's been a busy hour. Lots of you have been getting involved with regards to these. Fabric Freedom, if you've not come across them before, are one of our fabric contributors to the channel, and they bring us a lovely range of fabrics. Something they do so well is those kind of bread and butter fabrics, the fabrics that you always need in your stash to help you extend other fabrics that you've got. So do have a little look at what we've got. But anything you're shopping for in this hour, keep an eye on that clock. You need to make sure you're checking your basket out sooner rather than later. So here we go again. Let me show you these. So these ones are beautiful. Now these ones, we've got your gorgeous spot and floral blenders. So these, as I say, useful to blend in with your main fabrics that you're utilising within your quilt. Nice as well if you're just working on a little project that you need a little bit of lining fabric. Half metre can go a long way. And of course, it's, when you think about half metre, 2 fat quarters really, isn't it? So 4 fat quarters, often you can make a project utilising that, and that's exactly what you've got here. Now £9.99 will get you any 2 of these. You decide which. So it might be that you're going for your brown, beige tones, you're going to go for that gorgeous kind of olive green that we've got there, the lovely green there being your light green. The blue is your lighter blue there, and that's alongside your sky blue. Then you've got those gorgeous purples. Now you've got your dark purple, and then you've got your light purple alongside it, and then you've got your lilac. So you've kind of got 3 shades of purple in that little bundle there, as you can see. Then you've got that gorgeous pink, and then the grey. So those are all of your colour options with regards to that particular item as well. Shall we open one out? Maddie's going, no! So I'll pull them on from the end there. Too late, I've done it. So, half metre, I mean, you've got a good width with these. They're 44 inches wide, which is kind of a standard width with regards to your fabrics. But you can see with this one, it's a good size piece. So if you're using it for things like your cushion covers, you can imagine you potentially get 3 backs of a cushion out of this one. So there you go. I mean, you could use it front and back, or if you've got another fabric, this is where I use a lot of blender fabrics. I would use these alongside other fabrics that I've got in my stash. It might be that I've got some William Morris fabrics, it might be that I've got some Liberty fabrics in different styles. Now, sometimes the style of the fabric, if it's a cotton lawn, then I wouldn't necessarily use this alongside it. But if it's a quilting cotton, then I would utilise this to extend those kind of feature fabrics that you've got. Because then if I've got a half metre, say a William Morris fabric, half metre of this one, I could almost make 3 cushion covers. So that's where these ones come in useful. And they're good sized pieces, as I say, 44 inches wide. So standard width with regards to those, and your half metres with regards to those as well. So yes, I'm going to pop that down there. It's not going to look anywhere near as pretty as how our Maddie made it. But if I take my time, we won't need to come back to it. There you go. Up here for thinking, down there for dancing. So there you go. If you're wanting yours, then the details are there on your screen. As you can see, they're just £9.99, 655,965 for that first section that we've just been looking at. Next section, we've got a little bit of floral content in this one, but it's a small repeat, so it's a really pretty little design, this one. Again, you'll notice that you've got all those different colours featuring in here. So again, we're going from that kind of gorgeous, deep chocolate brown that you've got sitting on top of those mottled tones underneath there. So again, lots of choice with regards to this one. So another nice one to keep, maybe keep a note of the item number. I mentioned that because all of these are available at any time. Now, obviously, during the happy hour, we've got that promotional price, so it makes sense to shop during those hours. But if you're working with this and you end up with a project and you've only got a little bit of it left, as long as you know where you bought it from, i.e. the craft store, then you can go to the Fabric Freedom brand section. You can look at the pictures, you'll probably find it that way. But keeping a note of the item number in your little kind of book, your little black book, keep your note there, and then you can come back to it. Even put a little tiny swatch of that fabric in your black book alongside it, so then you can shop for more of it as time goes on, because these are incredibly useful fabrics. So, time being, the details are on your screen. If you're wanting to go for your mottled print, then we have got your brown. Then you've got your sandstone, which is that one, really nice one. The terracotta, I do like that one. Gorgeous, gorgeous colour. You've got your dusky alongside it. And then your fabulous pink featuring there as well. And each one of these, you've got your print on one, and you've got your mottled on your other. Then you've got your orange, your maroon, and your fuchsia. Gorgeous. Then plum. I mean, that's such a rich colour, that one, isn't it? Beautiful. Alongside that, you've got your gold. That's more of that mustard tone with that one. Your olive, again, absolutely gorgeous there. That beautiful emerald green. Very, very effective, like that one. The mint, nice fresh colour that you've got next to that one, and that looks beautiful alongside the sky there. Those two look really well together. The royal blue's got a lovely colour to it. It's almost like a teal blue is in there as well. Gorgeous. Then you've got your chocolate, which is obviously the deeper to the brown that we saw earlier on. And then we've got duck egg. That is your next one with more of that grey kind of tone. And then the solid, that gorgeous black there, and again you have got the detail of the black in there as well, with the little florals in there featuring. Love it. All of those beautiful. £9.99. What an absolute bargain. 1686164. But again, that £9.99 price will go up when we get to the top of the next hour, so make sure you're getting hold of it while you can. Got some lovely fabrics. Don't forget, if you want to email in your pictures, there's still time, just about to do it. We've got obviously 21 minutes left for you to take advantage of this one. We won't have that luxury of time in the show though, because we've got a 3-minute break at the end of it. But yeah, get your photos in. Whatever you're creating, actually. What you're planning to create as well. Maybe you haven't got a picture yet, but you've got an idea. So maybe I can help you shop for your fabrics for it. So get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com if you'd like to join me. So what have we got next? Now, I love these. I really do like these. As I said before, I love a polka dot fabric. I really do. But they can be so tricky to work with. Polka dots and stripes, they can be a little bit of a nightmare. But this, I love the way that this one has been put together, because you've got that polka dot influence with the lighter tones, but there's kind of a randomness with it, which means it's going to be a really easy one to work with. Really nice design. Almost looks like it's got little sugar sprinkles on it. Beautiful. So we've got the opportunity to get hold of a full metre of this one for £10.99. Colour choices, you've got your yellow, your calypso, that lovely navy in there, and then the turquoise alongside it, the lovely pink there, and that raspberry as well. Absolutely gorgeous, and again, just useful, really useful fabrics to have. It's got a kind of like a modern look to it, hasn't it? Having that different style of polka dot to it, but a lovely one as well. So yeah, £10.99. Keep a note of the item number should you need to, 482486. But bear in mind that saving of £4 is only for this hour. So when you shop for it again, it may well be at the higher price. Still worth it at £14.99 there. So yeah, keep a note of that number. Next one. Oh, back with our little animals. Oh, they're so cute. They really are. I mean, they've got a very contemporary look to them. Dakar print, this particular one, and you've got your 4 different colours with regards to these. The animals are the same repeats on each of them, so you could quite easily go for a couple of these, and then that way, when you are using them, then they've got that connective of the animals coming together there. Aren't they gorgeous? That fabulous mustard tone that you've got there. So we've got the green, we've got the, what would we call that, silver grey. Lovely soft grey there. Ice Flow, which is a cooler grey, as you can see. That one's more of a beige, a warmer grey, more of a cooler tone. And then you've got that gorgeous sulphur. It's gorgeous, but sulphur, that's not it's not a pretty word, but it doesn't matter, does it? It's still the same fabric. Once you bought it, you don't think about the colour afterwards, do you? So there you go. If you're wanting those, £9.99. Again, brilliant value for money. And of course, if you want to go in for multiples, you can do. You can go for repeats of these to get more of the fabric. Can't guarantee that they'll be in a continual run, but for each metre, you're only paying £9.99, so that's worth bearing in mind. Now, our Christmas fabrics. Now, you've been liking your Christmas fabrics. They've been very busy. I think you're with me on the fact that you need to get started early for your sewing projects for Christmas, don't you? You need to give yourself the time, but that doesn't mean you have to do your sewing projects for Christmas now. You could get your fabrics at your discounted price and then start your projects September time, maybe, after you've got the summer out of the way. Just remember where you put your fabrics. That's the only thing, because that's the thing I can't help you with. And if you're anything like me, you'll put them in a safe place, and then you'll find them about Easter 2023. Because that's the kind of thing that I do. So here we did have sellouts of these as well, but what we have got left are your spots and stars, and you've got your green and your red. Now every single one of these has got that gold foiling on it. It's the same tone across all of them. Now the red is limited with this one. Is this the one that we did miss out on the cream? So yeah, the red now, that one is looking vulnerable, being limited in stock. So yeah, if you're wanting that one, be quick. Again, keep a note of the item number. It will be going up in price in 17 minutes or so, but it's still one you can go back to and get more of should you need to. Then our spiky trees. Spiky trees have got available in all three colours, including that cream. Again, your green, your red, and of course your cream there as well. So again, 3.5 metres with regard to this. So it's a metre and a half for £12.99, which is brilliant value for money. And of course, now is the time for you not only to start sewing for Christmas this year, but also to take advantage of the discounted prices. Lots of bargains to be had on things like your Christmas baubles and your wrapping paper and stuff like that, isn't it, this time of year? So get it while you can. There you go, 551520. More options with regards to this one. Sadly, not 3 options with the next one, but this one is your dotty swirls. We only have 2 options of this one available at the moment, which is your green and your red. But again, that foiling on there, keeping everything continual, so again mixing them up, so if you've missed out on the cream in one, you can use it in another. And again, the next one with your miniature Christmas, I love this one. It's almost like somebody's got hold of a gold pen and doodled all over your fabric, and they've done a jolly good job of it as well. Beautiful. Love it. You've got little cups of hot chocolate in there, baubles, contemporary trees in there. There's loads. And again, you've got your 3 colour options with this one, your green, your red, and again, your cream with that one. Another one, which is a lovely one, and I know, I was just thinking how Paola, she was talking yesterday about making gift bags out of fabric as well. So that's something you could be doing throughout the year. These would be brilliant. They're almost like the fabric version of wrapping paper, aren't they, some of these prints? So again, this one would be perfect to make your tags maybe with. So you can see there your Merry Christmas. Beautiful. Your green, your red, and your cream are available in that one again. And then your last option, which is your little trees we've got here. Seasoned snowflakes. Oh, trees and snowflakes. First of all, I thought you said sea and snowflakes. Sea and snowflakes, they don't normally go to get seasons. So trees and snowflakes. You've got your green, you've got your red, and you've got your cream there as well. So again, 15 minutes left to take advantage of these prices. Yeah, brilliant prices to be had. So yeah, if you are shopping for your Christmas projects, now is the time to do so. As I say, pop the fabric away if you want. It's not going to go off. It might disappear because you won't know where you put it, but it's a useful one to have. And you might be making a little project once a month, and then by the time Christmas comes around, you'll have 12 different projects all ready to decorate your home. 551520 for those. Now, big bundles. You have been stocking up on these, and I am really pleased because you've got some fabulous prices with these. So we've got quite a few. Is it 6 different variations? Oh, there's 5 different variants of this one. So in each one of these, we're kind of panning across to show you all the different options, but I will go through them as well. You've got 10.5 metres with these. Now, your 10.5 metres actually equates to 5 metres in total, so it's a perfect way for you to stock up on your fabrics. Now, we're calling these your cotton blenders, and they are all within the same kind of print. So use them as your blenders if you're wanting to. Use them together to make a quilt. They don't have to blend with your other fabrics. They're strong enough to work by themselves. You don't have to use them with anything else at all, but you've got your different styles. So have a look at this one. So this one is your mottled florals. So you can see with the grey there, you've got a mottled effect, which you'll see across all of them in a few moments. But you've also got your florals in there, and you've also got that little kind of subdued tone in there with things like the little butterflies. Isn't it cute? Love it. So you're going to get 10 of these. So you can see you've got your grey, you've got your gorgeous pink featuring in that one, that lovely blue. Now you don't have to worry about the colours and what they're being called, because you're actually going to get all of these being sent to you. So you can see that the continuity between these is that print, and they're brilliant. If you want to have a go at things like Bargello, then that is a perfect way for you to do so at a very affordable price as well. 5 metres worth of fabric can go a long, long way, but when you are only paying your £40.95 for it, amazing. £24 saving. You will find these fabrics on the website, and I'm sure you'll probably find 5-star reviews for them, because they're gorgeous fabrics. And again, keep the note of the item number. If you want more, then you will get them, but not necessarily at the price we're talking about during this hour. Next one that we've got, I love this one. This one's a ditzy print, and it's your little ditzy florals. So again, similar colours to the ones that we've spoken of earlier on. So you've got those gorgeous kind of turquoise blues in there. You've got greys, your pinks, your blues, your black featuring this one. It's still got that little kind of paste design in there. You can just about see it featuring in there. The blues, again, those gorgeous antique browns, fabulous vibrant red in there. And of course your purple and that gorgeous cerise pink. But again, you don't need to know what the colours are called, because you're going to get all of them. Brilliant value, 215611 again for that one. And again, you can go for multiples of these. So if you wanted to go for your mottled florals alongside your little ditzy florals, then you can do it. It's not a problem at all. Both on the same item number. And flexi order, add in some of those Christmas fabrics while you're at it. Definitely worth it. Now, next one we've got are these gorgeous dots. Your petite dots. Oh, batik. I think I need to get my ears syringed. Or I could just turn the volume up, couldn't I? That'd probably do it as well. But then it's a bit late now. We haven't got long left, so I'll just leave it as it is. They are kind of petite, aren't they? Yeah. Well, I suppose petite depends on what you're comparing it to, because they might be very big in comparison with something else. But we are calling them batik dots, because you've got that gorgeous backdrop with that mottled effect, obviously synonymous with batik fabrics. And this is a brilliant one, because you're going to get your 10.5 metres again with this one. So again, your pink and your kind of grey, gorgeous green in there, your brown tones, your purples, your blues, absolutely gorgeous. Each and every one of those. £40.95, and the ability to spread the cost with those, and the same item numbers as the other options we've just been looking at. So pretty. Now, we've got more to share with you, but this time we are looking at your batik florals. Now, these are perfect to work alongside the spots that we just saw, because the base colour with these is going to be exactly the same. So you've got that connection of the colour with these as well. But again, another nice one to do at things like your Bargellos. Bargellos, you need a good variety of different fabrics to work together to get that gradient of colour. And it's one of those ones that a lot of people will want to have a go at a Bargello, but with Bargellos, you don't want too much variance necessarily with regards to the print of fabric. It's more about the colour change than the actual change of print. You can do it with any fabric, but you would tend to have your different fabrics and your mix of your lights and your darks and your mid-tones, and that's why these ones that we're looking at would be so good. I mean, this one here would look absolutely amazing as a Bargello, because you've got your deeper tones with your kind of deep grey border on black there alongside your green on the opposite here, and then you've got your lighter tones that can obviously flow into them. So a really nice combination, this one. 2 flexi buys at £20.48 will get them to you, or you can go for them all in one go at £40.95. Lovely. Gorgeous. And the last one that we've got is a really bright, happy combination, this one. I think this would be brilliant if you're doing things like your bags as well. I mean, these are for lining. This would be a brilliant one. And again, quite bold with the colours of these, quite blocky if you're using them together, which you could do, but you've got the connection of that gorgeous brush stroke. And you can see here where you've kind of got that, where somebody just literally just wafted a few brush strokes over your fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. And again, all on that same item, number 215611. And we've been busy for all of these. So again, I'm going to give you the opportunity to add these into your basket. But as I said, about this time, probably about half an hour ago, I was talking about post and packing, wasn't I? Freedom members, if you're like me, you'll know all of the advantages you've got of not having to pay your post and packing because it's part of your membership fee. If you're new to Freedom, though, this is what I'm talking about.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
And there's loads of bargains to be had as a Freedom member. They're always available on the website as well. And when you're shopping online, you'll be able to see there's like little blue banners on products where there's a discounted price for Freedom members. So it's definitely worth considering, especially in an hour like this. I mean, it's been so busy for so many different styles of fabrics. And each time you've got a different item number, then the post and packing gets added onto your order. And if you're like me and you like simple shopping, I call it, I like to know that when I'm spending £12.99, that is the price delivered to my door. I don't need to check out my basket and suddenly find that I've got an extra £4 that's been added on. Two reasons. One, because it's nasty surprises, I don't like it. And also it means that £6 saving, I'm losing kind of 2/3 of that with my post and packing. Why would you want to do that? Become a Freedom member. Now, talking about that discount price, lots of you have been taking advantage of this. Obviously, on the run up to Christmas, we've had some fabulous shows. Wonderful shows, all about soft crafts, all about making place settings, all about making table runners. Now, don't forget, because of the way that our website works, we've got 60 days worth of shows stored on there via Rewind. So that means that you could go right the way back to the beginning of December, watch those sewing shows, take inspiration from our fabulous guests that join us, and utilise those skills and techniques that they're teaching you with fabrics like this, but the fabrics are at a discounted price. It's worth thinking about. So, we've had another sellout. The spots and stars. Yes, it was quite vulnerable to start with, wasn't it? So now I've got to tuck that one underneath as well. There we go. Bye-bye. Because it's gone. Bye-bye, gone. Bye-bye, gone. Still got the green, though. And this is another one, to be honest, we're talking about the Christmas fabrics, but to be honest, that one, it's kind of got a snowbally look to it, it's got the little stars on there, but to be honest, you could use that all year round as well, couldn't you, if you've got a foiled fabric to work alongside it. Lovely one, that one. So again, if you're doing your pick and mix of your 3.5 metres, you could go for 3.5 metres of that particular one if you wanted to. You could utilise that in a quilt very easily. Or maybe you're going to go for your spiky trees. You'll notice that the green is the same across all of them, though, so they're going to work really well together. And same with the foiling. The foiling is exactly the same across all of those fabrics. So, again, that's where your connection is there. Spiky trees. I like the spiky trees. Spiky trees is a nice one if you want to do things like your English paper piecing, because you've got kind of your focal points with these, and there's some good spaces around some of these trees, so you could use those in the middle of your pieces. So I like that one. That's available, excuse me, in all three of our colours. So you've got your green, you've got your red, and you've got your cream there as well. Now, your dotty swirls, we only had this one available in 2 of your colours from the top of the show. So again, your dotty swirls, another one that you could use all year round because there's no particular reference to Christmas on there. They just look really, really pretty. So green and your red with those. That was like red, because I kind of got... I was pointing at that one, but I was looking at the red. But that is definitely green, and that one is definitely red. Then you've got your miniature Christmas. So your miniature Christmas, you've got all your little kind of Christmassy icons. You've got holly in there. You've got your little gingerbread man. Very cute, that one. And again, available in your green, your red, and your ivory. And again, as we said before, you can use the ivory from this one with some of those collections that we've looked at where the ivory has sold out. Next one, this one, yeah, you probably would just want to use this one for Christmas, to be fair. Merry Christmas emblazoned across it, a brilliant one for gift bags. Paola was very busy doing her recyclable kind of fabric gift bags, which I thought was a brilliant idea, something I'm certainly going to adopt. But maybe if you've got lots of gifts to give, you might need to get started nice and early. So it's not unheard of to do your Christmas sewing right the way through. And at £6 saving across these, definitely go for it. And then your last one, your trees and your snowflakes. So this one is adorable. I do apologise for my coughing. I think I've got a little bit of something going on there, so I'm not going to go into it in too great detail. But I've been away and all this talking gets my throat going. Anyway, all of these gorgeous deals that we've been bringing to you, they're all on the website. And there are some brilliant reviews on there. These are products that we regularly bring to you at full price. So they are ones that if you do find you've run out of your fabric, then you can get hold of more. Obviously, keep an eye open for them appearing on happy hours, because that's the best way to shop. Mention our 7-day savers. You'll find those on the website as well. You can add those into your basket at the same time. And again, we've got 5-star reviews there. And do treat yourself to those threads. They're an absolute bargain at that price as well. So that's it for this hour. Anything in your basket? You've got just over 3 hours to take advantage of these. I'm going to go off and make myself a t-shirt with Happy Hour Hayley written on it, because it just makes sense, doesn't it? And I'm going to join our lovely Leonie a little bit later on with Jane Davenport. But we've got one day special coming up, so stay tuned. Amazing deal. See you later. We have indeed, and it's a Clarity Stamp One Day special that lots of you have been taking advantage of. Then please do join myself and fabulous Leonie with Jane Davenport, and then Lou with us is here with Dr. Martin.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Yeah, it's still Christmas, apparently. Season's greetings to you. It may be the 3rd of January, and it may be... Is it the 3rd of January? It's the 4th of January. But we are still celebrating Christmas here for the next few hours, and we are celebrating it in style with our one-day special. We launched it yesterday at 6 o'clock, and it was super busy. Over half the stock has already gone, and it's because, of course, it's from Clarity. What Clarity do is they launch these amazing one-day specials, and you'll get one just like this, and it flies off the shelves. And this time, they didn't just go for one and double it up to 2. They went right down the counter and had 4 of them. Ridiculous. Paul's with us. Paul, have you had a word yet with Barbara? What's going on? Why have you done 4 one-day specials in one go? What are we going to do on all the other weeks?
Don't tell Barbara, whatever you do.
Oh, right. Oh, right. OK, mom's the word. Mom's the word. Great to have you with us again, Paul. Thanks for joining us on our video call here. Now, earlier on, you showed us everything you'd done yesterday. You'd made all sorts of wonderful things, starting with the launch yesterday and right the way through the hours. You did some more demonstrations this morning at 8 o'clock. Have you got some more lined up for us today?
We have indeed. So we've got 2 more for this hour. So we're going to get the gilding flakes out, get a bit messy. Luckily, I've got no air conditioning in here, so it's not going to go everywhere. Yeah. And then I thought we'd have a look at the beautiful design of parchment as well, together with the beautiful Quartet dies.
Perfect.
So
gilding flakes.
Both of those.
Quartets, parchments. I'm looking forward to it already. Let's go through it then, shall we? And Paul, you can fill us in on exactly what we have here. I'll just cue it up though by saying that these are this is our one-day special, and this is our nested tags and plaques collection. Now, with these dies here, you can get them individually, but the saving, at the bottom of the screen, by the way, is the individual price, $19.99. But just have a look at the saving that you will get if you do just stretch that little bit further and you get the lot, because you can get the lot, 5 of them, for just $49.95. That is incredible value. So individually, $19.99, multiply that by 5, and whatever calculator you're using, I can guarantee you will not get to $49.95. It works out at $9.95 per die set. So at $9.99, it's basically half price. It's basically half price, and is more than half off the overall price there, $99.95 down there to 2 flexi payments of $24.98. Now, why, apart from the price, Paul, is this such a good collection to get?
I think, Richard, sort of kick-starting the new year and looking at what we've already got in our craft stash that we've purchased over the past 12 months, 24 months, 5, 6, 10, 20 years or whatever, that sometimes we need some basic essentials that we can go to again and again. And we often go with like our nested dies, whether they be the beautiful sort of the nested squares, the hearts, the circles, the ovals, etc. But sometimes we need to add a little twist to it. So what we thought we would do to kickstart the new year here at Clarity, we'd revisit some of the designs that we saw last year, but start off with some essentials like these nested tags and plaque collection. Look at that, that's beautiful.
Really is, isn't it?
So it's not a tag, it's now become like a trifold or a concertina
triptych,
type art.
That is the arch that we have here in the collection, the arch tags, and there it is on its own.
That's right, so you can see where you can combine it with your paper, your card, your parchment, and it's looking about, because you've got each of the different designs come in 4 different sizes, so perfect for your matting and layering, also great for creating frames, creating apertures within cards. So don't think, oh, it's a tag, I'm not into tags, I don't give that many presents away. Look, none of these are gift tags that you would put on a present, are they?
No.
And it's all about this one here. This one's from the lovely Wendy Forburn. And she's taken and used offcuts of pieces that maybe she's just got in a stash and she's got to one side. But the dies create mini little pieces of artwork. Beautiful.
And there's a name tag there? So that's the name of the designer, isn't it, Dee? Is that right? Yes.
Yep, that's right. Yep, that's Dee, one of our design team members, lovely Dee Paramore.
And I love this as well. This is something we showed a little bit earlier. This kind of can be labelling any room you like, but my craft room here, but for kids' bedrooms, anything you like, really. Store cupboard.
Absolutely. Yeah. Downstairs, lavatory, whatever.
Yeah, and then we've got this here. Now this is almost, is this grey border? It's like certainly very thick cardstock, isn't it? And then you've made it into a booklet.
That's right. So Dee's done that, and it's sort of like a little sampler of some of the different papers that she's designed over the years for us at Clarity. And so it's like a little sampler book. But it's great for putting little notes on. And on the front, you can see she's used one of the cherry green shoes as well to decorate it.
We'll come to those. And of course, you've got these holes in it as well, which means you can connect it all together using ribbon or thread or whatever you like. That actually comes with the dies, doesn't it?
The holes, yes.
The holes, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, not the ribbon.
Not the ribbon.
No.
Just the holes.
Sorry to confuse. Yeah, no, the holes come on the die set there. That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Paul. So that is extremely popular at the moment, the one-day special. You can make 2 payments at $24.98. How much of the stock has gone now? 60, 50, 55%. Wow. 55% of the stock has gone, so over half the stock has gone right now. You will be getting your Victorian plaques, your Edwardian plaques, your luggage tags, your dome tags, and your arch tags as well. They're all nested within themselves, so you can layer them all up as well and make 2 payments of just $24.98 to get the lot. How about that? 906-668, the item number for that one. Another collection where you're getting over half the price knocked off is this Quartet trio here. Over half the stock has gone here, and over half the price has been taken off. So that's quite fitting, really. $44.97 is the normal price. You've got £22.50 off, which makes it $24.47. And what you have here is 3 different quartets. One's called A Room with a View, one's called Cats on a Chair, and one's called Best Friends. And I'm going to just bring out the straightforward die cuts here, just to have a look at, Paul, while you take us through them, and then I'll show the samples that the design team have come up with. But this one here is, now which one's this one? It's just Room with a View, isn't it?
The Room with a View.
Yes.
So this is beautiful original artwork from our very good friend, the lovely Mel Turner. She does a number of illustrations for us that we turn into stamps, dies, groovy plates, stencils. And Mel took her inspiration from sort of like the South Downs, taking a dog for a walk.
Oh, right.
And building up those, or as if you're looking through a train window.
Yes.
And what you'll notice that each of these dies that we're looking at, the 3 different sets, they all tessellate. And what I mean by that is that you can put them all in a complete row, and it builds a complete image.
Yes,
you can use them independently as well.
Yeah.
This one here, the lovely curtain.
Does she have a lot of cats by any chance as well?
Oh, I don't believe she has any cats.
Is this the room inside her house? Yeah.
But this could be sort of like you've got a sample there that we showed earlier. It's like a cat hotel where they're all laid out.
Yes.
Then we've got Man's Best Friend. So you've got people walking their dogs. You've got a girl at the bottom. You've got the beautiful houses. And these all have snippability to them as well. So, for example, if you look at that one on your bottom right, you could snip out the people and the dog, and it becomes the house.
Right, yes, I'm with you. Yeah.
See, so you could easily remove them. And these are sort of like, for me, to be able to create little 2x2 inch pieces, whether it be on a tag or just on a 5x5 card blank, these are sort of like quick and easy, sort of gallery artwork type things. So if you're batch card making, there we go.
Cat Hotel. There we go.
That one.
You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. The cat. Welcome to the Cat Hotel. Yeah, cat out any time you like. Oh dear. And then here's another one here that we put together with the Room with a View, or the design team have put together, and it's weird actually, because now it actually looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different windows there when you put it all in a row like that.
That's right. But what it does, it creates that complete scene, and you've got that. You would think that is one die, but it's not. It's 4 individual dies, all laid up together and just run through the die cutting machine, and then the beautiful designer paper in the background.
And then you can just split them up, as you say, into individuals like we have here.
That's right. So even though it's only a 2x2, it doesn't mean that you've got to make small cards.
No.
It's that focal point.
It's the centre point, isn't it? And then it's on, you know, you layered it behind. A smaller card here, but once again, it is the centre point, but on a larger card as well. I do like this here, where again, this is the same principle as the cats in the hotel, but you've taken the Best Friends here. Now it looks like a row of shops.
Yes, absolutely. And what Dee's done on this one is she's taken the top frame away, so it's no longer contained within the frame. And this is what I talk about, the snippability. where you can chop bits off and get a different look from it as well.
Oh, let's have a look at the top. Oh, hang on, I've just dropped it on the floor. There we go. There's the top. So you say, oh, the top bit you've taken away there.
Yeah. So you can see. So if we look at that first house, which is that bottom, they're literally next to one another.
Yeah.
So what Dee's done, she's cut them out. In a row, and then just taken the top part of the edge away.
Got you.
Increase the size of the roof.
Yeah. Love it. That's brilliant. Okay, so that is a trio of quarterets. Now, again, you can get each one of these individually. You can get one for $14.99, for example. But if you spend just $7.48 more, you can get all three. So, to me, it's a bit of a no-brainer, really. If you like one of these and you're getting one for $14.99, for just a few pounds more, you'll get the lot. And half the stock has gone now on this collection. That is incredible value. £7 or so more from your price you're paying for one, you get three. I mean, that is exceptional value. 245-617 for your trio of quarterets. Now, how about another one here? This time, Clarity Stamp. This has been designed by Linda Williams, and the theme here is tea and coffee. We have loads of stamps, and each stamp set has a mask to go with it, which is brilliant because it means you can colour your stamps and keep some of them white and the background coloured in. It just makes things so much easier when you have the exact mask to go with the stamp. 2/3 of the stock has gone on this. Now, at the top here, this is the Time for Tea collection here. You've got a £10 saving on the 4 stamp sets in a bundle along the top. So if you were to get that, the 4 along the top, which is Time for Tea, and you're getting all sorts in there with sentiments, you've got teapots, you've got cakes as well. Looks like a donut there. You've got loads of, we've got crockery mounting up. We've got cutlery as well. You've got all of that. You can see what it looks like when you put it on the sample there. All the different types of teas there on the as sentiments, as wording. That is an individual bundle with a £10 saving. So it's normally $39.96. That's $29.96. That's 10 quid off that. Or you could go for the coffee version, which is 4 sets along the bottom here. And again, multiple stamps on each set, these clear polymer sets here. You've got the matching masks behind them as well. So there's your stamp and there's your mask to go with it. So you can mask out that teapot, as you can see there. Perfect. Then you've got more words along there. I'm going to assume that those are coffees. But let's have a quick butcher's at that. And yes, cafe au lait, cappuccino, yep, Irish coffee, yes, Irish coffee, okay, put that down now, not the time of the day for that. That's the Time for Coffee collection here. Now that's £10 off that as well. So it's $39.96 down to $29.96. So £10 off that, £10 off that. But how about we put the lot together, carry those two £10 savings forward, and then take another £20 off. Then you're going to get that brilliant price of $39.92. And remember, originally it was $79.92. And you can put that on a flexi payment as well. $19.96, 2 lots of $19.96. That's all you're going to pay, $19.96 for that first payment there. We've got lots and lots of stamps and lots of masks. And as I show you some of these samples here, in fact, what I'll show, just start with before I get into the samples, is just what they look like when they're printed out. Paul, these are great, aren't they? You can make so many nice cards with these.
Absolutely, that beautiful from the lovely Linda Williams. And if you go for the whole collection, you're going to get 99 stamps.
Wow.
Okay, 99. And that obviously takes into account all the little words for the different types of teas and coffee.
A lot of the sentiments as well, you can do it, it's a piece of cake, you've got all the theme, haven't you? So everything's going to work really, really nicely. You can really mix and match both sets together.
Absolutely. So you can use those little words for the backgrounds.
Yeah.
You've got the beautiful plates there, the cups and saucers, corners on there. You've got borders. And when you look at what the design team have done, so originally they were groovy plates, and then the team in the office took the elements from them and turned them into stamps. I mean, this is one of my favourite ones, the lovely coffee pot. Very sort of vintage, but quite modern as well. I think sort of this style is sort of coming back again.
I'd love one of those in my house. That's great. And what about these bits here? These like little background stamps, little details that you can add in.
Yeah, so they're like little hashtags, aren't they? So it adds a little bit of texture to the background. I think you've got a sample using those particular ones with on craft cards, and it's just been coloured in white and then splattered with paint. So it goes from a beautiful, crisp design into a more sort of arty look to it. And I found that when I was working with these stamps, especially the coffee ones, working on craft card gave it more of an earthy tone to it, whereas the tea I wanted to stamp on white card, sort of crisp and beautiful.
We might get to it. I can't see it at the moment, Paul, but bear with me. I'm going to race through the lot, and we might get there. There you go. There's one we've got for you. Keeping it simple, and literally keeping it simple. Just not coloured in that. Monochrome, that one. Really like that. Then we've got our crockery hanging up in front of Mom's kitchen there. Is it? Oh, they've got all the different teas in a range around our circle here. And this is interesting what you did with this one here, because you've used are those plates used as sunflowers with the stems made out of the different teas?
That's right. Who made that one, Richard? That's really clever. That one.
It is Linda Spencer.
So, all about thinking outside of the box. Who would have thought it was beautiful little delicate tea plates, and you've turned them into sort of like, they remind me of those dancing flowers that you used to get back in the day.
Yes, yeah, with the music playing, yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Love that. Thank you very much, Paul. So that's 277-870 for that collection of stamps and masks. Another amazing saving on that. And, yep, we've gone for the quadruple. We've gone mad. We've got 4, equivalent to me at least, of 4 one-day specials here. Here's the final one here. It's a Christmas stamp and mask collection. It was originally purposed for Christmas, but ignoring 1 or 2 of the slightly Christmassier elements, it is very much just a great shoe stamp theme to it, isn't there? There's lots of different bits and pieces, like plants as well, that you've got. But in essence, you've got this main shoe design on each stamp set here. And this is what it looks like when you see them all. There you go, some sentiments as well to add in. That's coming with the set too. Here you go. You can see them actually printed out with colour as well. You get this with it, don't you, Paul? These pictures here as inspiration.
Excuse me. Yes, you do. So each stamp set comes with a mask, so you can make pairs of shoes, and then you also get the colour inspiration guide. And earlier on during the 8 o'clock show, I showed you some sneaky samples where I'd actually used the tag dies to chop those up to create little tags.
Very good.
I cheated.
Are you going to do any more sneaky stuff in this one?
I don't know yet. I haven't thought about that. Well, maybe 1 or 2 little things.
Look, this is the bit where you can make it look Christmassy if you want, but just different styles of colour and just cutting bits and pieces out, or maybe not stamping the whole thing, would mean that would very quickly not have to be festive, right?
That's right. It's the elements on each of the stamp sets that give it that Christmas theme.
Yeah, and
so
also
if you just use.
Yeah, I was going to say quickly, I didn't even consider that you could actually just lay the shoe on its side like that. That looks really good, doesn't it? Because actually on the set it looks like that when you look at the front of the stamp. But that's a really nice effect, isn't it?
It is. It just gives that different look to it. So rather than have sort of the shoe standing upright, you can put them at an angle. The way in which Cherry's illustrated them gives you that flexibility.
Yeah, some of our designs that we have for you here, utilising the stamps on cards. Let's take it one step at a time. We have health, wealth and happiness. And then you have things like this, which is another use of it. If I just spin that around there, you've got 3 of the 4 designs on a little wall hanger there, which looks really, really nice. So now that saving, again, nearly half the stock has gone on this, by the way. £35 off it to make it $34.95. Now, each one on their own, remember, is $14.99. So if you buy the equivalent of 2, you may as well get the lot, because you're getting the other 2 for free. So if you're getting 1, get 1 more, and you'll get 3 for the price of that 1. It's insane value. 946923 is the item number for that. And now, Paul, I'm excited because are you going to be using the gilding flakes? Are you going to be using the parchment? What have you got for us?
I thought we'd start off with the gilding flakes, but I thought we'd have a quick look at the designs, because when we look at the packaging of the actual dies, they look a bit strange because of the way in which we've nested them onto the front of the packaging. So for each of the sets, you're going to get 4 different sizes. So you're going to get the nested luggage tags. You're also going to get the dome, which is one of my favourite ones. I love this sort of it's quite regal, I feel. Then we have the nested arch. Then we have the nested Victorian plaques, which can work as a portrait, but can also work as like a label. This reminds me of sort of like a label if you're doing homemade jams and marmalades, sort of finishing those off. And then you have the same format in the nested Edwardian plaques as well. So to me, to showcase that, rather than look at the front of the packaging, it can be quite difficult to see that. I just thought it's easier just to show on the overhead. And as we've said in all the previous hours, don't think of them as tags and plaques. Try and think outside of the box. We often do square cards, tall skinny cards, rectangle cards, but you can make shaped cards from these. So maybe this year you want to sort of just push yourself a little bit. And so over the course of the previous hours, I've shown you how you can create different shapes of cards, from gatefold cards to portrait to landscape. So let's just have a quick recap on those type of cards that you can create, and it's all to do with the folds on the card. So this one here opens to the side, or it opens to the top, and you can do this with all of the different dies we have on the show. So this one here opens from the top, or portrait opens to the side as well. This one, I've used that angle as my fold, so it gives it a different look to it. But have a look at the die, and also don't use it as a whole thing. Chop a bit off so it becomes like a little, I mean, you could turn that round, seal down both sides, and then you've got like a little pocket to pop something in. You could pop a tea bag in there or something.
So the idea is not just to simply use the die to cut out the entire shape, it's to cut out part of it and leave a little bit behind so you can fold it or you can add something to it?
Absolutely. So this die cut here is the same die as this, but it's how do I get the other hole at the other end? Well, that's quite easy. If I bring that die into play, all I would do is I would die cut this first, and then I can put the die back in place, and I can decide how big a piece or panel that I want. You see? But if I get clever, if I do it the same width, I could always go that way, so I'd have 4 holes around as well, so then it becomes like a topper. So just giving you some options on what you can do. Now, my favourite one over this hours that have been created was this gatefold card, and I did this one in the 6 o'clock show last night. But it's just taking that same principle, the fold is on this side, the fold is on that side, and then you just stick them together at the back, cover up the join with a piece of designer paper, and using the Quartet dies, easy to decorate.
And you could have a really good play, couldn't you, just deciding what would be a good background for that, because you could get the whole card in place and then just put various papers and backgrounds behind that to see what works best.
That's right, so different colourways will give you a different look. I mean, maybe this one might have been nicer if I'd made this out of craft card, because it would have toned in nicely with the oranges and the greens, more sort of autumnal look to it. Then we also created these little gift packs, in here, so I've got a tea bag in there. So very arty, very vintagey. Send someone, if you can't meet up with someone for whatever reason, send someone, have a drink on me, whether it be tea, coffee, or maybe a little gift voucher in there as well. And that's just using one of the tags folded in half as well. Then this morning, during the show at 8 o'clock, we had a look at these with the lovely shoes and boots, didn't we?
Yes,
so
I like that.
We paper pieced, so we stamped out onto the front and back of a piece of designer paper, cut off elements of it, and then stuck it on top to decorate. So there was no colouring required at all. And then this one was using designer parchment, and then we just enhanced it with a little bit of white work and some colour as well. So it just gives you some different options, and it shows how all the other products we have on the show today work beautifully together. The tags and the plaques are just a canvas for you to work with.
It's funny, isn't it? You have to give it a name in order to be able to market it, and we can all call it something. But ultimately, you shouldn't be pigeonholed, right? You shouldn't we've labelled it, but it shouldn't be labelled. It's not necessarily a name tag. It's not necessarily a plaque. It could be anything. You started using it and making your own size ones by cutting down and making squares with 4 different holes all the way through it. So you can do all sorts with them.
That's right. So this is the one we're going to have a look at now.
Yeah.
So if I bring a white piece of it. So usually if I bring it into the other camera, we can see that in a little bit more detail.
Okay.
So what we've done, I've taken those beautiful, look at those gilding flakes.
Yeah, beautiful.
In the background. And the Room with a View Quartet. So on this one, I've just used 2 of the 4 dies that you get in this set. And then we have the lovely sticker words just across the bottom. Don't worry about the end of the road before you've even begun the journey.
That's a good sentiment. I like that.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, I really
and I just
like
thought that worked really well with the Room with a View. You've got the little car. So where do we get started? So what I've done, I've taken let's go over here. So I've taken one of our card blanks we have on the show. So we've got, it's a set of black and white card blanks. You get 18 total, and they come in 5x5, 6x6, 7x7, 8x8. And you get 10 black and 10 white in each of those sizes. Really sort of, we look at, oops, a little bit blurry there.
What happened there?
Still. Whoa, focus.
Have you been on the Irish coffee there, Paul?
I don't know what's in this coffee. Not enough so far. So normally we would go with a square card or a rectangle card. But what we can do now is if we take that die, I'm not going to do it because pop the cutting edge over the fold. Run it through your die cutting machine, and then what that gives you is a card that opens to the side. Yeah. Okay. So I've done that in several hours before, so you can go and see how that. But it's really easy once you've done it once or twice.
Have a little look at that on Rewind. We did that earlier today at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. And then what I'm going to do, I will do one cut. I've got a scrap piece of card, and I've got the largest die. And I'm going to cut the same one out, the same size. But what I'm going to do first, I'm going to attach it to my piece of card. I'm using our low-tack tape we also have on the show. You get 4 rolls of low-tack tape. So that'll keep you going for a while. Then,
here come the details for that on your screen now, the low-tack tape. There it is, 11.96.
So I'm going to have a look at the Room with a View. And as you see, they go from left to right. And what happens is, rather than do long packaging, we kept it square to give that window effect. But if I take these 2 and pop those along the side, it creates that complete view that Mel's created. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the top 2, nice and easy, and I'm going to position them onto my tag. Okay. And I can decide how far apart I want them to be, but I'm going to keep it nice and easy, pop them both together. I'm going to tape them together so they don't move.
Both the one-day special and the quartets are now 60% gone. 60% of the stock has now gone on this one-day special that we're looking at with Paul, with all of your nested dies and, of course, your quartets that Paul has right in front of him right now. 60% of the stock has gone on these amazing collections where over half the price has been knocked off. Sorry, Paul, back to you.
Thanks, Richard. Okay, so we're just putting it into our plates to run through our die cutting machine. So while that's running through, just have a look in a little bit more detail. This design in the middle could be any of the quartets, whether it be the cats, whether it be the dogs, the Room with a View, a combination. But to have this sort of beautiful aperture effect, because what it's doing, it's not creating an outer cut line. So whatever size you do, it's going to fit in the middle. Okay. So we're going to gently remove the low-tack tape.
Okay.
Slowly peel it away. See, sometimes I get carried away and I put it too quick. It's like, when you pull the plaster off, they say, pull it off quick. You don't want to do that with the card. Okay, we're just going to remove that from there, just release it. So that's that taken off. Now if I bring in let's pop that to one side, bring in my little waste bin so it catches all the pieces. Okay, and then I can pop that out. And then all I'm going to do, can you see how all the little pieces just fall out. And they're not stuck in there, they're just being held in because the detail on these designs that Mel's created, we wasn't sure that when we was having these manufactured, whether we'd be able to retain the detail on such a small die. So if I now hold that up, we can really see.
That's brilliant.
For me,
yeah,
just the black with the white background, job done.
Yeah, that works well
Don't
just
need
on its
to
own, as you say.
Okay, so what we want to do now is to create sort of an edge, because if I pop that on top and we have a look at the one I'm doing, you see how we've got this beautiful border all the way around with the gilding flakes?
Yeah.
On the actual, when you do the die cutting itself, can you see that there's an embossed edge all the way around the outside?
Yeah.
We can just see that. So that's given to you by the die. And for me, that's a great guide for if you want to sort of trim it down a little bit. So if I take my cutting mat, I'm going to take my Pergamano ruler and my craft knife. So it's a steel edge ruler on one side, and what that means is that when we're cutting, it won't cut into the plastic. Okay. On the back of my ruler, I've got what we call groovy grip. And it's sort of, it's like a plastic that sits on the back of the ruler. But look, if I press, that ruler's not moving. If
non-slip.
I take a ruler, non-slip. So if I take a ruler that doesn't have it on,
right, got you,
it slides around.
Yeah.
Okay. So the groovy grip is a great, and it comes with the ruler, the Pergamano ruler, so that we can hold it with precision in place. Okay. And all I'm doing is just cutting along that embossed edge so that it makes it fractionally smaller. So when you look at each of those die sets, Richard, that have four different sizes in there, potentially you've got 8 sizes.
Yes.
Because if you do exactly what I'm doing here, then you've got another 4 different sizes just by using a craft knife and a ruler.
Got you. The groovy grip, is that like a sheet that you sort of self-adhese? Adhese, is that a word?
Yeah.
You add it on to the ruler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. So you get 2 A4 sheets, and I just cut a strip the width of the ruler.
Right.
And you can see it's not sticky at all.
Oh, okay.
It just has a magic property to it.
Yeah, and it doesn't permanently stay to your ruler. You can take it off if you want to. That's great.
You can take it off, so sometimes if you're working with something and you don't want it to sort of cling to it, then you can remove that.
Yeah.
So now what we're going to do is I've got my 2 pieces. So this is where the fun begins. Okay. I've got a poly bag. Okay. This is technical, this bit. Poly bag, which I'm going to pop on top of my mat. Then I'm going to take some metal leaf glue from Pentel, and we've got a set on there where you get the metal leaf glue, you get a set of 5 assorted sponge daubers, and you can choose your different colours of your gilding flakes. Okay, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to just peel the lid back, I'm going to pick up some of this glue. What I don't want to do is go straight onto the card because it's all blobby. So if I go onto the plastic underneath, then all I'm going to do, I'm just going to go along the edge of my card. And the applicator allows me to, because I don't want the card to get too wet and it start to buckle, but I can go in and the plastic mat underneath just spreads it around on the, look, way too much there, that I didn't dab it enough. So first of all, I'm going to go around all the edges.
Okay.
I can go back and pick some of that up, keep my finger in the middle, okay, nice and easy, and then what I want to do, pick up some more, and I'm going to go in the middle of the card.
Right. How do you decide what size sponge you're using to apply the glue? Because I guess you could get the big one and do that quicker.
The medium one. Yeah, so you've got 5 different sizes in there, so I've gone for sort of like not the smallest, but the next one up.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what you can do, if you wrap some cling film around it, it'll keep it protected, so it doesn't go. You know, like when glue dries out, it goes all hard and horrible and wasted. Start again. Okay, so I've now done all my dabbing. I'm going to put the lid on this because what I don't want to happen is it to fall over. So we've applied our glue. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my die cut piece, position that over the top. Now, before I do that, I need to put some more glue on there. I've just seen I haven't got enough on there. So it's good that I've got that time to move it around.
Do you need to wash the brushes, the sponges afterwards, or?
You can wash it, yeah. Or let's say just put a bit of cling film on it, and it will just keep it sort of not moist. You know, like when you're using a paint roller at home.
Yeah.
To decorate, and you can just wrap it.
Got you. Doesn't totally dry out because it would get unusable if it was too stiff. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So now I've got my die cut in place, so it doesn't look much. If I come in on this camera, look, it just it's black on black. So this is where
this is the exciting bit.
This is
buckle your seatbelts, everyone. I love bits like this.
I'm not in the studio with the air conditioning.
Yeah.
Because we'll go everywhere. And so I've gone with one of the different colour options in there, but look at the size of some of these flakes.
Wow.
And all I'm doing, I'm just gently pressing it down. Okay. Use my fingers to start off with.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
And you're not going to use much at all.
Can you put the rest of it back once you've finished?
Absolutely.
Yeah, great.
And
just
so
like glitter.
I've taken one of the sponges and I keep it in the pot, look, and I've got the little lid of the colour that I've used. So I've used M11 on this one.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if I take my sponge and go in a circular motion, then what that is doing, it's burnishing, pushing it into all the detail within the die cut itself, and then I can use it, because I didn't put any gilding flakes around the bottom, but I can take this, bring it all the way around. I love gilding flakes, and it just gives that little sort of look of luxury.
I love it. You do eventually use up most of it. You put loads on there, and then you kind of like, you're packing it all together, aren't you, to give you that kind of, that burnished gold look.
That's right. So all of this now, even though all that little dust, that will all go back into my pot.
Yeah.
I'm going to pop that to one side. Look, even these little bits over here, I'm going to pick those up.
Yeah.
And then the brush I'm using now to burnish and make sure it's all in the right place. And now I'm going to take one of my stencil brushes, because that's what I've got to hand, dust off all the excess.
Again, that's super quick, and that's something that looks like it's taken somebody hours and hours, if not days, to make, but it's done in seconds.
Right. And you're only using a little bit because we've gone round the edge of the card, so we haven't. I could have put all that gilding flakes on where I positioned all the glue and then stuck this on top. But I don't need to, because it's only the open areas that's going to pick up the gilding flakes. And then just to finish off, we can take some of our sticker words. Let's go for the feel-good factor. Let's have a look. What should we have? Let the sun shine in. I think that's a nice one.
Yeah.
So words of uplifting. Pop the. I mean, you've got the little sun up there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There we go. So we've got two cards, exactly the same, but different.
Yeah, and also, just it's funny how the sentiment just automatically gives it a different vibe. One's a journey and a path, you know, like about your life, and the other one is cheery and saying the sun is rising, you know, it's coming through. But it's the same picture, kind of. You know, it's amazing.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's amazing how a picture can tell so many different stories.
Yeah.
All to do with a word, whether you just put happy on the front of it.
Yes.
And those sticker word collections are just fantastic for really quick. If you a last minute card. If you have a lot of these die cut already, so you could have a stash where you've just die cut out all the different ones, you've got a stash of card blank, oh, I've forgotten to do someone's card. Piece of paper or gilding flakes behind it, a little sticker word on there, in the post and off it goes.
Jobs are good un. Thanks very much, Paul. We'll be back to you very, very shortly to have a look at another one of your wonderful demos here. Everything he just talked about is right in front of me, right here. We've got the flakes here, the gilding flakes, and this is a pick and mix, so you can choose any 3 of these. Here's the one that Paul was using, M11, as I recall. But you're getting the 5 sponges with it as well, and you can see the various sizes that you get. You're getting the metal leaf glue as well. You need to actually apply all of the flakes to, and then you're getting these pots full of this fantastic, vibrant, rich mix of colours here, these sort of autumnal colours of variegated copper and silver and gold and bronze, all mixed together. They look really nice just to look at, I think, but then once obviously you get mixing these, you can really see the effect that it gets by you applying it with your sponges and then like pushing it into your quarterets and your various die cuts. It looks really fantastic. 22.24 to pick any 3 of those, and you'll get the leaf glue and the sponges as well. So 3 of those, any 3, 158709 is your item number for that. Also, you've got the Clarity Sticker word booklet that Paul mentioned there. Now, this one here, you're getting all 4 of the books. That's 1,832 stickers in total. So we've been using words out of the feel-good factor, but there's more besides. Loads of word sticker collections, including one designed by our very own Leonie, I spy with my little eye in the bottom left-hand corner. £45.96. You're getting a £10 saving on that. It's down to £35.96, and the item number is 022134. And you could add that into your bag as well to go with your one-day special. And the individual price there you saw for Leonie's book was down at the bottom of your screen if you wanted to get any of those individually. Now, we are back with the one-day special here. Last we heard, how much this had disappeared, the stock? Ooh, it was 60%. But it's now 2/3. 2/3 of the stock has gone since this launched at 6 o'clock last night. 906668 is the item number, and you will be getting Victorian plaques, Edwardian plaques. You'll be getting luggage tags that you can see there. You'll be getting dome tags as well, and you will be getting arch tags too. You are getting them all going within themselves, concertina ring inwards, nested. So you're getting 4 dies on every single one of these collections here. I've got more samples to show you as well. Let's show you this one. Here's another one. This is using, now this would be your luggage tags, is it? Yeah, it looks like it. This is your luggage tags here to make a book. There you can see, and then obviously you can do it different materials, different sizes as well, put onto a ring binder. That's really good, isn't it? And you've got the holes at the bottom there, so you could marry them all up this end and put something through that as well. Then you've got another example of how it's been used on a book here with some ribbon. And you can see here, these are being embossed. You've got smaller tags on front of a larger one there, but that is then the focal point of this overall card. And, oh, wow, look at that when we open that up inside. Look at that. That is really, really pretty there. Lots of little nooks and crannies and lots of individual tags that have been used to pop those into there. And then a couple have been stamped on here as well that we can see. There's one, So Glad That We're Friends, and another, Dreams Come True as well. All achievable with this collection, 906668 for your nested tags and plaques. Complete die collection. Your 2 flexi payments are £24.98, and you're going to be saving well over half there. Look, £99.95 normally. It's £49.95 on the craft store today. That's the one-day special, so it's going to go back to £99.95 in 5 hours and 20 minutes. Not long. Not long at all. And remember, 66% of the stock has now gone. 2/3. So there's only a third left. Make sure you get hold of that. Now, meantime, we are on our our quarterets here, our trio of quarterets. This is another one where 2/3, or nearly 2/3 of the stock has gone. You can get each one of these individually, whether it be Room with a View, Best Friends, or Cats on a Chair, but it would be rather silly, may I venture, to not spend another few pounds to get the lot, because it is exceptional value. Another £7.48 that you would be, rather than what you would pay normally individually. £7.48 after the first one you bought will get you the lot for just £22.47. Each one individually is £14.99. So £7.48 added onto that, £22.47. Bang, all of them. And then you can achieve things like that. Isn't that pretty? Really is nice. And we saw, of course, the gilding flakes being used with these quarterets. And you can see you can use them either as a centerpiece there on a card, or you can make them go, there you go, or that's the centerpiece. You can make them go landscape as well. You can have it going vertically with our cats there. There's just the 3 of them used in that one. We've got it again here with one of the sentiments from the word sticker book there, the best things in life are free. Got a beautiful view of a countryside, the cottages and the sun as well. There is all sorts that you can do with these, and they're just great fun. So either break down into individuals and then put them as you see them there with the 4 side by side as a cube, or you can make them landscape, portrait, just have the one on its own, however you see fit. I wonder if there's a world in which you could get all of them together somehow. Maybe. You're getting them all anyway. If you go for the full bundle, £44.97 down to £22.47. Over 50% of the stock has gone. The item number 245617. Then you've got, we're going to go back to Paul. I tell you what, because time is cracking on, Paul. We better see what else you've got cooking in Demo Corner.
Okay, thanks, Richard. So I thought for the second demo of this hour, we'd have a look at the quartets. So we've got the best friend ones. You can use any of the quartets we've got on the show, whether you go with the cats or the room of review, but putting them in a vertical position, using one of the tags to add the sentiment. So what I've done is I've taken a card blank and just chopped the front in half. So you've got that sort of double panel effect. Yeah. And then this is using some of our designer parchment to line the inside. Okay. So to get started, what I've done, I've taken that card blank, and this is a 6x6, and I've already chopped off 3 inches of it to create the effect of that card. Okay, but don't worry, because the scrap piece, what we're going to do is we're going to take one of the other dies. So we'll go with this one here. I'm going to pop that down on there, like so. Then what I'm going to do, you know when we've been looking at these, the little quartet dies, and we said they're aperture dies and they stay within the actual card itself?
Yeah.
What I'm going to do now is make it as a topper. Now I could cut this piece of card down to 3 inches by 3 inches, but for me, I want to get that lovely sort of beveled edge look to it. So I'm going to use our nested squares that we also have on the show. And if I take my low tack tape, I'm going to put the square in first place. Square in first? Square first.
Square first, yeah.
Yeah, that was good. Square first. Use that to attach.
Yeah.
And then I can, it's easy, I find it's easier to do the outer part first and then line up the middle one.
Yes.
Okay, and then just use a bit of tape just to attach it like that. So, now if I run that through the machine, so let's pop it on my
So
plate.
it doesn't matter that the actual tape is going over the die as you run it through the machine, because it will just cut through that tape, yes?
The cutting side is underneath.
Oh.
So what it's doing, yeah, so this is just holding it in place.
Right, it won't make any difference to it, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, so whether it to stop it moving around within the machine.
Got you.
Okay. And what we're going to do, we're going to create another panel. So I've already cut one out already. And I thought, what we'll do, I'm going to do something different to what I finished here, done here, just to show that you can get the same look but different. Okay, and it will sort of make sense once I show you, rather than me just sort of waffling on a bit. So let's bring in this one. Carefully remove, you know that plaster, move it slowly.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Then the die will fall out of the piece of card. Nice and easy. There we go. So we now have our 2 friends meeting whilst walking the dogs. And what that's going to do, one's going to sit on there and one's going to sit on top. Now I've got options. I could use some designer paper to cover the background and the front, but I thought I'd use some of our designer parchment because it gives that beautiful translucent look. So if I go with, I've got mine in the folder, we've got these on the show, we've got them in the smaller packs now, taster packs, and this one here is Toscana, it's one of my favourites. And the sampler packs, what you're going to get, or the taster pack, instead of getting 48 sheets of each, you're going to get 24 sheets.
Yes.
You're going to get 12 designs, 2 of each. And if you go for this one here, what we've got on the screen, you're actually getting a £23 saving.
That's
because
good.
if you was to buy these individually, there's a £2.50 saving. We've got them at the bottom of the screen. So they should be £12.49, and the offer is £9.99. So if you take all 6 of those 250s, add it on to the saving you're getting there, it's a £23 saving.
And you're getting the storage folder with it as well.
So basically, you've got those £2.50 savings carried over, and the £8 saving is the equivalent price of the folder.
That's great. So basically free folder.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have a look to see what part of the design, because the great thing with these designer parchments is that depending on where you position it will give you a different look. Okay. Now what I want to do, on the finished sample that I did, I cut the tag out separately and stuck it on. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to position this onto the parchment, I reckon just about there. Use a little bit of low tack tape just to hold it in place. And then I'm going to run that through the machine. Okay, so we'll run that through while we're just having a look at that. Where's that sample gone? So you can have a look at that rather than the card blank. How are we doing for time, Richard?
We are 6 minutes away from the end of our hour, unfortunately. Time flies.
Easy peasy. It does indeed, especially when you're having fun.
Indeed. So, especially when you have your mojo back for crafting in the new year, which is what today is all about.
That's right, and I think it's nice. Sometimes you just need to kick-start something, don't you? It's like a new year. Maybe you're tuning in for the first time and you're looking for a new hobby.
Yes, that's true, actually. It's easy to forget, isn't it, that all the time we are getting new viewers in who may be joining us for the very first time. And if you are watching at home for the first time, welcome along. Hello, lovely to have you with us. Welcome to the craft store. And you've come along at a really good time because you've got one of our experts here, Paul, who's taking you through one of our demos. A few minutes to go, though, Paul. 5.
Okay, perfect. So what we've done now is that I've created an aperture within the parchment. So you could do this on paper, on the card itself. So it's no longer a tag, it's just an aperture on a piece of material. Okay. Then I'm going to take my tape runner, which we also have on the show. And one of the great things about these tape runners is that they're magical, because normally with parchment it's quite difficult to attach to a card without the adhesive showing. So normally we would use brads or wraparound, but the tape runners that we've got, really good, ergonomically designed. You've got the little protective cover on them so that if you've got all your die cut bits and pieces, it doesn't all clog up on the end. And then all I'm going to do now is position that on the inside of the card.
Okay.
Just like so.
And that doesn't show up underneath the translucent parchment paper, the tape.
So if I
That's
bring
good.
it in, you can't see that there's any tape on there at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's things like that have to be thought of, isn't it? Because you think, oh, that's lovely material, the parchment. It's see-through, and then suddenly you come to glue it, and you're thinking, oh, now I can see everything behind it. That's no good.
Yeah, and then you've obviously then ruined what you've sort of done.
Yeah.
So then all we're going to do, I'm going to take my craft knife and my ruler again. I'm going to trim off the excess parchment. Keep all these little bits of offcuts. We always have a box of all offcuts. So we think, oh, we'll get round to using them, and we never do.
Well, you did today, didn't you? You used it for that shoe. You used some offcuts.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you can use that, and because you've got the tags in different sizes, then it's great, because what you can do, you can use all these little offcuts, make loads of different tags. I mean, the little tag, look, that one, I'd get 1, 2, 3. I'd get 3 of those out of that offcut.
It's a crime to waste it, isn't it? If you've got all this beautiful stuff, you may as well use every last part of it.
It is indeed. So then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to trim this down slightly. So let me just get it's quicker to do my paper trimmer on this one.
Okay.
So I reckon about 4 inches there. Then I'm going to use the same thing as before. I'm going to take my tape runner, take the lid off. It's amazing how time just disappears.
It really does. You've got 2 minutes left, so I'm going to be quiet now and see if you can race to the finish line.
Oh, easy. 2 minutes. Yeah. Then I'm going to lay that on there, press that down, then trim off the excess, again, with the craft knife and ruler. Now, if you're not comfortable with a craft knife and ruler, you could use the guillotine. Up to you. Another piece, another tag. Then I'm going to, on the back now, I'm going to put the tape on the back. And what this does, it gives that little bit of luxury. You know, sometimes you go into a card shop and you buy an expensive card and you turn it over and it's got that little finishing touch on the back.
Yeah.
See? And then that's holding that in place. And then to finish it off, we can attach our toppers.
Yeah.
And then really, it just needs a couple of stickers just to go in that area. So let's have a look. Oh, I don't know. Let's just go, keep it simple, amazing.
Okay.
And pop that in there. So I would use my perga glue to attach the little panels, but you've got that effect as if the white card is stuck on top, but you've created the aperture within the design. So it's not a tag, it's now an aperture.
That is brilliant. Thank you so much, Paul. A quick reminder what we're looking at here before we say goodbye. It's our one-day special. 906668 is the item number. The one-day special, of course, so called because it runs out after 1 day at 6 o'clock to be precise this evening. Nearly 70% of the stock has now gone, and you'll be getting all of that, the Victorian plaques, Edwardian plaques, luggage tags, dome tags, arch tags, for that incredible price of $49.95. It's normally $99.95. Paul, thank you so much for joining me, and we will see you later.
Yeah, back at 4 o'clock with Yanis.
4 o'clock with Yanis. I will see you then. All right, well, Yanis will see you then. I'll be watching. And hope you all continue to keep watching the craft store as well, because we've got plenty more coming up. Including this paper crafting with Jane Davenport next. And then it's Dr. P.H. Martin Inks. And then we've got paper crafting with Funky Fossil.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive, and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. I hope to see you soon.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to what's going to be an amazing hour. I know it's going to be amazing because I've worked with our lovely Leonie many a time before, and I always know how she loves Jane Davenport products. What are you laughing at? I thought it was something that I said.
No. No, we won't be giggly.
I was kind of just rewinding then in my head thinking, what did I
What did I just say?
Sure, I said something nice, but anyway.
That's why I laughed. It's like, me?
What are you talking about? No, Jane Davenport products, you love working with these.
Yeah, I really do. I love, and I say it every time, but it's a colour palette.
Yeah.
I mean, the first two are super bright.
Yes.
You know, I love the fact that, because I enjoy doing backgrounds, I love the fact that you can create a really stunning background, but quick.
Yes.
And oh my gosh, yeah, and they work with so many other products.
They do.
But you've got a lot of variants, so then... You know, we've got pastels, so you've got a really soft palette there.
Yeah.
We've got the watercolour paint, so you've got, again, a completely different tones in there. So there's literally something for everybody, but they all work together beautifully.
I love it. It's almost like having a fabulous pantry of gorgeous ingredients.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter what you're going to make, you know that you've got quality ingredients there, so you know it's going to be a success at the end of it. Now, of course, if you want to jump ahead and have a little look, you can do. Might be an idea, because one, we have had sellouts during the last hour, something that you have missed out on. No, it was very busy. Only one other thing that I need to mention as well, extended delivery, 11th of January, which is getting surprisingly close, actually. When we mention these extended deliveries, sometimes they seem such a way off in the future, but not at the moment. It'll be here before we know it. So it's only a week today. My goodness, that's scary. So we've got the pens. Now, before I show you all the different finished samples, what you've got here is a beautiful collection of 12 Mermaid markers. Love the title already with these ones. £21.99. And what you will recognise quite often with some of the things we're talking about, you may well have come across them before, but they've tended to be bundled up in the past. So a lot of these items, it's the first time that you have perhaps had the opportunity to get involved with specifics. And these are not a bad thing to get involved with.
These are ace. And it's interesting, actually, because I've used these when I haven't been doing Jane Davenport products. I've just used them when I've been colouring some LC.
Why put you on the spot? Why do you just go to them? Why do you automatically pick them up?
Colour.
Okay.
They're so bright. They're easy to use. It's like using a water brush, so the colour's already mixed in there. But yeah, they're so intense. But obviously, because they are a water-soluble pen, you can drag that colour out.
Okay.
So it allows you to use them in so many different ways. And yeah, they're just beautiful. They've got a couple of your greens, you've got your, and the yellow is divine, the blue tones, and obviously, again, you can do loads of effects. I think at the bottom of there's a little swatches for your hair lift.
Oh, right, so there is, yeah.
You've also got the ability, because they're a brush pen, you can also do your brush lettering. So I love that as well, because it makes you look really good. But actually, it's the product.
And I think it's a really clever idea with this one, because I know when we worked together, you did this, and it's kind of pulling out the colour. So if you've seen the bleaching technique, maybe you've splattered your piece of work and you've lifted out the colour using water. Well, that was done using a fine detail nozzle on a water brush pen or a little bottle, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was.
Perfect.
A little bottle like that.
Pay attention. I did pay attention.
You were there.
Now, colour swatches, we can help you with those, and you can see from these the vibrancy and the intensity of colour that you've got at the top there. It's like that big bottle of concentrated concentrated orange juice, isn't it, that you can make it to whatever dilution you so choose, going right the way through with that. I know it's a strange analogy, but we are welcome to my world. Of course, you've got your gorgeous, vibrant oranges and yellows, but what about those moody tones, those purples, those blues, those cool tones? Absolutely gorgeous. And you can see just how a little really does go a long way with regards to these. Leonie said loads of different techniques, so whether you are using them just straight from the brush and you're blending from one colour to the next, or whether you're using them to lay down a background and then pull out the colour, it's entirely up to you. And of course, because you've got that gorgeous brush nib, it gives you that flow, it gives you that freedom to have a go, maybe at working with your kind of calligraphy, should I say, and your brush strokes. Very, very effective those. But because of the amount of colour in here, Leonie, I mean, some beautiful backgrounds you can cover.
Yes.
Good areas.
Absolutely. And again, because, and I love that, the blend you can do in. I mean, and that is just ridiculously easy.
I remember you doing this.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And I just, this is why I love them, because there's multiple ways you can use them. They're just really, really handy.
Beautiful.
And and again, I mean, look at that. Look at that colour.
I love it.
That colour is just divine,
and the
isn't
beauty is you can kind of capture that at any moment, because obviously it's where you can leave it to do its own thing, dry naturally, obviously get your heat gun involved and set it when it gets to the point that you like it. But of course, all those fabulous techniques there. Now, if some of those you're looking at and you're thinking, oh yeah, they're a little bit too arty for me, I haven't got the confidence to do that, well, you can use them in a simple way of using them to add colour to any project that you've got as well. Being a water-based pen, it gives you the fluidity, it gives you the creativity that you can work with these in so many different ways. And again, use them with your stamps. As long as you're kind of setting that stamped image in place, you can go to town with these. Absolutely beautiful. But what an amazing price. Looking at £21.99 for all 12 of those, but rapidly approaching half the stock has gone. Blendable to make your own colour combination as well. So 12 is your starting point. You start making up your own blends with those. Well, you could go on it forever and ever with them, couldn't you? 595 at 1880 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, another way that you can get colour from your fabulous Jane Davenport range are these, and these are brilliant. These are your Incredibles. Now, do you see what I did there? Now, you're going to choose any three of these, just £9.99. Now, these are always popular. The colours are absolutely phenomenal, and again, it's a real concentration of colour, real burst of colour that you can get with these. So when you start adding water to them, obviously you can see the water moving and kind of taking that colour out to the lighter tones. But what a fabulous range of colours with regards to these. You've got your gorgeous Mermaid tail. Is that a popular one? Half the stock of that one's gone. Yes, it's a popular one, and that'll be me answering my own question. Yes, it is a popular one. Oh, but look at these colours. And the blueberry. I mean, you're going from the vibrancy to the calmness and that tranquility of that gorgeous blueberry there. And, of course, with these, they are good-sized bottles that you're getting. And, of course, you have got that cap where you have got complete control as to where you're going to be putting those colours. And the colours with these, I mean, Leonie, honestly, you're just scratching the surface by looking at those colours on that swatch card.
Absolutely. I mean, when you this went first hour today, and we were doing the shaving foam technique. I mean,
yes.
Look at that colour for shaving foam technique. Ridiculously amazing. Yeah, there's so much you can do with them. It's one of those products, again, it allows you to really play. It allows you to experiment. The colours, that's the one we did in last hour as well. So you're creating so many different looks. You're creating with your shaving foam technique those wonderful marbling techniques. Obviously using them with your stencils, with resist. Just using them for colouring in. I mean, obviously they're beautiful for that. Mix them with gel medium.
Ooh,
now
okay.
that is if you mix them with gel medium.
Wow.
Which, I mean, they go super intense. And then obviously cleaning your stencil, of course. You know, making backgrounds, but then obviously using them in your bottles. So you mentioned your bottles.
Yes.
You can put them in your bottles.
Oh, right, okay.
You can also put them in your fountain pens.
Oh, wow.
And that's the thing, they are fluid enough to do that with. You're using them with your, that one is with your shaving foam technique, cleaning the stencil as ever. Using them with glycerin, and that allows you to create a soft blend.
That's a lovely look, isn't it?
Which is
like
really,
that,
and it's different. It's different in comparison.
Could you add them to like a traditional water brush pen? You know, the ones that we sometimes add water to and drag out?
Absolutely.
So you could make your own colours in those.
And you can spritz with them. You add them to your spritzer. So there is so many different ways you can use them. And that's why I love them, I think. It is just the ability to do so much with them.
It's having a good ingredient, isn't it? Yeah.
And the colours. I mean, the colours are just divine.
I love it. Now, you're going to choose any 3 of these. Now, you may well be tempted to go for more than just the first 3, because I think you'll want to collect these over time. So the ones that we've got available to you now are here in front of me. We've got those 8 different colours, as you can see, with these. So, of course, you can go in for multiples of the same one if you're wanting to. So if you're a bit like me and you like your blue and you're wanting to go for multiples, then it might be a case that you stock up on an additional one of these. Or you can just choose any 3 just to get started. It's a very affordable way for you to get involved with Jane's range, and it shows you the quality that you've got with these. And as Leonie said, it's a little ingredient that you can add to so many other things that you've already got in your stash. Things like your pastes, things like your mediums, extending their usability for a very affordable price of just £9.99. 042 622. Take advantage while you've got the opportunity of those. They are brilliant to work with, and I think you're just scratching the surface there when we've just been chatting about them. You're going to create some beautiful things with those. Now, something else that you might want to consider. Obviously, you've been looking at water-based products that you kind of got the fluidity and you can kind of reactivate those with water. We're turning our attention to something that's got more of a permanent fixture within a project. Now, with these, this is where we had our sellouts. Now, we were waiting right the way up to the wire before we got started with the show to see if we could get any more. Sadly, not. So, if you missed out on those previously, just keep your eyes open for the next Jane Davenport shows that we bring to you. But for the time being, we have got this fabulous selection here. Now, these are your ultimate pens. You're going to choose any 4 of these, and you've got a wide selection of colours of these. Oh, my goodness, these look incredible. I love these. They've got like a glossiness to them.
They've got, these are a permanent pen. So these, Jen brought these to us for finishing effects. Okay. Because this is where your real intensity comes in. Okay. The colour palette is rich. You know, it's a really strong ink. Because it is a permanent pen, it means you can still work over the top of them. So if you did then want to bring in, you know, all your beautiful, like all your inks, etc., you could easily work over the top, but they will work over the top of all your different inks and stuff, and they're not going to bleed out or move.
So if you've got things that sometimes non-porous that we struggle with, things like acetate, things like your Tyvo papers and things like that, anything that you can't, things can't soak into, these are the kind of papers that you could use with these.
They're going to work beautifully. And they are, the pen, the actual nib is lush, because it's like a proper brush nib, so it gives you a proper, you know, you've got a real movement to it. It's a beautiful, beautiful nib. They're lovely pens, and they are super. I mean, the colour is rich. Beautiful. You know, just be ready for that, because it is a deep dark colour. They're lovely.
I love it. Now, lots of choice with regards to colour of these, so do check out your different options with this one. £9.99. I can't believe that you are getting 4 of those. 4 for £9.99. I mean, 3 of them I'd be thrilled to bits with, but the fact that you're getting actually 4 of those, so that works out at where am I at? Oh, Leonie, can I just ask something? I'm just oohing out loud. I've just gone to put the lid on, and it's like got a spring-loaded cap. Is it because I've done something funny with it?
No. It's got that
because
it closes properly. Okay. And I really like that, because if you don't close it properly, it's dead obvious. Yeah. You know, sometimes with pens that they don't. You'd think you put the lid on, but you haven't. Yeah. And I think with that, it's just really obvious until you click it. Do you know? I've never thought to point that out.
Sorry, that's me oohing out loud. I do that a lot, so I do apologise.
That's good, because it's important, a permanent pen. It's important you close the lid properly, otherwise they are going to dry up.
Oh, I'm going to play with that now.
That's right, good, isn't it? Just want to make it boing. But yeah, you have to close them properly, and that really helps remind you that it's not shut, because you can see the pen lid popping off.
That is a really clever idea. Now, it works out just £2.50 per pen. Again, it's a pick and mix. Again, you can see there we've got lots of choices with regards to your colours. But of course, it might be that you find yourself using a lot more of one colour than others. Well, you can double up on those if you so choose. But you can see that you've got your 5 different colours featuring there. Gorgeous. And the thing is that I love about these is instantly you know which colour you're using. So you don't have to look at the end looking for a little circle on the cap or something like that. Straight away, you can pick them up and get the right colour. So the red, you just straight away go for your red. Love it. 495-239 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Just £9.99. Now, something else I worked with Leonie. I say worked with Leonie. I didn't. I just stood here and talked. She did all the fun stuff. She was working with these pastels. These are incredible, and for the price as well, absolutely phenomenal. And it was the colour intensity of these that we saw that really blew me away. But it's in a very easily kind of transported way of working with them, because they look like little wax crayons. It's easy. We're used to picking up pencils, we're used to picking up crayons, and it means that you can apply the colour. Now here you can see it's been applied to watercolour cardstock, direct, and you can see where it's picked up the truth there. But then, similarly, that's been repeated, but then pulled out the colour using a little bit of water. So you can see you only need to scribble down a little bit and you're getting a good coverage of the colour with these. And such a wide range of colours as well, Leonie.
Yeah, these are lush. I love the way you say tooth. Can you say that again? Tough. I love that. Yeah, it's what a right good word.
I didn't realise it does say it, doesn't it?
Yeah, isn't it funny? I love that. I love how because we all have little words that we say. My mum calls COVID. Hold on. She blends Hovis and COVID
I've
together.
heard that. A few people do that. Covis. Yeah,
it really makes me giggle. Anyway, sorry, that was a tangent.
So yeah, the range of colours. I mean, you've got you've got your primaries and everything in here.
Absolutely, and because of what's soluble, it means you can mix the colours. I like these because the texture. You know, before you actually blend water with them, you've got that really rough kind of texture, proper sort of waxy grain look, which is nice. And then obviously, as soon as you mix water, it's like wow. So you can do all sorts with them. And that one, that's under the ink. So but you can still see the circles. So they do allow you to really play again. I'll definitely demonstrate these in this hour. We'll work a little bit more with these in this hour.
Because I wasn't sure whether you'd drawn the circles with the crayons and then kind of pulled the water out from the... okay, fair enough.
And it's interesting actually because unless you actually activate them, then they don't just disperse when you hit them with loads of water. So you have to activate them to make them disperse. So that's why they're really nice for your mixed media.
So you spray and wiggle.
Spray and wiggle.
I love it. There you go. Again, you can draw with them, pull that colour out if you're wanting to, but with those gorgeous, vibrant colours, you can understand why they are proving to be so popular. Now, over half the stock has gone. They come in a fabulous little tin, so you can keep them all together, keep them neat and tidy, but what a brilliant way of getting involved. As I say, lots of products during this hour that are very affordable, so if you've never gone for Davenport products before, maybe you've not wanted to go for a bumper bundle and you're wanting to try out little things, well, this is the perfect way to do it. And for £11.99, a very affordable way to do it as well, isn't it? So 022926. Now, one of my favourite products that we see from Jane are these incredible watercolour palettes, and they are beautiful. These, again, that price blows you away, that price. £13.99. These are absolutely incredible. Now, they do look in a similar sort of vein to a traditional watercolour palette, so you know that you're going to get the quality with these. Now, I'm just going to pick up this one here. I know last time we had these, they did sell out, so if you missed out on, I think it was the metallics or the shimmery ones last time that sold out. I can't remember.
I can't remember. It were the brights, I think, actually.
It was the three, yes, but we've got two available for you today. Now, you've got within your palette your little pans. Now, your little pans are solid colour. They even come in like a little plastic tray there. So if you're wanting to go for both sets and swap them over, then you can do. Full-size pan in there. You've got your mixing palette there, as you can see, and you've got your little card there. So when it comes through, you can kind of put your colours down on there and get an idea of what those colours are. And I always think that's a good idea, Leonie, because sometimes a kind of digital print doesn't doesn't give you a true colour.
It never does. It never does because it can't, can it? It's digital. But yeah, with that, it's lovely because you do your little swatch and then you can see exactly what colours you're working with. And they are beautiful. They go a long way to these paints. I mean, they might be little, but they're mighty. And the thing is with these, you know, you're creating backgrounds. You're actually doing proper watercolour with these. There's so much you can do. But yeah, they're really, really good quality. I really like these. And that price is ridiculous.
Phenomenal. I just noticed on the little cover card there as well. I didn't realise there's a couple of metallics in here as well.
There is on the glitzy one. Just a couple of metallics on the glitzy one, and they are lush.
Absolutely gorgeous. So 2 options with regards to this. I mean, a lovely range of colours, as you can see there. Yeah, they're both equally as popular as each other. I'm wondering whether some of you are going for both of them at the same time. So if you're wanting that particular set, then of course you can do. The one in the turquoise, that is your Glitz C. That's the one that's got those metallics in there. And then your neutrals, which I'll show you in just a second, because the neutrals, sometimes neutrals, I think neutrals is kind of, it's a bit like a, it's neither here nor there, neutral.
Yeah,
oh,
these
aren't sort that out in a minute.
Are they?
These, so not. Now, if you're into Jane Davenport already and you've got things like the stencils that she does, those fabulous face rub-ons that she does, stencils and stamps and all sorts, she loves to do those styles with well, you need skin tones basically, and this one is a brilliant one because you've got a whole range of colours with regards to your skin tones, not just your skin tones, your hair, including some incredibly funky colours in here as well. Now these ones you haven't got any of the metallics in there because you don't really need them, do you? But here, what a fabulous range of colours as well, Leonie.
Oh, I love these. I mean, I do like all 3 palettes. They all work together beautifully. So yeah, obviously I'm going to recommend getting all of them. And again, it's that price. And even though it's like, oh yeah, but they're only small palettes, they won't last long.
Oh, they're not.
They really will.
No.
I mean, they might look like tiny little paints. I tell you what, the coverage.
Pans, though, aren't they? I'm sure that I've seen pans
oh yeah,
that
they're a
size
thick
before.
pan.
Yeah.
And that's it. I mean, the coverage you get, you do not need much paint to get a real no. And that is it. I mean, it is. Mine are hilarious. Mine are kind of battered a bit. I mean, look at mine. But that's because I've used them.
Loved.
You're not meant to have them clean.
How long have you had these then that you've been working with?
These ones, did I have? I think these might have been when I got the new set. My other one, however, bear with, my other one's here. This one I've had quite a long time actually, from when we launched Jane.
Oh, and right.
Actually,
Gosh, there's a lot of colour.
And that's my favourite one, the one that sold out. And I have, so that's been used a lot. Yeah. And yet there's still, and I love it. I love it when it's a dirty palette because it looks like, this is my closest I'm going to get to being an artist, is having a dirty palette.
Having a dirty palette, there you go, I love it. Now, both of those obviously available as your options. I'm holding them because I've made a mess of putting them on the stands. But $13.99 being priced, 884113. I've got some finished samples to share with you, which I'll perhaps show you next time we come along, because I know you guys, you want to get to the demo. I do as well, I want to see what we're going to do with all these. One more thing though, can I share this with you before we head over to see Leonie? This is beautiful. Now these are your pastels. I cannot get over the price of these, and I know we commented on this last time. If you are like me and Leonie, where you've been involved with pastels for many, many years, it used to be a case you get kind of like 6 of these, and I'm sure you were paying something like £7, $6.99, something like that. Have you dug yours out?
I've found them.
I was trying to think where mine were to bring in.
I don't know where I've put it. I had them and now I've lost them again.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, do you know what? I do annoy myself, and it might be on my other trolley, but no, you're right. I think it was about 6 or 9, and it was like 15 quid.
And I just remember them just crumbling and falling out. Because they're in a very plasticky kind of case. Now, obviously, you've got your gorgeous palette with this one. I mean, look at that. They're all sitting in there beautifully. And these are so incredibly creamy with regards to the application of them, giving you some beautiful results, Leonie. I mean, these look gorgeous.
Yeah. Oh, they're just beautiful. It's so different. I mean, you know, realistically, with me, a lot of the stuff I like to do is bright, you know, but it's so nice to have something that will give me completely different results, yet that will work. You know, they'll work with everything else that we've got. But I do like all the different, again, the different techniques you can create. And I think everything that she brings us, you know, you don't have one-trick ponies.
Yeah.
You want to be able to use them in lots of different ways, and you can with these. I mean, yeah, you can create the most beautiful, soft, subtle effects with these. They do look so pretty, don't they?
Absolutely gorgeous, and I love you've got your signage on there as well, so straight away you know you've got quality with regards to these. So if you like the look of these, just £9.99 being your price. A fabulous case with regards to those. They look absolutely gorgeous. You can have loads of fun with those. So 133635. Now everything that we've been chatting about you'll be able to find on the website. You'll be able to find further information, so if you want to know different things like the names of the colours and the different options, you'll find that there. But look at those prices, incredible prices, giving you the opportunity for you to have a go at working with your Jane Davenport products. And I think the key thing is they are easy to work with. This is something Leonie tells us time and time again, and of course she's going to take these and put them through her the paces. Any questions that you've got, do get involved. studio@thecraftstore.com being the key email address for you to get involved with, but please do it as early as you possibly can, because can you believe it, we're rapidly approaching halfway through the hour already. Where's the time go, Leonie? Thing is, you can't help chat about these, and I want to know about all the different things you can do with them, because when you're investing your crafty pennies, you want to know you're getting value for money.
Absolutely. And the thing is, with all the products, I mean, everything is so that you've so much to say about each one. So yeah, we need that time.
Now, yeah, one of my favourite, the pastels. These look amazing.
Yeah. I want to show these. I know we've had a question about the pastels, and they are really, really interesting. And again, there's lots of ways you can use them. Now, with the pastels, so when you first use them, direct to your paper, you go on and it looks like a wax pastel. You can put them on quite light. You can really build up the colour, so you can get it really quite thick, and it's got a different texture, so it physically feels different because it's got that waxy finish. So obviously you can just apply them as you know, a wax pencil, a wax crayon if you want to, and create quite a nice little quite a nice effect anyway, because you've got the texture going on, which does look really pretty. So obviously great for your mixed media, because if you were using this, and that's the thing I was working on earlier on, so if you were working with something like this and you wanted to put marks on it, they're lovely for marks because they stand out.
Okay.
You know, I can work over the top. Like this was the shaving foam. The shaving foam was resisting the other products that I was using, but with these are working over the top of it. So you can use them for different, you know, different effects. Mixed media, you will absolutely love these in your mixed media because they look rich, you know.
Okay.
You've got that strong colour, quite like that. You've got a strong colour. However, if I go back to this one, they are water soluble. So if I bring my water brush now, I'm going to just clean that off because it's got blue on it still. If I bring my water brush on now, and start adding water to it, look at that colour. It's so beautiful, isn't it?
Oh my goodness.
And I'm just working that beautiful ink or crayon even, and just adding water, so I'm keeping squeezing because I want plenty of water on this.
Wow.
So it really does, it starts to make it work.
For anybody that
good?
struggles with that ombre, this is the way to go. I mean, that looks so simple and easy to do.
It's well easy. And the thing is, the more you work the crayon, as you can see, you can see that has just blended out. You know, it's gone. I need to get rid of some of the red because I want to go back into it. So I'm going to get rid of the red on my hand. I always use my hand because my hand's there. You see, it's handy. So to go back in now, and then I'm just going to go from the yellow up into the orange and into the red, and there we go, and you've got that beautiful ombre. But say I wanted to work back into this, I could do that. So say I wanted more orange. Now if I went directly in, let me show you with one of the reds. If I went directly in on this, you can see it's kind of scratchy.
Yes.
Because it is, at the end of the day, this is quite hard.
Yes.
You know, it's quite tough. However, what you can do with your wax crayons is pick up direct. So you can pick up with your water brush, and you're not going to ruin anything, and you can actually bring it back in again.
Wow.
So if you want to sort of make, you know, you want to change it up, you've got that option, and I like that. I like that you can still, you know, you can still work with it, even though you've done your main thing, but you can still go back and you can still work with it. And I like being able to pick up from there. I think that's really important. So I'm assuming that
once it's dry, those colours kind of set where they are. But if you come back at a later stage, weeks or months, can you reactivate them and spray them or move them around afterwards?
They're going to be pretty permanent.
Okay, no, that's fair enough.
I don't know if I've got anything. They're going to be pretty permanent. Okay. I'm just thinking I probably haven't.
Got anything over here?
But it depends. I mean, if it's a solid, so say that one now, because it's been activated, I've worked it into the paper, so that isn't. However, when you don't activate it, and I'll show you with this, so if you don't activate it, then obviously it stays as a wax, if you will.
Like when you did the lines?
Yeah. However, again, it's different. So it just depends on the application.
Okay.
Because the one I've done over there, I wouldn't be able to reactivate that one at all, definitely, because that's done. But like something like this, if I just left that now, then in, you know, in a little bit, I don't know, over a week's time, whatever, I could definitely come back and still activate that.
Right.
However, if I saw, for starters, let's do loads of circles. Circles are great because they're easy, but they always look good. So just loads and loads of circles. So if there's a few ways you can activate them. You can either come in again with your water brush, and again I'm just going to get the orange off. So you can either activate them with your water brush and just bring some of those colours out. And I'm not doing the whole thing. And I like doing this because if you don't activate the whole thing, then you've still got a bit of texture.
Yes.
So you've got colour, but you've still got a little bit of texture going on there, which does look really, really interesting. So I'm not going to do anything more than that. So that's one way of activating. However, say I wanted to put another bit of, I don't know, let's have a think what colour to use. Let's bring a bit of yellow in there.
Okay, so we're going back to the original pens now, the water brush pens that we were looking at. Okay, this is where you've got that set of 12.
I'm getting a bit of
And is that
mud.
because they've kind of got a liquid in them?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
So that will activate the pens. However, if I then wanted to sort of say, oh, you know what, I'm just going to blast it with water just to see what it does.
Yeah.
So if I blast that with water now, you can see the actual crayons don't really, can you see they're not really merging, they're not really moving. The colours intensify because they're working with the water, but they ain't shifting.
So it's only if you agitate them with a brush or something like that they would move. Got you.
Whereas your yellow, that's off, you know, that would absolutely go, but the rest of it isn't. Even if I went over now with this, look, because I'm lifting, so now I can lift the ink up.
Oh, nice.
Which looks really, doesn't it look pretty?
I like that.
It looks actually quite fabulous.
It is. I love this kind of compact kitchen roll that we have.
Yeah, not for noses, honest. But look at that. So your circles.
Wow, I love that.
Even though you're lifting the colour out, they remain really strong.
But if you'd scrubbed it with the tissue, then obviously it would have moved.
Exactly.
Right, I got you.
So with something like this now, if I went back in again, I'm not going to be activating anything there because it does sink in. That eye is that's with this pens.
Oh, I think what Charlotte means is if you have a look, it's almost like you've got a reflection of the eye there.
Well, it's
that part of the stencil?
It's that bit of the stencil.
Oh, there you go, that's why.
Yeah, it's that bit of the stencil. But the pens do not shift.
Oh, okay, right.
And that, so even though I'm working over, the pens absolutely don't move.
So that's if you want that crisp colour.
Yes.
Right.
They are super permanent. So if you want something that's going nowhere, that's your pens. Now, that's a few ways of using your pastels, but I'm going to take this because oh no, stencils actually before I go on to this, because this is interesting as well. Sorry, I'm going through my backgrounds because I thought I'll work on backgrounds as well. So some I quite like doing actually with your pastels. Let me just get a different stencil. I'm playing with all the stencils that I had on the Studio Light show the other day, the art by Marlene, because I didn't get to play with everything, because obviously I had to go home. So I felt like I was gutted. I know,
It was
I
funny
was well
because you looked
gutted.
like you'd been told off, and it's like sent home.
To feel a bit
She
like
hasn't
that.
been told off.
Go home, Leonie. No, they didn't tell me off. They were really good to me. Okay, so if I take this now, this is now on, and I don't know what they're going to do on this paper because I haven't played properly. But this is on your mixed media cardstock. So I'm going to go, and I'm not properly going through my stencil, as in, you know, I'm doing it really rough, because I am hoping. Now, mixed media cardstock. What I find with mixed media cardstock, I love mixed media cardstock because it acts so different to my other, you know, my watercolour and my super smooth. So something like this, which looks really scruffy, and it's like, Leonie, you could have done better. But if I take my pen, which I forgot to clean off,
I like purple,
but I do like those together, so it's okay. And even on my mixed media. Now, my mixed media, when you go in with your inks, normally the inks, if this was an ink I'd gone in with and then tried to move it, it wouldn't move properly.
Okay.
You wouldn't be able to activate it properly. With this, with the crayons, you absolutely can. But they work differently. It is kind of disappearing,
It's
but
pushing
it's
to the
pushing
boundaries,
it.
yeah.
It's pushing the ink, and I'm going to show you the difference because when you work on your watercolour cardstock, it will be completely different. And I love that your same product, but just a different surface will work so different. And it does. I mean, you can build up really interesting effects with that. So you can see there. You can see your brush marks, you can see the movement, so you can like literally sort of squid. Can you see that movement in there?
Yeah,
it's
very
really
much.
quite interesting. I like that. However, if it was a watercolour cardstock, so let me just get.
So I'm guessing it's a good idea when you get these home, get all your cardstock out, cut loads of tags.
Yes.
Right on the back as well.
Yeah.
From personal experience, what it is that you're using.
Because otherwise you're looking at it
you
and
get
it's
a fabulous
like.
result, and it's like, well, how did I actually
Yeah.
do that? And you can't remember. 'Cause
No
you just got
idea.
a whole pile of colourful tags in front of you.
I do that all the time, as you can well imagine. Now, straight away, it feels different. Straight away, I know I'm going to get a different result. So again, and I love using them through stencils.
So is this onto the watercolour paper?
Yes.
Because you can see the tooth.
Yes.
I'm getting all self-conscious now.
No,
the tooth
don't.
of the
I love the
card.
way you say it. Please don't try and stop because it's right good. Yeah, it's completely different. And with this, now there are different wax, there are different water-soluble wax crayons out there.
Okay.
You will find they act different, they feel different.
Right.
These ones are, they're not as waxy as some of them, and they will give you different effects, and I like that. So just building up a couple of those, I'm going to pop another colour on. Like so. Now, what I am doing is not being too careful of hitting the stencil, because when I hit that stencil, I'm actually putting some of the wax on the stencil. Now, I know I can specifically, with that, I'm doing it on purpose because I know then I can pull this colour off the stencil and get another print on it. So when I'm going around the edges of the stencil, so I know it's another 2 for 1. So as I'm going round, can you see, I'm doing it again just to really emphasise it. So I'm touching the stencil.
And because the stencil's non-porous, I'm guessing mine's gone into overdrive now. I'm just thinking about things like acetate, because you scribble the colours down, spritz them, and then like pick them up.
Yeah, you could use it as a palette.
Loads of things you can do with these.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, see, with that one now, put that to one side, and you can see you can see it on there.
Yeah.
Put that to one side. So with this, and I do love things like this because they look proper messy at first, but you get your water brush in there and start moving that round, and the colour is divine. However, another thing that's amazing with these, now I'm pulling this colour up, I'm mixing it, but on my brush is a lot of colour. Do not waste that colour, because now this.
These are cute.
Aren't they pretty? These are on tomorrow's Let Leonie Loose, brand new stamps from Stamptages.
Okay.
But we got the tune in my head then. But look at that. That is the colour that has been picked from just moving.
Yeah.
And that shows the intensity of the colour. So keeping that one there, move this now. I mean, the colours blend amazingly.
Oh, look
but
at that.
if you can remember this and have 2 projects on the go, so again, if I just, because I don't have to worry about this drying.
Yeah.
I don't have to
That's
worry
true,
about having to come back to it like immediately. I've got enough ink in there now to actually come on, blend those 2 together, which do look really quite pretty. So I really like that, because it really allows me to maximise.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
I'm getting so much out of one application. So if I just move this now, what I love about this, again, don't overwork it. When you don't overwork it, you can still see the sort of texture of the crayon, and I just think that is gorgeous. And it does allow me to really sort of layer. Obviously this is on just your plain water cardstock. I could have put on this, it could have been like one of the backgrounds that I'd already created that I'm working over the top. But I just love that. And again, taking that ink there that's on my brush and just dragging that over here. It's quite cool, isn't it, having 2 of the little things
I'm
on the
impressed.
floor.
She's drawing with, she took her shoes and socks off as well. She's drawing with her feet at the same time.
It's remembering to have another project on go, though.
That's true, yeah.
Because that's the thing. Now, if I just move this, let's bring this here, so there's a bit of blue going on and a little bit of blue on
Oh
there
my goodness,
as well.
70% of the stock has gone of these. Just as Leonie's continuing to add her colour there, can I just refresh your memory over the colours that you're getting in this tin? Because you have got so many beautiful colours in there. And of course, because of the nature of them, they're picking out texture on whatever you're laying them down on. So here you've got your watercolour cardstock. You can see the texture, the truth that you've got of the colours there coming right the way through, but then add your water, activate them, pull those colours out and get some incredible results. That's using your water, but it could be something like your gel medium, anything where there's moisture involved with it. It will activate those colours and pull those colours out. Bright, vibrant colours, but then the more that you add to them, the more pastel they become. And of course you can mix these together as well if you're wanting to. They come together in a fabulous tin as well. I mean, this is brilliant because you keep them all together. Obviously they like crayons, so you can see exactly if you've got any that are missing, but it's just a brilliant way for you to add that vibrancy of colour and have that kind of palette that's so easily transportable. I mean, those, put them in the tin there, you can put them into your staff locker or into your glove box or whatever, and you've got all of those colours, a complete range of colours, giving you the ability to create so many amazing things utilising those gorgeous colours. So $11.99 if you're wanting to get hold of those, 022926, but you have to be quick. 70% of the stock has gone. Potentially we could lose these during this hour, so please do not miss out. Leonie, you're in a happy place there, I can tell.
I am. I'm just trundling along playing now. Put that one to one side. So, as I was saying, different things you can do. Now, because I was scratching the stencil, there's lots of little shavings on there.
Okay.
Now, theoretically, they shouldn't get much movement, but look, when I spritz it with water, because the shavings, and it's not all solid,
it's kind of like the weight of it, I suppose, versus the water, yeah.
And I just, when you add water to them, the colour is gorgeous.
So could that be something like a Winker Stella or something like that with sparkle in it, and that sparkle would come through as well?
Absolutely.
Oh,
and that would look
goodness.
amazing. It'll look beautiful. And see, it's like being able to play with them now. Like just merging those colours together. But again, I'm only dragging a tiny bit of the wax. I do like the control with these. Like, you know, when it's the inks and we add water, it's just all over.
Yes.
Well, it's not all over, but you know what I mean. It's all over. But with these, I don't need to drag the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I'm just touching the side of that and dragging a little bit of that colour out, but I've still got a definite line. So I'm creating a background, but I'm not completely and utterly destroyed the actual line I'm working from. And I do like that, and it shows just how rich they are. You know, it shows just how much pigment there are in there, because obviously you can still see exactly where I've done my initial line.
I love it.
Now,
so what about the stencil?
Exactly. Let's get that stencil. So, We got the wonderful stencil, so that's got the wax already on there. So if I get my good old spritzer, like so, or this, I've picked up a spritzer that can be a bit awkward. There we go, like so. And then bob another bit of card over the top.
Okay.
And then squidge that down. I was looking for my brayer, but I put that in a safe place, never to be seen again. I tied in my trolley. And I know, right?
That's never a good idea.
It's so funny. When it was an absolute mess, I could find everything.
Ooh, okay.
How beautiful is that?
That's like an opposite, because of course with the original one the colour was filling in those letters, whereas that's on the out. Oh my word, look at this.
How cool is that? And that's because we got the wax on the outside of the stencil. It's really nice because you literally, I love that.
And so different to the original because the intensity inside those letters.
Yeah. Absolutely, I mean, look at that. But look how strong the colour still is. That had a tiny, tiny bit on there. And and I bet you any money I could still get another print.
Left,
and it's just, it is one of those that's like, oh, wow. And it's, I love things like this because you do keep getting, you keep playing, you keep experimenting. And I mean, look at that print. That's a beautiful print. It's got stencil, that. But and they are just amazing for that, and it's kind of ways that you wouldn't think to use them sometimes, but they're super effective.
I love it.
I'm just going to squidge that down.
If you're wanting yours, don't forget 70% of the stock having gone, and at a price at £11.99, the stock that we've got left is not going to hang around for too long, especially when we move on to something else. So if you've liked the look of what Leonie's been doing there and you want to get involved and give them a go, we've had lots of sellouts during this hour, well, not during this hour, during the 2 Dane Davenport shows. So make sure that you're getting hold of these, and a very affordable price at £11.99, 022926. Don't forget, you've got all of those gorgeous crayons in there, giving you all that fabulous colour that we've been looking at a few moments ago. It's not the only colour that we can bring to you during this hour. Something that Jane does so incredibly well, and that's kind of a bit of a tie-in with the word incredible, because with these you've got your fabulous colours. These are your Incredibles. Actually, it's Incredibles, but you can see what I did there. Because, of course, in here you've got that so intense, the colours with regards to these. You're going to choose any 3 of these. There can be any that you're wanting. Could be repeats of the same if you're wanting to. So if you find yourself using a lot of purples or a lot of pinks, you can double up on those. Keep a note of the item number, because once you've got these home, I'm sure that you want to come back and get more colours of these. But you can see 042622 is the item number with regards to these. Very popular throughout. So I love that blueberry there. Isn't that gorgeous? That beautiful purple there, that fabulous vibrant kind of pink tone that you've got there from the watermelon. Fresh air, what a lovely phrase for a colour. Love that idea as well. Frida Cherry Cerise. What a brilliant colour that one is as well. You're loving your mermaid tail as well, that gorgeous kind of teal turquoise. Your fairy floss with that lovely pink there. And then as we work our way across that gorgeous blue that we've got on there, what's the blue called? Hydrangea. Nice. Like that one. And then down at the bottom there, Berrylicious. Absolutely beautiful. So you've got 8 different colours to choose from. They're on a pick and mix, so you can decide which of those you're wanting to go for. And so it might be that you're going tonal, you might go for your blues, your cool tones, your greens, or you might be going from those reds into those vibrant purples. It's entirely up to you. It's your choice. But £9.99 being your price. Extended delivery with these ones, so the 11th of January with regards to your dispatch, which is only a week away. 042622 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, of course, we were talking about layering up, building up your colours, and obviously your top layer, you might want something that's going to have a bit more permanency, if that is such a word. Well, that is how you can use these wonderful pens that we're sharing with you. And they are brilliant. Now, you've got a gorgeous array of different colours featuring with these. We have had sellouts with these, though. So if you are wanting to get hold of them, you're going to choose any 4 of these, £9.99. It works out at just £2.50 per pen, and they are brilliant. They've got that fluidity and flow, which is something that's just so incredible. So when you are doing your free kind of drawing, your brush strokes, you can get that fluidity that's going to help you get those results. And you can see with these, you can press down if you want a wider stroke, lift off to get that lighter stroke, and because of them having that permanency, they've got almost like a glossiness within them as well. I must admit, I did look at that and think it was a naughty word, but I think it's fun.
It's fun.
It is
What
fun.
did you think it were?
I thought there was a bee in there somewhere.
Oh, that would be too naughty.
So that's me. That's me. There you go. Art, as you can see there. Hello. And I love the brown as well. It's not often you see a brown pen. And if you're working with kind of your antique tones as well. So don't think you have to be bright and vibrant all the time when you're working with Jane Davenport. And of course the pens. Let me just very quickly show you the pens before we head back over to Leonie. Because the pen has got that fabulous nib, that brush nib, which means that you can apply as much pressure as you want to make it a broader stroke and then lift off to get your lighter stroke. But don't forget, you've got that fabulous cap. I think I could sit for hours playing with this. You put your cap on, but you have to make sure you press it on properly, because if you don't, it will just bounce straight off. It makes you click it in place, which means that you are retaining that pen, so it's ready for you to use next time. Love that idea. £9.99, 4 of those you can choose for those. So yeah, if you're wanting to get hold of them, you might want to go for a couple of the same colour, maybe the black. But £495,239. On the website you'll find everything that we've been talking about, and of course you'll get reviews there as well if you're wanting to take advantage of those reviews. Some brilliant prices as well with regards to stamps. As you can see, if you're wanting to get hold of those art inspiration stamps, you could get hold of those. Flexi order on those means you can spread the cost of any of your Jane Davenport products as well. So it's worth giving those a little bit of a look as well. And you've got a bumper bundle there with a phenomenal saving. And look at that, 5-star reviews. We love it. Now, we're running out of time, but we are going to head back to Leonie. And you're busy scrubbing there.
Busy scrubbing away.
Yes, what you're doing.
I thought I'd better show the pastels, because I know I haven't showed these yet. And these are lovely. Now, what you can do, again, now, a few different things you can do. You could go direct on these. So say you've got your cardstock. I mean, this is your super smooth, so super smooth. They are nice if you've got your cotton wool buds, like balls. Obviously I forgot them. I tell you what they are good with. They are good with like a dry, if you've got a dry soft cloth. They're really good with a dry soft cloth, which of course I haven't got either. So I'm using a little bit of tissue. I don't know why I forget every single time to pick something up to use with these, but if you wanted to do just really soft backgrounds, see, they are they are super soft. Hopefully you can see that. I'm actually going for richer colours, so you see the heavier colours. Now, what's lovely with these is if you're doing florals, if you're then stamping into these, or if you're painting, you're colouring in with these, they do look so soft. It just gives you a really romantic look. I mean, look at that. It's just
very nice, yeah.
It's not intense at all. So say something like this one, with all my little fairies. If I were doing the sky, for instance, I could come in and just pop a little bit of chalk on and just bring in that colour in. I mean, you can see the colour, but it just gives you a completely different look. And actually, I mean, if you have trouble blending...
it's kind of the opposite of how you kind of do a sky, isn't it, almost,
yes.
the way you create. You can see the clouds that are appearing there just because of the motion that you're doing.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
And if you, like, with your inks, if you have trouble blending with inks and find that you get it really patchy, the chalks are just, or pastels, they're just so ridiculously easy to get that really soft look. And if it goes wrong, you can lift it back out with an eraser.
You can't overwork them, really, can you?
Absolutely. And it looks really quite pretty. So you can go direct to your paper, you can create backgrounds. But one of the techniques, the old techniques that we used to do all those many moons ago, is using them with your stamps. So if I take my stamp, you use them, and I know I say it every single time I pick my ink pad up, it needs re-inking, I still haven't done it. Literally every show, literally. I honestly, it's like, oh, I still haven't done it. And I only remember I haven't done it when I pick it up to use it. And then as soon as the show's over, that goes, forgotten that information. So you want to be stamping, absolutely, like next, you want to be stamping with an embossing ink. So I'm using the Wow ink pad. It might be Versamark, it might be any of the others.
A clear one?
Yeah, clear embossing ink. You could actually use one of pink ones because you're going over the top, so it would be fine. But your clear embossing pad. And this is basically, the ink is going to stick to this, sorry, the chalk is going to stick to this, obviously, because it's clear. I'm a bit hit and miss now. I can just about see where I've gone. It helps when you've got a dirty stamp.
I was going to say a dirty stamp would be perfect for this,
honestly,
wouldn't it?
because then at least you can see a bit, because they're a bit dirty, so at least I can see a bit where I've gone. So I've obviously left them dirty on purpose. I promise it on. How come you don't believe me? So, oh, I have got form. So, bringing that on there like so, and I am going to, hold on, get that right, kid.
Now, all the stamps that Leonie's working with, you will be able to find those listed against the show as well. I think these art inspiration ones, am I right?
Yes, indeed. And this is such a beautiful stamp. It's just beautiful. This is one of the Ink and Earth ones, one of Emily's, and it's gorgeous. It's that flow. It's got such a flow, literally, because it's got the wonderful sea in there. And that one is going to sit like this. Now, this would be better with a soft cloth. I know this, because with your tissue rips a bit too quickly.
I'm kind of looking around to see if there's anything I can offer up to you.
I didn't bring anything. I forget literally every time, but it's okay. So, that actually works a treat. I hate baby wipes, but actual dry baby wipes actually do work.
Oh, so I wonder if anybody can nip into...
Actually, look,
Harry,
it's fine. It's absolutely fine.
Could I trouble you to pop into the gallery
look,
just for a quick moment?
Look,
Charlotte's got something Leonie needs. Thank you. Don't run, no. Don't run. No running in the studio.
Do you know what, though? Because look at that. Look at the way that pops. So the chalk sticks to the ink. Every time I do this, I must admit, it is one of those that's like, wow. It still is a wow. And the thing is, it's so soft and gentle. It's not like using a really rich dark ink.
Okay.
It'll give you a completely different look. So imagine doing this with florals. You know what I mean? When you are doing really, maybe it is a character that you've stamped out. You could do it with a character and you're going to get a really soft, beautiful, beautiful look. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I am not, and I bang on about baby wipes all the time, I'm not a fan at all. But actually...
I think it's actually one of those anti-back ones, you know, that you wipe down the surfaces with.
Oh, yeah, we're using lots of them. But they are absolutely excellent for this, because look at that.
Oh, wow.
They are really, really good for this. So, so it means you can recycle them when
and
they're dried
I'm guessing with
out.
the softness that you've got with them, it's not moving the ink, because that's the thing, you don't want to move the ink around either.
You don't want to shift the ink, but with that, I mean, you don't need to wait for the ink to sort of dry, just a couple of seconds. But then, I love it because it is so... It's different.
Soft look.
It's so different.
Dreamy look almost.
Yes, it is. And it's the way, like, look, you can sort of blend those colours together. So even when you work over the top, you can still get that gorgeous soft blend. And if I bring a little bit of blue here as well, just to match the sea and the sand.
Oh, lovely.
Because it's that what's above as
we are
it is
getting
below.
so busy. Lots of you going for those gorgeous pastels. Lots of you been adding in those crayons as well. And of course, don't forget everything else Leonie's been working with throughout. And of course, you can go back and watch the shows as well. Leonie, you did a Jane Davenport show a couple of weeks ago as well. That'll be on Rewind, I'm guessing, won't it?
Yeah. So it's and I think I do different techniques more or less every time. But more or less. But look at that. Look how soft and pretty it is. Obviously, cut that down. And I love the movement of the pastels. I like that it's not a solid tone.
Yeah.
So it does look, I mean, especially with them stamps, it works beautifully with them.
Oh, I love it, Leonie. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful. And of course, those pastels coming to you in that most incredible palette with all of those colours featuring there. Wonderful case with your cover. So, of course, straight away you can see exactly what you're picking up and you're going to be using. They're going to become firm favourites of yours because of those gorgeous colours that you can build up over time. So, yeah, if you like the look of those, just £9.99. Don't forget another very popular item at the bottom of your screen, those pastels. So if you're wanting to get hold of those, Leonie was working with these, but is it 80% of the stock? Oh my goodness, if you're quick you should be okay to get hold of these, so make sure you're checking out your baskets during the break because we're going to get busy in the next hour as well, I'm sure. Leonie, you back again tomorrow?
Oh my gosh, am I have
is it
got
like Leonie
Graphic 45.
Oh, my goodness.
Graphic 45 one day special. Tina were well jealous because she couldn't do this one.
I remember her
and she
mentioning
was like,
it. She's like, I'm not bitter, I'm not bitter.
Not bitter. She's not bitter, Tina. It's so beautiful. So yeah, poor Tina. I promised to put some aside for her.
Oh, fabulous. She was so bitter. So bitter. So, do stay tuned. We've got Dr. P.H. Martin Inks. All intrigued about this one. Got lovely Lou joining us. Then we are back with Monkey Fossil and the one-day special.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. I hope you had a fantastic New Year's. So 2022 is here and we are kicking off, I think, the year-end style. We had some fantastic shows and we're going to continue in that vein this hour. Now, we've got some great mediums for you, brought to you by Dr. P.H. Martins. We've been trying to find out what the PH means, but we've been struggling. But what I can tell you is some really nice products. Now, I'm not alone. I'm joined by the immensely talented and lovely Lou. Lou, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I'm getting playing again. I'm getting messy. I've had a day off now, but I've been doing this all morning and you can't get bored of it. Yeah. Can't get bored of it.
See, that's a really good sign.
Cannot get bored of it.
Look, this is meant to be work for you.
Well, the thing is, if I don't find it interesting and I don't enjoy it, how will you do? So it's been like finding new ways to use it, and I think my job is to sort of experiment and let you and I'll hopefully show you the ways that you can use. We're going to do some exciting things today.
I tell you what, there are worse jobs to have, eh?
Oh yeah, I'm just a bit giddy.
Well, look, it's always a good sign when Lou's excited, and as we always say, with Lou, she's so honest. If she loves something, you see it, and she can't help but disguise how much she loves it. Now, if you have any questions, please get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. These are all about techniques and how to get the most from the mediums, and we're looking at the bleed-proof white. It's only ever been on the channel once before, and it absolutely flew. Lou because we're looking at in the pot here. Talk to me about the bleed-proof white. What does it mean? What does it do? Why was it so popular?
One of these things that we have as crafters or artists or anything, you know, it is when you've applied all this stuff and you want to write on it or you want to put a highlight, you put white on it and the colour shines through. Yeah. And with this, although it's still water-based, it just completely covers anything so that you can write on it. So all those elements of highlights, journaling, anything, it just completely, I've just done that to show you.
That's the key, is the coverage.
It just covers.
Ooh.
So I can now draw and write on that. I've done a bit underneath where there was wax and oil.
Yeah, yeah.
And I've just gone over the wax and oil, which it shows you it will pill, but on the flat black, no problem. And this is on wood, no primer, no nothing. So it goes on anything, but it gives you that wonderful white space. You know, years ago, we used to see all the great signs on pub walls or markets or anything, and it'd have the great white writing. It's called window chalk. Okay. It's based on this. Oh. So that opaque colour, you know, like 2 for £1, which is a bit dear on my market, 4 for £1, and you'd have all that highlight writing, which is a really beautiful way. This would be the use because it comes off, you can scrape it off, but it's opaque. It goes on, it doesn't repel, doesn't pill, and it's brilliant. So I would get it, please. It's worth it.
We've had one review on our website, and it simply says, how did I manage without this?
Yes,
so, I mean, it
exactly.
speaks volumes. I think the best way to appreciate how good this is to see it in action, and we will be showing it. We've just got a couple more items to show, and then we're going to get to demonstration. But $11.95 your price here, 078-885 your item number. We've only ever featured it once before here at the craft store. It flew out the door, and we envision that it's going to be no different today. Okay, we're going to move on. The Bombay inks. These are immensely good inks.
Oh,
they really are. So Indian ink.
Top quality.
And,
P.H. Martin, excuse me, he just does inks. And it's part of the Golden Company as well, which is great. You know, I mean, they have a great history, Golden, but these are on their own. They've been, from about 1953, we got this style, but from the turn of the century. So these India inks, it was originally made from soap, but once dry, they're permanent. So we've got that wonderful idea that once we've done beautiful work, it won't move.
Oh, and that's the real key to this. Now, you are saving £5. You've also got 2 flexi payments of $27.48, and you are getting your choice. So you're going to be picking between the two. So you've got 2 sets, so 1 to 12, and then there's 13 to 24. With these, though, you are getting the large size because we have got another option, but these are the 30mm, and they tend to be the size that a lot of crafters do go for.
Yeah, because once you, I know it's cheaper to get the Series 1 small or Series 2 small, but actually it makes more sense to get the bigger one. And then you can use it, you're not frightened to use it, you can use it on your gel plate, use it on cloth, mediums and all that. Whereas the smaller ones, I got a little bit worried about using too much. But they do last. These big pots, they're absolutely fantastic value, but the top quality. And
you're effectively getting double the amount. If you look at the price.
Exactly.
So for a set of 12 for the 15mm, that's the bottom of your screen, it's £38.95. If we were, all right, let's just, the simplest way to look at this, if you doubled that in price, so that would be what, £76, £77? And then if you look at the price we have on the show for the same volume, for the set of 12, £54.95, and you got that £5 saving. It shows that even at full price, £60, you're actually getting a saving if you were to go for the sets 15mm, 2 sets of the 15mm. So I think it is the most cost-effective way to get hold of this. 995753, your item number there. We've got one more thing to share with you, and I've done a show in the past where we feature this, and I know every time that we do bring it to you here at the craft store, it just sells out time and time again. We are talking the Academia. Fabriano
Academia. It's brilliant.
Just 100 sheets. Can I just show you something first to give you an appreciation of just how much you're getting? I'm going to have a little flick through this. Now, you're getting 100 sheets, but just listen to this. Now, wait, it feels like something you get in the gym. Now, listen to this. Yeah, right? Everyone looks around. Everyone's like, what happened? You're getting an awful lot there. So let me just show you. I'll just take the one that we have. So 100 sheets. Now, Lou, you're still on your first one, right?
Yep. And I do a lot. I'm halfway through mine, and it's the thing I pull out all the time.
How long have you had it for?
Oh, yeah.
You're halfway through and you've had it for a year?
Yeah, because don't forget
And the amount of
that
crafting
they're not
that you
A4. They're bigger than A4, but they're not A3, so they're perfect. I've made books with them. But if I do a page, look how many... I can get loads of drawings on them, so I don't...
Yeah.
Often, what I've done with these is because it is a watercolour paper. It's
Yeah.
not mixed media, it's watercolour, but mixed media as well. I cut these up and put these onto little boards. So I've got like 6 or 8 pieces of paper.
Canvases, yeah, perfect. And they are watercolour, and that's an important thing to stress.
It is watercolour.
240 GSM. They are very, very good. They are acid-free as well, so if you're looking for something, obviously longevity, the acid-free is important for your archiving. But scrapbooking, card making, home art, you know, you can do everything with it. That full gambit, drawing, watercolours, mixed media, everything goes here. It's just very, very good, and it's good value for money as well. $24.95 is your price there. If you consider 100 canvases effectively, that's
Absolutely,
what you've
it
got
would
here.
be. I mean, it's not as thick as canvas board, but the density of this paper, although the weight is similar to others, the density is different, so that it sinks only halfway through, so you don't get as much ruckle. You get a natural grain, so it's not hot or not. When I mean that, it means smooth or rough. It's got that natural grain, so you've got the best of both worlds, and it is watercolour. It is watercolour paper that absolutely takes mixed media. I love mine. It goes everywhere with me.
Wow.
I guard it with my life.
And we're going to be playing with it in just a moment. $24.95 is your price there. 240419, your item number. Now, we do have the Radiant ink sets for you as well. We're just going to share those. Again, brought to you by Dr. P.H. Martins with these fantastic Radiant inks. 15mm if you do want to get hold of these. Now, you are getting 4 sets. So, wow, 40. So, this is set A. Set B, set C, and set D. Within those 14 in total, and you just pick whichever set you want to go for. 2 Flexi payments of $44.98, 571445, your item number there. All right, now I think the best way to really showcase how good everything is on the show is to see it in action, and we're going to do just that. So Lou, take it away.
Just to go back to the Radiant inks, I have loads of inks, loads of different types, and these Radiant concentrated watercolour inks are one of the strongest that I've ever used, because the pigment is so intense. Again, when you've got somebody who does something really well, they don't need to concentrate on anything else, they just keep developing what they do really well. The other thing is, can I move to the pad? The important thing about this pad as well is that it's a stay flat surface. You think, well, what does that mean? Well, normally this front sleeve is attached to that, so that when I pull that, the first page comes. It doesn't with this, so I can go anywhere and it will lie flat, even with a gap there, because what it allows me to do is stop the dripping. So I'll show you again. Normally with a pad, I'll try and show it you with this. It doesn't lie flat. It won't. Because it's being pulled, whereas this, it's only glued there. So it's glued there. That's the spine. The spine from the paper is free, and I can even go just a couple of pages. Look, and it's still flat.
Nice.
So I'm not going to get loads of runoff. And you can go anywhere. So for that reason, even the back like that, that's a really good point, because you've got a gap. But the way it's manufactured and the spine is you get less of the drippage there. Anyway, that's that. Let's go. Oh, come on, let's go. Right, this bleed-proof ink is like a concentrated gel that you make the consistency up that you want.
Oh, no, that's interesting. We are very, very busy for this. I know you called it before the start of the show. You said this was going to fly.
I mean, look at the price. You think, well, it's a little pot of ink. What am I going to do with that for 11, 12 quid? Can I tell you, right, if you was to water this down, you'd probably get about 10 to 15 jars of ink.
What?
But that depends on how concentrated. Now, when you buy another ink, you've only got that concentrate. You haven't got a range. Yeah. So all you do, look, it won't come out. It won't come out at all. You'd have to get that out. It's like a thick butter. it won't come out. So you just dip your paintbrush in, and that's as much as I want. I can have it straight from... My paintbrush is still a bit dry, so I just need to put a little bit of water. It's not for the ink, it's for the paintbrush. So I'm just going to go straight on here. Right, now, there we go. That'll dry like that. If I want to, let's go for it thicker. I can put a little bit more on. And I'm not actually, because it's so thick, I'm not picking a lot of that up. It's actually just loading the tip of the paintbrush. So I want to go like that, but let's go each time. No ink, just water.
Yeah. Wow.
Now I've got the consistency I want, so I can do a milky finish, which is like a whitewash, and I can go all the way up there. So if I was to use a black line trick like we do with the paints, and I'll work on that because I can journal on that, that's what it's brilliant for. If I was to do the black line, which is where we get a piece of black card or dark card, sorry, a piece of white card, and we draw either a black or a white line on whichever surface it is, vice versa, and then we put our paints or inks over, and that gives us how dense or opaque the colours are. So we'll try it. I don't want to just magic, it won't harm that. I'll try it on the black here. So I'm going to get another brush. I'm using one of my little drawing brushes. I've got a little bit on the tip, not a lot. And I tend to use the lid just, and you can see I've had this a long time now.
Oh, yeah.
3 years.
With this, do you tend to just dip the tip in?
I do.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, you end up making too much. And it doesn't matter if it dries in there with the water, because that's fine. So I'm dipping the tip in. And
that's the thing, it's so concentrated, you don't need to put a lot on. Just literally, just the tip. Nice.
So you can start to make your flowers. And it really is dependent on how much ink you use.
Oh, I like that.
So you can do like, and I could drop in, I'll drop in some of my ink, but it works with your Indian inks as well, because I could drop in some colours here. I haven't got the right brush at the moment. Drop in the inks here and it would disperse. I'll use another little brush for this. So, do keep your brushes separate though.
And just got to say, we are really busy for this, and with Lou, and this is why I love working with Lou, because she is so passionate about educating and helping us to get the most. Because I'll be honest, if you just showed me this pot, I wouldn't know what it does. You think for £11.95, but when you see that it is sort of like a butter-like consistency in the actual pot that can be watered down, and Lou was saying you can get, if you were to water this down properly, you could get what, 12, 14 pots out of just the one jar.
I'm being very liberal there.
And the coverage as well with this. So when you think about the fact that you have got that no bleed through, so if you really wanted to get that good coverage with the white, which is not necessarily very easy to do.
No, it isn't.
This is incredible.
And it reacts well with the India inks as well. I've put a little bit of purple on here, but don't forget...
That looks like an orchid. That's very pretty.
That's what I was going for, like a Chinese feel of an orchid, but you'd work on it. I've got the white, no colour on this at all, so it's still there, but now...
That's on black. You would never see a purple on black without doing a technique like this.
Now I've got all the shades of lilac that go with it, because I can now add this to this and it becomes...
What? I like how you're using the brush, that Japanese brush.
Well, all I'm going to do is show you how to do. In the next hour, we're going to be able to, all of us will be able to do goldfish, feathers, bamboo, all Chinese drawing, all Japanese, and it's so simple.
Just pay attention as well to Lou. Just by the side of her work, you'll see that she dripped one of the Bombay inks into, you blended it with the white, and then got that beautiful shade, that sort of a subtler shade. So that is a compliment to the quality of the inks that we're working with today.
It is, and you know, I've got purple there, which is incredibly difficult. So if I put the white on, and then there's the purple, you can see it, you can't see it, and it's wet on wet, so you're going to get a nice dispersion, but it doesn't bleed too much. Normally I do that on paint, it goes poof all over. This allows it to, you know, maintain some sort of line and shape. This you would, and it's a really tatty one, but you would leave it to dry. But I wanted to show you that, you know, that is now one simple technique, and I don't like wasting this, so I'm just going to do. And the reason I'm going to do this is because then we can do some like little drawings off it, and you can smudge it in. I can make...
Oh yeah, I like that.
All different... I can do...
and you're not afraid to, like, you know, get a bit dirty with your work.
And you can keep to mixing it if you want, because it's not cured, but I can do some really cool techniques. So
you've had a nice message in, Lou. This is from Caroline, and she's saying amazing demonstrations. She loves watching Lou. Now she missed this last time it was on. I say it's only been on once before, but I think she's gone for it this time. She says she needs it for her moodling. Fantastic for her moodling.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant for all your annotations. But the fact that you can do all the work that you need to,
I love that.
It makes great bubbles. You know, like water bubbles and things like that with the see-through. But we're going to go on to some more work if you fancy it.
We are going to do that. Just to let you know that I think we're over 20% of the stock now for our PH Martins, Dr. PH Martins, 30ml of your bleed-proof white. Now, please stress with this, there's the consistency. If I just show you, that is going to last a very long time, because the key to this, the fact that it gives you that coverage, so no colour bleeds through underneath, but also you dictate the consistency. So if you want something, the viscosity to be a bit thicker, you've got that versatility. Equally, if you wanted to water it down and do a very light whitewash just to pull back, knock back some colour, you're able to do that as well. 078 885, your item number. We are busy. Okay, now, something else that really does capture so many crafters' imaginations, a very good ink. So this is a permanent ink once it dries. It is an Indian ink as well. Within this, you've got two sets. So you choose whichever set you want to go for, 1 to 12 or 13 to 24. So those are your choices. £54.95 is your price, but we have got the flexi payments and you have got a £5 saving as well. So Lou, again, it's just one of the things, you're seeing it in the pot, and I'm really conscious of the fact that anyone channel hopping right now will see some guy go on the TV with some inks in a pot, like what, £54.95?
Exactly.
But it's the quality of the inks, and when you see Lou using them right now, you're going to get why these are so special.
Yes, and you know, keep thinking about all the things you can use them on your gel plate, you can use them fabrics, paper, all the things you normally use anyway. Just to go back to the white, it's sort of semi-dry now, but the problem is you need to let it cure, but I can still write on it even now, and that is with a 0.3 pen, so it's really fine, but you can still see the writing on it, so it's quite dense anyway.
Nice.
But the longer you leave it, the more it'll cure. So let's get on to some of these inks. Right, the first thing you need to know, India ink. I have for years, I've said this before, thought it was Indian ink. It's not, it's India ink. I don't know why. It's just misinterpretation, I think, got lost in translation. Now, you will get a sediment at the bottom. That's quite natural because the pigment doesn't dissolve. This is more opaque, so a dye would be transparent, but because this is so strong, it's more opaque, so you're going to get a sediment. So what I've done is done a little dot, coloured the tops.
So these are the 15ml, but it's the same ink in the 30ml. We're just obviously
I actually prefer my bigger ones simply because they've got a pipette on them and I can draw with that as well. The reason I bring these is transportation. It's easier for me to put these in little pots. However, at home I do use those. It's just how it is, and I number them only because the way they've done the numbering is for you. It's made it easy for you. So I've put all the 1s and all the 2s on. Well, then we're going to do some drawing now. This paper is amazing for drawing, absolutely amazing. But I understand that it's difficult for you to see me pencil drawing, so I've already done that.
This is the Academia pad, our Fabriano.
Oh, it's brilliant, and I'm using a drawing pen, so you can see it. And I'm going to do some really simple feathers. We're going to do feathers, goldfish, cranes, you name it.
Nice.
So the first thing I'm going to do is draw with a pen on the back just to show you how to draw a feather. It's really simple. Now, you don't do detail, we just get the shape. So the first shape is, I've done a load of them here. I'll show you what I've done. I've done a load of different shapes.
It's a very loose sketch.
Yeah. And I've sketched these out, but I just wanted to show you that the shapes, so I will do the shape first and then detail. So I'm going to go right into it and show you how to draw them. I've even done wings and all sorts there, but so I'm not worried about using it because it's 100 sheets, you know, and these go into the sketchbook. So I'm just going to go with the first shape. Oh, wrong pen. Right, let me see. This is the one. Yeah. So the first shape you're going to need is that. That's as easy as it is. So then we come down. Doesn't have to be asymmetrical. It doesn't have to be symmetrical or asymmetrical. Just go with it. That's not finished. It looks absolutely cartoony, doesn't it? The next thing we need to do is make sure that you're not like fixed your hand there. I tend to use my finger to take my hand off and I'm just going to go down the middle.
Okay. You say you tend to use your rings actually because they're quite thick. I
balance my rings. Yeah, because it takes my knuckle off it. So I'm just going to do another line. It doesn't have to be perfect. Parallel.
All right. Interesting shape.
That is just a feather shape. But when you start to get, this is where you'd use your pen and you use your pencil to rub out the other lines. So the next thing is I'm going to just go and I'm going to draw little jiggly lines.
Oh, now it's starting to come to close, yeah.
Right, so we've cut out the elements. Now the elements like this, I've got some done so you can see, is here's the shape and here's me cutting out the lines. And there's a reason why you do that, is because if you try and start to draw this from the beginning, by the time you come down to the end, it's 3 times too big. So all I'm looking at now is get yourself some drawings as well. I've got my drawings I've done, and you know, you can't always remember them. And then what we're going to do is just pull these over, and the feathers always go down this way. If you think of it as a V, right, always goes that way. And then you can have a big chunk missing. And then here, the interesting bit here is you have little flyaway ones, and then you get that bit. Right, so this is going to be so interesting, I hope. So I'm going to get a fat brush. It's called a mop or a wet brush or whatever you want to. Chinese as well use them. Chinese Chinese painters use them, sorry. And when I say that, I mean the study of Chinese painting and not the people.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just going to add some water and I'm just painting with my paintbrush. I'm not painting these gaps. All I'm going to do is draw down the middle. I don't care if I've gone over a little bit. Now, you start to think about different feathers from different animals. So you've got peacock feathers and you've got partridges, but listen, that's fine if you want to be realistic. If you want fantasy stuff, you don't do that. You get all the colours out like this and just go bananas. So I love doing this because it's instant. To me, it's instant gratification. Right, so now you've seen the boring bit. All I've done is painted it, and I just show it so you hopefully you can see it. I'm not great at this, you know that.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, it's not...
Shimmers.
Yeah, it's not soaking wet, it's got a wet surface, but look, it's not there. Not even come through. It won't come through yet. Not unless I put 6 or 7 layers of water on. So now I'm just going to drop in some more.
And no buckling as well is one thing I've noticed.
No, I mean, I'm getting a little bit because I'm really wet it, but you can say it doesn't restrict your drawing or painting. It just stays to the middle. So I'm going to get a smaller brush now, and I'm hoping that I've got some brushes coming.
Nice.
And maybe I can get these calligraphy brushes on as well. So I'm going to look at some warm colours. So I'm going to start with this. Now, always give it a bit of a bash on the bottom. Now, I think the bigger ones are miles easier to mix. Absolutely, because you've got more space there. Yeah. And all I'm going to do is dip my brush. And I'm just going to get a little bit more. I need to make this hole bigger. I get a bit overprotective with these. And there we go, that's better. So I'm just going to draw on this side here. And I'm going to put a little bit more. I'm being a bit candid with these because I don't want too much colour. Yeah. So if you've got a place like these, I normally put mine in here. And then I don't have to keep undoing and doing the top. You know, if it falls over, it doesn't really matter because it's contained. Yeah. And now I'm going to drop in some colours. I'm just going to go for it. The water on your brush, that will allow you to get... So...
Ooh.
I'm just going to put the colour there.
That is intense.
It is really bright. And I'm just going to allow a little bit of water to travel. I don't want it too soaked because I want some concentrated areas and then some dry areas.
Yeah.
So now I'm looking at this and I get my colour wheel, and you don't have to do this, it just helps. I'm going to get my colour wheel and I'm going to think, right, let's go for the colours that are going to make this really bright. So I'm going to have to go with a bit of orange, because pink and orange are the law. And it just warms it up. I've not cleaned my brush because they don't run like back in. The water is held in my brush. I've not got too much to worry about. So I put a few blobs on.
Right.
I can't stand doing this. Put, you know, washing it off, but hey ho. So I'm just going to pull this out. And
so what denotes good ink for you, Lou? What do you look for as a consumer?
Always pigment. If the pigment's there, then I don't need to do anything else, because all the work's done. Buy these. I don't need to do anything. And that's the thing. Once you start with these, you get so addicted to them. I'm going to use a very small brush, just not a very small, but just to show you that what I'm going to do now is rein in the colour a little bit, and I'm going to use a darker colour on the edge, just so that I'm trying to sort of get the colour to come back to the edge.
So we're kind of framing it.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm using the brown because it won't take the colour away, but it'll just give it that bit of depth that I need. So if I've got a colour there that I think, oh, I need to just... Now, while it's still dry, I can do whatever I want, because it's movable when wet. It's when it dries, it's permanent. But if you've got a pool like this, just pick the pool of water up and then bring that in, and you'll get wonderful, wonderful techniques. So I've done a bit here. Now, when this is dried, perfect, we can add colour. And when it's really dry, we can add white highlights. So with the bleed proof. So I've done that. The very simplest of the butterfly, of the feathers. Leave that to dry, get a little bit more sort of drying time on it, so you can do some more. And then I'm just going to go down to this. I'm going to use my brush, and I'm just going to put in some of these. Now, you don't need to do it with this colour. You can do it with any colour you wish. So you leave that to dry, and then you can draw on it. So what I've done is, rather than me go through, but if you want to see how to draw these, it's super simple. Super simple. I will go through and show you how to draw them if you need to at the end or whatever, if if you're not too sure. Another little trick is, if you've got the Clarity ballpoint tools, ball tools are brilliant for this. What we're going to do is we're going to put some marks in. So I've left
Tell you
this
what, Lou, shall we say, because I know you've got a group and you're very active in sharing within the group. So within Moodling, Mindful Moodling, should we say maybe at some point, if people follow you on that, you'll do a little tutorial how to draw the feathers?
Actually, yeah, when I'm due home, it'll probably be Thursday. I'll go through drawing feathers and things.
So do follow Lou. It's just Mindful Moodling. You can follow Lou on Facebook as a group. It's free to join. And on Thursday, she'll look at the feathers. The only reason I'm saying that is because I'm conscious of the fact that we could get towards the end of the show and not feature it, so I don't want you to disappoint anyone.
And people have asked me about craft-alongs and things, and I really like the idea of that. So what I'm doing now is I'm getting a ballpoint tool, because I've done the ink into wet, which is fine, but I want to show you some more. Different sizes. I've just done a wibbly line or wobbly line there, and I'm just going to do the same, but this one, I'm just going to put a little wibbly line there and a couple of so invisible. And the reason I'm showing you the invisible lines is because when you've made a mark in this paper,
it's like we're embossing with
it's not gone through. Absolutely, we're embossing it. Perfect.
So one thing you touched on, and this again was with our Academia Fabriano paper pad, so 100 sheets. It's 240 GSM, but although it's that weight, so the GSM reflecting the actual weight of the paper, the density of the paper, so the amount of what's been used to actually compress it down to get that 240 GSM, it's extremely dense.
Oh, it is, and that's why I think they've made it a little bit smaller than A3, because that extra process is expensive. So by making it smaller, you know what they do? They do it with all the biscuits, don't they? They make it smaller to keep the cost down. But I actually like this size. So yeah, it's very compressed. So I've scribbled some lines in. You won't see them yet. But what this is it's broken down the fibres in the surface. I've got a little puddle of water, and all I'm going to do is just do the outline, and that's all I want to do, because I want to show you a wash. So I've done a little bit more water, a little bit more water. This can't be simpler, seriously, I'm not joking. A little bit more water. You've got a wonderful wash of colour.
Well, it's just done, yeah.
But now you'll start to see that when this dries, those lines will become really prominent. And the reason for that is because it will sink into the fibres. So I'm just going to go on the wibbly line, a bit more concentrated colour, run down them. Now, that will dry like that, or I can add colour. If I want to pull this across, you can get an old straw and blow it.
Yeah.
You could use the cleaners. I've actually got one here. The cleaners for your keyboards.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you can press air. So there I've got that. Now, the easiest thing of adding a little bit of highlight to this, just a tiny bit, is just on one side, a little bit. That's why it's important to get the right brushes as well. A little bit of the orange. I'm just going to blend that out because what I don't want it is to be bright orange. I'm going to use my paintbrush now as a... I'll just move this over. I'm going to use this like an eraser and I'm going to drag up some of the colour. And that means I'm getting rid of a line. I can afford to put a little bit more in. So... drag up the colour. So I'm using this like an eraser to get the watercolour up, but look at that now. So simple, so easy. I can do the same. Another thing that's really, really beautiful about the inks is the saturation.
The feathers, putting the feathers onto... I was actually speaking to Maddie and Harry, floor managers here, and they were talking about at some point this year they would love to go to a festival, but they want to go steampunk, wear the top hats with the feathers on them. I can just see it now. I can see it now.
I can see it now over there with a hat on. Yeah, and these, don't forget, with the white bleed proof, you can put all the veins on. I'll leave it to dry and I'll show you with that one because this is quite wet.
Yeah.
But I don't want to dry it because if I force dry it, which you can, there's no problem. These pools leave what we call cauliflowers, and I really want them. And cauliflowers are like radiation. So here we go with this one. So what we can do is a real little trick when we've got this one down here. I don't want to paint that yet, but I do want to.
So now we're putting the colour on the outside.
This is exactly that. I'm doing what we call the negative painting. So if you've got pencil lines and you don't want them, then rub them out first because it will be trapped in the colour. So here we've got a bit of what we call negative painting, and what I can do is wash that right out. And then, this is the nice bit, when you've got just a line of water down the middle, don't need too much.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I could just bring the colour down.
Nice.
And then this is all watered down colour. And bring the colour out that way, and we end up like getting lots of sort of the speckles in the leaves and that. So you get lots of different patterns. If you don't want that, bring the colour out and then you can take it off. It's really easy to remove, and I might not like that, so what I can do is wash it off, give it a glaze, which is just the colour. I can add all my stuff to this, my gel mediums, my glue, and make these glazes. They look perfect. But what I can do now is just go in with a darker colour. I've damped that off. This is a beautiful, and it's in number, I can't even see it. It's very dark. And I'm just going to run that there.
Oh yeah, that's strong.
But it might be a little bit heavy. So what you do is clean your brush off. I went with the tip, but now I'm just going to go over it with the full weight of the brush, and it softens it all off. So you've got a lovely way of building up colour. You can add layers, but it's permanent, so I'm not worried about coming tomorrow, adding stuff to it, and it's suddenly sort of all working.
I mean, the colours and the pigments are incredibly intense.
I'm going to do a pigment chart for you later, just to show you how beautiful they look. They're just second to none, these colours.
I have to tell you, a lot of you, it's pretty even. A lot of you going for both sets as well, and I can kind of see the appeal. as a crafter getting both sets. I want to put something into context. So we have got the sets of 15, and this really does, in my mind, you know, as a crafter, when you get that sort of eureka moment, like, okay, it really solidifies the value. So we have got the sets of 15. Personally, and this is just my humble opinion, I would not be going for those. Now, we have got them at the bottom of the screen, but bear with me on this, because if you were, so effectively, if I hold these side by side, what you're getting here is twice as much as what I have in my hand. So these are 30mm per pot, these are 15mm per pot. Now, if you were to double this in price, so say to buy 2 lots of this, it would be £77.90. So £77.90. Remember that, because that is effectively what you have here. 2 sets of the 15mm, but you're not paying £77.90. You're actually saving £22.95. So for £54.95, you're getting twice as much, so you can see that here. You're paying less, and a lot of you are doing that with both sets. So you've got to think, you do that with both sets. We've got our flexi payment as well, so you'll be able to split the price in half, and you're getting maximum value for money. I know it says £5 saving on there, but I just wanted to reinforce how much the 15mm were to give you an idea of value for money. It's exactly the same. Look, 15mm or 30mm, whichever you go for, it's the same ink. It's just how much you get. But one thing to point out, you do get the pipette with the larger option too. And it's a very personal choice. You were saying, like, you prefer to go for the larger size. Holly, our director, said exactly the same, because she said she's going to use these. So she said, you know, why go for the 15mm when she said you just get the bigger one? And
it is easier to write and draw with them, but it's also easier to mix them. And you just know that you're going to, once you start using them, there's no going back, because these are wonderful inks. They really are wonderful inks, and they're so easy to use, unforgiving, and every colour is nice. There's not a dodgy one there.
There really isn't.
No, there isn't.
Personally, and obviously we haven't got any repeats as well, just having a look between the two colours, and there is something so satisfying as a crafter when you get a sort of complete collection, having all of these colours at your fingertips, at your disposal. And I have to say, the 30mm, I mean, even the 15mm is going to last you a long time, but the 30mm, because any medium where you're using it by pipette, that shows how intense the pigments are.
It really does.
You're only going to use a few drops at a time, really.
Well, you see me out tiny bit, even with the bleed proof, tiny amounts, because the pigment is so
Just to give you a quick reminder of the bleed proof as well. Now, this has only been on once before here at the craft store, and it's sold out. We knew how popular it was going to be, so this is the second time you've ever been able to buy it from us. A lot of people might have missed out the first time, or not even seen it the first time. A third of the stock has gone, though. £11.95 your price. Now, we have got a later show as well, so at 5 o'clock, so this is meant to last 2 hours. We will see. 078885, your item number there, if you do want to get hold of the bleed proof. And something, I want to show you something with the bleed proof, and I hope Lee won't mind me doing this, but very quickly, look at that. And this is what impressed me, because you can look at something in the pot and think, okay, what's special about it? Now, it's got that complete coverage, which means nothing underneath will bleed through. But let me do something here. It doesn't spill. Sorry, you got the code there. But look, that's the key. And what Lou was showing us is you effectively dictate the consistency, the viscosity. So if you want to just go for a really light colour wash, you can. You can make it, wet it down, really wet it down, and have a light colour wash. Equally, if you wanted to go for a very, very strong, thick coverage, you're able to do that as well. So we can tone down colours if we want. We can have that complete coverage, and then we can dry on top too. So it is special stuff. Lou's been playing with it, and we will continue to play with this out. If there's anything on the show that you would like to see, or any questions that you might have, please get in touch, because I think that's really important, especially with mediums. And when we've got someone like Lou here, who's so talented, she's never afraid to either, if we can show something, we will, or if not, we'll talk it through. Okay, you all set, Lou?
Yeah, I'm all ready. Now, we're going to do some koi carp. And believe me, they're really easy to do. I've got some drawn. I just want to give you the basic shape. So a koi carp is basically, it means carp. Koi means carp. Well, translation in some ways.
It's like a shy fish.
Yeah, a koi, yeah. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the shape of the nose. I've got them drawn, like I say, and this is very simple to do. You do a bullet, and then you go off like that.
So, because some koi carp, they're the larger ones, they're hundreds of pounds.
Oh, absolutely. They're renowned for being expensive. Now, if mine start to look like a shark, I do apologise. But you get the details, and they're very beautiful, very beautiful. So I've done that, and it's the same as I did before. You do one shape, and you just put on your own bits, and it's the colour that makes it. Now, if I did these yellow, they'd be more like a goldfish. So it all depends on what colours you use. So I've got that
Lou is
there.
working with her Academia Fabriano block, and I've got to tell you, 20% of the stock's gone here. It's just, we really have got some items that are always bestsellers whenever we feature them. So this is, it's genuinely really, really heavy. If you're a Freedom member, I mean, just the postage you're saving on this, because look, it should be $4.95. Now, I'll tell you, if you took this to your local post office and asked how much to post this away, it'll be a lot more than $4.95. But anyway, so that's your Academia. It's a 240 GSM. It is a watercolor card stock. It also drawing paper, acts as drawing paper, and you can use it for your mixed media. But very, very good, and it lays flat. So Lou's had hers for a year. And you know how much crafting Lou has, and she reaches for it time and time again. She says she's about halfway through hers, so it will last you.
Okay. I've just got over the koi that I've already drawn, because, like I say, you can draw goldfish and everything. They are simple to draw, and once you sort of realise it's all about the colours you use.
That's pretty, Lou.
And that, you know, the background, they are simple. It's a bullet shape. You draw one shape, then you just draw one line for there and one line to meet it, and you put a tail on. It is, once you break down, it really easy. But the thing is with koi carp, they have these wonderful, they have mirrors. Some of them are really big, and some of them are quite smooth. So just add some little lines with a black pen. This is India ink in my pen, so I know it's going to be permanent. And you just add. These are just like little lines that are going to help you sort of get the effect of scales. So, and then you just put your lines on there, and they do have some great little faces and stuff. So that looks like, well, looks like a pair of bullets, but you'd rub all the lines out you don't need, because once you put water and the ink on, that stays permanent. So all I'm going to do is do what we've done. I've got my paintbrush. I'm just going to drop on a little bit of ink. Now, India ink needs time to cure. If you don't cure it, it's still active, it will run. But given time, it's fine then. And all you need is tiny drops.
I mean,
because
tiny drops
are very, very beautifully coloured. They're not bright. Well, they are bright, sorry, but some of them are really intense and some of them are really light. So go careful, just little bits of colour. You don't need it too much. And then just drop these in, and then now what you can do is add spray water to them, or you know, you can add your spray to them and just mix them a little bit more. So let they do their own thing. And if they start to go over there, don't worry, wipe it right off. But you can see now how people get that beautiful koi look. I'm going to add a little bit more orange, a dark, brighter orange this time. And I'm just going to let it flow. Don't want to sort of use all the white up. And then the hardest bit is the tail, because it would just be really soft over your lines. It doesn't matter. Bring the water in, let it bleed. And then again, add a bit of colour, dry that off. And there, take a bit off if you want, but like you say, I can actually work with it while it's still wet. And then I've got that. So I think I need
really pretty
a little bit of dark on this, because it's not dark enough. So I would go with maybe a dark blue or a dark green, or purple actually, because the purple would be quite good as well. So I'm using a teal, and I only want a tiny bit. And sometimes it's easier to sort of shake your bottle up, and while you've done that, just use the lid, and then just put tiny bits on the edges, and I'll show you what we did before. So now this will disperse, and you've got this very oriental style feel. Just brush that out. I mean, I'm doing it quite bright. You could do these any colours you want. Take some off. So you get a nice feel. Let this bleed, go over it again. if you've got murky colours, get rid of them, because unless you like them, and then whilst it's still wet, get a nice brush, just go to the edges that you don't want. You've got two options. Bleed them out so that you don't notice them, or get your wipe, or and wipe it off.
Oh, okay.
And then what happens is you've got a soft line. It's still there.
Oh, it's a lot softer there.
But it's a lot softer, yeah. And I can actually add some here. But so you could colour. You can't any colour you want. And then if you get the white on top, this is where...
So would we have to wait for that to dry to put the white on top?
Either or.
Okay.
I would, if you want it really pack a punch and to stay white, I would probably let it dry. But if I just want some white areas, I'd just go straight on now.
Yeah.
So maybe I'd want highlight. It's a little bit harder to see, but the highlights will stay white now, and maybe the head is a bit whiter, so I'd just put that on. There we go. And I've got that nice feel. Another thing, can I do a little bit of water with it?
Yeah,
yeah. And the nice thing is, water is brilliant to do with this, because you don't need hardly any. You just need a nice mop brush, which is a big brush, and I might just drop some water around it. And I know I'm doing sort of drawings, Oriental style drawings, but this could be anything that you're drawing at home, anything. It could be a photograph, it could be anything. I'm just showing you how you can drop the inks in to make them look fascinating and colourful, or like you see these on silks as well, the Chinese silks that hung from the walls, and they look stunning.
Nice.
And you could
now,
do it.
Luke, we've had a couple of emails in.
Oh, right, I hope they're all right.
First one's from Linda, and this is a lovely email.
Hi, Linda.
She's saying, when Lou Withers recommends something, that's all the guarantee you need.
Oh,
Linda.
I mean, that means a lot, that, because there's no point in... That'd break my heart, that, if somebody said, oh, yeah, don't...
And you would never... You pick the shows you work on are the products that you like. So you wouldn't just do a show for the sake of doing a show.
Never. And if I do, I have to find a way of getting out of it, because you can tell I'm transparent.
Well, that's good. I mean, and you really are. You wear your heart on your sleeve, and that's so important. I think that's why the viewers love you. I've got another email here. This is from Helen. Brilliant. Helen. She's bought all the Bombay inks.
Wow.
And she's also gone for the bleed-through wipe. Fantastic. You won't regret those. But she was asking, this is an interesting one. I hadn't even thought to ask this. Great question. Can we use the bleed-proof white with stamps? Is there a way to use it with stamps?
Oh, yeah, I stamped last time. Yeah, you can stamp with it. Just remember, though, use a white bleed-proof as your very, very, very last step. Don't, if you're starting to put varnishes on, don't use a brush over it. You can spray varnish, but yeah, you can stamp with it. I'll even show you can stamp with the inks, which is brilliant, because you can get a blend if you want, so they all burst out, or you can let it dry and then get a perfect, clear, clean stamp.
Because it is an India ink, so by that it is permanent once it cures. You do need to let it cure, but then it's kind of the best of both worlds, so you've got a bit of movement time with it. Once it's cured, it's locked in.
Absolutely.
So that was Helen who asked that question.
Thank you.
Yeah,
they're really good questions.
This is why I always say, please get your questions in, because 9 out of 10 times you thought of really good questions that presenters we haven't even thought of. So thank you so much for that, Helen. We are starting to run out of time. I know Lou's back on at 5 o'clock, but if you are quick and do have any other questions, do get in touch.
Yeah.
We're busy for both sets, and we're noticing a lot of you are getting both sets. Don't feel you're strict to that. If your budget only stretches to one set, that is absolutely fine. So your choices are 1 to 12, or 13 to 24. So you choose which option you want to go for. This is the most cost-effective way to go for the inks. Now, by that I'm saying we have got some 15mm on the show. Personally, and this is just my humble opinion, I'd go for the 30mm. And I'll tell you my logic, and I know I already said this before, but we've got an option with the 15mm at the bottom of your screens. So one of these is $38.95. What you've got here, that's effectively two pots, two lots of the 15mm, because you've got 30mm pots here. So if you were to buy this twice, it would be £77.90. Now, let me put that to one side. So, as opposed to paying £77.90, you're getting the same amount with the 30mm. I also like the fact you're getting the pipettes too. So you have got the pipettes with these glass, are they glass? No, it's plastic. But anyway, with the pots. £54.95 is your price there. £995,753 item number. So the difference between buying 2 lots of the 15 or getting 1 lot of the 12, it's, sorry, 30mm, is £22.95. So when I say it's the most cost-effective way, it really is. All right, Lou, we've got about 4 minutes.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I'm going to do a couple of things just to show you quickly how well it draws on top of, because it's just so
that's nice.
Easy to draw. I've drawn this like rather chubby goldfish, and I'm just putting some detail on, and I'm not even trying to make it look lifelike because I can't, because I'd need the picture, and I don't want that anyway. I want this free feel to it. So I'm adding ink on the top of that. It's perfect to draw over the top. Once it's dry, you get this wonderful line, and then you can create all this wonderful texture with it. And you can actually put the India ink into a pen and use it as a pen. So you've got that as well. So you can outline with it, and I really like the idea of doing all the little outlines later. You get a lovely feel for it. So the next one I'm just going to show you quickly is we've done the koi carp. It's still damp, but I could go in with that. The white's still visible, but I wanted to show you how easy it is to do some water. So I'm just going to put some water down here. Now, it has got blue in it, but I'm not too worried. I'm just going to show you how easy it is to work. I'm using a fine brush, but some of the strokes that we use when we're painting with inks are really simple, and I'll show you what I mean, because each one in Oriental art represents something. So we can do a straight line.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got this mass sort of explosion.
I love the way it comes to life. It's cellular.
So now, if I want to contain that in one side, I just do this, and it's now only staying. It's only sort of bleeding that way. But if you was to think that you can add layers of water this way, and you're not actually adding that much ink, you're just playing with it. And when you think that that's as easy as and hard as it gets, you can do that in water. You can do straight lines when you're adding, I mean, that's not the, but a straight line on wet, that's it intense. So I'll show you something now. Then I can use it full strength that way. I can paint to get like a tree-like. Or a step like that. And the other thing is, I'll show you this now. So this is called wet onto dry. So I am just going to put water here, and I'm just going to allow the water to fill it.
Look at this is when we talk about how highly pigmented these inks are. That's very impressive.
And you know, if you don't like this, just wash it out. Well, not wash it out, just add water. And until it's actually bone dry, you have not got a problem with it picking. And the thing is, if you wanted to do this with a stencil, you could do this with a stencil. You can sponge through a stencil, you can draw through a stencil. But this, absolutely, wet onto dry is perfect for
I like how we can pick up. Equally, if we left it, it would have been permanent. But the time it's curing, and you've got that sort of grace period where if you do want to lift it off, you can. If you leave it, then it's permanent. So, you know, you've got a lot of flexibility here.
Well, you've got the choices between how thick and thin you want it. Normally, it's like the bleed proof. You're told how thick something is and how thin it's going to be. This, you've got the choices. The watercolours behave in a different way, but I love this. This is a great background technique. All you do is put several of these on in darkening colours, and you've got a wonderful background. You know, the depth of it is really easy.
You've also got a seam. You know, just watching that there, if you look at Lou's paper, it's kind of you've got that faux moon reflection up there, and then you've
especially
got
here.
Yeah, the grassland going through.
I mean,
That's
I could,
nice.
if I want. I don't know if it's still wet, but if it's still wet, you can do the old Might not be, but no, because normally if you damp that, you can get the ink to come off. But I could also do it with the bleed proof. I could just pop a little bit on that as well. So it's, I tell you what you can, it's what you can't do with it, which would be more interesting.
Got 1 minute left.
Right, so these are dry now.
Yeah.
These are all dry. So what I can do now is add some...
They are permanent once they dry?
Yep.
45 seconds.
I'm just going to add some depth. It's not moving the colour.
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing what I did before.
And nothing's getting muddied?
No, I'm building the colour up and I'm getting a wonderful different colour. So I'm just going to wash that off.
Oh, that's interesting.
And you can still see the pink underneath.
So many layers coming through.
But you're getting a different colour, aren't you?
Time's beating us. Thank you so much. Good news is Lou will be back at 5 o'clock, so do make sure to tune in. I know she's got so many more techniques that she's going to share with you. We are going to do that pigment colour wheel for you as well. The bleed proof, immensely busy, so don't miss out on that bleed proof white as well. Thank you so much for your company. We've got another fantastic hour just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. Funky Fossil are here. Do you know, it's been ages since I got to hang out with Sarah. So paper crafting with Funky Fossil up next to Paola and Sarah. After that, Clarity Stamps one-day special. And then we've got another hour with the lovely Lou.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Julia Pink is a fabric designer, a quilter and an author. She works closely with Free Spirit Fabrics to develop multiple fabric collections every year and is best known for her dark sense of humour, a flair for hiding animals within her designs and her bold, unique use of colour and pattern. I will be bringing you a wide selection of wonderful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Good afternoon. Welcome if you are just joining us. And now here at the Craft Store, we have got lots of different companies that bring different flavors to your crafting. And there is one of my favorites, it has to be said, it's Funky Fossil, because as the name suggests, it is some funky designs, but also some classic beauties as well. And talking about beautifuls, well, let's say hello to our Sarah. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Now, it's great to have you because I love your style. I love that, you know, that you bring a little bit of variation, but always with what I like, a clean and simple twist.
Yes, yeah, I mean, certainly I have a very eclectic taste, so
the counter today is a good example of that, absolutely, from quite quirky to quite classic. But yeah, I like kind of clean and simple. I like inky, I like paste and texture and all the kind of techniques, but also I like that nice white space as well, keeping it crisp.
Well, indeed. And now, of course, you can create lots of different looks, and we are going to start off with a new bundle today because it features some of the funky fish. I'm going to call it, well, funky fish, although it's weird fish. But you're getting in here quite a few of them, haven't you?
Yes, there's a whole shoal or school of weird fish, and these are stamps we've brought out before, but they've been super popular, and I think at this time of year when it's a bit kind of dark and grey outside, they really lend themselves to really colourful makes, so bright colours, perfect with some of the products that Lou was just showing us in the previous hour. Yeah, lovely for watery scenes, and guaranteed to make you smile, really.
They do, and I love their kind of characters. They are kind of a fish that kind of have got those characters. They can be like kind of really, I don't know, you can make it into something as little stories as well.
Absolutely.
You know, like this one hiding away from the big, oh, she's scared, and then you have got the here as well, telling the story maybe about it. But I love it as well, the kind of way, like with the sentiment, birthday fishes as well included. Love the different styles of variations of the cards as well. Weird. It's weird. Love that. And also this one, be unique. I mean, that is just such a cool, the colors. So you get in 16 stamps, but you also are getting the stencil, which has those different 6 kind of elements, or actually more than that, because you have got maybe about, this was 3, so 7 elements, maybe more or less in there. And then you have got the MDF, which are so cute. So then you have got the embellishments in here, and they are absolutely a delight. Look at the detail that you are in here.
Yes, and I mean they go with the porthole decoration, so they're there for kind of adding a bit of detail to the outside of the frame, really. But yeah, again, for me, I mean, obviously I love making my cards and paper crafting, but I also like to take stamps and stencils off the page, really.
Yeah.
And this little porthole is a perfect, fun little project.
And then you even have the little tiny
just the little kind of bolts or screws that go around the outside of the porthole.
That is so cool. Now all of this, it's all included for just £16.99. Are you sure? That seems a very low price for such an amount of elements. So you have got the porthole, MDF, the embellishments, MDF, and then the stencil with all those elements, plus the clear stamps for just £16.99 with a £3.50 saving. 329,948 is your item number for that one. And then we have the next bundle in here, which is brand new today. It's the bunting dies and the celebration stencil. Can you talk us through a little bit of these ones?
Yeah, absolutely. So these are both say brand new on the counter today, and for me, the bunting is and that kind of banners are just synonymous with all kinds of celebrations and all kind of like happy events. So I wanted to kind of have a set of dies that obviously have different styles to them. But with the hearts, could be for Valentine's, more traditional birthday bunting, however you want to use them. And then I came up with a stencil that went with it, effectively 2 borders. So you've got your streamers is the top border, and then kind of more confetti falling is the other border on there, which of course makes great bubbles. Or
it is absolutely, Again, you can see it here, the streamers, as you were mentioning, with embossing powder as well. Like it's that kind of golden look in there, absolutely stunning. And then you have the other one with the snow, kind of the confetti. But I like the use in the circle as well.
Yes, it's super easy to do that. Just die cut the circle and then just kept moving, because it's very forgiving stencil with those small circles.
It is indeed. And then you have, of course, the kind of the hanging hearts, the bunting of hearts. 491,978 is your item number. £16.49 is your price for the dies as well as the stencil. Then then we have a, well, it's like a treasure chest in this one, because you are getting so much as well as actually a treasure chest again. So you are getting the MDF suitcase, which I think is kind of, depends how you make it into a treasure chest or something.
Exactly. I mean, it's a perfect size. I use it to store kind of artist trading cards or collage fodder or just little bits and scraps from my desk. But it's a really nice size, both as a project to make, but equally to hold lots of little bits and trinkets that otherwise get lost.
Absolutely. So you can have even notebooks in here as well. It's a really, also this is a really nice one as well for, you know, like the lipsticks and things like that. Absolutely. You know, or something like that.
I mean, however you decorate it, you could have kind of tea bags and things in there, and your candles. It really, I think you say the style that you give to the outside will transform how you might use it.
I love that the mechanism in here as well.
Yes, little lock.
So clever.
And it is really easy to put together. It comes with instructions, obviously, but for me to be able to make it, it has to be easy, Paola, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't do complicated MDF.
Oh, that's good. So, of course, it comes a flat pack, and then you assemble it. And then you also are getting the stencils in here, 4 different stencils, which, of course, we were kind of really, we loved all. So they are 7.2 by 10.5 centimeters.
They're effectively an A7 size, and again, ideal for artist trading cards, but I actually really like using them on a project like this because they're small, so they're not too unwieldy when you're trying to add bits of stenciling to your project, because you've not got a large surface to try and manipulate around the
absolutely, they are absolutely gorgeous. And then you are getting the paper pad as well, which is more than a paper pad, I think, because it comes in with it's 200 GSM. So for me, I wanted to bring it up here because you are getting 36 pages, 12 designs, right, and 6.
Absolutely, 3 of each. And the reason I put this pad in with the suitcase is me and the design team have used it so frequently for both decorating the inside and the outside. It can give you that immediate kind of worn and textured look before you've even needed to worry about paints and paste.
You can see it here as well, that kind of how it works as well. Very busy for this bundle. Nearly 20% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, make sure to check out your basket. You have got a £3 saving. £19.98 is your price. Right, moving on to the very different style in here. This one is, of course, the gorgeous Mediterranean tile. Now, this one also comes with the that is the stencil, and then we have got the timeless stencil stamp set. Sorry, I love that this. I was kind of thinking, I kind of got lost into these beautiful, I don't know, maybe Italian, French Riviera kind of houses in there with those balconies.
There's got a real romantic feel to them, don't they? And that's exactly what I had in mind when I saw this artwork. It made me think of those kind of, like, you know, old Mediterranean villages and towns with those beautiful kind of painted or heavy wooden doors. And I just love this artwork.
It is absolutely, and it's so delicate as well. It is kind of that pristine color in there. And I love how the samples showcase the multitude of ways to use them, not just as a kind of coloring and kind of perfect. It's that way, that wash. Stamping and embossing.
I think, well, because it is a kind of a pen and ink sketch style of artwork, it's great for that kind of maybe a watercolory look where you're not worrying about staying in the lines. It's about adding the colour to it or the ink blending behind it. And they're actually really, really simple to add colour and atmosphere too.
They are indeed. Now, and I love the sentiments as well, the fonts, everything. Elegance is the only beauty that never fades. I like that. Memories are timeless treasures as well. And I love this one, for instance, that is kind of in the middle of nowhere. And you see it, or kind of an abandoned house, but you can. I also love the way that in this one has been done with that kind of distressed look, super dark, without any
that's
colour.
one I did then. You can see there's the peony dye in the background of it. I think I've used kind of lots of embossing glaze on the on the actual doorway. Yeah, it's really fun to add layers and texture and richness to that one.
All right, if you add this bundle with the stamps and the stencil, £18.49 is your price, 709920 is your item number. And then you have been shopping ahead for the moon. The Leafy Moon die set is just such a glorious. I remember when you launched it and I was watching at home and I was like, oh, it's so beautiful.
It's a beautiful one, yeah. And so the last time we brought it on, it was part of a bundle. Yeah. And I just felt that it's such a versatile die. It's a strong design. It's a big one. I think it's about 12.5 centimetres, as you can see. It's in a frame. Yeah. So it deserved to kind of be its own thing.
It does. And you know, you can get it on its own, and you can see here just simply how beautiful it is. But then, of course, you can trim the stars, and then the star you can put it somewhere else. Absolutely. Love the placement of the deer in here. Making decorations as well. And this could be for fairies as well. You know, having a fairy sit in here as well.
It's a lovely size for all sorts of kind of characters or figures to be perched in it. I think there's a kind of perfume advert at the moment, isn't there, with somebody in the moon?
Yeah. $11.99 is just what you are paying, and nearly 20% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, make sure to check out your basket. 689951 is your item number. And then we have got another glorious, elegant die here for you, which is 2 dies and 1 stencil, which is the Peony, which we have seen sneak peeks through the samples in here, and here we have it on its own. Gorgeous. I love this die. It's just so elegant. Again,
it is. I mean, again, I think the Peony we had on previously with the Timeless stamp set, because I think they do complement each other. But that frame just works for so many occasions. It could be weddings, it could be Valentine's, it could just anniversary. It just has a really beautiful feel to it.
It does, and there are so many possibilities of using it as well. So some quick and easy, and also some more elaborate ones as well. Right, of course, that is the die set with the stencil of the Peony, and then we have, look at that, I love this one. Just such a simple idea, but absolutely glorious. Now, £17.49 is your price. 317349 is your item number. And then we have got a pick and mix for you. You are choosing any 2, and there is 3 options here. Oh no, choose any 3. Sorry, choose any 3. But we have got more options in the website. But this is the 3 brand new options for you. £13.49 are your prices. They are A7 in size, and you can see. Let me show you the real size. So it's a slightly larger in proportion. And then you have got the this one with the funky fish will look really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've used it, I think, with one of the buntings as well, because it's almost got a little bit of a look of bunting
works very well. And then we have got the grid. I love as well that texture.
It's one of those deceptively simple but like super usable stamps.
Absolutely. Right, there is plenty more options as well on the website. Of course, at thecraftstore.com, and of course you have got saving £3 there. £13.49 is your price, and there is other stamps like the letterpress, the grungy, the good grain, the vintage script, the burlap texture, the machinery, and anyway, scribble circles, affirmations. Then we have got circle dance, and then of course the mini grid and mini scallops that we have seen live. Now we have also the blending brushes, which are a set of 4 here, different sizes. I love that you chose them white.
I mean, it really helps, doesn't it, when you kind of you know immediately what kind of ink family you're using with it in terms of colourways. So I think it just gives it it gives you true colour.
It does. And of course you have there's like very densely packed, lots of bristles in there. Now of course you have got all 4 different sizes for $12.99, always a popular choice. 985982 is your item number. We also have the stencils, pick and mix as well in here. So you're choosing any 4 that we have got here in live 5 different options, which include the peony, and the streamers. But we have got, I think, more options on the website.
Lots on the website, yeah. So these are literally the ones that are new today, but there's a whole heap of choice.
Well, if you want to look at the butterflies, that is such a lovely one. Love that one. £13.49 is your price. You are saving £4.50. 626930 is your item number, and of course everything you will find it on the website, thecraftstore.com. Those stencils that we were talking about, you will see also the possum heart, the Buddha. That's one of my favorites. I really think it's very unique and very special, that one. Such a beautiful face as well. And then we have got Christmas ones. Maybe you are starting Christmas in January. I know many of you are. I mean, not me, but if you are doing that, you know, good for you. As well as the numbers, the digits in there, and the linear, that's such a cool one. There's so many ones. And of course there is the graphic ones, there is the more decorative ones, the leafy moon as well. If you have gone for the die, that's an excellent addition to that one, as well as the pretty rainbow drop. I mean, to be fair, it's going to be not difficult to find 4 favorites, but it is going to be maybe it's going to be difficult to limit it to 4. That's what I'm saying. Now, speaking of the leafy moon, 60% of the stock has gone. We said 20, now it's for 60. This is a kind of a reminder to check out your basket. This is the die that we are talking about, this glorious moon with a beautiful 3 stars falling off. It is the first time that is on its own, so if you want yours, $11.99 is your price. Right, Sarah, take it away.
Right, well, I thought we'd have a look at the bunting dies first, because that's one of the newest products on the counter today. And what I wanted to do is, I think literally so new that the design team haven't got their hands on this, so I'm limited to how many samples I've got to share with you, but there is one on the counter there, which is an acetate card. Using acetate to create the front of the card, so the bunting will look a bit like it's floating. And I love that, using acetate on the front of cards. I always think it kind of...
I love it.
It's a bit like vellum. It makes it feel like something a bit special.
It is, and also because it requires quite a skill about how to think about it, how to attach it, and things like that. It kind of is almost like an engineering feat, and I think that's what gives it that.
Yes, and for people who aren't card makers themselves, when they receive it, it's one of those,
I love it.
That's unusual. So I've effectively cut off the majority of the front of an A6 card blank, and cut some. It's quite a heavyweight acetate. I think it's only over 200 microns in weight. So obviously you wouldn't want anything too flimsy on this, because it's got to obviously retain the integrity of the card.
I wouldn't use the one that you use for embossing. The one that is embossing.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, I'm struggling to find a good acetate for heat embossing on, actually. But
anyway, I'll give you some tips then.
Yeah, thank you. Because I bought this to heat emboss on it, and it curls right up. But it's great for making cards. So, literally, just using the hinge, I've got my card front attached. Of course, I didn't think this through in terms of acetate and TV not always being the
I know what you mean.
The best for demos. I've also attached a piece of black cardstock to the base, so we've got a contrast underneath the acetate itself. And then in order to kind of create a bit of a interest in terms of the hinge here, the spine, I'm using some of the black and white paper pad that we have, the Monochrome Magic.
Right.
And I'm using the grid pattern, and it's definitely on the brand site. And the grid pattern will be great because, of course, the A7 mini grid stamp will obviously complement that nicely. So I'm literally going to apply, and so this applying this paper over the edge will just conceal the join a little bit.
Perfect, and it looks just so neat.
And I just love black and white. I just think it's got a nice...
And then any splash of colour is going to stand out, isn't it?
Which is exactly where we're going, because I've got some of the heart bunting here, which of course then is going to give us that pop of pink, and because it's on the acetate, when standing up it will kind of look looks slightly as if it's floating.
Yeah. By the way, we do have the Monochrome Magic Bundle, the paper pad on the website. You can see it. It comes in with the gorgeous enamel dots as well, and the washi tape for £13.49 there. So if you want to look for it, 353872 is your item number. Back to you, Sarah.
Well, I'm not going to do all of this card front because seeing me kind of paper piece the thank you. Seeing me paper piece the hearts back into this might get a bit tedious, but it's actually really relaxing. I love doing it.
Yeah.
Now you can, however, of course, you can use it literally as
I like
as
it like that.
open.
I like minimalism.
Yeah, and it's great because you've got the contrast of the black behind it. Just having it as an open bunting is great. However, equally, I've die cut the bunting from the same die from the monochrome magic paper, and we'll just add a few of the hearts in to give you a sense of how that would give you a different look. So, of course, with your acetate underneath, it's all very forgiving because these hearts are really really easy because I think they're pretty symmetrical. It's not one of those jigsaws where you've got to try and work out exactly which piece goes into which. The hearts and the triangles in this set will work wherever. The scallop one, they are individually shaped.
I see.
So you'll need to kind of work out which one is which scallop goes where. But yeah, just having die cut and as you were saying, Paula, in terms of the paper pad being 200 GSM, it die cuts really nicely.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, because I kind of find it at the end also. So anything that says about 300, usually kind of die cuts, but sometimes it depends on your die cutting machine much more. 200 gives you the cardstock, but thinner, so therefore it means that you still will have a much more kind of a luxury feel to it, but at the same time it die cuts beautiful and also folds. I mean, I used to make my own blank cards with card that it was like 216 GSM and it was just fine.
Absolutely.
As long as they are small cards. And then what I used to do is put maybe mat and layer both inside and as outside, so it balanced out.
Because very rarely is the card that you actually use as the folded blank the only layer you've got. So it does bulk up. So as you can see how quickly and easily that bunting filled out. So in terms of how I did it, I did the finished version, and I'll do the little heart that goes inside in a second. It simply was a case of die cutting that banner. It's out of pearlescent cardstock. I think it's 300 GSM, 3 times, floating it on top of the acetate and filling in. But what I also want to just show you is the little heart inside. Because of course the hearts, the waste that come out of the die are great embellishments as well. So do keep those because they make fantastic heart embellishments to go on pretty much any project where you want to add a little bit of love to it, bit of romance. But in order to create the heart that went in this card, I simply stamped the A7 mini grid. And because now quite often I use my A7 stamps for fairly random backgrounds and therefore would hold it in my hand and do that kind of freestyle stamping or whatever it's called. But because here I want that crisp print, because I want to be able to die cut a shape and have that uniform grid lines, I'm using my stamping platform because it will enable me to go back in if I need it. You see just a couple of tiny bits at the top here, and that will very...
that's the beauty of having a platform, or, well, in this case, the press to impress.
It literally is one of those things where you just wonder
where
was it before this?
Absolutely. But you know, it's funny because I remember having this conversation with somebody who has been in the craft industry for over 30 years, and we both remember that 20 years ago or something like that, one of American company did something like that, and it never took off because at the time there was very few clear stamps.
It was more the wood block.
Exactly. So therefore there was not enough clear stamps, so it was existing, and then of course when it kind of had the clear stamps were everywhere.
It's true. Yes, it's a good point. I suppose that it all evolves as the need
arises.
but certainly it does make life a lot easier.
It does, it doesn't.
So you saw me stamp out that grid, and all I did was use a simple heart die to cut it out. And then two of the pink, so of course I've got lots of pink dies as waste from the banners that I cut previously, and you don't need to see me stick on a heart to know how that works. Let me put it on the heart itself. But just against that black with the black and white,
absolutely,
and a simple sticker will finish that off. So we'll put "Love You" on this one. Oops.
Oh, that's so nice.
And therefore, with the kind of the banners above it with the hearts there, are really nice. But again, you could equally put kind of a birthday sentiment in that heart, and you'd have the finished card.
Love that.
Good to go.
I really love that card. Thank you so much, Sarah, for that demonstration. I love the card, I love the dies, I love the stamps, and I love the papers, and everything is from Funky Fossil. Remember to check out your baskets. Now, if you want to recreate that card with a beautiful bunting over a floating acetate or just over cardstock, you have the die set here. You are not only getting the hard bunting, but you're also getting the scallop and the, I will call it the party hat or traditional bunting there, because I can see it upside down, and then it could be party hats as well. So there are different ways you could do that with the fish as well, or you can have the fish either side of the bunting and hold it together, and then of course you can have a message, and you could write a letter in each of the bunting as well. So it's like, you could do things like that. And I love that they are hello, because that way means, again, in the heart you could say happy anniversary or something like that, or happy birthday, or to my lover, not my lover, my lover.
Specific card that you want to make, Paola.
I don't even, anyway, moving on from that. My love. 491978 is your item number. £16 and 49 pence is your item. Moving on from this.
Let's not.
I'm single, you said. I never mention it. Weird fish here. A5 stand set under the sea stencil, and nearly 60% of the stock has gone, and you are getting, of course, you can see that as well. You can see the porthole decoration as well, and you can see the elements in the MDF as well. Then you have the gorgeous coral wreath. I love this one as well. That has got the element in there as well. So you can glue them into the porthole. You have got the anchor, and then you have got the starfish, and then of course you have the seahorse, and of course they are double-sided in the sense that you could do them either side, and then you have got the tiny little screws in here that you can then put them as well in there. Oh, I'm knocking this down. Anyway, therefore you have got that in the MDF. Then you have got the stamps as well. So you have got the weird fish stamps with sentiments like "Be unique, fish," swim your own way, birthday fishes as well, and then you have got the stencils. All of that for £16 and 99 pence is your price. You are saving £3 and 50 pence. And you can create gorgeous cards as well. Now, the blending brushes are very, very busy, so we are going to have a look at them. You're getting 4 of them, 4 different sizes with the wide bristles, so you know exactly what color they are in it. For just £12.99, 985, 982, oh, lovely number, is your item number. And the Leafy Moon, very, very busy for that one. 60% has gone. £11.99 is your price. 689, 951 is your item number. And remember, this is the first time that we see the Leafy Moon die on its own. So if you have seen it previously with a part of a bundle and you just wanted that, that is now the time to get it. Right, back to you, Sarah.
I thought we'd make a porthole decoration, but make a bit of a shaker decoration out of it, because I think we've got one of the samples is a bit of a shaker. So I'm going to obviously because I must have been wanting to play with acetate
Yeah.
this week, so I've got some acetate to cover it up.
Perfect.
Now,
so that's to encase the elements
exactly,
as well.
and the reason why this kind of decoration is such a perfect one for making shakers is because it's already got those layers built in for you. So you've got your base layer, your solid base. You've got then a kind of an inner ring, and of course the outer circle, which therefore when I add the acetate between that ring and this, I've already got an aperture or a space within which to put my shaker elements. So as you will see, I've already done the painting bit of this process. So I literally did a bit of gesso and then very simple painting to give me a finished look. And I've attached most of the little kind of bolts, but I've left a space there because I want to attach the embellishments on the outside, so I didn't want to add to the complication of trying to add the seaweed, for example, here and try and attach it over one of the little bolts. So just think about how you're going to decorate the outside of your frame before you put all these little bolts on the outside.
Yeah, perfect.
And again, you'd probably do that last anyway. It's just me trying to have some stages prepped for demo. But before we start to add our fish and our acetate, let's use the stencil to add a little bit of background interest to the blue seascape here, and we'll have some corals going in at the bottom. So I'm going to use because I've got paint on here, it's quite a strong colour. I'm going to go over it with an acrylic paint, and I'm using some of the Dilutions paint because they're always really strong. I'll put that on my acetate.
Oh, I see now. I can see it from here, yeah, through the screen, yeah.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Right, well,
you can clean the white that,
and then I'll clear it off.
Yeah, you can clean it.
That's the danger of acetate.
Yeah, it is, that you cannot see it. Does it happen often that you put it somewhere and you can...
Oh, there's so many times I've no idea where the acetate went. I'm always having to recut pieces, so...
Yeah, okay.
So a bit of the paint on the blending sponge, and now I don't have enough paint on the sponge. So this is quite a nice fluid paint, isn't it, to use, but equally therefore with a stencil you don't want to pounce too heavily because you'll get a bit of bleed through underneath. So we'll see what we've got there. So we've got a bit there, and let's see what else we can put in. Just a bit of red, I think.
And then, so there are different colours. And then, of course, this stencil allows us to use acrylic paint, inks, and so much more.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is just very much designed to be a kind of scene builder stencil. So it's there with the various elements, not for you to pick off and use separately to position your fish as you want to around them. So that red's probably a bit more vibrant there. Wow, this acetate now, I've got my eye on it. So so when we put our details over there, we've got some kind of the coral reef showing. And what I thought I'd do is, while I just take away some that pesky acrylic paint.
Oh,
from the acetate. There we go.
They wipe off, so
it was fine. We'll add one of our weird fish. Now I've already got lots cut out and ready to go, but I thought I'd just share with you how I have done that.
Okay. By the way, 80% of the weird fish bundle has now gone. If you have it in your sites, make sure to check out your baskets. 80% of the stock already gone. Back to you, Sarah.
I mean, it is a
fun set.
It is absolutely for any recipient. It will always
Because it's one of those ones that is the kind of fun element. Like when, also I was thinking, like our Lou was before with those gorgeous Dr. Martin inks and color. And sometimes when you have got those beautiful colors, you were thinking, what can I color with? Weird Fish is the perfect thing because you can go as brave as you want with colors. Yes. You can really go into it. So it's like, if you want to experiment with colors and stamping, Weird Fish is perfect.
I think that's it. Tropical fish, coral reefs. I mean, it's just always such a fantastical kind of
and
colour.
because they're weird, they don't even need to be any colour that you will find in nature, you know.
No, I mean, I defy you to identify any particular type of fish in relation to these. So what, in terms of, it's exactly right. You could create some beautiful, vibrant backgrounds with the Jane Davenports or the Dr. Martens. I've used here some dilution sprays and also a bit of mica in there as well. And you can see my fish is stamped really cleanly and nicely on top of that. And I've just done that with a host of different colour backgrounds and cut them out. So you get a bit of variation in the fish itself. It's not a solid colour. However, you will of course have spotted that my fish now has unfortunately orange eyes. And so what I was saying to Paola before the show is I have the bleed-proof white ink that Lou was showing us in the last show.
She's back at 5 o'clock, so if you want, you can have the white ink at the minute. But obviously,
still got
you know,
some,
you can see it in action.
Yeah, I hope she's still got some because it's invaluable. So. Because this dilutions, I think, remains water reactive.
Yes,
it's one of those that doesn't cure and set, and you've got a permanent surface. What I then do is go back over the eyes with the.
It's so opaque.
It is. Now I haven't really. I mean, as Lou was showing us, you can dilute this down and get even down to kind of a nice whitewash. It's very intense, but. I've just literally now, all I would do once this is dried is go back in with a black pen to add my pupils back into the fish, which of course gives you the option to have them looking in different directions because this is such a nice opaque colour. You could change the I think this fish here, for example, has crosses for eyes, whereas I've just then, because I've used the Dr. Martens over the top, I've just turned them into circles. So again, it effectively obliterates whatever you've got underneath.
And it's water soluble as well. Yeah,
absolutely. And the joy of this, and I do use gel markers and other things for that white, is this won't react with that orange underneath. And occasionally, if you use a wet substance over something like this, you eventually find that colour kind of comes
coming through. Yeah, absolutely. So, thank you for showing us that top table.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a kind of side demo.
No, but it's kind of actually kind of looking at your fish with the very white eyes. I was like, well, how have you done it? Like, have you fussy cut it? But that's a better way to do it.
And it was just a complete coincidence that I was using these on the fish and realised that Lou had them. So. What I'm going to do in terms of attaching my layers together is I'm going to just, I've cut a little, and you don't need to be particularly perfect about that because, again, acetate being very forgiving, if there's any of your edges just slightly outside the actual MDF frame, is going to be very hard to spot them. However, you do want to try and glue close to your edge because you don't want the glue bleeding into the actual aperture itself. So I'm just.
Could we use packaging acetate for this one?
I think you could. I mean, again, it comes in different weights, doesn't it? But I think that
because the ones that, like, sometimes some crafting packaging comes in with acetate, and it's good to reuse it, repurpose it. Although now many companies are walking away from anything plastic, but you know, it's still sometimes you have got this like, this is too good a plastic just to throw away.
And then at least you are reusing it, aren't you? So So what I'm doing is I'm gluing my fish onto the first layer of acetate, and I've got another layer that I'm going to put over the top of that, mainly because I didn't want to have a glued down element on the base where all the kind of shaker elements were catching and on. So.
By the way, the Weird Fish now bundle is now limited stock. That means that 90% of the stock has gone. If you want your bundle, do make sure to check out your baskets now. £16.99. Back to you, Seth.
Great. So this is an optional extra step, is to put another piece of acetate over the top of the fish, because you're not really needing to protect it from anything, as it's just a hanging decoration. But if you want to have it sealed in, then you can do. And again, my message.
Can I ask what glue are you using? Because I never have much luck with glues and acetate. I use double-sided usually.
I think it's the That's Crafty.
The old the That's Crafty glue. Yeah, that's good to know that, because it works really well with.
It really does, and I mean, also, I tend to decant it into a bottle and not think about what glue I'm using. I just use it on everything. So all my messy glueness will hopefully be obscured by this top layer that's going to go on.
By the way, we have now technically sold out of immediate dispatch for the Weird Fish. However, if you still want it, well, we have got good news. We have it on extended delivery. That will be dispatched in a few more days. Monday it will be, in fact. So it's just 6 days, I think it is, or 7 days.
Yeah, 6 days. It's Tuesday
today, isn't it? Tuesday. I lost track of what day of the week it is, but that's nothing new. I don't have even the excuse of Christmas. Sorry. That's Christine, the head of the studio. We just dropped some. Exactly. No harm was done. I think she's absolutely fine. She's very red, though. She's a little red and no, nothing else that happened. Well, this was one happened with the Weird Fish, because we are using acetate, not glass. So that's
true. I'd already prepared for that eventuality.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm going to add a little bit of. I don't even know what this is. It was just in my stash.
Right. Yeah.
But it's like a heavy, I think you kind of use it with resin, like a gold.
You know, I'm sure that we are the same. We have got like hundreds of different things, and it's like, no, I'm not going to get rid. One day it will come in handy. I mean, they do come in handy. I think that they are the micro beads.
Yes, they look like the micro beads. I just don't remember buying them. But
I think from the pause, I kind of think they could be doodlebug micro beads.
Oh, well, certainly, yes. Yes.
That looks like the packaging from Doodlebug, anyway.
It is Doodlebug packaging.
It is.
Yes. That is very impressive.
I have got memory for you kind of things like that. Don't ask me what day of the week it is.
So you can see there now. I'm trusting to my adhesive here that it's going to contain these micro beads while it's still.
I love that you have made the 2 layers, because then it means, like you said, it's just the micro beads are in one layer, so they're completely separate.
And then it gives you options then for the fish can be on another layer, and then you've got your outer elements.
Absolutely.
So it's a deceptive. It just gives you a bit of dimension on what is. Let me move this up a bit.
Yeah.
A very simple MDF embellishment. There's not an awful lot to the actual construction of it, but being able to add those layers just gives you options.
Absolutely.
Now my embellishments will probably fall off now, but you can see there how the sand shakes around.
Absolutely.
Inside.
That's so nice. And then the other option, of course, is by using the acetate in one single layer. So this is what happens, that they kind of gets inside the teeth. So if you don't want any sand inside your teeth,
if you want gritty teeth,
gritty, you don't want gritty teeth. And then there's like, no, I do not want gritty teeth. No. Right, of course, you can go for this bundle. Remember that you are getting the porthole with those embellishments. Now it has sold out, but you have got got it back on extended delivery dispatch from Monday, which is the 10th of January. Be weird, be unique, get your weird fashion, and then of course that you can check out your baskets. 329948 is your item number. Now then we have the celebration dies and stencil with the brand new dies, which are of course the 3 rows of bunting, one the scallop, one the hearts, and one for the traditional bunting or party hats, and of course the streamer and the snow falling or confetti stencils. Really useful. These ones are one of those ones that they are the stash builders. They're the ones that you go and then use them time and time again. Those stencils are kind of grab it when you need some background. This is the ones that you're going to fetch for, because they have got that celebration, but also have got the snow for the Christmas, have got the confetti. It can be bubbles, it can be just generic, you know, kind of adding detail, and that ombre in sizes makes it all even more decorative. Right, if you want your £16.49, 491978 is your item number. And then we have the treasure chest. I like this one, or the suitcase, but this is such a cool one because it's very interactive. So once that you assemble, you will have a movable handle in here, so hence why it's a suitcase. But then we have also the kind of latch in here, and then there you have it, that gorgeous element. So you can draw it, paint it in there as well, and then you can do mixed media techniques as well, and all of those elements in here you can see using the papers that are on the paper bag, 200 GSM, so more like cardstock, and everything you need, plus the set of 4 stencils, the mini stencils. £19.98 is your price. You're saving £3, 741,843 is your item number. Right, now I know that you, Sarah wants to have a look at this one in a demo, but let's have a look at the Leafy Moon die set, because very busy for that one. £11.99 is your price. Nearly 2/3 of the stock has gone, so if you want yours, make sure to check out your baskets. Also very busy for the backgrounds and textures. Now this is a pick and mix, so there's 3 brand new options, but there is lots more on the website. So £13.49 is your price. You're saving £3.832. 696 is your item number. And we also have got an stencil pick and mix, and that is a set of, well, basically 4. You choose whichever 4, and if you have gone for the Leafy Moon, there is a Leafy Moon set there as well in there. Oh, that's good. They're all on the website, so you make sure that you have a look at thecraftstore.com. Right, back to you, Sarah. I believe you are going to be using the gorgeous timeless, timeless, and the front of the doors. How is it? Oh, what was it called? Timeless and the stamp set. Where is
the
it?
Mediterranean tile stencil.
Yeah, the stencil. Yeah, that's it.
So yes, I am, and I'm going to use it to as an embellishment to decorate our MDF suitcase. So it's a bit of a using some of these products on the counter together to show really how they do all work together. So as you can see here, I've already constructed the main suitcase itself, and I've used some of the textures paper on the top, and also inside to the Crackle there. You can see I've kept my little closure until I'm ready to finish it off. So the textures papers give you a really great starting base. And what I've also done is die cut the peony frame several times. So I've adhered them together to create almost kind of almost like a chipboard embellishment. And as you can see, I've trimmed off the oval part of the frame. So I've just got the floral part here that I want. And I've used sprays to colour this, so I get that kind of mottled kind of rich browns and golds. And when I was mopping up, then this was the cardstock that I was left with in terms of the.
It looks incredible.
It's nice, isn't it?
Very nice.
But what I was thinking, and the reason I brought it along was, of course, what I can do next time is die cut just the bit that I want of the frame out of this, and my top layer will already have that kind of mottled look. So if you mop up as you go, you've got another kind of surface ready. And to add to the to the peonies, what I wanted to do was use the window from the oval window from the timeless set, and it's a technique that this might be in the way. Let me move it slightly. It's a technique that certainly I've seen Leonie do, and I've done before as well on air. But that sense of stamping and then spritzing, and
absolutely,
bringing your line back in afterwards. So let's go with some obviously some water reactive ink. I've got some vintage photo here. And of course, this is a technique that works. It's both watercolour cards, but also with the stamping platform, because you want to be able to reposition your.
Exactly. Like Leonie uses without it because she likes that kind of randomness kind of thing. But personally, I like everything very neat. So I always, and this is one of the things I remember when I first did it, which was when I had the first stamping platform. So I don't know when. 4 years ago, I think it was, or 5 years ago. And anyway, so for 4 years ago. Anyway, and then it was like kind of, that moment of magic, because precisely I had...
Exactly.
You know, you have got it in the exact situation, wherever you want it.
And I think as well, because you can spritz to... generate to make it as loose or actually only a slight feathering. If you only go with a slight feathering, you kind of want to be able to get the line work back where it was, otherwise it just looks out of focus, doesn't it? But of course you can spritz it and let the water move as much as you want, and therefore you've really got a very, very blurry background, and it's quite forgiving then on the line work because you put it back on. I'm just wrestling slightly with my distress ink because it feels like it's a bit dry, but I'll put a bit of ground I can never say it, espresso. Let me spritz the ink as well before I let it down.
And I love that. I love that we can do like really random. Oh, look at that. It just looks so nice.
Yes. And that's the thing, because I've stamped this effectively 3 times, so I've got quite a lot of ink on there, which will enable me in terms of if I had more time just to continue adding water until I was happy with the effect. But equally, if I was feeling bits of it were running away and blurring too much, I could blot and stop that ink from moving. So I don't actually have any
blotting paper?
Yes.
Kitchen paper? I'm going to ask Holly, could you pass us some of the tissue paper in there? Thank you. So that way we have got, we have
Thank you.
And then,
I think I'm making it my mission to forget one essential thing every show.
All right. So that way we can blot it a bit.
It was a palette knife last time.
Ah, yes, it was. Yeah, and then,
So you can see I'm just lifting a little bit around the edges, so I'm still retaining the kind of the integrity of the image. Now I'm going. Oh, I heard those magnets go there. Nearly got me.
And then place it. And this is why it's important as well. To get into the habit of putting the paper and the stamp in the top corner, in the L corner, isn't it?
You wouldn't believe how long it took me to actually work that out.
Right, no, it's such a good thing to do it all the time, because otherwise it's, even if you don't think you are going to need it.
Yes.
Also, there is a little bit of more pressure that way there as well. By the way, we have got just 4 minutes left, actually.
Oh, that is fun.
We're just, it always happens that we are just getting to, just like 2 friends at home and crafting. Away. But you will be back at 7 o'clock with Yanis.
With Yanis, so it'd be great because it's ages since I've worked with Yanis.
Oh, it's lovely.
So what I've stamped, what I've inked up now is with VersaFine Clair, which is so I haven't, as you can tell, not used a heat gun or anything with this, but this is a waterproof ink.
Yeah, perfect.
So this won't feather and bleed in quite the same way as the Distress did.
Yeah.
And what I like about this, using this darker brown over the top, is it almost looks like a kind of etched, or like it's been kind of burnt in, if you know what I mean. That kind of pyrography almost.
Yeah, pyrography, look.
So you can see there how that's, and I say we could have we could have added more and more ink in the background depending on how blurry we wanted that to go. So there's one here, for example, that I'd done previously, and then just literally die cut with an oval die. And having cut it out, I just used a bit of antique linen around the edge just to kind of take any of that kind of white off the cardstock.
2 minutes left that we have.
So really, that's as much as I'll do on the front. I've got a chipboard embellishment that says heart and soul, and you can imagine that all adhered together. And will I attempt a quick bit of stamping around the edges with some of the A7s? Shall I?
Yeah, if you can, the A7, that would be great to use them. Yeah.
So let's go with the music stamps.
Oh, right. So that's in a pick and mix, and of course there are brand new ones today, but of course there is some, favorites. And of course, while Sarah gets that ready, you can see them on the website. You have got the vintage script, the ditzy flowers, the circuitry. We have got the spirals, the mini scala, the mini grid, and so much more. So back to Sarah, and you can see it.
So I've just got Face the Music here, so the A7 music one, because of course I've got the music paper from the textures pad at the on the top. And I'm just using my hand, using some archival ink. I'm not looking to cover the whole piece, because what I would want to do as well will be to go over with some stenciling and some texture paste later. So one of the nice things is I do recommend you decorate, you construct your case before decorating it. But actually it's still a nice sturdy substrate to work on. They're flat surfaces.
It's so much easier.
Still easy to stamp.
Exactly, absolutely. Well, we have got less than a minute now left, but you will be, of course, Sarah will be back at 7 with Yanis, and of course make sure to check out your baskets. So if you do not want to miss out, we already had one sellout. We are very, very busy for the moon, the leafy moon. Let me grab it because it's just such a glorious look at that. So if you want to go for the leafy moon, make sure to check out your baskets for that one, because you don't want to miss out. That one is $11.99. 2/3 of the stock has gone. I know that lots of you are checking out their baskets now, so make sure to check them out to not miss out. Right, Sarah, we'll see you at 7 with Yanis, and of course you at home. Stay here for another hour of the One Day Special, the final look at the One Day Special. I'll see you at 5. Clarity Stamp One Day Special final call. Then at 5, Dr. P.H. Martin inks, and then at 6, a brand new One Day Special from Graphic 45 with Leonie Bourgeot.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. So it is final call for our fabulous one-day special, and my goodness, the savings on the show are ridiculous, seriously ridiculous. We don't often say this, but if you've been watching the one-day special through the course, obviously we launched yesterday at 6, it's been running through the full 24 hours. It's kind of like we've got 4 one-day specials, so sort of 4 mini one-day specials, so do stick with me. But before we do get into everything, I think it's only right and proper that I introduce you to a man whose wardrobe is full, absolutely brimming of the most fashionable shirts. It's our Paul Church. How you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, Yanis. Happy New Year to you. I'm very well, thank you.
Happy New Year, Paul. Paul, I don't think you're like an A-list Hollywood star in the sense I never see you wearing the same outfit twice. I mean, how many shirts do you own?
Hanging up to the side, there's probably about 8 shirts, and I just alternate them. What it means is I only put them on for an hour, apart from a one-day special where it's like 3 hours a day. And it just means I save on the washing, save on the ironing, so it's like a little wardrobe in the studio.
We've all done it. I've only had it on an hour. I just put it back on the shirt. We've all done it, Paul. We've all done it. No, genuinely, I love the shirt. So, and I'm loving. So I came in. Obviously, you're at home. So we had our production meeting, and Charlotte, our fabulous producer, was talking through everything. The prices on the show are just ridiculous. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. I want to put this into context for everyone at home. One of these dies would normally retail at $19.99. One. You're getting all 5, and they are incredible nested dies that we would absolutely be using. For just, I couldn't believe it when I saw that price, $49.95. I don't know how you guys do that.
We thought we'd really sort of kickstart 2022, and what you found here, Yanis, for the one-day special is what I would call now my sort of crafting essentials. We're often sort of really good with using our nested squares, our circles, our rectangles, and it's sort of great for matting and layering and for creating apertures. So we thought for this year, let's sort of think outside the box. Let's change the shape of our card blanks. So when you look at what we've got here for the one-day special, is don't think of them as tags and plaques. Think of them as gatefold cards or as shaped cards. And over the course of the previous 4 hours, I've showcased the different things that you can do with them. You can create apertures within card blanks. And I haven't really used any of them as tags at all.
Yeah. Well, that's really interesting hearing you say that, and I'm just turning one of these around so we can see the fact that you've got multiple layers. And I know, Paul, you do have boards that we're going to be showcasing, just showing all the different layers that you're getting with the sets. If I just, you know how much I love your design team. I think they're absolutely first rate. But let me just pick up a few examples, because like Paul was quite rightly saying, with regard to all these different shapes, these are not just tags and plaques, they're card blanks. But in saying that, if you just wanted to create a tag, fantastic. So we can create a beautiful tag. Stunning, right? So you're never ever going to be short of tags. But then we can take the same principle and create, I'm sorry, I'm getting out of touch there. I should have mentioned the name. There is no name on that one. But then you can also, this is from D, create your own tag journals. So nothing to stop you doing that. That's beautiful. Or equally, think about, this one's from Linda, thinking about creating your beautiful pieces of art. So as you want a mantle pleaser, I mean, come on. That's absolutely stunning from Linda. So the choices available, I just showed one more. Sorry, guys. I know I'd moved on. But even if you just wanted to use one of the tags or plaques on an actual card, this is from Wendy. I mean, that is stunning. Love that.
It adds that dimension, doesn't it, Yanis?
Yeah.
It looks, I mean, it has been stuck onto the card to give it that little bit of depth, but the illusion, it's sort of like a mirror type of effect, isn't it?
It does, doesn't it? I'm just going to pick this one up as well to show you. Ooh. Now is that Andy? No, Sheila. I'll tell you why.
Sheila, that's Sheila, yeah.
Andy, one of your design team, just recently followed me on Instagram. And I was so pleased that he followed. And I messaged him back saying, Andy, how you doing, buddy? Keep up the good work with regard to the demonstrators' inspirations that he offers. Because they do. And the reason why I said Andy is he loves this sort of mixed media. He gets a bit more grungy with his work. But you can go in any direction you like with these.
That's right. As we said, it's sort of like a blank canvas.
Yeah.
So whatever you do, whether you turn it into a card blank, whether you turn it into a tag, whether you turn it into a journal, it is just that blank canvas. And the other products we've got on the show, Yanis, work perfectly with them. So this is sort of like our vehicle, the tags and the plaques. And it just shows that Barb's, at the beginning of this year, started doing a blog and sort of about people losing their mojo and not overthinking things. And taking pieces of artwork that you're not happy with. And I know it sounds really sort of hard. Chop it up into pieces. But some people think, oh, where do I start chopping up? How do I measure? The tags are great for that. And yesterday's blog from Barb, which is barbacrayblog.com, she had some beautiful pieces of bauble artwork that she'd used when she was demonstrating at the NEC, which she couldn't use again, but she took the tag dies and cut them up to create several pieces of artwork.
Oh, that's clever. And I had such a nice time with Barbara on Christmas Day. We did a show together. Oh, and I hope you don't mind me saying this. I don't want to get in trouble, but a little birdie told me that you're back in on Thursday. Can I continue this?
Yes,
is that okay? I say that. I don't want to. I didn't know whether I was allowed to say or not. But we're going to be using these dies on Thursday because you're back in, right?
I am indeed. So again, it's that vehicle, and the I've got 2 hours on Thursday, 11 and 3, with some more fantastic offers. But we're going to carry this through. So if you're thinking, I mean, this one-day special price isn't going to be repeated on Thursday because it is up until 6 o'clock this evening.
Yeah.
So why not? I mean, even if you've got one or two of them, you may have a crafty friend that you think, well, I've got those two, but I haven't got the other three.
Oh, yeah.
For that price, why not get them? And be generous to your crafty friends.
You do not pay, telling you now, you do not pay £10 a set for dies of this nature. Now, they are Clarity dies, so they've got, you know, the quality that you get with Clarity fresh cut dies, the fact that you've got that coating on there, so they're easy release as well. And all 5 of these, just have a look at your first flexi payment. I mean, that is how we are kicking off 2022 here at the craft store. We are over 70% of the stock. We're 7 minutes into the show. We are busy. There is a possibility. I know we normally say that this is going to, Paul just mentioned it, this is around, the price we've got on your screens is around until 6 o'clock. I don't know if these are going to last till 6. We will keep you abreast. There we go. $49.95 is your price, saving £50. You do not see savings like that often for relatively, I mean, these dies are very popular dies, and they're quite new dies as well. 906-668, your item number there. Right, we're going to move on. We've got your, you know, I start off the show, just for anyone who tuned in. That was your one-day special. We've got 3 more bundles to show you. It's as if we've got 4 one-day specials, really, sort of 4 mini one-day specials. Again, look at the price here, £22.50. So another 50% saving. And I love the unique nature of the Quartet dies, Paul.
That's right, Yanis. So over the past couple of years, we've showcased our beautiful fresh cut aperture dies. And normally they're either circular or they're a 4x4 inch die or bigger, different sizes. And we ventured down what Barb came up with the name like Quartet. And what we did was we took the large dies and we reduced them in size. So these are, each set of these has got 4 little 2x2 inch dies on them. Okay, and beautiful paper cutting masterpieces, and it's all original artwork by our good friend, the lovely Mel Turner. The room with a view, she took her inspiration from walks on the South Downs.
Oh.
The best friend taking her dogs for a walk, meeting up with friends, and then if you've got dogs, then you've got to have cats as well. And what I love about these is that you've got 12 individual little dies here in this collection. that you can use independent of one another, or the way in which they work, they actually, if you line them up side by side, they build a complete scene, especially the room with a view. These are just sort of, for me, this is like gallery artwork.
Yeah,
so
you phrased that. I'm so sorry, Paul, I interrupted you there, but I think you phrased that so well. It is like gallery art. Now, the room with a view, I've just picked this one up here, and that's how you would take the quartet, and thank you for correcting me on that, because I introduced these as quartets, but the quartets, so see how it had 4 individual dies, but you're able to create that panoramic view with the cats as well. This is this inspired by Paula's house?
Possibly. We called this last night. We called this the Cat Hotel.
The Cat Hotel.
Because you can get hotels, can't you?
Yeah, you
dogs
can.
And cats.
You can. Oh, that's it. They're living better than us.
Got this, yeah, and then you've got this beautiful street scene, and with the snippability of our dies, because it doesn't give you an outside cutting edge, you can determine how big or small a piece of artwork you want to do.
That's
this
pretty.
one here, just one of the quartet dies. Just use, so although it's only a 2x2, you can make cards of all different sizes.
You can, because you can go from
beautiful
here
artwork
to there, this one, from Sheila.
That's right.
Oh,
and
yeah.
look at that beautiful scene. The designer paper in the background.
I love that.
So easy to do.
See, I was going to...
Imagine having to cut that out with a knife.
Well, that is the essence. What you're seeing here is the essence or the inspiration behind the fresh cut, because Barbara is such a fan of the paper cut design. But if you were to do this by hand, I mean, the skill level A you would need, but also the time and patience. But with the dies, you get the look within, what, a couple of seconds passing through your die cut machine. I love this set.
And if I was doing that with a craft knife, there wouldn't be as many trees on those hills than it would be with the die.
They dwindle. I totally get that. Look, I've got to tell you, for all 3 of these die sets, for $22.47 is an incredible price. Now that genuinely is what, just over, it would be £7.49 per set. £7.49 per set is incredible. 245617, your item number. Again, 70% of the stock's gone here. That's interesting, because 70% of the stock of the one-day special, 70% here. I think a lot of viewers are kind of buying maybe more than one bundle and then having it on the Flexi, because with the savings here, 50% saving, and they are genuine savings, because if I just pick up one die set, I know we've moved on, guys, so I won't labour this. Look, one die set here, you are not going to find that die set, 4 individual dies within the set for $7.49. That should be £14, £15 easily. Let me pop that down. So there we go, 245617, your item number. We're going to move on to, I think you've got such a good team, Paul, at Clarity. And Linda Williams, I know, is a big character there. She, by the way, one of the funniest people you will ever meet. I've got to spend time with Linda Williams. I love her humour. She's just a wonderful person, but an incredible artist. And I was actually watching you yesterday, and you had one of the cups in this collection, and you were talking about the detail within it. And you're absolutely right. The detail Linda affords in this set is incredible.
That's right. So we first launched these in groovy plates, and there was such a high request for them. Oh, can we have them in stamps? That the guys in the office took the different elements from Linda's designs and turned them into stamp sets. So you've got borders, you've got corners, you've got sentiments, you've got teacups, plates, coffee pots, biscuit jars, cake stands, and in total, I mean, we're looking at the complete bundle here of that special price. There's 99 individual stamps in this complete collection.
Wow, okay. And actually, I want to point something out, because on your screens, I know this is the other 2 sets were saying a 50% saving. You are actually getting a £40 saving. I know we're saying £20 here. It is actually a great saving, but the way it's worked out, if you were to buy the top tier here, and it comes with the stamps and the masks, that's the time of year, you'd save £10. And on now you can buy just those 4 sets of stamps and you'd save £10. That £10 has been factored into the price here. And again, on the bottom row, if you'd get time for coffee, time for coffee. Again, if you were to buy that individually, well, the set of 4, you get £10 saving. It's been taken off the price. So your actual saving with regard to this set is £40. And again, when you consider that you're getting 8 stamp sets for £39.92, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you some examples. I'm going to say...
Yanis, another way of looking at that is that each stamp set is £9.99. Okay, so so 4 sets is 40 quid.
Yeah.
So it's just obvious if it should be £80, but because we've reduced the smaller bundles, because people have different budgets, especially back into January, then we've given people the option. We've split it into a tea option and a coffee and cake option. But as you say, that bigger saving is the £20 carried over plus an additional £20 as well.
Well, you kind of hit the nail on the head, Paul, when you're saying like £5. This should be $9.99 per set, and any crafter at home would know, and we've actually got it at the bottom of your screen, that's how much you would pay, and especially for clarity stamps. They're the thickest stamps you ever work with, so you know the quality you're getting. £5 per set, and you're getting the masks in there as well, so you will be getting the masks that you're seeing here. That is ridiculous. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you some samples. There is a warning now. If you do not want these to magically fall into your basket, turn around, turn your gaze, avert your gaze, because we're busy, 3/4 stock's gone. Do not look at what I'm going to show you, because the minute you see these, I promise you, these are going to fall into your basket. So if you don't want them, look away now. I've warned you. Look at this. So this is from Sheila. I absolutely love that. Love that. Time to relax.
So a stepper card, and then some of Linda's other stamps from in the garden collection in the background.
That is so pretty.
It's just it's quintessentially what I would call quintessentially English afternoon tea, sitting out in the garden when the weather's a bit nicer.
Yeah. But then there might be coffee lovers out there as well. We got you covered.
Yeah.
Time for coffee too, and I love the colour tones here too, just going for that simple blue and white. And they work well. This set works with other stamps that we have in our collection. So this one is from Linda, and then we've got one from Eileen.
So this one here, that's used to create that beautiful sort of plaque effect. That's using just one of the corner stamps that's on one of the stamp sets. And as you say, Yanis, on Christmas Day you did some fantastic pattern building with Barbara, didn't you, with corner stamps?
Really enjoyed that. Yeah, so that's from that set. Of course it is. I should have recognised it, Paul. It only feels like, Christmas Day wasn't that long ago.
Yeah,
that was it.
Exactly.
I said Eileen, I apologise, it's Elaine, I misread that, so it's Elaine. And then another one from Sheila, and I like that, just monochromatic. Don't need to do anything more to it. Just keep it simple.
Very
it does
effective.
say keep it simple on there too. But this is an absolute bargain. Over 3/4 of the stock's gone. Once it's gone, it has gone. But look, we know this. I'm just going to pick up one of the sets, and I'm doing this with a purpose. So you are going to get, with each of the sets, the mask and the stamps. Now, typically these would retail at $9.99, and they absolutely should retail for that price. The reason why I wanted to pick up one of these sets, let me just show you something. Have a look at the thickness of the stamps that you get with Clarity. I mean, they are just ridiculously thick, because Clarity stamps have built a reputation for giving you the gold standard. When it comes to quality of stamp, you will never regret investing in Clarity. And the reason why I'm labouring that point is you do not get Clarity stamps, a set like this, for £5. You would not pay £5 for this. We are very, very busy. We're now approaching 80% of the stock. These are not going to last the hour, so if you want to nab a bargain, this is going to be your last time to get hold of these. Just to reiterate, you're not saving £20, you're actually saving £40. It's a half price saving, but just £20 has already been factored into the price from other savings that you can get on other bundles. 277870 item number. So we've got just one more bundle to share with you, and we're looking at shoes. So this is We Wish Shoe Christmas. So this is a nice set, and a bit of humour here as well, Paul.
It is. So this is from the lovely Cherry Green, who brings us a number of illustrations over the years from her doodleology designs. The reason it's called Christmas is really it's about the elements that have been added to the stamp sets. So not only do you get the 5 sets of stamps, you get 3 shoes, a boot, and a set of sentiment stamps. But the shoes themselves are individual stamps. You're also going to get the masks for each of the sets, and also a colour inspiration on how Cherry imagined what they would look like when they're sort of stamped out and coloured in. So what I did was, because I was talking to someone in the office and they said, how can they not be Christmas when, if you look at the coloured artwork, it's got the baubles in front of it? And I said, well, no, that's because we've got the masks on there. So you would stamp out the baubles, mask that off, and then put the shoe behind it. I mean, this one here, beautiful. You've got two shoes, so you stamp the one in the front, mask it off, and put the same shoe behind it.
I will just show you, because I know not necessarily easy to see here on our pack shop, but you aren't getting the masks that you can see there and the shoe, obviously the stamps, the shoe stamps too. So there's masks, and you really are so good, I think, as a company, yourself, Barbara, whenever you come in, showing us the potential with masks, because they really do afford so much scope when it comes to techniques. I do want to show, because Sherry Green has actually just done these little, with potential where you can take it, little pieces of artwork. So you will get these, and Paul alluded to the fact that when you get the sets, you will get these in your packaging. And this is such a lovely touch, Paul, because what this does is instantly it gives us a direction to go. We don't have to go that way, but we can.
It just gives you a suggestion, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So if you're stuck for inspiration, I mean, this one here, I did the peacock shoe in the 8 o'clock show this morning with Richard, but I didn't do any colouring. I just stamped on designer paper. That was it. Job done.
And it would work very well with designer paper. Oh, that's at the end of the night. Obviously had a good night, New Year's Eve.
Cinderella has lost her slipper.
Yeah, totally. Love it. Okay, so if you want to get hold of this set, it's another 50% saving. $34.95 is your price here, 946-923. Paul, I think it's about time we let you do what you do best, and that's start having a bit of a play. So what have you got for us, buddy?
Thank you very much, Janice. I thought we'd just, first of all, just if it's the first time of tuning in, just have a looking at the different designs, because when you look at the front of the packaging of the dies, you think, oh, how does that, is it going to cut out all those frames? What it does, it cuts out the solid pieces. So this one here is the nested Edwardian plaque. Now you can use them portrait, you can chop bits off so that they stand up. But these, for me, the plaques are great for sort of like round wine bottles or homemade jams, or if you make things to sell, beautiful little labels, or just putting them on the wall. Then we have the nested Victorian plaques. Again, you have that same option of portrait or landscape. Then we have the nested arch tags, the 4 different sizes. So perfect for your matting and layering, or for, if I took this die, for example, and die cut it from there, I'd then create a frame. And that's what I'm going to show you in the first demo during this hour.
That would be great for stained glass windows.
Yes,
the previous one.
Absolutely. Yeah. So not only are they sort of tags and shaped cards, but you can also create apertures within your cards. And this one here, this is my favourite one. This is the nested dome tag. Then finally, we have the nested luggage tag. So it's a shape a lot of people will be familiar with. But if you was to sort of take a you can say, well, I can do that. Take a rectangle piece of card, just chop off those corners. You've got to get those angles precise every single time for it to look right. Otherwise, you cut a bit, oh, I've come in a bit too far. And the next thing you know, you're all the way down to the little one, and you started off with a large piece of card. So the dies create all of that easily. Now, when we're talking about talking out of the box, what I've done, I've created these card blanks. So I took one of our card blanks we've got on the show, and the fold of the card blank was here. So what I've done, I've created now a card. So it's not a tag, and we can stand that upright as well.
Oh, that's nice.
Then we've got this one here. Where's the hinge on this one? So this time, the fold of the card is at the top. You can open it that way.
See, these would be great, Paul, for anyone. I know we've got so many lovers of junk journaling or little albums, so creating that as those sort of tickets and ephemera to slot into the pockets, fantastic.
Absolutely, and there's a sample with the tag. Like this one, I love this one. You've got a sample, it's got some haberdashery on them, that you've taken the card blank but just chopped off the end, and what it does, it allows you to create sort of depth. So you've put your focal points on there, and then you've got your backgrounds on there as well. But you can also go from, if I turn it that way so we can see, we can go from the normal standard shape of the tag, and then just by taking the same die, what we can do is then reposition that back on there once we've cut it once, and then you can make a plaque die of any size.
Or it could be
so
a
this
buckle.
one yeah, absolutely. So you can, if you get your positioning right, or your measurements, if you want to go really technical, you could do that bit, and then you go around that way, and then you put another hole in there, and you go around, so you'd have 4 holes. So it's all about the versatility and sort of having a play.
Is there, if Paul, the one, you know, the smallest one there, could you just lay that back up, just the tiniest one? Anyone else seeing a robot? You put a little face?
Yeah.
You can put a little face there. Okay. Just
put a little, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
But this is what I mean,
okay,
we can play around, and we can go in any direction we like with these.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to showcase some of the samples I've been making over the last couple of hours, if anyone. My favourite one is this gatefold. Okay, so it's the same principle. I created a card blank here where it's folded.
Yeah.
Then I've done it with the fold on this side, and I've joined it on the back. You see?
Yeah.
So then, using those little Quartet dies with some designer parchment or paper on this inside, you've got a really nice shaped looking card. So it's a little bit different to your bog standard square or rectangle.
Paul, the card you've got right there is stunning, and I think that encapsulates why I love the fresh cut dies, because a beginner could do that. It's so achievable, but if you send that to your friends, it looks breathtaking. It's a kind of card, if you were to buy that on a stall, you'd be paying 5-6 quid for, you know, that one card, a handmade card of that kind of quality that you really appreciate with the designer paper, that beautiful cut detail that you've got in the dies. That's really nice.
I mean, I think a combination of our beautiful aperture dies and the designer paper and parchment, is if you're batch card making. So you could make a series of these. You could just do half of it or just a little bit and give them to a cat charity for them to sell to raise funds.
Yeah, nice.
You've got the dogs one. You could do that with the dog, because we don't mind you making cards to sell to get money back into, so you can buy more crafty stash. I mean, that's all part of being an angel policy. So why not make them and give them to charities so that they can get some money in as well?
Yeah, you can make charities, you can make to sell yourself as well. A good little tip is make the blank, so say the inspirations Paul's got here, but don't put a sentiment on, and then you can taper it. So if someone comes in and say, I want this for, say, thinking of you, Mother's Day or anniversary, we can just add the sentiment on there.
That's right. So this is another one, just using one of the other tag dies as well. This is the dome. And this image could be any of the 12 different images you're going to get in the Quartet collection.
This looks like Barbara's cats, the pair, right?
It does indeed.
Remind me of their, I should know this, remind me of their names?
Ragnar and I can't remember the other one.
I knew there was, I knew they were like, it was...
They're Vikings.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we've got the beautiful room with a view. I've just taken 2 of those. So this is another shaped card as well. But in contrast, this is just using the designer paper in the background.
Oh, yeah.
And at the 12 o'clock, we use the gilding flakes. Let me bring that in on that one. And that was so quick and easy to do.
Oh, that's nice. With the gilding flake. That looks expensive, Paul.
It does, but it was quick and easy to do, and you know with the gilding flakes, they just last for a very long time, don't they?
Yeah.
So at 8 o'clock this morning, we got the shoes and the boots out. So this is the one where I said that I'd stamped onto the designer paper.
Yeah.
So I'd stamped the shoe
with Richard
twice.
earlier,
Once on the more muted side of the paper, and then stamped it again, and then just did paper piecing.
Nice.
Nice and easy. And this one is stamped on parchment.
Yeah.
So, and then we enhanced it with a little bit of white work, added some colour, but really nice, quick and easy cards to do, because these are all cards, because I've made sure that they were, rather than tags.
But they're beautiful cards, but equally they can be tags, they can be ephemera that you can put into various junk journals or albums. Now, what's this?
So this is that you could send to somebody. So this one says, coffee and friends are the perfect blend. So I've taken the tag and I've put a tea bag in there. So you could send some, can't meet up at the moment, but let's meet for a cup of tea or a cup of coffee.
That's a really nice thing to do.
These little stamps, Linda Williams, are perfect for that, to sort of like that little personal touch as well.
Well, that's a lovely idea.
It's really nice, and you could have a little stash of these that you could just send to someone, or if you go, maybe you go and meet friends for coffee, and you think, look, here's a little present. When you get home, have a coffee or a cup of tea.
Nice.
And the idea came from Barbara, because do you remember at the wedding, Yanis, Barbara had these little pockets that had little tea bags in it. Do you remember? With
the mugs. We still got the mugs. We use them,
Yeah. So this idea came from Barbara, and she said, oh, these tags are great for doing that, to create the little pockets, just to pop. You could put anything in there, a tea bag, you could put a voucher in there, and it looks that little bit more special, if you know what I mean.
I like that. Look, we are very busy at the moment. Over 3/4 of the stock for the one-day special has gone. They're Nesta dies, and because of the nature of the Nesta die, it means they will work with anything in your stash. So any stamps you have in your stash, any pattern papers you have in your stash, any stencils, what you're doing is you've got the ability to create your own card blanks, your own tags, your own plaques, just showing you here the possibilities. I mean, that is large, the largest size when you think about this. And then obviously you've got your increments. So Paul, I know, is going to be demonstrating how to be creating a frame. I want to put this into context. One of these would retail at $19.99. You are getting all 5 for $49.95, so effectively £10 per set. For quality of Clarity Fresh Cut dies is incredible. 906668, your item number. You are saving £50. It is a half price saving, and what a way to kick off 2022. Now I'm going to give you an update on the Linda Williams collection. We're over 80% of the stock. And if we carry on at this rate, we could potentially be losing it this hour. We'll see. We'll keep you updated on there. But Linda Williams stamps very, very busy. Got to thank, actually, Janice, presenter Janice. And I get why she did it now. Yesterday, she posted, so presenters, we've got a little WhatsApp group. Other apps are available. And she just posted saying, I've got some special filter coffee. If anyone wants any, please feel free. I reckon she was inspired by that set, but I thought it was a nice thing for Janice to do. OK, so busy here, busy for everything. Do take advantage of savings. And Paul said a really important point. He's back on Thursday. The savings for these bundles will not be here because obviously this is a one-day special. So the price at 6 o'clock will go back up to $59.90. Oh, no, sorry, that's the wrong one. Yeah, I was going to say, it will go back up. Now, have a look at this. This is the important bit. At 6 o'clock, the price goes back up to £100, or what, 5 pence shy of £100. So what would you rather pay, $99.95 or $49.95? And I promise you, if you tune in on Thursday, which I know so many Clarity fans are going to be doing, when you see Paul working with these, which he's going to, you're going to want them in your stash. So get them at this price. And look at that first flexi payment, $24.98. Are you kidding me? We are busy. But Paul, I know you want to have a play with them. So what would you like to do?
Okay, thanks, Janice. So I thought what we'll do, we'll have a look at this piece of artwork here. So what I've done, you've got an optical illusion, really, because it looks as if this black has actually been stuck on to the coloured paper.
Yeah, it
which
does.
To me is a little bit of a way, but it hasn't. I've actually created the frame by using 2 of the dies. And then when I open it up, I've used a piece of the designer paper to create an insert on the inside. So you can see there, you've got the lovely, the best friends, but the die for the best friends is a square.
Oh, okay.
And this is a circle.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit of magic, but just to give you some ideas.
Crafty jiggery poker.
So, absolutely. So what I've done this time, rather than go with a black card, I've gone with a white card. So I've created my card blank already. Okay. Then I've taken the same die and I've taken a piece of our, this is the one that this is my insert. So I took a piece of the 8x8, this is the Amazonia paper. And what I did was I folded it in half. Okay. And then I took the die and I laid the cutting edge just over the edge of the fold.
Okay.
So what that does, it's the same as the card blank, it creates this. I mean, that would even stand up on its own right because of the quality of the paper.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got that. But what I'm going to do now, I've taken a piece of the coordinating petite toppers from the Amazonia.
Right.
I'm going to position that die in the middle of my card. Okay. Then I'm going to take the next die down, and that is going to sit in the middle. So if I use our low-tack tape, which we also have on the show, you get 4 rolls of the low-tack tape. So I'm going to position that one there to hold it in place. You could do this in 2 stages, but why waste time when the dies work perfectly? But you do need to attach them so that they don't move around when you run it through the machine. Okay, so we're going to take some more tape, make sure we're happy with our position, tape those 2 together, just like that. And we're just going to put that down. I'm just going to run this through the machine now so we can see. You don't really need to see me running it through the machine, but you'll hear the noise.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to run that through now, quick and easy.
Just as we do this, Paul, give everyone a reminder that we can follow you guys on social media. You've got Clarity Worldwide and Groovy Worldwide.
That's right, yeah. And every Thursday, Barb does the Shack Shack at 10 o'clock on Facebook Live and YouTube. And on Tuesday, we've just started up the Pergamano School again with the lovely Linda Williams. So that was Barbara did that earlier with the lovely Linda.
Cool.
Whilst I was getting ready for TV. So gently remove your tape. Okay, just peel off. Don't rip it off quick like you would a plaster. Take it slowly because you don't want to rip your paper or your card.
Yeah.
Okay, so just peel that off. So what I'm getting from this die cut, I've got a tag.
Yeah.
I've got my frame, but I've also now got, let's take that one off. So I've now got 3 pieces out of 1 piece of card.
Amazing.
So this could go on a card. So this would be great for your parchment work. So this could sit over the top of your piece of parchment and hold it in place.
Yeah.
So you don't see any glue or anything. But this is the bit we're interested in, which is this one. Okay. This one we can keep for a project later on. Okay. So that will sit on top of our card blank. So
that looks weird, and it gives such a sense of depth.
It does, because it's an optical illusion, because when I look on the camera in front of me, it looks as if that white piece is this piece.
Yeah.
But it's not. We've created a frame.
But it gives a sense like it's been bezeled.
Yes.
Or beveled.
Yeah,
Not bezeled, beveled.
It's very sort of subtle, isn't it? So I'm going to take our tape runner and we're just going to run nice and gently around the edges. So we've got these on the show as well.
They're very good.
They are very good. They're great because you've got the little cover that covers up the end once you've finished.
Yeah. We've got the
especially
details.
if you're die cutting.
Oh, no, they're really good on the die cuts. We've got details for that at the bottom of your screen, $17.96 if you want to go for your Clarity set of 4 roller tape, double-sided adhesive tape runners, 120 mil, is it 120 metres, sorry, in total?
Yes, I think it is. So you've got 30 metres on each of the rolls.
Yeah, that's an awful lot.
Okay, so we've created our panel now. So this could be anything. You could put a name on there. You could put a stamp. The lovely time for tea or coffee stamps would work beautifully in there. It's just giving us that blank canvas.
Yeah.
So then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take our nested circle dies, which we also have on the show, and I'm going to pop that. Is that the right? No, next one down. I think it is. Let's have a look. Yeah, next one down. So that one, I'm going to die cut an aperture in the middle. So we'll take some more of our low-tack tape.
Okay.
Just to hold that in place there. And what this time we're going to do, I've taken a scrap of card, and we'll go with one of the best friends. So let's go with this one. I've got 4 to choose from, or if you've gone for the complete bundle, then you've got 12 to choose from.
Yeah.
So that is just going to sit in the middle there. We'll just put some tape on there to hold it in place.
Okay.
So it's all about just building up the different layers. So again, let's just have a look at that while I run that through the machine. And I'm running both through at the same time, just to save some time. So how are we doing, talking of time, how are we doing for time, Yanis?
We're doing well. We've got about 17 minutes remaining. So
okay.
Does that work
Perfect.
for
you? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Good.
So, but you can see it's all about, and what I love, because these are small, well, I say they're small, they're not. You can use the 8x8 designer paper or parchment to create that luxury insert inside the card. So let's bit of static on there. So we take that one off, take that one off. Carefully remove the tape again.
Yeah.
There we go. So now we've got our aperture, so keep that for another piece, another project.
Well, that would be great as a large, I'm kind of seeing that there. You know, when you opened it up, Paul, it's like a large sort of ticket stub, like a MITS one, before you cut that out. Or it could be like a postage stamp as well.
Yeah. See, as you said, I mean, Richard had a really good idea during this morning's show. He said that these tags would be fantastic for bunting.
Oh, yeah.
See, he's getting into the crafty mode now, isn't he?
No, I mean, Richard does have very good ideas.
So, but yeah, I thought that was a fantastic. So if you've got a birthday party coming up, you could create your tags and your bunting for that.
Do you know what's lovely, actually, speaking to Richard? He's such a nice guy. It feels like Richard's been here for years, and I mean that, you know, as a compliment. He's settled right in. And he was very honest when he started. He said, look, he wasn't a crafter, but he's been bitten by that crafty bug quite quick, and it catches us all. And you can see that he's really enjoying learning about crafting.
He does. I mean, look at Janice. I mean, Janice has been with the craft store for 4 years now, I think it is, isn't it?
Can't believe it. 4 years.
And I know. And she was sort of all tech and all gadgets. And when you look at what she creates now.
Yeah.
So what I've done, I've stuck this on the inside of the card, so that scraps. And now when I turn that over, we've created that sort of window effect.
That's nice.
Okay. And then just to finish it off, we spoke about the designer paper that just folded in half. So I cut that at the same time. I'm going to put a piece of across there.
Yeah.
Pop that into there.
Oh, that's nice.
And that's so now when you open it, you've got the luxury insert on the inside. And now really it just needs a word. But as you say, you could make these, have these to one side. We've got the sticker word collection. This is Barbara's sticker words.
Yeah.
You've got Leonie's, you've got Christmas, you've got so many different, 1,832 individual stickers.
And the stickers reflect, so Barbara's collection really reflects her personality, Leonie's, so it's kind of like Barbarisms, Leonieisms, words that you hear them saying a lot.
That's right. And then just don't worry, be happy.
Yeah.
There we go. So two different, but look how different they look just by changing the colour of the card blank.
It's what an achievable make, and that's what I love about whenever you come on, Paul, or yourself or Barbara, you're so good at digesting or helping us to digest how to make these. I think we can all give that a go. But what a nice inspiration. Now, we are focusing on our one-day special. We are busy for not only the one-day special, in essence, we've got 4 mini one-day specials here, because the savings, you've got 4 different bundles, each of them 50% savings. So do take advantage. With regard to the dies, these are dies, and it's classed as sort of an essential in your stash. You are never going to regret adding these into your... if you don't have any shapes like this, and one thing I've got to say, I don't like going down this route because it sounds very silly-telly, but just as a consumer, and I think about this now, outside of crafting, I'm really conscious of the fact that items, we're finding, price of things are going up, and we hear it a lot. Getting raw materials, or if you're getting anything for everything is going up. So if this is something that you know you are going to be using and that you're going to add into your stash, that price is incredible, because odds are that the direction of the price, normally we're only going to see them go one way, and that's up. So right now you've got a set of 5 dies here that I think you're going to use, you're going to love, and that price, it's a silly price. 80% of the stock has gone here. It works out at £10 per die set. When you consider that each of these die sets would normally retail at $19.99, you see that you're getting an absolute bargain. So saving £50, and just have a look at this flexi payment. So today, if you wanted to go for just the one-day special, $24.98, and you're getting all of this sent to you at regular retail price. Now, I've got to stress that's your first flexi payment, but do bear in mind that the regular retail price for all of these would be 5 pence shy of £100. It's £99.95. It's 906 668 your item number there, but the price will be going back up to that $99.95 at 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock the price will go up if we still have stock. We might sell out. Now we've got to go to the quarterets again. We're are we at 80%? Oh, geez, no, sorry, we're over 80% of the stock. Going to be really quick here, but let me explain the principle. Now, again, for me, the fundamental moment, that eureka moment, is when I heard you're getting, look, £7.49, you're getting one of these sets. You are not going to get a die set of this quality and this nature for £7.49. You can see the usual price at the bottom of your screen would be $14.99. Let me just show you the principle, because I've got some boards here. I'm going to show you, these aren't inspirations. This is just literally a board to show you the detail. So you've got 4 scenes. Now you can have the scenes, just showing you, either white or black, doesn't make a difference, but lovely scenes. But what we can do, you can make a card like that, splitting the card up into quarters, or equally, I think this is really nice, how about building up a scene? So you can have them as quarters, or you can create your own panoramic view with all of those. They're designed to work together. You can use them individually if you want as well. A really good example actually of them spread out. Let me show you this, because you've got the cat scene. Okay, this is one way to do it. We're set in quarters, but you can do just lovely strip border. Imagine that as a bookmark. Lovely, right? But then you can take that same scene and we can build up the room with a view. Look at that. Now that looks like that should be one continuous die. $22.49 is your price. 245617 your item number. Really busy for our quarterets. So you're getting 4 die sets there. Genuinely, hand on heart, I love Linda Williams. I love her as a person. She, whenever she, I haven't seen her in the studio for a while, but she's just so much fun. But as an artist, incredible. Now, she originally brought out this this design work in the Groovy plate, and the response was unprecedented. I know that Clarity was inundated with viewers and fans saying, please, could we have these as stamps? And Clarity is so good at listening to their fans, so they said, okay, we will. Now, you're getting both the stamp and die set. If I just hold this up, and I want to say something, the regular retail price for this should be $9.99 for the stamp and the dies. But the price you've got on your screen right now, and this is one where it doesn't say a 50% saving, but it is, and I'll tell you why. Because we've got smaller bundles where you would save £10, and we'll show you actually. Okay, the coffee's sold out individually, but I will just show you with, and it's not a monthly mega deal, I apologise, that's just our graphics, but that's sold out. You see this £10 saving. So with this bottom tier, you're saving £10. With the top tier, you're saving £10. So that £20 saving has already been factored into the price, and then we've given you a further £20. So you're actually saving £40. And we are approaching limited stock for this set. Remember, you're getting the stamps and you're getting the masks in there as well. These are Clarity stamps. You will never regret investing into Clarity. And when you consider £5 for a stamp and mask set each, that's how much you are paying. All 8 sets for $39.92. That is an absolute bargain. If you're a stamper, you really do need this in your life. I know we've got to get back to Paul. I'm just going to very quickly, because I think it is important, can I show you 2 inspirations? This is one from Linda herself. This is why you need this set in your life. The detail, the way you can build up your own scenes in there as well, and we can go in any direction we like. I'll show you one more, sneaking it in. There you go. Okay, that's it from me. We're going to head back to Paul, but genuinely, everything on the show, absolute bargain. Do take advantage of the prices. Paul, you've got 8 minutes, buddy.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Janice. When we're talking about the stamps, Janice, we often forget to say that obviously we have our sort of our different size of stamp sets. So we've got the A6, A7, A5, A4. And that is, allows us to establish our pricing across all of the Clarity range. But what we don't do is we don't take into account the cost of the mask. Yeah. If we feel that a stamp set requires a mask, we give you that as free, even though it's cost us to buy the material, to have it printed, to get it all cut and to package. It's always been a given that if we feel, if Barb goes to use it and says, this needs a mask, we give it to you free of charge, ignoring the fact of the cost of that material. So when you look at this, and as you say, if that complete bundle to get a set of 6 stamps with a mask for £5 with that saving. And Clarity stamps as well, Paul, because you might say, that's right, get a name that you're not too familiar with. They might be just acrylic stamps. They're not photopolymer. But when you consider Clarity stamps, they really do set that gold standard. With the mask for a £5 is just breathtakingly good. Really, really good. What a way to kickstart 2022. Yes. Kick it off in style. Okay. Yeah, so I thought what we'd do, we'd have a look at this one, because I know we'll run out of time. But this time, what I've done is I've used our beautiful rainbow parchment. I've used the die to create an aperture, and then taken the paper that you get with the rainbow parchment to create my insert. Okay, so really nice and simple. Now we've got the rainbow parchment. This was a recent addition that we launched towards the end of last year. And you've got the complete collection where you've got the rainbow parchment and the rainbow paper, or you can get the 6 different options individually as well. So this one is the pastel rainbow, and you're going to get 6 patterns, 2 sheets of each, in both the parchment and the paper. Okay, so I thought I'd go with the parchment on the paper. This is the pastel rainbow set. Okay, so we've got that. So I've taken some of that already. I've taken one of our card blanks, and I'm going to open it up flat. And what I'm doing, I'm just taking one of the little corners that comes on the stamp set, and I'm going to ink that up. And all I'm doing is just a little bit of decorative detail on all 4 corners. Okay, and I'm stamping directly onto the card blank. Because if your stamping's not so good, what we're going to do is we're going to pop the parchment over the top to sort of diffuse it. So if your stamping isn't that great, really don't worry about it. That's clever. I never thought to do that. That's a really good technique. So this is the parchment, and what I've done, I've just trimmed it down so it's slightly bigger than the card blank. Let me put the lid back on that ink pad. Then all I'm going to do is I'm going to take my tape runner, and you would think, we know, Yanis, working with Groovy over the years and parchment, how difficult it can be to attach parchment. I mean, notoriously difficult, It's one of the things we hear crafters ask the most is how do we, attach parchment, That's right. So we often have to use brads, or we create an aperture to cover it up. But with this parchment and the glue runners, these are fantastic. It's surprising how it doesn't show. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to overlap it a little bit. Okay, so press that down. Now you can't see that glue runner on there at all. No, not at all. Okay, then I'm going to take my cutting mat. I'm going to take my Pergamano ruler and craft knife, and then just trim off the excess. You can use a guillotine if you prefer, or a paper trimmer, but I just find the ruler with the grip on gives me that nice crisp edge to it. Okay, so we've done that. Next, what we're going to do is I'm going to take one of those lovely little tag dies, and I can decide where I want to. So this time now what we're doing is we're creating an aperture within the card blank. So we're not using it as a tag or a shaped card. We're now creating an aperture. And you can do this with any of the dies in the collection. So let's bring that one back into play. We're going to run this through. Where's that? Grab my sandwich to make the plates, and we'll run that through there. So what we're doing now effectively is creating this window, and the parchment, the translucency of it, gives that little subtle sheen to it. Okay, so we're just going to run that through. There we go. Nice and easy. And what we're going to get is, if I gently remove this now, easy does it. There we go. Good tape this is. So I've now created my aperture, but I've also now got a little tag that I can keep to one side.
Yeah.
So I'm
Perfect.
not wasting what I'm using.
No, 2-for-1 technique.
We're going to turn over to the back, and the reason I didn't do this before is because where I'm folding this over to create that luxury look on the back, if I'd done that, that doesn't sit completely flat.
Yeah.
So it's likely to crack. So that's why I've stuck that piece down afterwards.
Okay.
Okay. Then I've taken a piece of the coordinating paper to create my luxury insert.
Okay. Got 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. Speed it up, Paul.
No, just letting you know. Just letting you know.
There we go. And then I'm going to pop that in there. So because I've gone in the reverse, you've got that really nice contrast, haven't you? Of
like that.
See, I could have done that at the bottom so that it tied in. And then all I'm going to do now is I've got the stack of teacups from the stamps. Are they still hanging in there, those Linda Williams tea and coffee?
I think by thread. But they are limited stock, so I don't think they're going to be around for much longer.
Then I'm just stamping through that aperture. There we go. Beautiful detail. Let me hold this up so you can really appreciate the detail on the design.
She's so good as a designer, Linda. I really do rate her.
Absolutely. And then really, just to finish it off, I've just taken another little tag with a scrap of paper. Let's go to this camera. With a scrap. Put a little brad in the middle and stuck it on. Life is like a cup of tea. It all depends on how you make it.
I love
now, you
that.
can enhance that with colour, or you can just leave it.
And is that sentiment included in the stamps?
Yes, yes, they're on the stamp set.
That's
There's
a great
loads of little
sentiment.
sentiments on there. Yeah.
Really
There's one
nice.
that says,
Paul, can I say
yeah.
huge thank you, buddy. Thank you so. I've really enjoyed this hour, and I've been blown away by the savings. You are back on Thursday. What can we look forward to on Thursday?
11 a.m. and 3 p.m. We've got some more fantastic offers on some of our other dies, and I'll definitely be using the nested tags and plaques during the course of those 2 hours.
So if you have purchased during the course of the one-day special, especially the tags and plaques, you can enjoy that. Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you for your company.
Thank you. You're welcome.
So coming up next, we have got our Dr. P.H. Martin's inks back. After that, Graphic 45 one-day special, and then we got Funky Puzzle.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. We also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all with lovely crafty beads.
Well, good afternoon. Now, of course, well, this is the last time that we are going to see the season's greetings, because, of course, the Christmas event finishes today. Christmas, well, I mean, I'm Spanish. We do Christmas until the 6th of January, but I guess, you know, here we do things differently. Anyway, now we do things differently because we have got a brand new company here to the craft store, which is Dr. P.H. Martens. Now, to represent it, to tell us all about it, we have got the glorious mixed media queen, Lou Withers. How are you?
I'm very well. It's great to see you, Paula.
It's
Happy
great
New
to see
Year.
you. Happy New Year. Did you have a lovely Christmas?
Very quiet, bunged up nose, but no, it's cool. And I saw your two little babies all over Christmas and New Year. Your
Yeah, I
babies.
have got one, the babies.
Not babies, but babies, kittens.
Kittens, yeah. My furry babies, yeah.
Furry
they're
babies,
my light. Anyway, now, of course, we are talking about Dr. P.H. Martens. You will find them all on the website, thecraftstore.com. There is lots to see, lots of different options. And we, of course, Lou will explain things as well. We have got some 5-star reviews as well. And it's a company also, I have to say, that Academia paper blog, many of us are in love with. You know, there is a beautiful paper, £24.95 is your price. Oh, no, add to basket, you know. Anyway, right, now, of course, add it to your baskets and check out those baskets and get to them. Right, let's start, though, the show with bleed-proof white. Now, Lou, what does it mean, bleed-proof white?
Right, when you've got really reactive products, like I'll show you some that Sarah's used before, your dye sprays and all this, you put white paint or ink over them, the colour comes through. This stops it, it puts a barrier, it remains white, and it doesn't allow that colour to come through.
So basically, like Sarah was using them from Funky Fossil.
Absolutely.
You know, she has got these beautiful backgrounds with illusions you can put, and it's such an opaque white.
Absolutely. Not normally, as she said, and it's so nice when you see other people using it, and not just me saying it, but when the white would come through, the pink, the yellow or orange would come through that, and you wouldn't get pure white. It's opaque. And I've got one that shows very similar, using all the colours.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. If, for instance, if you're using distress inks or something like that, and then you're going with a white, you know, non-permanent marker or something like that, the colour from underneath, it kind of seeps through.
It does, and you also get a lifting of the colour as well, because as you go back over it with a pen or something, you lift up the colour each time, and it's a bit difficult. Plus, you use a lot when you're using your gel pens. You use a lot of ink to go over something opaque, whereas this cuts it all out. It's been going for years, but
how does it work? So can you show us?
Oh,
how do we
really
use
easy.
it? Yeah.
Right, well, I've got a little bit of board here. This is black paint. I've got black card. It's only going to be 2 seconds. I'm not going to mess around. And I've got the inks as well. So this is a gel plate print. So it's got acrylics and everything on it.
The brush is dry or clean or wet?
It's wet. Mine's wet, damp. I normally just put a little bit in here. You can mix it. You can do whatever you want. You get the consistency you want. And then you can just apply it over. And that will be it. Now, if you want it really opaque, you just do that, leave it to dry. Again, on this, if there's any grease or anything underneath, you will see it peel, but if I put a little bit more on, that's how it dries. And again, no sort of come back through the colour if I do it on there. You know, if I did that on inks, the inks would come through. Doesn't matter how strong they are, but these are permanent inks as well. So you can see, I'll go really strong. You can stamp with it, paint with it, write with it. They're just permanent opaque, great for journaling, great for scrapbooking. And here again, Sarah's beautiful card where she's got these white by using
Absolutely perfect. So that is a very simple way to use it. £11.95. We will see more in action as the program goes in. But be quick, 40% of the stock has already gone. If you want yours, 078885 is your item number. Now, when we have got the Bombay inks in next, which are glorious India ink, I believe, right?
India ink, yep, absolutely.
So we have got two different options. We have got the set 1 to 12 and then the set 13 to 24. Now, of course, which one is which? Sorry, I need to make sure. Top one is to 1 to 12, which is that one. And then we have got set number to 13 to 24, which is the more muted colours, I would say. Yeah.
The first set has got the black and white in, the second set hasn't.
Yeah, so set number
really
1 to
colours.
here and 13 to 24. Right, what is India ink and how do we use it?
Right, it's a watercolour style ink that dries permanent. So you've got all the qualities of watercolour, but then the watercolour, the downside of that is reactive, but this dries reactive not. So you can put it on watercolour and then leave it and then layer and layer and layer. I did one before where I just put a couple of colours on, here it is, sorry, and I put one colour of pink and then I put another colour over the top, and the difference is the colours are still visible, they're not mixed, they're not sort of mixing into each other. And even with the watercolour, if I'd have done that, I'd have lifted up the colour from underneath. So you could treat it like a watercolour or treat it like an acrylic ink as well.
That is, so it has got lots of potentials as well.
Yeah.
Now, this one we are talking about the 30 mil options, and it comes in with, I love that it comes with the pipette already included, and the palette itself. I mean, it's really cool because you can hold them, and also you can have like a mixing bay here.
Yeah,
as well.
they've got the mix. They've got the water in the middle, the round in the middle, and then round it you've got a little gap that they sit in, and then there's a little mixing palette next to it, so you can just keep using that. It's actually made once the top goes on. There's a little wall hanger on the back as well, and you can hang it on the wall.
Oh, because you have. Oh, that's so cool. Because we have. Oh, let me grab it.
Because a lot of products, if you put them away, you forget you've got them. Whereas if you sling the lid on this and hang it on the wall, it's there, it's visible.
You have them in there as well.
Yes, it's really well thought of.
That is such a cool element as well, and I love the colours as well.
Yeah.
Now this one is of course the 30 mil, which is the better value out because we have got a 15 mil. So the 50 mil is the bottom of the screen. Now 15, of course, mil is half the size of the 30 mil. Now the half the size, it will come in here like this, so it doesn't have the pipette, it doesn't have the kind of palette in way. I mean, it's another sort of palette in another different way. Now, if you are going to go to get 30 mil with a 15 mil, you would have to double that. So that would be £74.90. Now, that's how much it would cost you. However, if you go for the 30 mils, you can see here it's better value for money because it's just £54.95 for that. And you're saving £5 there. 995,753 is for the 30 mil. Remember, two options, the 1 to 12 and then the 13 to 494. Those ones are the different options for it. Now, the paper block that we have got from Fabriano, which is an Italian company that is synonymous with exquisite paper. Now, here you have got the Academia, which is, I believe, for watercolor and drawing as well.
It is, and you get a lot of paper like this, and it has on it mixed media paper. But this is mixed media paper, but it's watercolour paper. It's beautiful watercolour paper. And if you think that it's normally good watercolour paper is about £1 a sheet.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
This is really good value. And you're not frightened to use it then.
And it's one of, that's exactly what we were saying with Sarah from Funky Fossil early on. It's like having a blog like this, it means that we can actually use it, because usually we kind of go like a few 10 pieces of paper and we're like, no, we cannot use it for the best, you know, we keep it for the best, and then never gets used. Now you are getting 100 of the 240 GSM, which means also if you want to die cut it, it will die cut beautifully and create watercolors into them. But also you can maybe take blanks as well if you wanted blank cards. And of course, we are talking about asset-free, so memory albums or art pieces of art that they're gonna be, resist the test of time. They don't have like too much texture as well, so you can stamp in it beautifully. 240419 is your item number. You're saving £4. Right, Lou.
Yep.
What are we doing this hour?
Well, we're going to carry on with some of the ideas. Thank you very much for your text and emails about and messages about how you enjoyed the quick drawings. Won't go into too much detail, and said I'll do one on Thursday at home. But yeah, once you realise that it's all about the product and the colours, then you can get away with drawing scruffy drawings like me. So if you remember what I said, have a look next time that when we're drawing, say a feather, we want a fantastical feather. Nothing says that we have to have a boring one. And the basic shape for the feather is, if you are, is sort of a big round like that. Right. And then get yourself pictures of feathers so that you can see which one you want. And I've drawn little ones here because you do get little, all different ones. And then I'm just going to draw a bump there. Okay. So they don't have to be perfect. And then I'm going to draw the vein in the middle, which is, it's entirely up to you if you want to draw it thick or thin, and then a little bit here. Now, that's fine, but it looks a bit boring. So when we try and make it a bit different, all we've got to do is remember that the V's, so if I do that, that's the veins. And if you look at it, it's very similar to a leaf. All these things in nature start the same shapes.
They do, many shapes like that.
Absolutely, and it's all about how ruffled the feathers are. So, you can make, I know I'm doing it quick, and I wouldn't always say go quick, but I prefer to draw quick because then I'm not worried about what it looks like. Absolutely. Then you'd rub out the outside line. And then,
that's what I would have said.
Yeah, and then put these little curls, because at the end of a feather, if you pick a feather up and see it, it has all these wonderful little curls. It's the down that's near the end. Right. So we've got these. So I've done a few more round ones, long ones. Just have a look, have a look. Please pick them up, but I wouldn't buy them. If you can, pick them up and use them because it means they're just falling naturally. Don't go chasing chickens round, please.
Okay, right.
I'd rather you didn't do that. So we'll work on this one because it's a bit bigger. I'll put them both here. And all you need to do is get yourself what we call some mop brushes. You don't need to have them, but a mop brush could look a bit like that. That's a whopper, and it's a proper name. That it's not me calling it that.
It's not a whopper.
Huh? And I also use these, which are the Chinese and Oriental brushes.
I love them.
And they're not exactly cheap, but you use them, and they're just handmade, and you can see. But the reason I'm showing you that is it's not particularly this; it's this shape. It's for Chinese and Japanese calligraphy. You've got a massive big well of barrel. And so the paint and the ink is going to be sucked into there, so I've got a fine point. So I've got this drawing here. The first thing I'm going to do is you do get your whopper. You get your whopper brush or your big brush, and you just put water where you want it. Now, I'm just putting it willy-nilly there. I'm not, no rhyme or reason.
And you're using the beautiful paper from academia, right?
Oh, always. Yeah. And we keep saying it, I'm not frightened to use this. I go to this because I know it's going to be right, and I know that sometimes I'll use other paper, inferior, cheaper. I'm not saying it all is, but I won't get the results, and I have to work harder. I don't like working too hard. I like it to be, interesting and fun. I've got my endearing. I have shook them all. Please shake them because sediment goes to the bottom. But it's the nature of pigment, and I'm just going to drop in some colour, and it's just stunning. Now, if you keep the dots closer together, I'm using a fine point for this, your dots like that will merge and blend. Right. And just think about how you want your colours to look. Now, at the bottom, you'll see I've got a very crisp line. That's because I don't have any water there, because I want to do this. Now, with a lot of inks, you can do that, but the minute I do that, afterwards it reactivates. This is all dried then. You get a wonderful surface. So, again, I'm going to get my whopper, and you can see, I can't show it you, but as soon as the ink hits it, it sort of dries it up. It's quite strange. I'm just going to add water to activate it in different areas. Now you can see my water's black, but it doesn't matter as long as you've got clearish water.
Well, I wouldn't say black. I wouldn't say,
it's got a bit
it has
blue
got
in
greyish
it.
undertones.
Yeah. I exaggerate about everything.
So I was like, what's a black? I cannot see it.
It's it might be off white, and I'll call it black, but never mind. So I've got the very tip. And I'll show you how strong the colour is. It's absolutely beautiful. But I'm just going to drop it.
Wow.
Fantastical.
The quality of that colour and
beautiful,
ink.
isn't it? And then here,
sensational.
Again, dry. Now, this really upsets me. So I don't...
Really?
Yeah, because look at all that. I'm not going to waste it.
Yeah.
So,
oh, look at that. That looks like a... Well, there is this artist, Spanish artist, Tapias. And that looks like,
don't waste it, because everyone in the studio, all of us, will use that for something else.
Yeah, a background.
Get your stencils out and do a Leone. Clean your stencils on it. That's what you've got to do. But can you see how this colour now, the impact? So what we need to do is look at the colours. I want something that's going to join these together, but I don't want it to be dull. And by dull, I mean a brownish colour, not as in like boring, but dull it down. So I've got an orange, and I'm just going to dip my orange in and just put it, and you can see it's dried, but I really want it like that. And I've put some there, and again, it really annoys me when I clean my brush off and I've got all that ink on. But you start printing with that, with the white bleed proof, you can stamp over it.
I love that.
It stamps white, the white stuff stamps. In fact, Leonie, have you ever had it before? The bleed proof. Oh, I'll have to give you one.
If somebody is tuning in, we are talking about Dr. Martin's white bleed proof
bleed proofing. I'll have to give you some so you can try it. It changes your life.
Yeah.
Changes your life.
Just like, we have it here, and of course it's the bleed proof white in here. It's been very busy. Half the stock has gone. It comes in a 30 ml pot. It's solid. It's sort of solid, but then of course you can have and then of course it has to be seen to see the opacity and how it doesn't absorb the colours underneath. £11.95 is your price. Back to you, Lou.
No problem. If it comes over, then don't worry, because there's no law with this. You can, while it's still wet, wipe it away.
Yep. Oh, it looks beautiful. I love those colours.
What I've done here is I've left it to dry so that we've got this effect, and I've shown it so I could do it here. When it's dry, it will stay opaque like that, but if you wash it out, you'll get the remainder of it, like a ghost, but it'll water out, and that's what I've done here. So I'm just letting it ghost out, and then leaving that, but if I wanted to, whilst it's still wet, I could let that go, let it do its thing. And the thing with this is, I was quite surprised. I thought, oh, I'll just try it, just to see what it's like. And I was very happy with it. And it was me putting a tiny bit of purple in it and just letting the purple sort of do its own little thing. And it was, because the purple's so like a black. And then just give it a little bit more water.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And let the ink, I'm trying, because you can add it, I'm trying to just get rid of that bit so that I'll do it this way so you can see, so that the purple goes down the middle to the end. That's it, perfect. And then I get a clean, dry brush-ish, and all I'm going to do is just darken that bit. And you get this wonderful sort of... Well, it's fantastical looking leaf. You don't have to.
But it could be a bird of paradise or something like that.
Absolutely, but you could do a real one. I mean, if I wanted to now, leave that to dry as I've done here. I did one before, and don't forget your pencils go on top of this.
And you could do like if you use more like jewels on blues and greens, could be like a peacock feather.
That's what we're going to do later.
Oh, I
so
see.
it's just the shape. So what I've done here is I've put the base colour down, and then this is with like pencil crayons over, so I can put pencil crayons onto this. But the beauty of this is it's not going to move, because normally you'd like, oh, I can't touch it now because it's got this colour on it that's going to move. Now, I'm not worried at all about that now, because it won't. So what I'm going to do is on a fine brush, I am just going to run little lines, not a lot, little lines dotted down. And again, you can see how much colour there is. And then just move it across. And all I want to do, you can get a fan brush, or you don't have to have a fan brush, it just makes it easier. You can get an old makeup brush. I'll show you what I've got, which are quite strange. It's a brush that's like castellated. Or a fan brush. And all you need to do is it's dried a little bit now. I'll put the other one on the other side, and I just want to show you so you can use a big wide flat brush. You don't need a fan brush, but it's something long and thin and wide. So I'll put some more ink on the other side just to show you. I tend to use mine out of the lid now because I am forever dropping them. That's why the big ones are better, because they don't fall over like this, whereas the little ones do. And I just wish I had more transportation to carry all of them. So here, I'm going to move that round, and I'm just going to, it's damp, it's a damp brush, and I'm just going to...
Oh, I like that technique.
Bring that out, a little bit more water, and it's done it all for you. Now, you do have to be fast. If you're fast enough, this will work, but you've got a really nice texture happening, and you'll see now it gets to a point where it won't react. I'm going to put a tiny bit here just to show you how else it works. I'm going to go with a turquoisey colour on top of all this, and I'm just going to put a tiny bit. I don't need a lot. It's wise to get yourself some really decent small brushes, mops like this, because you can draw, calligraphy, paint, you can do all these things. They're multi-purpose. I'll try and find if we can bring them in for you, because they're wonderful.
Yeah, they are.
I'm just going to pull that through, and if I was to show you on the edge.
I see.
So I'll put a little bit of water. Don't forget, it's still reactive until dry. Now, if you do it and lift off, so down, it disappears totally. So I've now gone from me having to draw thousands of lines on that, and I don't have to, I just have to follow.
Nice.
And the colour dies down. It doesn't...
They blend with each other, don't they, a little bit?
You've hit the nail on the head, because they're not moving, they layer like these. It's not knocking one colour back, it's actually building. You don't normally get that with layers. With some watercolours, it just pulls the colour up. So just, again, follow the shape. You can even put, I'm using the dregs now, you can even put, coming off like a haze on it. And if you're going to use these inks, a little ceramic one is brilliant, because it doesn't react, you don't get any reaction with it. So can you see? I can put like a veil. So these, as light as you want, as dark as you want, colour. We've got this one it's drying, but it's gone a bit mad, but...
Oh, I love that.
I do, but
So
I can add to it.
I love how the colour in the centre is like a fireworks, actually.
That's what I like. I love that. I love that idea that it's just... you're sort of... How can I put it? You're sort of teasing it. It's doing its own thing. So just... There we go. I'm starting to get the colour in. And again, you know, it's great for water. So we do leave these to dry, and it is important that you leave them to dry, because once you've got...
Well, you reset for the next time. So can I give a quick reminder of especially the bleed-proof Dr. Martens? It's flying out. Basically, when you open it, you can see that it's kind of a white paste. It's super opaque, and the perfect thing is that, you know, for layering it on top of water, kind of reactivating paints like dilutions, distress inks,
those sort of watercolors that they're never permanent. This is perfect because it will be white opaque, one layer, and this is what you're getting. None of the color from underneath comes through, hence why you need it in your life. Now, of course, and it will last a long time. £11.95 is your price. 078885 is your item number. Sarah from Funky Fossil was bringing it today for her demos. She didn't know that Lou was here with it, but it's like it's the only product that gives her that white opaque without transference of the color from underneath it. Now, then we have got the India inks or the Bombay inks, very busy for them as well. Now, these ones are incredible because they are the intensity of color, the quality of the colors. You can mix them and matching them and create your own colors. They come in sets of, to 12, but you have got 30 ml in each of those bottles. They come in with the pipette in the, as you can see that, I'm going to open it up. Yeah, I'm going to leave it then dangerously. So you can see the pipette, so you can drop it immediately, or you can take the brush into it. That kind of gorgeous ink that you can blend in, and it comes in with a palette that you can have them sitting vertically or hanging on the wall. Then you have got the kind of little elements in here, how you call it, reservoirs, so you can put and mix them as well. And recesses, I don't know, and then you can hang it in the wall if you wish to. It comes with a lid as well, and this one is set 1 to 12, and you can see all the colors. This is the essential. If you are starting, I would say this one. The intensity of the colors is incredible, and of course you have got the white and the black and the primary colors, so you can blend them to your heart contents to create all those different colors. And then at the bottom, we have the sets 13 to 24, which are more of those secondary colors, those beautiful muted colors, but as well we have got more blues, more pinks in there, more light liquids as well. Now, whichever option you go for, 12, 30 ml for £54.95. You can flexify it as well, and that spreads the cost in interest-free payments. Now, that's the best value, because if you wanted to go for the tester size, which is the 15 ml, this is bottom of the screen, different item number, it costs you £38.95. Now, you don't need to be a genius in maths. I'm not. You know that very well. Anyway, to know that if you were going to get 2 of them, so it would be £77.90. That means that you are actually getting the same amount in terms of quantity. However, look at the 30 ml, it's just £54.95. It's actually £22.95 less than to go for the 30 ml. And of course, once you have them, you can blend them in and create your own colors as well. As I said, this is one of the things where I like to have more, because I would imagine this, you can refill those water brushes as well.
Oh, the perfect. As long as you've got...
Water them down a little bit.
Yeah, you need to sort of make sure that you've got to shake up because of the sediment in them.
Because there's actually proper pigment in there.
Oh, yeah, it is. And there's the binder's a liquid binder rather than a gel or medium. But, yeah, I like the bigger ones much better because I like the pipette, you see, because I can draw straight away with it.
Right, if you want yours, 995753 is your item number. And now, if you need paper for it, you want to have a watercolor paper. This is actually 240 GSM, which is a perfect weight, especially if you are going to do as well for maybe say, for instance, layering to cards and so much more. Now, these ones are 27 by 35 centimeters, so it's larger than it's larger than an A4. So an A4 is 29.7 by 21 centimeters. So therefore, you can see that this is much larger than that. It's not quite an A3, so it's in between sizes in here. But of course, you have there the slight texture, but not too much, quite, I would say natural texture. So it means that you can stamp in there as well. Well, you can say here, natural grain. It's also acid-free, and of course, it is from Fabriano, based in Italy, which have got an incredible paper. My dad really recommends Fabriano. He used to use a German company, and lately he has switched to Fabriano for his pencil work. 240419, because that's the thing, pencil work will work really well with this.
That's such a good point. That a lot of people, I've including me, I've spent a lot of money on another brand, Archers and stuff, and loads of different makes, but time and time again we don't want to use it. This is perfect for it. But I also want to show you how good it stamps with the inks.
Yeah.
I've got one of my really intricate stamps. I've put a blob of purple and orange together, and I'll show you how I did it, and then just stamp. Now, whilst it's still wet, perfect stamp, whilst it's still wet, it reacts. But once that stopped reacting, I can stamp on that again and again and again, and it won't move. So, to show you again, I see if I've got, oh, I know, what really
By the way,
does
we have had a question from, from Val and Kerry asking about, can they be used on fabrics like silk and other fabrics? But could they then be washed, or do they need to be heat set? Or
I would say heat set.
Because they do say that they are waterproof, so therefore...
I would test a tiny bit first, but yeah, because they're permanent. However, yeah, test a little bit, but they'll spread like silk paint because the viscosity is so light that they won't be like gel light, so they'll just go.
Could we use them to mix them up with a collage medium or gel medium or paste and things like that?
Absolutely. I've just mixed the bleed proof with one of them, and it becomes the tint of whatever colour.
Of course.
So the white, as long as you've got this product, mix it with these inks, then it becomes a permanent tint.
Yeah.
Right, I've just stamped with, just show you again, with a stamp, and I'm not the stamping queen, you know that. And I've just put it on this word. This one's from Stamp Addicts. It's a great texture one to have with words. So you think, I'm using purples and oranges together, they would go to mud. Absolutely. Purple's one of the worst colours to, but I know that this, when it's dry, won't react to it. But look, oh, sorry, spent a bit too much time chatting. Wet it again, and it will still work. It's just as soon as it's dry, there we go. And this is exactly what you're going to get when you do your mixed media. So if I'm showing you this now, the only difference is you try to do this with watercolour inks.
Oh, wow.
As soon as you put anything else on them, it's finished. Now, what you can do is if you want to, you see, that's the sediment that dries. It's that dries. That's what you need to. Don't wipe them off with paper towels or anything. Let them dry and scrape them off. And then all I'm going to do is just...
Because if they dried onto glass or something like that, they would dry completely permanent?
They would dry, and you would get a semi-sheen, but I think unless you're using a bonding primer, they wouldn't stay.
Okay. Yeah.
But now I'm showing you how they become permanent. So I've got the shine off. Yeah. Now, here's the one we did before. So if you're using the inks that Leonie had, you know, the Jane Davenport inks, they're so vibrant. But you're actually now able to use these inks on top of them and finish them. So that's dry, it's permanent, that's permanent, it won't react because it's dry. So you can match your colours, the background papers, everything with it. So what we're going to do, see, that's a great background. You know, we could draw something on this. Let's draw, I'm going to quickly draw like maybe what I did before. Now, if it's not dry, my pen's gone a bit doolally. Don't worry if your pen does that. You get a nail file and just clear it up. So if I was to draw a feather on this, same way I did before.
Okay, yeah.
This is not what normal inks would do. They'd be like all over the place. You'd ruin your work. Now, I'm just going to get a little bit of the purple, which is a strong colour.
And will you get any resistance from the inks into the pen when you're doing with the pen over
you do. You do get a slight resistance because they...
I see,
They don't actually... they will layer and they'll stick to each other, but you'll get that first initial sort of, ooh, I don't like you, go away. And then they sort of merge.
So, basically, these are inks that behave like water-based, well, because they are water-based, but inks, but then become permanent. So therefore, the detail is going to stay there perfectly.
Absolutely.
Even though you are doing washes over it and washes over the layers and layers.
And you can see now exactly that, Paola, because it's not going to mud, but I've got the same colour as that I've stamped underneath on top with the wash, but it's now it's not covered the lettering, the text is still there, it won't move it, it'll just work on top of it, but the rule is you've got to have it dry.
We have had a question as well from Christine, and she's asking exactly in layman's terms, what is the difference between India inks and watercolors?
Right, just in dead plain, dead simple, India inks, permanent when dry, watercolour inks, reactive when dry.
Perfect. That is an incredible...
Is that right?
that for me is just clears out perfect. I hope it does for you, Christine, as well.
Now, I've just put that little line on, answered the questions, it's dried. So let's see how much play I've got. See?
Yeah.
And I'm using but what I can do is...
So if you want to react like watercolors, you need to wet the paper first and then put the ink, and then it has got the beautiful movement.
But what you can do is add, just here, I've added that purple line, which is quite strong, but there's nothing to stop me adding water and then going over and layering it, and then allowing that to blend. Now, if I show you this, which is a really simple way of looking at how they work, I'm just going to put water on one side, there, and I'm then going to get, oh, shouldn't have done that. Try and keep your brush as dry as possible. I'm going to get this really bright colour there. And I'm just going to show you, by introducing the water to it, how it does its own thing. Now, there's not once yet, and I hope you're all watching, that this paper's pilled.
Yeah.
So it just shows you that it's there, but I can now add another colour and then still work onto it. So I'm using my fan brush. I know it's a bit different, but I can still use it.
Oh, yeah.
But I get a different effect. So think about the end, using the end of your paintbrush as, because it's permanent. So let's get rid of that. So let's look at, shall we draw? I've got some fishes drawn. Do you want me to do one of them?
Oh yes, definitely.
Really easy drawing, seriously easy. I'll do it on that side. Right, we're going to do a koi carp. Honestly, it's really easy to do. Just think of basic shapes. So have a little picture of what you want to draw. In fact, I'll put that there and I'll draw on this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to draw like a squash C. I'm going to draw round.
Yeah.
Right, that's all I'm drawing. Okay. So now, this is perfect. The India ink is perfect for cats because you get fur. It's the best fur medium there is around this India ink. Right, so I'm going to get...
Not to paint the cat with it, but to paint a painting of a cat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just making sure that I don't go home and then painting the kabuki and Fuji.
No, you won't do that. Can you see? It's that shape, just that shape. And all we do then is, it's got a wonderful shape down the middle. I've got a little drawing here. You put the eyes on. This one looks more like a shark, but never mind. Yeah. And you put that on. Now, the thing is, it will have... I'm going for a mirror carp.
Yeah.
It has these wonderful...
Yeah.
wings and things, I know the tails and that. So we've got this. It is a bit, never mind.
Yeah.
They would have a rounder one, and they have sort of eyes there, but you're going to get the feel of it. So you can either draw around it and create water around it, or what I can do is just, oops, not clean my brush. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to put some water on the actual body.
Yeah.
Leave that a second, and then I'm going to get a smaller brush. Now, the koi carp I've seen are really orange and red. They're like beautiful. So while it's still wet, drop in.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love that. Yeah. I mean, it's just, this is such a perfect medium to create, like with cards, you know, because that oriental.
That's exactly why I chose this, because I had to find an easy way of drawing koi so people could do it. It's no point in me doing it if you can't do it. But then I wanted to make sure that it was the right product for the a right image for the product. So we've got them, and you'd see them mirrored like that. They have these big dots on.
Absolutely.
Then what I'm going to do is just get some water. I'm going to introduce the water to the ink and allow it. Got a little bit of a, what we call that, it's like a shadow or a ghost, but I don't mind it, because once this is dry, You get some wonderful drawing techniques on it. Right, now what you need to do, so simple, right? You need a tiny bit more water just on the top. See how it's still reacting a little bit, but now we need something very dark. Now black, I wouldn't normally use black, but
Could you heat them with a heat gun to set them?
Yeah, absolutely.
So they will not damage the colour or lose
no, it's
their
actually
intensity.
really good if you want to heat, you know, get something sort of fast.
Yeah, just to dry them between layers if you don't want to wait.
Yeah, you can. Now, with the koi, you'll see that they have some really bright colours, but they also have, like in the background, it's quite hard to explain, they have some sort of big blobs of black. And you're like, well, how do I do that? Well, you put the blobs on like that, technical term, and I'm just going to put some more on here, and a few just there, so that it looks like the edges of the tails. I'm not going to leave it like that. You can see I've mixed lots of transparent layers there. And then all I'm going to do is I'm just using the other end of my brush and I'm just going to tease it into shape. So I'm not drawing with the brush end, I'm drawing with the end there. And I'm just going to make that into shapes that make sense to me. Then the tail, you can refine this goldfish look. I'm going to draw. I hope people are realising, actually, do you know what? I got told before that
I love that.
They really enjoyed watching it because I make it look like you can do it, but that's it. Everyone will say, you get the right tools, you can do it. You don't need me.
Can I have another question? Because I think I know the answer. India ink is the generic term and Bombay inks is the brand name for India inks by Dr. Dr. PH, not Phil Martins, Dr. PH.
I say that. Phil Martin and Phil Collins, he's had them all. He's had them all.
Well, I mean, it must be Dr. Phil Martins.
Well,
it must be.
It's got to be. It's the law.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Phil Martin has gone to university and get a PhD
it's on
degree.
Quiet. It's on Quiet. So what I'm going to do now, just to show you, I did a little koi before and I dropped all the colours in. It really is easy, I promise you. And like I said, Yanis was very kind to mention that I am going to do a little Moodle on how to draw them. It's so easy, and once you've got that confidence, you'll off you go. You really products, you'll be fine. I've now got the white, and I'm just going to put on top of this. I'm using a white dot, which you wouldn't really get a white dot. You'd get like the shade of you know, the scales. Yeah. Now, if I wanted to, I've put the scales like that. I'm going to brush that over, which it opaques it. But what I can do, which I love this, you get a tiny bit of the colour, and then you can mix any colour you want to give it a shadow, and drop that on as well. So I can now shade with this and don't let anything come up from underneath. Yeah. But if I wanted to, right on this, it'd be incredibly difficult. That'll come like these wonderful ones by Sarah. You can see the white dots. These are perfect. You know, just take it away. So here, on here, if I get my big whopper.
I love that. That is cool.
My little whopper, my big one. I'll use the big one. You just mix this to the consistency you want. In your lid, I do. But yeah,
would you take it out with a palette knife?
Yeah, you can do any of that. But I don't like waste. And you don't waste it. So I tend to sort of take it out like that. Get the lid.
My only worry is just because I never clean the brushes properly. So if I put my brush into the pot, well, chances are.
Just a little tip. Yeah. When you've got you can use plastic, but I'd rather you didn't because it's like reusable stuff. This is a pot one. Yeah. Right, a ceramic one, so it reacts, it's better for your paint. If you put the blob of the colour, not in the well, but on the side, you can keep pulling the colour down. Yeah. So you're not like here, I'm not having to make a load of it, but that now...
You can go in.
Right, so a tiny bit more, and you build the colour up. If I wanted that pure white, I could leave that a minute and put another coat on. I'm just showing you with a massive brush. But again, on this... There you go. It's absolutely brilliant. And if you've made a big, you know, if you've sort of got here, can you see where I've gone over?
Yeah.
And that's with the paint.
So this is also the bleed proof. It's a great eraser, basically, of any mistakes that you have done. Not eraser, but more like that white paint that we used to put over.
It is like an eraser, you're right. It's also like a whiteout or,
Whiteout,
you know, corrector, or any of like that. But you can see it's now in the background. But I just wanted to show you how wonderful that works, right? Have I got time for another one?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I've got tons of them.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to do a really, really quick landscape. Don't blink, right? So I'm taking the black because it's really vivid. Just cleaning that. I tend to leave the plastic, the paper caps on, and it's not always good because if you're using a wider brush, they flicker, so get rid of them if you don't need them. So I'm going to use this, and I'm going to use just water, and we're going to go for it. I'm going to use this little bit here. So I've got dirty water, but it really does not matter, seriously, because the more colour you've got, unless it's bright orange, then it might look a bit odd, but the more colour you've got, the more sort of difference and power and impact. So I'm just going to show you first on here how many I can go black, clean my brush, and because it's on glass or ceramic, it doesn't dry as fast.
Right.
It dries faster on plastic because heat can get through it. So here, I'm just going to show you how I'm going to clean my brush. So I've got all those colours. So each time I add a little bit more water to it, got less and less and less. That's the power of this, because the India ink was made of soot. So the first thing we're going to do is think about a line. So the further away something is, the lighter it'll be. So I'll go for the lightest one at the back. Just place that. I've not got too much water on it, and I'm just going to do a line like that. Get a little bit more ink, and I'm tentative because the eagle dyed ones will say that I had an accident. So now, if you're doing a cat or anything, a dog, and you want the tail hairs, it looks brilliant for it. It looks brilliant. And then I'm going to add the next colour. I'm going to drop it in just above there. I need a bit more there. And what you would do is just add a little bit of water to it. Right, okay. Next one.
Yeah, I love that.
Get the next colour in.
Like a landscape, like a big tree, and then a church and a houses. And
exactly. And you just add in the colours in, and then we'll do another one here, where we'll probably add in the blackest colour we've got, or any dark colour.
And I suppose once that you paint this, because it's permanent, once let it dry, and then you could do like a distress inks background over the top.
Absolutely, it's so easy. Yeah. You know, and it's this is one of them that's like, oh, in the clouds you see a dog or a cat or whatever. Absolutely. This is much like that, because you'll see what you want. And don't forget, end of your brush, we're going to do some grasses so that we make the foreground really come towards us. I am just marking the paper, and because I'm breaking the fibres, it's actually allowing me to draw with it. If I wanted to go in and draw with it, I can. So here we're going to have like a...
Oh, wow, I love that.
And then I'm going to drop the frame in around it, and we'll have a look at the picture that we've made.
That is... I love that.
It's very, very easy. There's no right or wrong with it. If you want like a bull... is it a bullweed or a...
bulrush.
Yeah, bulrush, that's the one. Put a blob there. Actually, when you start doing it like this, they start to look like Macintosh.
A thistle, even.
So the last bit is really simple. Water on your brush, you're using the ink that you've got, and all you're going to do is draw a line across there, and we're making a frame. Take more water off, and we're not leaving it like that because that looks awful.
Yeah.
But,
no, well, actually, I do like it.
Well,
maybe
yeah,
I
you
have
can.
an awful taste, but I think that I don't. So
the option is yours.
I love that.
But what you can do now is just...
Yeah. And I love the fact that you have got some time to play with it, but then once it draws, there it is.
Exactly. If I've got something I really like and I can't... Once it's done, I can't add to it. I often don't like it. But can you see now how I've used the shading to bring it up? But if I wanted to, when I get that cut off like that in a frame, it could be any landscape anywhere. And you could do, even if you just wanted your own little picture in the middle, but you could add a bit of colour or a bit of orange. Actually, shall we do it? Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Right, okay. Bit giddy pants. Right. You can see orange is my favourite colour.
Oh.
Yes!
Oh.
Look at that!
Wow!
Woohoo! I like that.
Look at
that
that could be like a poppy in the or it could be a sunset, or it could be a sunrise.
What do you reckon to that, Leonie? Look at that.
Can't see you.
Oh, you haven't got your gigs on.
I've got my contacts.
Oh.
I can see, it looks amazing.
Isn't that cool, that?
She's like, oh, whatever she can see, it's amazing. And she's looking completely the wrong direction, but you know.
But yeah, but it's the camera's all the way over there. But you can see all these effects that I'm not worried to work on top, because normally it'd be like, oh, I'm going to mess it up. But you don't. You don't mess it up.
No, because it's a permanent.
No.
By the way, well, of course, that is using the Bombay set of India inks by Dr. P.H. Martins. Now, you are getting 12 of the 30 mil, 12 different colors, and you have got two different sets. The set 1 to 12 or 13 to 24. Let's have a look at the colors that you are getting in the 1 to 12, which is like the name indicates, or the numbers indicate, are the first step. So you have got the white, the black, you have got the primaries and the secondaries, and then you can blend them together to create whichever color. Now, maybe you like to go for ready mix colors, which does more landscape colors, sunsets with those gorgeous Indian summer sort of colors of the blues and the yellows, the sun rising. These are, of course, the set 13 to 24. Now, 30 mil, it means that you are getting them into these bottles and into this palette, that you can store them vertically or horizontal. And of course, you have got these different wells to mix them up, to use them as a palette. You also can use them with the lid that it comes in there. I just don't want to, and you can see that it has got a hanger as well, so you can display them at home if you wanted to do that. So the 30 mil, of course, you are getting 12 of them for 30 mil, £54.95 with £5 saving. Now, if you wanted to go for the smaller, this is bottom of the screen, they are 50 mil, so half the amount, but it's not half the price, hence why many of you are going for the larger bottles, because then, of course, you comes in with the pipette and the different wells in there to mix them up. All right, of course, if you want the 30 mil, 995753 is your item number. Back to you, Lou. Okay. We have got about 4 or 5 minutes.
Right, brilliant. And when you've got, say you've got a load of messy backgrounds like this, what we can do is make a wood effect, or if you've got white, we'll use the white on it. I'm trying to look for the biggest background I've got to try. Oh, it doesn't really. I'll use this one. I'll use any of them. So what I'm doing is I'm treating that as a background. I'll use this one first, and I want it to look like a forest. Okay, so you've messed all this up, whatever you want to call it. I've got a little bit of the, let's see what colour this is brown, and I'm only using a tiny bit, but the browns are the ones that you must mix a lot of, because the sediment, as it tells, the sediment goes to the bottom, and the earth colours, because the natural pigments are the heaviest. I've found, it might not be the law of that, but you know what I mean, so it might just be me. So what I'm going to do is, I've got the bleed proof ink as well. I'm just going to make a little bit of a colour, so I'm just going to drop that down, right? And it's so simple, because all we're going to do is just draw
lines in there. And I'm thinking as well, so for instance, if you do the background and then you put a stamp that is a silhouette, I mean, Christmas or snow scene is what comes to mind, but it could be a seaside, and then you want to highlight the white from the waves, you can do that after.
Oh, it's perfect
with
for
the
that.
white, the bleed proof.
Absolutely, it's absolutely perfect, like, because you've got the best of both worlds with that. I've got a tiny bit of brown, and I don't want a lot of this, but what we're going to do is use the end of our paintbrush again, and it's really little tricks. So I'm just going to do the shape of a trunk, whether it goes inside the white, it really doesn't matter. I'm creating like an edge, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to get the brown, and I'm just going to drop it in.
Oh, like silver birds.
Yay! And look how easy that was. And it's all what we call the power of suggestion. Now, if I said something else, I wanted to look like a butterfly, it would be hard to sort of make that comparison, but straight away, trees.
Yeah.
But
and this is the same paper, the Fabriano, that we have been using, well, you have been using throughout. Which, by the way, you mentioned that you had, you had a pad, you're still working on the first pad.
My pad is here. I won't, and I remember I gave you some of another pad, but that was. But you can see I'm still on it. And while we're at it, while we're letting that, can you see it's silver birch now with little round lines?
Absolutely, yeah.
So if I was to just chop that off now, you've got your silver birch.
Yeah.
But it's all the power of suggestion. I'm suggesting trees with these little shapes. That's what happened.
Yeah. And what I was thinking as well, that is that paper, big block of paper. It's 100 sheets, but it's not 100 projects. It could be 200 projects because you cut it in half.
Well, I cut it into small pieces and mount them with masking tape because you can treat it watercolor paper, and I might get 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 projects out of one page. Now that's a lot of good quality, and I put it on cardboard. Now the first thing you need to know is it's not stuck.
No, okay, yeah.
It's not stuck. The spine isn't stuck down here. The reason for that is because if it's stuck to that, what happens is when I open it, it all comes out, and you can't, because watch, it needs more space.
Yeah.
So they don't stick that. There's the glued spine, but it means it lies flat.
Oh.
So I'm not getting the big
that's a
pull
good
to the
point,
end.
actually.
So I've got about 5, 6 pages there, and it still lies flat.
Wow.
So let's go for halfway. Now,
so you can use it as a completely flat journal if you wanted to.
And if you get into the very back, like I've only got a few sheets there, and you're feeling that it might be, just put a lid, because normally you'd have a big difference in that, but I mean, I don't really use that. And what had happened normally is the water would either all go to that and
seep through,
ruin this here and seep through, as you said, or drip down that way. Whereas, and I like the fact that it will ruckle with water, but it doesn't ruckle too much, but I like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That noise.
By the way, well, we are reaching the end of the show. Thank you so much.
I love that.
I love the
I love working with you. You know what you're talking about, and you know we bounce off each other.
I love your ideas. I love the feathers. I love the carp. I love the landscape you have done. I love the silver birds. I love it all. And if you love the bleed-proof white, make sure to check out your baskets. It's just $11.95, and it's a product that is extraordinary. It means that you can layer over water reactive inks and they will not react to it. 078885 is your item number. Don't forget about the Bombay inks either. Now, Lou, when are you back?
I'm back tomorrow morning, and I can't wait. It's so exciting. I've never done it here before. First time here, and it's so exciting. I'm doing some marbling, but dead easy marbling.
Oh, amazing. I love marbling.
Marbling and all that. Can't wait to see.
Perfect. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
7 and 10, yeah.
Perfect. Do stay tuned, though. A brand new launch of a one-day special is after the break with Leone Pujol Graphic 44.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. I hope to see you soon.
Well, hello everybody and welcome. There are certain things that are guaranteed in life to put a smile on your face, and we've got two of those here right now. One is Graphic 45, one-day special, and the second is the wonderful Leonie Pujal. Hello!
Oh, you.
You guys.
Thank you.
Let's try that again.
I love
and
Big
we've
Ben.
got the lovely Leonie Pujal. And Jan is hosting. Oh, that's a surprise. Surprise.
I can't work.
Thank you.
So like
bless you. What have you been getting up to with your throat?
Oh, nothing. It's just
going around.
It's just weekend.
It's nattering to the dogs.
It's just chatting to girls. Chatting too much, and I never shut up. That's the problem. But I didn't care if I couldn't even speak because I was going to do this because it's Graphic 45. And when they said to me, "Oh, Tina can't do this one, can you?" And I'm like, "Yes."
Straight away.
And then when Tina saw what it was, she was like, "Oh, I'm so gutted." She was like, "Will you save me a bit? Will you save me a bit?" And Tina, don't you worry, girl.
We're going to save
But it's absolutely beautiful, and as ever, Graphic 45, the artwork is sublime.
It's the artwork. Look, there's certain papers that we talk about that we want to covet, we stroke, we just
sniff.
Yeah, you sniff, you stroke it. And I tell you what Graphic 45 do so well, and you're absolutely right to put the focus on the artwork, but also that colour palette is so distinctive. It always has a, it's like an aged vintage, it's got like a provenance to it. It's like you've discovered these papers that have been kept in an attic for like 70 years.
Absolutely, yeah, they're still modern and fresh.
Yeah.
And the thing is, with Graphic 45, they only have a limited amount of colour palettes, so it means that when you buy new collections, that it's going to go with something that you've already got, and I really like that, because there's a lot of mixers in there. So there's a lot of papers that are backgrounds of florals that are quite generic, so they'll sit beautifully with your other collections. But yeah, it's stunning.
All right, now.
Wow.
Well, actually, we're 2.5 minutes into the show, and nearly 20% of the stock has gone. That's of the bundle, and we're going to go. You can shop ahead. The individuals are already selling out as well. Let's just jump onto the website and have a look. We're already making calls. And now this is a one-day special where genuinely we always strive to have enough stock to last the full 24 hours. So if I'm saying we're approaching 20% of the stock in 2 minutes, that's just ridiculous. So, yeah, we are very, very busy. I think the best way to approach this, you are getting so much, as always, within the bundle. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to start going through the artwork. So, Leonie, do you want to look through this, or?
Absolutely.
Yeah? I'm conscious of your voice. Is the aircon okay? Because it's blowing on us.
Oh, actually, if we could turn it off there and put it on there, that'd be amazing.
Okay.
Thank you. Good.
Need to get a chill.
Good. What's it, Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Good. What's it, Batman?
Yeah, it's got good voice. It's a tight uniform.
So you don't. Don't move. The laugh is not good. Okay.
So do you remember in Friends when Phoebe got that husky voice and she loved it? She'll see you've got Phoebe's voice at the moment.
I can't do the American bit, but
Lou's saying you make a fortune in phone lines.
Yeah, well,
it's call centre.
You know, I have been very busy. Bags into my eyes. Can I say?
Okay, let's move on. We've got down a very, very dark road.
I'm literally joking.
Yeah.
Okay. This is your 8x8, first of all, okay? This is your 8x8. In fact, I'm not starting with the 8x8, sorry, I'm starting with your main pack. Yeah. So this is your, within the main collection, this is the main pack. Now, this is absolutely phenomenal. So, Graphic 45, what they are going to give you is your double-sided papers. First of all, they'll have your lead sheet. That's got so many elements on that you can cut out and use independently. Or, of course, you can use it as a big 12x12. Double-sided, so, of course, every single one is going to give you so much artwork. I love this. One of the demos, I've already started fussy cutting this.
Yeah.
It just lends itself.
Just
oh, thank you. I've got my coffee there, so at one point I might break to let you look at the image and soak it in. These are really cool because obviously brilliant for fussy cutting, absolutely beautiful. With these, again, you could be fussy cutting some of those out, lifting them out.
You think about the albums we could be making with these, or your card making, or scrapbooking.
Absolutely. And the thing is as well, like the colour palette, it works so well with so many things that you've already got. Have a look at that. I mean, look at the detail.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. And I love working with Graphic 45. Look at this. That is brilliant. Nice. I mean, it's funny as well. Yeah. You know, they've got such humour in them. I mean, look at these. Aren't they gorgeous? You have a look at that. I'll have a little look at my coffee.
We have lost a quarter of the stock, but Leonie's right in pointing out that the theme, it's embracing Alice Tea Party, and it's a story that so many of us know and love. But look at what you get with Graphic 45. Love this. This one.
I love this. These are beautiful, and remember you get 2 of each sheet, which I'm really pleased about because the back to this is amazing as well. Absolutely adore it. I love
it's
that.
It's my favourite.
Oh man, all all those characters that you recognise immediately. You know, and obviously you know the story. We all know the story even when you don't know the story with Alice. You know, it's one of those. I love this one as well because you've got borders, you've got the full, again, you've got all your main characters. And I love that, you know, they've picked beautiful elements from the books, which are just gorgeous. And again, double-sided, so you're getting
Graphic 45 lends itself so much to its artwork for the home as well. So when you make those beautiful pieces like this one here.
Oh, thank you. If you show that as well, I've put a false lid on it. So when you open it up, it'll open. So I did it because.
Where did you see this?
So I did it. I wanted it to be really 3D. So you've got that 3D, but then I wanted a false lid because obviously it's a box, so you can see inside the box, and then decorated the inside of the box as well.
Leonie, that is stunning. So all the papers in there taken from the collection, but it's these little elements,
and
adding the borders. Yeah, that
I'm
is special.
chuffed with that one. Thank you. And then look, and it goes.
Lou likes it.
Oh, and I will chuff with that.
That's really nice. Yeah.
And do you know what? Graphic 45. There's something that's so joyful to work with.
Yeah.
I don't, because I haven't done a Graphic 45 show in ages. Oh man, it was so nice to come back to them. It were one of them. It's like, oh, these are so cool.
So we had a look at that. So your sort of feature papers.
You get your 12x12. Now you're getting your 12x12. You're also getting the 8x8. So with your 12x12, you are getting 2 of 8 double-sided papers, okay? But then the 8x8 one, you're actually getting 3 of each one of those. So you're getting a... You're just giggling at me. So you're getting
like 3. My nephew, his voice is just breaking.
That ain't me, I hope. If tomorrow it's like that, right?
You've come of age. Now, Tina is saying that she's watching the show and she's laughing, crying, she's enjoying it.
That's because she's jealous.
Yeah. So I wish I was there.
Okay, you've then got your solids, okay?
Yeah.
Now, I am so pleased Graphic 45 did this, because they didn't used to do these, but now it's a thing. You're getting 16 sheets. This makes your main papers go further. All of these are double-sided, but it's a proper colour palette.
Yeah,
so these are the ones you use to mat and layer. These are the ones that will make everything go further.
So we're getting these all together?
Yeah,
That's
you
great.
get the full collection.
Yeah.
And this means you don't mind cutting up your main papers, and that's the biggie. Because normally cutting up your main papers is awful. So this sort of takes away the pain, you know, which is it. And you see, when you make a project, you'll love it, but it is cutting into the papers. Cutting into the papers is difficult, and you will get precious. It'll be like, I remember when our lovely Dee used to do the Graphic 45, and Dee had just, she'd just like cut across something. Oh my good grief. I'd be like, oh my good grief, and I'd get it out the bin.
What are you doing?
Yeah, you get obsessive.
Yeah.
So, you get him, and this is why I've got a lot of paper. So you're getting the solids, you're getting 16 sheets, 8 patterns, you're getting 2 of each. You're then getting the beautiful 12 by 12 main feature, and then you're getting the 8 by 8 main feature, but then, oh, and look at all this goodness as well. So with that 12 by 12 set, you always get your sticker sheets. The sticker sheets are beautiful. They're a cardstock sticker. You're getting loads of beautiful embellishments. You've also got your gorgeous borders. So you're getting tons and tons of stickers. You then get, I can't get as excited as I normally can. I'm having to...
Have you had the tea, honey and lemon trick?
Oh, I've had all sorts. I haven't gone for a whiskey all in yet, but you never know. I'm only joking. I have had the medicated lemon one for now. Okay, and now the die cuts. Oh my gosh, these are beautiful. You're getting all these beautiful die cuts. The quality is fantastic. I mean, just look at this. Oh, these are delicious. And you'll have favourites. I mean, this is obviously my favourite. It's beautiful, but again, I get a bit too precious and I can't use it. I love that one, absolutely. And look at these.
Oh, you are my cup of tea.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Aren't they stunning? Stunning. So you're getting within here. I can't remember how many bits you're getting there. You're getting tons. You're getting tons within there. 44. Yeah. Okay, but then one of my favourite elements when we talk about Graphic 45 are, let me just find my beautiful cards. Are the cards.
Now, we are extremely busy. 40% of the stock has gone. We are trying to get through to our buying team. It's just that time of the evening. It's tough. So, buyers, we're trying to get hold of you. But, yeah, we are really busy at the moment. I wish I could tell you how many people right now are trying to put this into their baskets. So potentially, you know, this is one occasion where you could be missing out if you tune in for later shows. So please don't miss out, because we don't know if we can get hold of any more. And that is the real key to this, because we can't get a hold of anyone. So we genuinely don't know. So if it does sell out, which when we're saying 40% of the stock's gone in 12 minutes, we could potentially be selling out this hour, and then at 12 o'clock say, we're sorry, we're going to have a different... I know we got another set, the In Bloom set. We might have a different focus.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, people are emailing in for remedies for you. So, pineapple juice.
You're so lovely.
Nice. Pineapple juice is a good one.
Yeah, I haven't tried pineapple juice for it.
Some Davenport.
Happy New Year, you too.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Davenport. What else have we got? Oh, is that it? That's it. Well, a few more. Well, nice remedies for you.
These are all the remedies.
Yeah. Do you know what?
Okay.
You've got to go through everything. We're told we actually have to do some work, Leonie, that's why.
Right, one of my favourite parts of it, and I don't know why, but I absolutely adore these. The journaling and ephemera cards. Now you're getting 32 pieces. I love the artwork. I love these. I just adore these. Every single one of them, and it's because they're both sides are just utterly beautiful.
So
Isn't that
this is
stunning?
a journaling set, you say?
Yeah. Now, with these, I really like, so I'm just going to nip and show you what I made, because with this, and I put a little TikTok thing, or whatever they're called, a reel. It was a reel, actually. Yeah, so I did this.
You've done with the kids with all your TikToks.
Down with the kids. Cheeky reel.
Yeah.
So, what
That's
this
a different
is,
thing.
it's a magnet on the back, right? But because with these, I like to be able to use them both sides.
Yeah.
So I put the frame in there, but you put a little bit of card so you can actually pull them out.
Oh, that's
because otherwise it's really hard to get them out and in again. So I thought with that, you can have that on your fridge and then have your little reminders. So it means you actually use them. Because otherwise, hey, can you imagine? Can you imagine having that on your fridge? How beautiful is that?
Just explain again how we made that.
So it's a little frame with a magnetic frame. And then I've just decorated the top with all the beautiful ephemera and everything. And then just a little card that pulls out, which means these you can take out dead easy. Oh, sorry.
We've got news, Leonie.
Wow.
The time it took to get all your remedies to heal you, we've now gone limited stock.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
In 14 minutes. That's how busy. We really were busy. Limited stock at the moment. It is going to go. If you want to get hold of it, we are making desperate calls right now. As it stands, it is limited, so please, 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 if you want it, now is the time, because it is going to go. Remember, you're not just getting your feature papers, you're also getting your solids as well, so your background papers, you're getting your ephemera, you're getting your chipboard, you're getting your stickers, you're getting your journal packs in there as well. All of this that you're seeing in front of you, you are saving £14, and you've got 2 flexi payments of £27.47. There are a lot of you with this in your basket right now. And I very rarely say this, but you really do need to check out if you want it, because everything individually has sold out. We've got queues on the phone lines. Everything is in baskets now, so it is a technical sellout. If any jump back, they're going to get snapped up. I really do think you're going to struggle. If it jumps out of your basket, you're going to struggle to get this back into your basket. Wow. Okay, that's been a busy one.
I'm so pleased I got my demo prepped.
I know what's happened here. It's your new husky voice. It's lured in all the fans. Everyone was like,
because it's beautiful.
Your dulcet tones.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
And I'll tell you what, the price is good and all. For what you're getting,
ticks all the boxes, Pooch. No wonder you wanted to do this show. Okay, now we have got another gorgeous set for you, A Time to Flourish. Again, it taps into everything that we love about Graphic 45. It's that distinctive colour palette, it's the beautiful imagery, and the theme as a... I really like this set, actually, and you can see this being used. So with this is deluxe, this deluxe collector's edition. You're getting your 8x8, you're getting your 12x12 pad, you've got your chipboard in there as well, you're getting all the elements just going through. I will show this to you, and your stickers. Oh, have you got it? Sorry, Pooch, you've got it. Okay, I'll tell you, the best way to see this, I know Leonie's got it in front of her, and you really need to see the artwork, so I'm going to hand over to Leonie and we'll flip through it.
Oh my gosh. Right, this is beautiful.
It is really nice.
Now, I haven't seen this before, because it's a collector's edition, I presume it's one of their older collections, because what Graphic 45 used to do, they used to do a collection, and once it was gone, it was gone. Yeah. That was awful. What they do now is bring out, or bring back collector's editions. This is beautiful. So what you've got, and this, I mean...
Well, instantly,
amazing.
That's just lovely, right?
Absolutely amazing. So what they've done, you've got double-sided papers, but it's obviously seasonal. So your first one is your January. So you've got your main sort of feature page, but then you've got your page which has got all your gorgeous tags, and it's got all your calendar entries. So if you are making a planner, if you are decorating a journal, if you are making if you're making a diary, this is for you. This is beautiful. I must admit, when I were looking through this, it was like, oh my gosh, that's absolutely amazing. On both sides of the papers, look at that. That is so pretty. This is one that you will be making your own planner with.
Oh, absolutely. And look at the elements, the amount of elements there to be chopping into.
It's stunning. Yeah, it's one of them that you really want to do it. You really want to craft with this. You really want to do every single month. I mean, there's loads of elements that you'll be fussy cutting out of it. These are lovely because they're all broken down, so again, you can lift them out individually. There's so much on that. I mean, that one on a 12 by 12 pad, I want, and I'm going to dig it out, I want to do this on my one of my 12 by 12 pink pig journals, because the black pink pig journal, the 11.5 by 11.5 it is, this is going to be amazing. Honestly, it's just, look at it, it's absolutely exquisite. And again, it's that vintage element. You know, it looks vintage, but oh good gosh, it's amazing. Look at it. Every single element, and I love how they take you through the seasons. I love how the colour palette, it remains beautiful throughout, but it really does. Every season is just unique. Nice. Isn't that stunning?
Got a bit of the Victorian sort of botanical feel about it.
Yeah, and August is my birthday month, so that's my favourite. I adore this one. Absolutely adore it. I think now this one is going to be one of them that's hard to cut into, because I want to fussy cut this, but I also just want to keep it. But that one is just calling out to be fussy cut. Obviously with these are beautifully designed, because the way they've done, oh, that's my favourite.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, favourite. Oh, I love this page. But these, the way they've designed them, you don't mind cutting it out, because they've done it so it all makes sense. You've got borders, you've got your beautiful elements, and you've got beautiful sentiments and words and
it's nice to have that structure to follow, to go through the months of the year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, imagine when this is actually made up into a beautiful book. Imagine if this is your main book, but then you're putting your photographs in here. So it's a diary, but then it's a beautiful
memory album.
Yeah, and I just think this is I love it. I absolutely love this.
Now, we've only just started looking at this. We're 20 minutes into the show, and nearly 20% of the stock's gone for this option. So the one-day special technically sold out. This option, now, do you know, when we bought this to you in the past, the 12 by 12 was $29.99.
Good grief.
So for $3.99 more, you're getting the 8 by 8, and you've also got the cardstock.
Wow.
You've got the ephemera and the stickers and all of that. So not the ephemera, the chipboard.
And do you know what? This is the kind of thing you can make to sell. This would make the most beautiful gift. If you made this for a gift. You know, our Maggie, when she makes some amazing albums, or Maggie and Kay, and our Cool Cats Crafts, when they make them albums, this into one of them albums, oh my gosh, it's just going to be phenomenal. You are getting the 12 by 12, you also get the 8 by 8, and you get the cardstock. Obviously, I haven't demoed anything for this because I did it all on Alice, so we're winging it.
Hey, don't know what, with regard to the one-day special, where do we stand there? Because it technically sold out. Have we managed to make any calls? Do we know if anything's happened with that? We're still waiting. Oh, we've made the call, but okay, we're still waiting to hear the verdict there. So this is why we were saying, look, what's happening now? So our team are contacting Graphic 45 team, and it really is a question of, and genuinely, we thought we had enough stock. I wish I could tell you, because we're breaking records. I wish I could tell you how much or how many went in this hour. So we thought it would last full 24 hours. So I am sorry if you are tuning in to find that the one-day special sold out. We are working really, really hard to see if we can sort something out there. Now, there is more to be had on the show as well. If you go onto the website, we got trims. We've also got the flowers in there as well. Now hold up. The gorgeous albums too. So, and there is a saving on the album. So as Leonie was saying, if you are looking to make an album, at $11.99, imagine adorning those albums with your graphic 45 papers. And you've also got the calendar stamps too, which would work really well with Time to Blossom. Okay, so lots to discover. Do go online, just shop by brand, type in Graphic 45, and you'll see all the goodies we have to play in. Time to Flourish is very busy. Nearly a quarter of the stock has gone there. So Time to Flourish, a lot of people seeing the potential, and we're going to be having a little bit of a play. I'm going to say it. Keep those remedies coming in for Leonie, and we're going to try and heal Leonie. Everyone, positive thoughts to heal Leonie's throat. So if you know any really good remedies to heal a sore throat, is it sore or is it just you've lost your voice?
Oh, it's well sore.
Okay, to heal a sore throat, let us know.
Well sore throat.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and actually I've got a sore nose too.
Sore nose and throat.
Oh, squeaky little violins out.
Bless you.
Oh, ridiculous, isn't it? When I get a bit run down or whatever it is, it's always my throat, and it is because I just talk too much.
Yeah. You talk too much, Leonie? No.
I know, right?
I could pot calling kettle black if I'm saying that.
Yeah, between us.
Yeah.
Oh, and I mean, even walking the dogs, I was still bumping into people to talk to. It's
Can you
ridiculous.
are you still able to call them back? Because I know Indy's a little rotter.
Honestly,
like, Mum can't speak now.
It's like, honestly, yeah, she has pushed my butt. She's like, what are you doing, kid?
Now, apparently word on the street is, have any bounced back? Ah.
Ooh.
See, we said this, so the one-day special, because all of it was allocated, a few, because we had a technical sellout, a few have bounced back with the one-day special. And when I say few, I really do mean a few. So, you know, a handful. If you want to get hold of them, now is the time. It's fastest fingers first. Okay.
Okay. Right. So what I'm going to do is, I've already started cutting this up. I am winging it, so, you know, what happens, happens. So, first of all, we're going to start with January, of course. I'm going to decorate this page. That page will be something else. So, the way to make the most out of your papers, I want to make this into a lovely little pocket. So I'm going to cut it about halfway-ish, well, just below halfway, like so. This one I'll stick down flat. I'll go around the edge with black. You could use any colour, to be fair. I am working on one of the beautiful journals, and I do believe we've got these on the show. These are gorgeous, because what you've got the beautiful big album. And I love them because you've got the little thing at the side, the little book plate at the side. But then when you go through, you've got the lovely, and you do get your lovely little tags, but you get your pockets, you get little pockets in the side.
Cool.
Oh, honestly, these are gorgeous.
$13.99, that's a good price.
That's
as well,
a brilliant price, yeah. I really like crafting with these because you get all the different surfaces. They're really exciting to craft with. So what I'm doing is, now, I'm using the 8x8 because I specifically want to keep my 12x12 for the big book. That's what I want. So I'm absolutely using the smaller one for this one. You could, if you've got one of the mixers, like we were saying before, if you've got one of the mixers from one of the other collections, then this will sit beautifully with it. So look, what I've done, flip it, so you're using the other side, okay? And then what I'm going to do with this is, if I take, let me just see if I've got double-sided tape. Yes, I have. So if I take my double-sided tape, like so, and what I'm going to do with this, because I want to create a pocket, I'll just put my lid on my glue so I don't ruin my glue. Because I want to create a pocket, I'm just going to go around the edge. Let's ink it as well. Like this. Like that. Now, what I'm doing is, because I'm doing the pocket, I'm going to use thin double-sided tape. This will allow me to choose, this will allow me to create the lovely little pocket. Okay, so we're going around the edge like this, and it also allows me to maximise that paper. So I'm only using one piece of the 8x8 paper.
Do you burnish your red liner? So do you go over it, because I find it's easier to peel off?
You mean at the edge like that?
Well, no, just like all of it. If you have, like, you know, Cool Cats have their, Cool Cats have their little tool. If you do it, you know, just give it a little burnish. It comes off quite easy.
That's possibly what I do, because I do it with my nail like that.
Maybe, without you
Maybe that's
thinking.
already what I do.
Oh.
Maybe, is that what I do?
I don't.
Maybe
I
I
wasn't
do.
giving you. I was just asking a question, by the way.
I don't know.
wasn't
Maybe
giving
I
you
do.
advice. Maybe.
I don't really know. Maybe that is what I do.
Maybe unconsciously.
Maybe
Didn't even know it.
unconsciously.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it works, because red liner sometimes isn't bad at all.
Now, the album that Leonie is
Good grief.
decorating, 40% of the stock's gone. My goodness, it seems like the whole crafting world is watching us right now.
It's
We're
very busy today, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's It's really busy.
It's your husky voice.
It's something. Right, now, beautiful ribbons. Now look at that, how that colour goes.
Oh, yeah. That's nice.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So we're having this. I do believe the trims are on the show as well, actually.
Nice.
And I'll just trim this down, hoping my scissors.
Do you like a nice trim?
Oh, I love a nice trim.
Yeah, and here
you can't say no to a nice trim.
£20 and 47 pence. Your price saving £5. You're getting your graphic 45 Time to Flourish trim colour selection. So that's £6.82 each, and you're getting 3 of the variants. That's each set. So you're getting 3 on each. 808-770, your item number there.
Okay. I'm popping a little bit of double-sided tape to hold that down, like so, and then put in a beautiful bit of ribbon there.
We're getting 3 yards on each as well.
That's really good. They're beautiful. I like this because you've got your gorgeous grosgrain, you've got satin, and then I do like that one.
Yeah,
I think that is absolutely exquisite.
Chevron.
And what I love about Graphic 45, the packaging.
Yeah.
See, I've kept all my packaging for all my bit goodies, because look, you end up chopping up the packaging. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? And that's it. Like everything Graphic 45.
Through and through, Pooch.
Oh, everything's lovely. Okay, so we've got a little pocket there, which is beautiful.
Considering you're winging this is looking beautiful.
But Graphic 45 make it very easy to wing it. And it is true, it's a statement of fact. You know, it's easy because it's beautiful. Now, I'm not going to decorate this anymore because I'm being super frugal.
Okay.
Because I know in this pad I've got 2 sheets per month. So I know that I want to decorate at least that and that. So I need to be frugal with it, okay? And this is why you use things like ribbon to maximise it as well. You could, with this one, bring in some brown cord, obviously, because this isn't the one I prepped. It's funny, isn't it? It's like, oh yeah, I'll do that tomorrow, or I'll do that. Oh no, you won't. But you can bring in other bits of cord as well. And this is, oh, I love that your remedies are coming in. Thank you so much.
What good ones have we had for Leonie? Now, Christina said, gargling soluble aspirin.
I've had that. I had that last night, actually.
What about gargling salt?
You. I've gargled salt last night as well.
Okay, you gargled everything last night.
Honestly, I've been trying. I've been trying my best to fix this.
Bless you.
Tell you. And why is it when you've got a sore throat, it's okay during the day, you don't cough. You cough as soon as you go in the chemist, so everybody looks at you, or you cough as soon as you go to bed. What is that?
Always the way.
It's like, I'm not going to cough, and you're in a place where there's loads of people.
It's your brain saying I'm going to cough. Anna is saying you cannot beat it's one of those very strong mints that fishermen tend to. It's a friend of fishermen, you know what I'm talking about?
Friends of fishermen.
Yeah, they are. I mean, have you ever had one of those?
Yes.
Blow your head off.
Blow your head off.
Yeah.
Tell you what, my dog hates fishermen.
Just in general.
Lola hates fishermen.
But how often does she see fishermen?
All the time where I walk. And literally, she hates, honestly, she barks her head off at fishermen. Any men fishing, she hates
I wonder if a man fishing has wronged her early on in her life.
Maybe. Or she used to be a fish in a past life. Or she just doesn't like them because
She's fish in a past life.
Or
I remember when I was a sprout.
Or it's because they look like they're in camouflage, don't they?
Maybe.
I think it's that, because she doesn't like that. She doesn't like
she's
that.
warning you. There's a man in camouflage hiding her head.
Which is fair play. There's a man in bushes in camouflage, Mum.
No.
You know.
Yeah. Now, Lily, 60% of the stock for the Ivory album has gone, so really busy there. Thank you for all the remedies. We will try and pass on the remedies
Thank you.
to the Pooch as well.
I do really appreciate that.
#Heal Leonie Pujal. Now, we have also got a square album as well. Let's just have a look here. So details on your screen. This is your craft square tag and pocket album. $11.99 is your price. $984,512. And then we've got another one. This is your travel album. So lots of albums to enjoy. Good saving on this as well. £3, $12.49. So this is interesting because you've got your grid paper, your watercolor, and your line paper. 64 sheets in total. So perfect for that kind of bullet journal style. Speaking of which, We've also got a stamp set that's been very popular. If you do want to make a bullet journal, we've got the stamps right here for you. So for £16.99, saving £3, lovely font, very, very usable. You've got your calendar stamps, 50 stamps in total for £16.99. 066 154, your item number. How are we getting on?
Oh,
we're going to try and rest Leonie's voice as much as we can.
Oh, thank you so much. So what I'm doing is, right, you cut up all your elements. So with that page, you've got all these beautiful elements, and this is when you start playing, okay? Because with these ones now, because you think about what you want it, this, I want to be able to see this. This is my main kind of, you know, my main kind of sort of diary, if you will. Yeah. So that's obviously going to have to be sort of on a main page there.
January had a sore throat.
Yeah, January, that hurt. I mean, it could really, I mean, realistically, it should be on my front page, but I kind of don't want it to be. Okay. Or it could be in the pocket as well, which does look rather beautiful. So, but we'll have a little see on that one. Again, now, the problem is when I'm doing these, I ain't rushing it. I know that it's live and I've not prepped it, but I ain't rushing it because you want it to look really pretty. You want it to look beautiful. You've got your little tag there. That tag we're definitely using as a tag. You've got that gorgeous little topper. All these Winter Wonderland, Winter Wishes, Let It Snow. I love that you've got the border. The border you can chop up. You could get 2 borders out of that.
Did you get a bit of snow today? Did you see any?
No, it was chilly though.
Sleet. I sort of drove through some sleet.
Well, when I was walking dogs, there were a bit. It felt chilly this morning.
Imagine.
It's exciting, isn't it? A little bit of snow.
I like it. When you don't have to go anywhere, you don't drive anywhere, it's lovely. If you have to drive somewhere on the motorway, it snows, your heart sinks.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's horrible.
Do you remember a few years, it was actually the first year when we were in this studio, when we moved to the studio, it was January or February and we had some snow, like really thick snow. And I had to drive home. My commute's around about 80 miles. It took me 6 hours.
Wow,
I was driving on the motorway at 20 miles an hour.
Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous.
I know.
That is awful. I remember once I were up north and it went M62. And it was awful, and I rang, like, everyone were coming to a standstill, but lorries were, you know how they just slide across the motorway. And I rang my dad, I've had a standstill, but I rang my father who lives in Dorset, because I was worried and didn't know what to do. And I rang, and he's like, what's my dad going to do? He lives in Dorset, he's in Poole. What's he going to do? You're on M62, kid, in Manchester. What's he doing?
You have to get yourself off of that.
You know, afterwards you think, I wonder why I did that. But you know, when you just like, I don't know what to do.
Okay, you just wanted to hear his voice.
Yeah, what do I do? I don't know, love. Get off phone.
So stressed. Leonie was at a standstill when she called, so she wasn't.
I was at a standstill. It was safe, but apart from jackknife and lorries. Anyway, let me just.
Now we have got limited for another product. So I think the album that we are making, that ivory tag album, so you get your tag and pocket album, limited stock. It's going to go $13.99 is your price. If you're looking for a pad, tags, we've got that for you as well. This is your black craft and ivory, $13.97 your price, 700 603 your item number there.
Oh, see, I kind of like that on there. I think that looks rather beautiful. But I could split that up. Doesn't that look beautiful? So I might split this. I was going to leave this as a full one, but I'm going to split it. So I'm going to have it. Okay, I know I'm faffing, but you know what, gang?
Rush.
You know what? This is all we've got.
Wow,
all we've
still
got
waiting to hear back about the ODS, so you faff away.
All we've got is meat and faff. So I am going to use black, even though I've got brown, but thing is with Graphic 45, they do look exceptional when they're backed on black. It always just looks good. Just edge it. This will make it stand out. So again, it's just maximising those papers. It is, I mean, the print on the other side is lovely as well. And it is one of those, you just, you want it to carry on forever, which is why I get super obsessive about using every little scrap of it. Cutting this out, so I've got a nice little border like that around it, and I'm eyeballing that, so I've got my little border, but that now will stand out. So when I put it on there, it stands out beautifully, which I really, really love. You want it to pop a bit.
We are focusing on our Time to Flourish bundles. The pad we have in stock at the moment, but nearly a third of the stock has gone here. So, just having a look at this, when you're thinking about sort of potential with this, and you were saying, Leonie, so this was a previous release, and normally Graphic 45, they retire a collection, but now what they're starting to do is bring out the collector's editions.
Yes, thank goodness.
Yeah,
I'm so pleased, because they are just divine, you know. And the thing is, with something like this, it would be, with something like this, it's just such a stunning collection. Yeah. You know, for this to be gone forever would be heartbreaking. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I'm really pleased to do this. It's so nice that we can actually still get hold of them. Now, you get these lovely little tags as well. So I'm cutting one of these out. And as I say, I do apologise for making it faffy and not being quick, but it's too beautiful to rush. I don't know if we've got any of these, actually, because I might use some of the flowers with nothing.
Flowers?
These were the flowers, yeah, they were flourishes. There's these, and I know as you're checking out your basket, you've got some as you're checking out your basket as well. But the red with this do look absolutely gorgeous. So you see, because I was thinking with this one, I could bring in like some of the foliage on there, which looks really pretty, but also some of the little red flowers. I think would look really nice with that colour palette.
Is this okay? It's interesting now, just to stress to everyone, Leonie hadn't planned this demonstration as a one-day special, caught us on the hop and sold out way before we thought it would. So it's interesting seeing your mindset when you're building up an album. Is this the process you would be going through at home?
Yeah.
I'm just interested in how you balance it up and what's going through your mind. So how do you work it? Do you already have an idea, or do you try to build up layer by layer and think, okay, now it needs this, now it needs this?
I knew what I wanted from this collection. I knew that I wanted every page to be about the month and really maximise the, you know, all the elements. But then I am so very a faff. I do not, and this is why when I prep for something it takes me forever, because I faff. But I want it proper, and I change my mind a lot, so I have to be careful about sticking things down, because I do change my mind. Because I'll put something down and it'll be like, oh no, that's better there. So I'm very aware of that, which is why sometimes I know that if I stick this down, my part of my mind is going, don't stick it yet, don't stick it yet. The other bit of my mind's going, I'm going to stick that there. And you know, so me and my brain argue quite a lot, which always makes me sound a little bit, but I know everybody's a bit like that anyway, so it's okay. But see, I kind of like that. I kind of like unbalanced as well, and this is what I love about it. It's playing around with the positioning of things. It's playing around with different embellishments, so bringing different embellishments in, because these look super pretty in here, and I like that. And this is some, you know, that I think a lot of companies do. They bring in florals even with your Christmas palette, because it absolutely doesn't matter. You know, like if I layer these and then put one of those little ones in the middle, and that one, it needs shaping actually. Let me just see what I've got in there to shape. I've even got, I haven't got a flower shaper, but I have got a bowl tool. So if I just go in the centre there, and we can get that to move a little bit, get a bit of shape. Those have got beautiful shape in them actually, because they hold their own to those, and see, that looks quite pretty, doesn't it? Yeah. I know it's in an album though, so it is going to be squidged, but the way these albums have been designed, see, I'm being good, I'm not sticking anything in yet because I don't trust myself. These albums have been designed so they'll take lots of embellishments, so it's not flat. So if you are putting your 3D embellishments in, you don't need to worry about it. So that page, I think I'm okay with that. I think I know where I'm going. I'm not sticking it in yet because I might change my mind, but I'm pretty sure I know where I'm going with that one. So on my next page, now I've got that beautiful piece of paper here.
That just pops.
Doesn't it look good? And you see, don't be worried about saving like cream or white space, because obviously it's beautiful in its own right. So if we take this, but I do love that. But then we've got all these lovely little elements, so let's have a little look. So I've got that gorgeous one there, which is going to look beautiful on the tag. So that's going to go on the tag.
Looks so expensive.
You what, sorry?
It just looks expensive.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I think that's, again, with Graphic 45, I think they make things look really classy, don't they? It's classy. And that's the beautiful thing about them. I think the colour palette is always classy. Yeah. It's one of those that, you know, it just looks good. Whatever you do with it, it looks good. So just trimming this down like so. Sorry, my blade keeps falling out. Like this. These papers are gorgeous as well, because you've got some lovely sentiments and lovely little poems and things. I'm not obviously going to attempt to read any of those, because that would just be ridiculous. But you've got some really nice words in there as well. Really beautiful.
Now, time to flourish. Nearly 40% of the stock has gone here. I was just having a look at the sheet we're working on. Now remember, you're getting your 12 by 12, you're getting your 8 by 8, you're getting your chipboard, and you're getting your tags in there as well. So all of that in one collection. This is a deluxe collector's edition. I want to put this into context that we did have the, previously we had just the 12 by 12, and that was $29.99, so an extra $3.98, and you're getting the 8 by 8, you're getting the chipboard in there as well. So what, the 8 by 8, I think the chipboard was with the $29.99. But nice words in here too. I mean, that 8 by 8 for $3.98 is very good.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Sorry, coffee. I'll be back.
You have some coffee, bless you. What you're doing is the hardest thing in the world, Leonie, to talk when you've got a sore throat. I mean, most people, if they had a sore throat, it's bad enough. We have got the trims that Leonie's been using as well. We're just going to share that with you very quickly. So we've got the Alice Tea Party trims, if you want to add that into your mix. Now you're getting 3 yards in each. I think that's like 2.5 meters or 2.7 meters in each of those. So, within that you've got all 3 sets, £20 and 47 pence. So over 24 meters worth in total. 293761 your item number. I've also got the flowers that Leonie has fallen in love with, and she's been using these. So beautiful flowers, $15.47 your price, saving £4, 511041 your item number. And then the Time to Flourish trim, and this was one that Leonie used in the album. We're just going to bring that up. £20 and 47 pence your price, saving £5, 808770 your item number. And we've also got the Time to Flourish flowers that we will share. 81 die-cut pieces in total. Flowers, leaves, stems, butterflies, stamens. $15.47 your price, 688107 your item number. Back with the pooge.
Oh, thanking you. So, and look, that's beautiful there. That is definitely going there. And then, see, oh, you're getting all these. I love this. Now, this is where you can really maximise your paper, as I was saying, because the way they've designed them, they fit beautifully like this, you know. They fit beautifully as little, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like that, whatever, there's probably a word to say what that is, but like that. And it means it makes it dead easy to actually put a page together. Yeah. If you put them on black, it makes everything pop. And not only does it make it pop, but it makes everything look, it makes it more, everything stands out. Okay. And obviously it gives it that beautiful framing. So if you aren't using decorative papers, if these are your main feature, then definitely put it on black, because it'll work with it, but it just frames everything exceptionally.
I've been reading the words, you know, you were saying on the sheets. Now this one would actually, I won't make you do it because I know your throat's sore, but with your husky voice, this would sound great. I'll just read it to everyone at home. So this is just one of the verses on the sheet that Leonie is working with. It says, I wonder if the snow loves the trees and fields, that it kisses them so gently, and then it covers them up snug, you know, with a white quilt. And perhaps it says, go to sleep, darling, till the summer comes again.
Oh,
isn't that nice?
That's fabulous. Yeah.
Yeah. The team are asking, could you just say, go to sleep, darling, in your husky voice?
Go to sleep, darling.
Oh, that's very creepy. That's more like Hansel and Gretel, come into my house.
Go to sleep, darling.
Go to sleep. Are you sure you haven't got a special ring around your neck that was forged in a volcano?
Good night, darling. Sweet dreams.
Yeah, we've got it in a vastly different direction to where the team thought that one was going.
I like the creepy voices. I used to do it to freak one of my friends out just because it really made me giggle.
What, while they were asleep?
No. To any time, really. I can't do it now with my voice like this, but yeah, I used to really... She'd be like, oh, Leonie, will you stop doing that? Because I used to just say her name, but in the creepy voice.
You need to bring... When your voice is better, you need to start bringing that back. It's good banter. Good banter for 2022. By the way, just going to show you an album. Now, we have got one of these albums, $11.99 for this. We don't have the album that Leonie's working with. I'm afraid that's sold out. But you still got this one. And say it's $11.99. Beautiful little pocket album, or tag album, I should say, for you. Very nice. And loads of little pockets in there and tags. So, with your craft card, if you want to get hold of this, it is a thing of beauty. $11.99 your price. You are saving £3. 984-512.
Look at this. See how pretty is that? And I love it, like just a little leaf.
Yeah.
And it's just the simplest things. And this is the thing, again, with Graphic 45. You don't actually need much. And just a few of those gorgeous little embellishments. These embellishments, gorgeous, double-sided. They've got a really nice weight to them as well. They feel very... they feel such good quality. I'm just gently tucking them under there. So I want them overlapping, and I don't want them completely stuck down, but just like that, because I think that looks super, super pretty. And that might be, in fact, I don't think I want a flower on that. I think that's all I want on that, because I really like that. I think that's quite simplistic but beautiful.
Anyway, I take my hat off to you, and I know you're very modest and say that it's Graphic 45, and it does make life easier, but considering that you've come up with that, like off the cuff, no preparation whatsoever, that is a beautiful start to your album.
Thank you. But it is when I think, I don't know, it's when you're working with beautiful things, it does make it easier. And sometimes less is more. Yeah. Sometimes it's so nice, especially when you're doing an album, it's nice to have a busy page. It's nice then to have it broke up and have some space, you know, but just a few embellishments here and there, just a few of these, and they do look really pretty. The gems, I don't know if we've got these. I don't think we got these on the show, unfortunately. But when you're checking out your baskets, have a little look-see. I know we had some roses, but they might have sold out by now, but do have a little look. But embellishments like this, again, just in threes, but they really, really do finish off a page and make it look really, really pretty. And then let's start working on this side.
Okay.
I'm having a lovely time.
Good. Well, that's what it should be all about. Just going to show you end of call, what that means, maybe to any new viewers, because I know we've always got new viewers joining us. When you're about to check out, you'll have access to items that you will only get as an end of call. So just when you're about to check out, the beauty of these, if you're not a Freedom member, there is no additional shipping on any of these items, and you can pick up a bargain as well, so there's some good prices. So have a look at your end of call items to add them into your order. The call centre, by the way, if you don't have access to the internet, the call centre can do this for you too. They have access to them. So just ask your call centre when you have when you're going to add something into your basket. Through the call centre, ask them if there are any end of calls that you might be interested in. Those are the gems that Leonie was just working with.
Now look, because look at this, because I've been so tight with my papers, look, I've got all this left. Not tight, frugal. I've got all of these bits left. And I love this because this was from 2 pieces of paper. And look, I've got all these bits left for me to still decorate that one page. So, he's like, what shall I do? And this is why I'm glad I didn't stick anything on that one, because I can still go back to that one. Yeah. What? Don't rush.
No, this is what I'm saying. You shouldn't rush it. You didn't want to rush it. Yeah.
I was going to say, why? How much time have I got? Do I need to make it last a bit?
No. You've got 4 minutes.
Well, I want to finish it. But let's have a little look-see. No, this is it. Do not rush your pages. Take your time. Enjoy the process. I mean, it's it's lovely to do. Things like this are just so mindful, they're relaxing. So yeah, absolutely, and it's enjoying the whole process. Of course, you might be adding extra elements in. You might be adding like waterfall cards. You might be adding, you know, little